When Zhang Yu finished wiping the last wooden table, the sky outside had completely darkened. The main street of my village was still bustling with ninjas coming and going. The barbecue shop, the dumpling shop, and the ramen shop all had customers. But the street he was on was terribly remote. To put it nicely, it was peaceful. To put it bluntly, even dogs wouldn't come. The small tavern was not big, a 2-story wooden house. The first floor had 6 tables and a bar with a kitchen and wine cellar connected at the back. The second floor was partitioned into 3 rooms. Zhang Yu originally planned to live in one and leave the other 2 for future employees. Of course, that was assuming he could afford to hire anyone. Having transmigrated to the world of Naruto for so many years, he had no bloodline limit, no talent for chakra, no prestigious family background, and hadn't even set foot inside the ninja academy. Others who transmigrated either started as an Uchiha or had Senju blood, or at least could become a student of the Sannin. But him, he was just a commoner of every day. He worked odd jobs from dawn till dusk, saving for years, and finally gritted his teeth to buy this small shop that was about to go bankrupt. Tomorrow is opening day. Whether it makes money or not is up to fate. Zhang Yu threw the rag into the basin and rubbed his sore wrist. In the corner were a few jars of cheap wine, and on the bar stood a few clean cups. The sign hadn't been hung yet, and the menu was only half written. He looked at the cold emptiness of the room, feeling a weight in his heart. It wasn't grievance. It was unwillingness. Since he was here, who didn't want to make a splash? But in this world, just surviving as an ordinary person was already difficult. The Nine Tails attack, the Uchiha clan massacre, the various ninja wars. Every time, it was the ordinary people who suffered. He had no strength, so he could only suppress his ambition. Forget it, living a stable life isn't bad. Zhang Yu was about to turn off the lights when a cold voice suddenly rang in his mind. Ding. System detected. Host has acquired a fixed business location. Undead Tavern system activating. Zhang Yu's movements suddenly froze. He was rooted to the spot, stunned for several seconds. The next moment his breathing quickened. System, you're finally here. So many years. He had gone from hoping every day to thinking about it once every half month to finally giving up completely. And now, just when he was ready to settle down with a small tavern, this thing suddenly. Undead Tavern system officially bound to host Zhang Yu. This system is dedicated to creating the only undead tavern in the ninja world. The host can summon deceased souls from the Pure Land to serve as tavern employees. Summoned undead possess complete physical forms, retain their memories, personality, combat experience, and power from their respective eras. Special Rule 1, summoned undead are absolutely unable to attack the host. Special Rule 2, the host can send an undead back to the Pure Land at any time. Currently unlocked functions: attributes, shop missions, undead list. Newbie reward issued 1 free summon, 100 gold coins. A series of notifications bombarded Zhang Yu, almost making his head explode. Undead Tavern. Summon dead people from the Pure Land as employees. And they absolutely can't attack him. What kind of godly system is this? He immediately shouted in his mind, open attributes. The next second a light blue panel that only he could see appeared. Host Zhang Yu identity: undead tavern owner, strength ordinary person, gold coins 100, employees none, summons 1. The 3 words ordinary person really stung. But Zhang Yu wasn't angry at all. Before he was an ordinary person, but that might not be the case later. He opened the shop. The items inside were densely packed, but most were grayed out. Chakra fruit unlocked, Rinnegan unlocked, sage body unlocked, Mangekyo, Sharingan unlocked, Hashirama cells unlocked, tailed beast chakra unlocked, basic wine recipe 10 gold coins, common wooden cup 1 gold coin, employee uniform 5 gold coins. Zhang Yu's mouth twitched. Good heavens. The items at the front were each more outrageous than the last, and the ones at the back were each more pathetic than the previous. He only had 100 gold coins now. He couldn't buy the Rinnegan, couldn't afford the sage body, could only buy cups and uniforms. Not yet. Zhang Yu forcefully suppressed his excitement. The system gave a free summon from the start. That was the real focus. The dead in this world were too many, and the strong who had died were each more terrifying than the last. If he could really summon undead from the Pure Land as employees, then why would he still be? He could just turn this place into the strongest force in the ninja world. Zhang Yu immediately opened the undead list. Please enter search target. Zhang Yu's mind raced. Who to summon? Namikaze Minato. Fast, good personality, reliable as a waiter. Hashirama Senju. God of shinobi, invincible, honest, guarantee. Itachi Uchiha. Smart, calm, handsome. Standing behind the bar, he would attract customers naturally. Nagato. Rinnegan wielder, versatile. But he only had one chance. He had to maximize the benefit. What he needed was deterrence. Deterrence that would make the entire ninja world tremble just by hearing the name. Zhang Yu stared at the search box and slowly typed 4 characters. Uchiha Madara. Boom. The undead list instantly jumped to the target information. Target: Uchiha Madara. Status: summonable form. Option 1 or Valley of the End. Battle form description: possesses eternal Mangekyo, Sharingan, Nine Tails, summoning contract, Susanoo peak, combat experience Form Option 2 4th Shinobi World War Form Description possesses Rinnegan-related powers, would release Sage, Chakra, complete physical body, after Rinne rebirth extremely high combat prowess. Zhang Ye's heart beat faster as he read these two lines. The Valley of the End Madara was already fierce enough. He was a being who could fight Hashirama Senju to a world-shattering, but the Fourth War Madara was even more ridiculous. Rinnegan would release Sage, Art's complete body. This was moving the final boss into his own tavern. More importantly, the system stated clearly the summoned undead cannot attack the host. That meant even if Uchiha Madara was as arrogant as ever, he couldn't hurt him. Zhang Yu took a deep breath. Was there even a choice? System select the 4th Shinobi World War form of Uchiha Madara. Please confirm. This summon will consume one free summon chance. Confirm. Summoning begins. The lights in the tavern suddenly flickered. In the center of the floor, a white light emerged from nothing and rapidly expanded. Zhang Yu instinctively stepped back half a step, but quickly steadied himself. What was there to be afraid of? He was the boss now. The white light grew brighter, illuminating the tables and chairs, stretching the shadows of the wine jars on the wall. A pressure so strong it made his scalp tingle slowly spread from the white light. Zhang Ye's chest felt like a stone was pressing on it. Even though the other party hadn't appeared, yet his body instinctively tensed. This wasn't killing intent. It was more like what stood before an ordinary person was not a ninja, but a mountain. The white light suddenly contracted. A figure appeared in the center of the tavern. Crimson armor, long black hair cascading to the waist, a cold and hard face, hands hanging naturally at the sides, yet seeming ready to overturn the entire Konoha at any moment. Uchiha Madara. The real Uchiha Madara. Not a painting, not a legend, not a name in history books, but standing alive before Zhang Yu. Zhang Ye's throat moved. In this moment, he finally understood what pressure meant. Even with the system rules in place, he had to admit that an ordinary person facing a monster of this level would be lucky to keep their legs from trembling. Uchiha Madara slowly opened his eyes. His pupils were pitch black at first, then his gaze swept across the surroundings. Wooden tables, wine jars, the bar counter, a sign not yet hung on the wall. Finally his gaze fell on Zhang Yu. This is not a battlefield. His voice was low but carried the cold hardness of one long accustomed to command. Zhang Yu didn't respond. Madara looked down at his own palm, then flexed his fingers. This body. He clenched his fist. His knuckles cracked softly. Then his chakra began to circulate within his body, and his expression finally changed. No, this body is more complete than I expected. He had originally thought that Nagato had performed the Rinne rebirth technique as planned, truly resurrecting him. But now the state of this body was too clean. No cracks like impure world reincarnation. No residue of a sacrifice. No trace of being bound by a jutsu. It was even stronger than when he was near death in his prime. This didn't make sense. Madara looked up, his gaze locking onto Zhang Yu. Where's Nagato? Zhang Yu looked at him, his heart racing with excitement, but he tried to keep it. The more crucial the moment, the more he couldn't show weakness. He pulled out a chair, sat down himself, then pointed to the opposite seat. There is no Nagato here. Madara did not sit. He just looked at Zhang Yu. Not Nagato. Then who brought me back? Zhang Yu leaned back in his chair, his voice calm. I did. Madara stared at him. A few seconds later he seemed to hear something absurd. You. An ordinary man with no chakra fluctuations. A man whose body was weaker than a genin. He claimed to have brought Uchiha Madara back from death. When did the ninja world become so laughable? Madara's gaze instantly turned cold. Pointless lie. The moment the words fell, his eyes changed. A crimson, Freedomo Sharingan appeared. The moment those eyes appeared, the entire tavern seemed to fall silent. An ordinary person meeting this gaze would have their consciousness dragged into Jinjutsu in an instant. Zhang Yu met his gaze, but he did not lower his head. He did not scream. He did not go blank. He even picked up the cup on the table and poured himself a glass of water. Madara's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. The Jinjutsu did not take effect. That was impossible. Even if the opponent were a ninja, they should have. Moreover, there was not a trace of chakra in this man. Madara stepped forward. What did you do? Zhang Yu took a sip of water to calm his racing heart. Awesome. So awesome. This is Uchiha Madara's Jinjutsu. How many powerful ninjas in the ninja world dare not even look directly at the Sharingan, yet he, an ordinary man, blocked it while sitting and drinking water. The system is awesome. Zhang Yu put down the cup. I told you I brought you back. Madara did not speak immediately. His expression began to turn serious. An ordinary man who could ignore the Sharingan's Jinjutsu. That fact alone was beyond common sense. But Uchiha Madara never easily admitted his own. The three tomo spun in his eyes, and then the pattern suddenly changed. If the three tomo was just a drawn blade, then the eternal Mangekyo was a giant beast opening its eyes. Zhang Ye's fingers tightened slightly. His body tensed involuntarily. But that was all. His consciousness remained clear. The tavern was still the tavern. The table was still the table. He was not pulled into a Jinjutsu space, nor were his senses stolen. Madara's Jujutsu power seemed to collide with an invisible wall, not even a ripple. This time Uchiha Madara's face finally darkened. Not anger. It was shock. He had seen monsters like Hashirama, who could withstand anything with sheer vitality. He had seen geniuses like Tobirama who relied on flying thunder god and forbidden techniques. He had also seen the 5 Kage, the tailed beasts, and countless ninja. But he had never seen an ordinary man ignore his eyes like this. It was as if his power was erased by a higher-level rule in front of this man. Madara slowly withdrew his Jujutsu. You are not a ninja. Zhang Yu nodded. I never said I was. But you can ignore my Sharingan. To be precise, none of your attacks can harm me. Madara's gaze sharpened. Any attack. Zhang Yu spread his hands. You can try, but it's a waste of effort. The words were spoken lightly. But to Madara's ears they were more grating than provocation. Who was Uchiha Madara? The Asura who had fought his way through the Warring States period. The man who stood at the pinnacle alongside the god of shinobi Senju Hashirama. There were only a handful in the entire ninja world worthy of his direct gaze. Now an ordinary man who couldn't even dodge a kunai sitting on a broken wooden chair told him, you can't hurt me. Absurd. But the 2 failed Jinjutsu moments ago were like 2 loud slaps against his judgment. Madara did not attack again. He was not stupid. Something that could nullify the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan was not explained by simple power. He scanned the surroundings. What is this place? Zhang Yu tapped the table. The Tavern of the Departed. The Departed. Madara repeated the word. Zhang Yu's tone remained unchanged. A place where the departed return. You brought me here just to show me your tavern. Madara's voice carried danger. Zhang Yu smiled. Not to look. To work. Madara stared at him, the tavern silent for 2 seconds. Then as if he had heard the most absurd joke in the ninja world. You want me Uchiha Madara to work for you? Zhang Yu nodded. That's right. Doing what? Employee. Madara's gaze swept over the bar counter and wine jars. Selling alcohol. You can also wipe tables, serve dishes, watch the shop. If it were anyone else, saying such words in front of Uchiha Madara would probably leave not even a complete corpse. But Zhang Yu spoke it too naturally. So naturally, like a boss arranging tomorrow's work. Madara did not laugh. Instead, he became more silent. This man was either insane or possessed a confidence he couldn't understand. And the 2 failed Jinjutsu suggested the latter was more likely. Zhang Yu watched the silent Madara, his heart soaring with joy. So this is the joy of a moment ago he was a small boss worried about opening day. The next moment the Asura of the ninja world stood in his shop arranged to work as an employee. Who wouldn't be thrilled? Zhang Yu, however, was well aware that a man like Madara could not be subdued through threats. He was no fool. To make him temporarily compliant, one had to offer a sufficiently substantial bargaining chip. Zhang Yu leaned forward, fixing his gaze on Madara. Uchiha Madara, do you truly believe every aspect of your plan is under your control? Madara's eyes. What are you trying to say? I'm saying that I know what happened after your death. Madara's voice was icy. You're testing me. Zhang Yu shook his head. That won't be necessary. He pointed to himself, then to the tavern. I govern all the souls in the Pure Land. The secrets of all the deceased are no secrets to me. Madara stared at him. The Pure Land. Zhang Yu replied calmly, you can think of it as the final resting place of the departed. And I am the one who can allow the departed to leave the Pure Land. Madara did not immediately refute him. After all, he was standing here possessing a complete physical form, clear consciousness, and his own power. This in itself was the most compelling proof. But admit that Zhang Yu governed the Pure Land. Impossible. Even the sage of 6 paths might not dare to claim such a thing. Madara let out a cold laugh. Govern all the souls in the Pure Land. Do you think such words can intimidate me? Zhang Yu leaned back in his chair, his expression still composed. You can choose not to believe me. I never expected you to believe me immediately. Madara walked step by step to the table, looking down at Zhang Yu. The oppressive aura of the crimson armor was almost pressing against his face. Zhang Yu's palms were sweating, but he did not retreat. The system rules were there, he was afraid, but he could not show weakness. Especially when facing Uchiha Madara. The more you cower, the more he despises you. Zhang Yu looked up and met his gaze. Madara's voice dropped low. Since you claim to know the secrets of the dead, then tell me one. Speak one wrong word, and I will make you understand that the so-called rule of not attacking the host may not protect you for long. These words were filled with pressure. Yet Zhang Yu, upon hearing them, actually felt steadier. Because Madara was anxious. A truly indifferent person would not press. His pressing on meant he cared. Zhang Yu tapped his fingers lightly on the table. What do you want to hear? Hashirama. Madara's eyes did not move. Izuna. Madara's brow finally furrowed. That name held a different weight for him. Zhang Yu did not continue with Izuna. Some cards must not be played all at once. He shifted direction. Or do you want to hear about your so-called ultimate plan to change the ninja world? Madara's gaze turned utterly cold. You know even that. Zhang Yu did not answer. He slowly stood up. Looking at Madara, he spoke word by word. Uchiha Madara, you spent your life orchestrating, manipulating pawns, and waiting for resurrection. What you truly desired was never revenge, nor the mere domination of the ninja world. Madara's face finally lost its disdain. The lamplight in the tavern flickered slightly, casting long shadows from the crimson armor. Zhang Yu's voice was not loud, but it fell like a blade. You want to create a world without war, without pain, without losers. Madara said nothing. His silence was the most telling response. Zhang Yu continued, stepping half a pace forward. You think that is salvation. You think that as long as the plan succeeds, everyone will be happy. You think the entire ninja world will achieve true peace under your will. Madara stared at him, his eyes transforming once more into the eternal, but this time he did not cast a genjutsu. He merely fixed his gaze on Zhang Yu. Who exactly are you? Zhang Yu raised his head. I told you. The one who governs the souls of the Pure Land. Madara said coldly, I don't believe that identity. Then let me put it another way. Zhang Yu paused for a half-breath, then slowly uttered 4 words. Infinite Tsukuyami. The moment the words fell, Uchiha Madara's pupils constricted sharply. This time he did not mask it with a sneer. Because that name should never have come from an ordinary person's mouth. Infinite Tsukuyami was his true ultimate plan. The number of people who knew the full scope of this plan was pitifully small. Even Nagato was merely a pawn arranged on his chessboard. Even Obito only knew what he was supposed to do, but might not have truly understood the entire truth. And yet this man before him, sitting in a shabby tavern exuding no ninja aura whatsoever, effortlessly uttered those 4 words. Madara stared at Zhang Yu, his voice dropping to a deep low. Where did you learn this? Zhang Yu observed his reaction and felt reassured. Indeed, dealing with a man like Uchiha Madara required more than just the system's rules. He had to understand that Zhang Yu's summoning of him was no mere Zhang Yu said slowly, the moons I plan using the power of the 10 tails to reflect the moon and plunge the entire ninja world into an illusion. Madara remained silent. But the fingers hanging at his side twitched slightly. Zhang Yu continued, you want everyone to live in a dream. A dream with no war, no betrayal, no death. But the fingers hanging at his side twitched slightly. Zhang Yu continued, you want everyone to live in a dream. The tavern was so quiet that the faint crackle of the oil lamp could be heard. Uchiha Madara's expression had completely changed. Just moments ago he had only been suspicious. Now for the first time a chill rose from the depths of his heart. Not fear of power, but the sensation of having his secrets peeled away layer by layer. Of all along. Now for the first time a chill rose from the depths of his heart. Not fear of power, but the sensation of having his secrets peeled away layer by layer. Of all along. Madara said coldly, continue. Zhang Yu glanced at him. You still want to hear? Speak. Madara uttered only that single word. Zhang Yu did not hold back. You used Izanagi to rewrite the outcome of your death at the Valley of the End, fooling Hashirama and the entire ninja world. You took Hashirama's flesh and grafted it onto yourself, only awakening the Rinnegan in your later years. You did not keep the Rinnegan with you, instead you secretly transplanted it into Nagato of the Uzumaki clan. You waited for Nagato to grow, hoping that one day he would use Rinne rebirth to truly resurrect you. With each word Zhang Yu spoke, Madara's gaze grew colder, but he did not interrupt. Because Zhang Yu's words were too accurate. Accurate as if he had witnessed it all. Zhang Yu raised his hand and tapped the table. Of course you also arranged a more crucial pawn. Madara's eyes sharpened. Zhang Yu said slowly, Uchiha Obito. The moment that name was spoken, Madara's expression shifted completely. If Infinite Tsukuyami was the core plan and the Rinnegan the key to resurrection, then Uchiha Obito was the executor he had personally trained before his death. This matter should have been unknown to the ninja world. Even less should it be known by a tavern owner in Konoha. Madara suddenly stepped forward. The crimson armor thudded against the edge of the table. You even know about Obito. Zhang Yu did not step back. He even poured himself a glass of water. I know. The Battle of Canopy Bridge, his body half crushed by a boulder, and you saved him. Later he witnessed Rin die by Kakashi's hands, and he completely broke. From that moment on he became the sharpest blade in your plan. Madara's chest rose and fell slightly. He had seen too many powerhouses and had been called a monster by countless others. But at this moment for the first time he felt that this ordinary man before him was more like a monster. Not a monster in terms of power, but in knowing too much. Too much to be reasonable. So much that it was as if all the secrets of his life had been laid out on the table. Madara stared at Zhang Yu, then suddenly let out a, since you know everything you should also know that I don't like being threatened. As his words fell, the chakra within him surged violently. A terrifying force erupted from his body. The water glass on the table trembled. The liquor in the jar rippled. Zhang Yu appeared calm on the surface, but a layer of cold sweat instantly broke out on his back. Even with the system's rules protecting him, facing a being of Uchiha Madara's level made his body instinctively tense. The next second Madara's eyes fully transformed into the Rinnegan. He raised his hand, fingers slightly spread. But the moment he harbored hostility toward Zhang Yu, the surging chakra within him was forcibly suppressed by an invisible hand. Boom. The power that was about to erupt was cut off instantly. Madara's hand froze in midair. For the first time his face showed obvious shock. What's going on? Seeing this, Jean Yu almost laughed out loud. The system, truly unyielding. Madara's stance just now was clearly not mere, but the moment hostility arose his chakra was directly sealed. How could he even play this game? Jean Yu set down his glass, his tone as calm, as if reminding a guest not to touch the furniture. I told you you cannot attack me. Madara did not respond. He closed his eyes and began to sense the condition within his body. The chakra was still there. The Rinnegan was still there. His physical body was intact. But whenever he formed an intention to attack Jean Yu, all of his chakra would instantly turn into still water, completely unresponsive. It was as if an absolute command had been written into the deepest layer of this body. Madara's eyes snapped open, filled with disbelief. He lowered his hand and forcibly suppressed his murderous intent. Almost the moment he let go of his hostility, the chakra within him began to flow again. Vast, stable, without any obstruction. Madara's breath caught. He raised his hand again, and the thought of attacking Jean Yu surfaced in his mind. Once again the chakra was sealed. He let go of his hostility. He raised his hostility again. Again it was sealed. After several repetitions Madara fell silent. His power before this man was restrained by something of a higher order. Madara slowly turned his gaze to Jean Yu. This time the contempt was gone from his eyes. What exactly are you? Jean Yu did not answer directly. He leaned back in his chair, his tone unhurried. Being able to summon you from the Pure Land and prevent you from harming me is not because I am the rightful master of the Pure Land. Madara's eternal Mangekyo spun, slightly waiting for the rest. All of this is due to the Nether Tavern system that resides within me. Jean Yu slowly spoke the name. It is through this system that I can summon the souls of the dead from the Pure Land and recruit them as tavern staff. Your appearance here is the result of me using the system's summoning opportunity. Madara murmured, system. This unfamiliar term was completely beyond the understanding of the 6 paths of the ninja world. It is an independent set of extraterrestrial rules. Jean Yu explained calmly. The system has laid down an iron law: all summoned souls cannot harm me. I also have the authority to send you back to the Pure Land at any time. Madara pondered in silence. The 2 failed Genjutsu attempts earlier, the invisible barrier blocking his power, now all made sense. It was not that this ordinary man possessed power rivaling his own, but that this strange set of rules had isolated all attacks. Madara's voice was low. So the power that binds me is rooted in this system. Jean Yu set down his glass. Exactly. So you can call me the Nether Immortal. Nether Immortal. Madara repeated the title. The name was absurd, but at this moment he could not laugh. To summon the dead from the Pure Land, grant them a complete physical body, preserve their peak power, and seal chakra at the first sign of hostility. Such a restriction could no longer be explained by ordinary ninjutsu. Even the sage of 6 paths might not be able to achieve this. Madara stared at Jean Yu, his voice deep. Did my plan ultimately succeed? He finally asked what he cared about most. Infinite Tsukuyami. That was the obsession of his entire life. For this goal he had betrayed, deceived, waited, and turned himself into an empty shell driven only by the plan. He could accept his own death, but he could not refrain from asking about that outcome. Jean Yu looked at him. To be honest, he was tempted to tell Madara the truth directly. You had your heart ripped out by Heiju. You thought you were the mastermind, but you were also a pawn. You wanted to save the ninja world, but you almost unleashed saying that would be too devastating. But Jean Yu did not elaborate immediately. A man like Madara could not be too harshly provoked all at once. Otherwise, even if he couldn't attack him, he could still tear the tavern apart. Jean Yu took a sip of water from his cup, then slowly uttered 8 words. Tortuous and bizarre, eerie and unfathomable. Madara's face darkened instantly. What kind of answer is that? Jean Yu spread his hands. The most accurate summary. Madara glared at him. Success or failure? Jean Yu watched him struggle to suppress his temper, feeling a secret delight. He said calmly, the fact that you are standing here now, doesn't that speak for itself? Madara froze. The next second he finally realized what was wrong. If the plan had succeeded, if Infinite Tsukuyami had truly been completed, if he had become the one to reshape the world, then why was he in the Pure Land? And why had he been summoned by Jean Yu to this tavern? Madara looked down at his own hands. The physical body was complete. His power was also intact. But that did not mean he was alive. He had merely been summoned. Jean Yu watched his reaction and delivered the finishing blow. Uchiha Madara, you died long ago. Madara's fingers slowly clenched. After a long silence, he raised his head. So what do you want from me by summoning me, eh? A smile finally spread across Jean Yu's face. He had been waiting for this question. He pointed around the tavern. I told you, work for me, Madara. At that moment, Uchiha Madara's expression froze. He had imagined that Jean Yu might want to use his power, that he might want him to kill someone, or that he might have a grander conspiracy. But never in his wildest dreams did he expect that after going through all this, revealing Infinite Tsukuyami, the Rinnegan Izanagi Ibito, and all those secrets. The ultimate goal was to have him work in a tavern. Madara stared at Zhang Yu, his voice dropping a notch. Say that again. Zhang Yu's expression was dead serious. We open tomorrow. I'm short-staffed. You will be the first employee of this establishment. Tentative duties: mind the shop, serve drinks, wipe tables, and when necessary keep the peace. Madara was silent for a full 3 seconds. Then he slowly spoke. You want me, Uchiha Madara, to serve drinks and wipe tables? Zhang Yu nodded. Yes. And mind the shop. Correct. And keep the peace when necessary. That's your specialty. Madara's temples seemed to twitch. He had seen arrogant people in his life, but never anyone this arrogant. To make the shinobi no Shura a tavern hand. Even Hashirama Senju wouldn't dare say such a thing. Madara said coldly, do you think he'll agree? Zhang Yu smiled. You can refuse. Just as Madara was about to speak, Zhang Yu raised his hand. Perfect timing. Let me demonstrate the employee management permissions. Madara's heart skipped a beat. Before he could say another word, Zhang Yu gave the command in his mind. System repatriate Yuzhibo ban. Confirmed, repatriate employee Yuzhibo ban. In the next instant, a white light appeared beneath Ban's feet. His expression changed drastically. Because the moment the light appeared, the chakra within him went out of control again. It wasn't sealed. Instead, his entire being was pulled back by some irresistible force. Ban looked up sharply, his Rinnegan fixed on Zhang Yu. You? Before he could finish, his figure vanished directly in the center of the tavern. The white light dissipated. The spot was empty. Zhang Yu stared at the vacant floor, unable to suppress a long sigh of relief. Refreshing. Utterly. So this is the boss privilege. No matter how powerful Yuzhibo ban was. Say repatriate, and he's repatriated. No room for negotiation at all. Yet he hadn't actually intended to throw Ban back into the Pure Land. After all, the first employee he had summoned with difficulty should be put to use. Zhang Yu waited for 2 seconds, then said inwardly, System recall, Yuzhibo ban. Confirmed, recall employee Yuzhibo ban. The white light shone again. Yuzhibo ban's figure reappeared in the center of the tavern. He was still clad in that crimson armor with black hair hanging loose, but his expression was 10 times more unpleasant than before. In that brief moment, he had truly returned to the Pure Land. Though the time was short, the sensation was unmistakable. Emptiness. Silence. No physical body. No breath. Only the inescapable stillness of the abode of the dead. Then with a single thought, Zhang Yu pulled him back. Ban's gaze toward Zhang Yu had completely changed. If before he had trusted only 3/10, now he trusted at least 7/10. This man truly held the authority to send him back to the Pure Land and bring him out again. Ban said in a deep voice, Is this what you call your privilege? Zhang Yu nodded. That's right. I can summon you, and I can repatriate you at any time. You can retain your power move, think, but there is one rule that will never. He looked at Ban, his voice calm. You cannot attack me, nor can you go against the basic arrangements of the tavern. Ban said coldly, What if I refuse to work? Zhang Yu thought for a moment. Then just be a decoration. After all, you standing in the shop is quite intimidating. Ban. He suddenly felt that his emergence from the Pure Land might not be a resurrection, but rather falling into another, even more absurd pit. Yet as it happened, he had no room to resist now. He couldn't attack Zhang Yu. Whether he could escape the tavern remained to be seen. Even if he did escape, Zhang Yu could send him back to the Pure Land with a single thought. This feeling of having his life and death, his comings and goings held in someone else's hands was something Ban disliked intensely. Disliked it very much. But he had lived long enough not to be a fool who only knew rage. Since he couldn't resist, he would stay for now. Observe this man. Observe this so-called tavern of the dead. Observe the current shinobi world. Perhaps he would eventually find the answers. Ban withdrew his gaze and said coldly, I can stay temporarily. Zhang Yu raised an eyebrow. Work? Ban looked at him. Temporarily. Zhang Yu smiled. All right, temporarily it is. We open tomorrow. Get used to it first. Ban swept his eyes over the table's chairs and wine jars, his voice stiff. I want served drinks. You can learn. I want wipe tables. That's even simpler. I want Greek customers. Zhang Yu pointed at his face. With you standing there, customers probably won't dare ask you to greet them. Ban snorted coldly, turned, and walked to a corner to sit down. He didn't want to continue discussing the matters of serving drinks and wiping tables with Zhang Yu. That was simply an insult to his life as Yuzhibo Ban. Seeing that Ban had finally settled down, Zhang Yu felt immensely pleased. First employee in place. And it was Yuzhibo Ban. Even if not a single customer came to the little tavern tomorrow, he would feel it was worth it. Late into the night, Zhang Yu briefly tidied up the room on the second floor. Ban didn't need sleep to exist, but now that he had a complete physical body, rest was certainly possible. Zhang Yu pointed to the inner room on the second floor. That one's for you. Ban stood at the top of the stairs, frowning slightly. I don't need it. Zhang Yu yawned. Need it or not, the room is there anyway. Ban watched Zhang Yu's casual, matter-of-fact attitude and eventually walked up. He was indeed unaccustomed to this environment. No battlefield. No slaughter. No chess game to calculate at every moment. Not even any plan that needed immediate execution. The room was very small. A bed, a wooden table, a window. Spartan beyond measure. But when Ban sat on the edge of the bed, he suddenly found himself at a loss as to what to do. For the past few decades, everything about him had revolved around the plan. While alive, he awaited the Rinnegan. On the brink of death, he arranged for Daito. After death, he waited. His spirit had been perpetually taut. Even in the Pure Land, it felt as if a thread was pulling him. But now Zhang Yu told him that he was already dead. The outcome of the plan was also twisted and bizarre, unpredictable. Most importantly, he could do nothing for the time being. Ban leaned against the wall and closed. Originally, he had only intended to organize his thoughts. But he didn't know how long passed before he actually fell asleep. This sleep had no battlefield. No Zujian's wooden golem. No scene of Quan Nai falling. No moon. No infinite Tsukuyami. Only a rare quietness. The next morning, Zhang Yu got up to make breakfast. He wasn't much of a chef, but after years of living alone, he could still cook porridge, fry eggs, and grill rice balls. The kitchen soon filled with steam. When Ban came down from upstairs, his footsteps paused. He had slept very deeply last night. So deeply it felt unreal. As a man who had emerged from the Warring States period, he had long been accustomed to waking at any time, fighting at any time, and facing death at any time. Yet last night he had slept without a single dream. This feeling was so unfamiliar to him it was absurd. Zhang Yu came out with a bowl of porridge, saw Ban standing at the stairway, and said casually, "Awake. Eat." Ban frowned. "I don't need to eat." Zhang Yu placed the bowl on the table. "You have a physical body now. Eat or not, it's up to you." Ban wanted to refuse, but the aroma of hot porridge drifted over. He was silent for a moment, then sat down anyway. Zhang Yu brought out rice balls and fried eggs, pushing them in front of him. "We open today. Eat up." Ban picked up the chopsticks, his movements somewhat unfamiliar. He took a sip of the porridge. Very ordinary. No special flavor, but as the warmth flowed down his throat into his stomach, his brow slowly relaxed. Zhang Yu looked at him. "How is it?" Ban said flatly, "Average." Zhang Yu smiled. "Getting an average from you is already a compliment." Ban didn't retort. He ate his breakfast slowly, suddenly feeling that this kind of life was both absurd and tranquil. Zhang Yu smiled. "Getting an average from you is already a compliment." Ban didn't retort. He ate his breakfast slowly, suddenly feeling that this kind of life was both absurd and... But now he sat in a remote little tavern in my drinking a bowl of ordinary hot porridge. No one was hunting him. No one needed his scheming. No one was forcing him to save the world. A thought suddenly crossed his mind. Perhaps setting aside that plan for now wouldn't be so bad. After all, he had already died once. After all, Zhang Yu didn't ask him to do anything immediately. After all, no matter how rotten the ninja world was, it wouldn't change in just a few days. Madara set down his bowl and gazed at the desolate little street outside the window. "Is this what you call your new life?" Zhang Yu took a bite of his rice ball. "For now, you're not planning to conquer the ninja world." "No, nor do you intend to use me to destroy the 5 great shinobi villages." "I run a tavern. Why would I destroy them?" Madara fell silent for a moment. The answer was too ordinary. Too ordinary for him to even know how to respond. Zhang Yu finished the last sip of his porridge, stood up, and clapped his hands. "All right, time to open for business." He removed the door panels and hung up the sign he had written the night before. "The Undead Tavern." For characters, not particularly elegant, but striking. Zhang Yu stood at the entrance, looked it over twice, and nodded with satisfaction. From today onward, this establishment is officially open. Madara stood by the bar, arms crossed, his expression cold. He had been curious to see what was so special about Zhang Yu's so-called Undead Tavern. But a whole morning passed. Not a single soul appeared. Occasionally, 2 passers-by glanced at the sign from a distance, then quickened their pace and hurried away. Noon came and went. Still no one. As the afternoon sun slanted down, the street grew even more desolate. The 6 tables inside the tavern were spotless, showing no trace of use. Zhang Yu sat behind the counter, even beginning to doze off. Madara's expression grew increasingly grim. Uchiha Madara had been standing here for most of the day, and not a single person had entered. Even if they didn't recognize him, wouldn't anyone at least glance at the shop? This kind of neglect infuriated him more than being besieged on the battlefield. Madara couldn't help but speak. "Is your tavern always this desolate?" Zhang Yu opened his eyes. "It's the first day. So, the location is out of the way. It's normal to have no customers." Madara looked at the nearly empty street outside, a vein throbbing on his forehead. "If it's such a poor location, why open here?" Zhang Yu spread his hands. "It's cheap." Madara stared at him, as if looking at an utterly incomprehensible being. "You possess the power to summon the dead, yet you open a tavern in a place like this." "I'm broke." Madara took a deep breath. He suddenly felt that his assessment of this so-called undead immortal needed to be revised. This man wielded an absurd authority, but he was poor, and he was poor with shameless honesty. Time passed slowly. By evening, the tavern still had no visitors. Madara finally lost his patience. "At this rate, your shop will never have any customers." Zhang Yu said lazily. "No customers is fine too." Peaceful. Madara said coldly. You open a shop, but don't care about customers. Just a facade. Facade. Zhang Yu pointed inside the tavern. What really matters is the undead tavern itself, not selling a few drinks or making money. Madara didn't reply immediately. He understood what Zhang Yu meant, of course. The true value of this tavern lay in summoning the dead. But he was still annoyed. Very annoyed. Uchiha Madara had always been the center of attention wherever he stood. In the Warring States era, the clans feared him. At the Valley of the End, the entire ninja world trembled because of him. Even after death, his name could make later generations pale. Now he stood in a tavern as a hired employee, yet not even a passerby would step inside. What was this? Madara's chakra began to surge involuntarily. He looked outside, his tone icy. Since no one comes, we'll make them have no choice but to come. Zhang Yu snapped awake the moment he heard that. What do you plan to do? Madara raised his eyes, the Rinnegan gleaming with danger. If I activate Susanoo, the entire Konoha will see this place. Then people will come. Zhang Yu's mouth twitched. Good grief. No customers on opening day, so he'd just use a full-bodied Susanoo as an advertisement. The advertising cost would be saved. But Konoha would probably lose half a street. Zhang Yu quickly waved his hand. Stop. Madara frowned. Are you afraid of Konoha? Not afraid. Zhang Yu pointed at the tables and chairs, then at the wine jars on the wall. If you unleash Susanoo, what about my shop? Madara said coldly. I can control my power. Zhang Yu gave a dry laugh. Your standard of control might differ from a normal person's. Madara fell silent. Zhang Yu walked up to him and said seriously, remember, this tavern is just a front for the outside world. The number of customers doesn't matter. How much money we make doesn't matter either. What truly matters is the system mission, the summoning count, and whether we can bring out more souls in the future. When Madara heard the words, more souls, a flicker of emotion crossed his eyes. Seeing his reaction, Zhang Yu immediately pressed on. For example, haven't you always wanted to see Hashirama? Madara's face stiffened. Who said I want to see him? Zhang Yu looked at him. Madara's expression remained cold. I just want to confirm his state in the Pure Land. Zhang Yu nodded. I get it. Rival. Madara said coldly, and friend. After saying that, even he paused for a moment. Zhang Yu smiled, but didn't call him out. In truth, he had noticed it since last night. Uchiha Madara talked tough, but when he mentioned Senju Hashirama, his attitude clearly softened. He was the only opponent Madara had ever truly acknowledged, and the most complicated person in his heart. Now that he had time to spare, it wasn't surprising that he wanted to see Hashirama. Just as Zhang Yu was about to speak, the system notification rang in his mind. Ding. Opening mission completed. Mission rewards summoning, count 1 gold coins 1,000. Zhang Yu froze for a second. The next moment his eyes lit up. Here it was. A new summoning count, plus 1,000 gold coins. This reward was like a lifeline to him in his current situation. Madara noticed the change in his expression. What happened? Zhang Yu didn't hide it. The opening mission is complete. The rewards have arrived. Madara immediately caught the key point. Summoning count. Zhang Yu grinned. 1. Madara's eyes sharpened instantly. He didn't urge him verbally, but the meaning was clear. Zhang Yu looked at him, pretending to be calm, and almost couldn't hold back his laughter. The great Uchiha Madara, who had just wanted to use Susanoo to promote the tavern, was now completely rejuvenated at the prospect of summoning Hashirama. Zhang Yu didn't delay. After all, the next employee would be summoned sooner or later. Senju Hashirama, the god of shinobi. Strong, easygoing, and Madara's rival and friend. Once he was summoned, this tavern would truly come alive. Zhang Yu opened the soul list in his mind. Please enter your search target. He glanced at Uchiha Madara. Madara stood by the bar, still expressionless, but his fingers had tightened slightly. Zhang Yu looked away and typed 4 characters into the Senju Hashirama. The system interface quickly displayed the target's information. Zhang Yu didn't hesitate. System confirms summoning Senju Hashirama. A blinding white light exploded from the center of the tavern. In that instant, the entire small tavern was illuminated brilliantly. The tables, the bar, the wine jars on the walls, even Uchiha Madara's crimson armor, were all bathed in a dazzling white glow. Zhang Yu squinted involuntarily. Even though he had witnessed the summoning of Uchiha Madara once before, his heart still raced this time. Because the one about to emerge was Senju Hashirama, the god of shinobi. The man who truly stood at the apex of the ninja world, capable of clashing with Madara until heaven and earth were torn asunder. Because the one about to emerge was Senju Hashirama, the god of shinobi. The man who truly stood at the apex of the ninja world, capable of clashing with Madara. When Madara appeared, it was like a black mountain pressing down overhead. Cold, perilous, domineering, making it hard to breathe. This aura, however, resembled an endless forest. Calm, vast, so exuberant that one could believe even if a foot were planted on barren death ground, towering trees would sprout forth. Uchiha Madara stood by the bar, arms crossed, his usual cold demeanor finally cracking. His eyes were fixed on the center of the white light. His fingers tightened silently. Zhang Yu witnessed this and could barely suppress a smile. still putting on airs. Wasn't he just saying he didn't want to see him? Now his eyes were practically glued to the spot. The white light contracted. A tall figure appeared in the center of the tavern, clad in red Warring States armor with long black hair, a resolute face, and an innate reassuring warmth between his brows. He slowly opened his eye. First came bewilderment. Then he took in his surroundings. Wooden tables, wine jars, a bar, and Uchiha Madara standing beside it. Senju Hashirama froze completely. Uchiha Madara froze as well. The two stared at each other across the tavern, the white light still dissipating for a full In the next moment, two voices rang out almost simultaneously. Madara. Hashirama. A brief pause. Then, as if driven by instinct ingrained in their bones, they repeated. Madara. Hashirama. The voices fell, and the tavern fell silent. Zhang Yu, sitting nearby, nearly spat out his drink. There it was. Truly there. Hearing this classic, almost coded mutual call in person was a completely different experience from witnessing it in memories. Especially with these two. One the shinobi of the six paths, the other the god of shinobi, meeting not with combat, but with a strangely synchronized shouting of each other's names. The scene was staggering. The shock on Hashirama's face had not yet faded. He looked down at his hands, then at his body, his eyes growing increasingly puzzled. Wasn't I already dead? Then he abruptly looked up at Madara. Madara, what is this? Did you do this again? Uchiha Madara's face darkened. You wake up and immediately assume it's me. Hashirama frowned, his tone not accusatory, but filled with familiar resignation. Madara, I know you have your own thoughts, and I know you've been disappointed with the shinobi world. But whatever you're planning, at least tell me. We can talk about it. Don't always go brooding alone. A vein pulsed on Madara's forehead. Zhang Yu almost laughed out loud. That was Hashirama indeed. Freshly pulled from the Pure Land, his first reaction was not anger or violence, but a desire to counsel Uchiha Madara. The dynamic between them was truly etched into their very souls. Madara cut him off coldly. Shut up, Hashirama. Hashirama blinked. Madara stared at him, his tone hard. This time it wasn't me. Hashirama blinked again. Not you. Madara pointed toward Zhang Yu. It was him. Hashirama finally turned to look at Zhang Yu. All his attention had been on Madara. He hadn't noticed a third person in the tavern. Zhang Yu sat at a table dressed plainly with no chakra fluctuations, a mere civilian from Konoha. Yet this ordinary man sat before two legendary figures, his demeanor more natural than anyone else's. Hashirama's expression turned serious. Anyone, Madara pointed out, was certainly no ordinary person. And you are? Zhang Yu waved his hand with a smile. Zhang Yu, the owner of this Spirit Tavern. Spirit Tavern. Hashirama was even more confused. Uchiha Madara took a deep breath. His expression was that of someone forced to recount the most unpleasant memory from the previous night. Sit down. Hashirama glanced at him, then at Zhang Yu. Oh. He obediently sat down. Madara stood by the table, his face cold, and began to explain. Starting with the Spirit Tavern. He spoke of Zhang Yu's ability to summon the dead from the Pure Land, of the system's rules, of how the summoned spirits possessed complete bodies retaining their memories and power from life. Then that they could not attack Zhang Yu, and that Zhang Yu could send them back to the Pure Land at any time. Finally, he mentioned that Uchiha Madara was now the tavern's first. His duties included minding the shop, serving drinks, wiping tables, and when necessary keeping the peace. At first Hashirama listened with a grave expression. He was shocked at the mention of summoning from the Pure Land. Upon hearing about the complete body, he lowered his head, clenched his fist, and carefully sensed the chakra and physical state within him. When he learned that attacking Zhang Yu was forbidden, his gaze toward Zhang Yu grew more respectful. But when he heard that Uchiha Madara had become a tavern employee responsible for serving drinks and wiping tables, his composure shattered completely. Hashirama quickly covered his mouth. Uchiha Madara's face darkened instantly. What are you laughing at? Hashirama waved his hand. Nothing, I wasn't. You were laughing. Really, I wasn't. Hashirama. Alright, I just didn't expect. Hashirama looked at Madara's icy, murderous expression, struggling to suppress his laughter, but his shoulders still trembled. That you would actually serve drinks. Madara said coldly, I don't. Hashirama nodded. Then wipe tables. Not that either. Greet customers. Shut up. Hashirama finally burst into hearty laughter. His laughter was so cheerful that it swept away all the oppressive atmosphere of legendary figures reuniting in the small tavern. Zhang Yu watched this scene, thinking only two words. Worth it. Absolutely worth it. Spending one summoning slot to bring out Senju Hashirama not only added a top-tier combatant to the tavern, but also poked a hole in Uchiha Madara's illusion. Madara's face grew darker as Hashirama laughed. Are you still listening? Hashirama immediately sat up straight. Of course I'm listening. Madara snorted and continued. This explanation lasted half an hour. Hashirama did not interject with jokes. He listened intently. When he learned that they were both now spirits summoned from the Pure Land to the living world, he fell silent for a long time. When he heard they would have to work in the tavern for the time being, his expression turned subtle. When he learned that Zhang Yu could send them back at any time, his face showed no anger, only a sense of relief. After Madara finished, the tavern fell silent. Hashirama slowly stood up, faced Zhang Yu, and bowed solemnly. Owner Zhang Yu, my apologies. Zhang Yu was taken aback. What are you apologizing for? Hashirama raised his head, his expression earnest. I misunderstood the situation. I thought this was another dangerous scheme of Madara's. Now I see that you brought us back from the Pure Land to this world. Although I am not yet clear about the impact this event will bring, being able to regain a physical body and see this world again is already a great kindness. With that, he cast another glance at Ban. Besides, Ban does have a rather irritable temperament. Uchiha Ban's gaze turned icy. Hashirama, as if he had not heard, continued to speak on his behalf. He speaks bluntly, and his face is cold, but he is not an unreasonable. Many times it's just that his way of expression is a bit problematic. If he offended you last night, please don't take it too much to heart. Zhang Yu watched Hashirama earnestly defending Ban, then looked at Ban's increasingly dark expression, and finally could not help but laugh. Don't worry, I'm not holding it against him. After all, I'm the boss now, and my heart is quite broad. Ban shot him a cold glare. Hashirama, however, was delighted. That's good. He then turned to Ban, his tone suddenly lightening. Ban, I never imagined we would work together after death. Doesn't this count as another form of fighting side by side? Ban remained expressionless. I haven't acknowledged it. Hashirama stroked his chin. But since we're both working under the boss, how about you change your surname to Chinsho? The tavern fell silent for a moment. Zhang Yu slowly raised his head. But since we're both working under the boss, how about you change your surname to Chinsho? The tavern fell silent for a moment. Zhang Yu slowly raised his head. You see, when we founded Konoha, wasn't our philosophy to let go of grudges. Now that the Uchiha and the Senju are both in the past, changing your surname shouldn't be a big deal, right? Ban stepped forward, his voice cold as a blade. Uchiha Ban will always bear the name Uchiha. Hashirama scratched his head. Don't be so agitated, I was just casually mentioning it. Ban stepped forward, his voice cold as a blade. Uchiha Ban will always bear the name Uchiha. Hashirama scratched his head. Don't be so agitated, Hashirama. The two bickered back and forth. One moment they were the god of shinobi, and the shinobi no Shura, the next they squabbled like two child. Zhang Yu watched with a headache. If they kept arguing like this before any customers even arrived, the tavern would be torn down by the voices of these two legends. He raised his hand and tapped the table. Enough. His voice was not loud, but Hashirama and Ban stopped at the same time. Zhang Yu looked at them with a smile and said, I have to say, aren't you two a bit too intimate? Both were taken aback. Zhang Yu spread his hands. You called out to each other so familiarly the moment you met. One speaks up for the other mouths disdain, but keeps staring at him. And now you're even talking about changing surnames. Are you two really just sworn rivals and dear friends? Hashirama's face turned red instantly. Boss Zhang Yu, you misunderstand. Ban's expression also stiffened noticeably, and even the tips of his ears flushed slightly. How boring. Zhang Yu was inwardly howling with laughter at their reactions. The two pinnacle powerhouses of the shinobi world. One the god of shinobi, the other the shinobi no Shura. Both had their defenses shattered by a single remark. If the rest of the shinobi world witnessed this scene, they would probably question their very existence. Hashirama hastily explained. Ban and I have known each other since childhood, but later we took different paths and ended up that way. Our differences were about ideals, paths, and the peace of the shinobi world. It's not what you think. Zhang Yu nodded. I understand. A soulmate-level disagreement. Hashirama. Ban said coldly, say one more boring word like that, and I'm leaving. Zhang Yu raised an eyebrow. Going out to recruit customers. Ban fell silent. Hashirama glanced at Ban, then at Zhang Yu, and asked softly, what does recruit customers mean? Zhang Yu stood up and clapped his hands. Perfect timing, let's talk business. Since you two are now employees of the Spirit Tavern, you must obey the tavern rule. He pointed at the tables and chairs. First, no fighting inside the tavern. Second, don't scare away customers. Third, you must cooperate with the boss assignments. Fourth, no large-scale ninjutsu in Konoha, especially Susanoo, in wood style. Hashirama nodded repeatedly. Hashirama's expression stiffened. Ban remained expressionless as if already numb. Zhang Yu looked at Hashirama. Hashirama's expression stiffened. Ban remained expressionless as if already numb. Zhang Yu looked at Hashirama. The daily routine is simple: greet customers, serve drinks, wipe tables, and maintain order in the tavern. Hashirama's mouth twitched. I have to serve drinks and wipe tables too. Zhang Yu stated matter-of-factly, of course. If Ban has to do it, why should you be exempt? Hashirama glanced at Ban. Ban sneered. The god of shinobi, accept reality. Hashirama's spirit visibly deflated. He crouched in the corner, his silhouette like a giant mushroom soaked in rain. I never thought I'd have to work after death. Zhang Yu watched his familiar dejected posture and nearly laughed out loud again. Ban, on the other hand, seemed much more cheerful. Indeed, as long as Hashirama shared in the suffering, he could accept it more readily. After settling the two, Zhang Yu opened the system interface. A pale blue panel appeared. Host Zhang Yu, Identity, Spirit, Tavern Owner, Strength, Ordinary, Human, Gold Coins, 1100 Employees, Uchiha Ban Shinsho, Jujian Summon Count 0, Current Mission refreshed. Zhang Yu's gaze immediately fell on the mission column. Daily Mission: Recruit Customers. Mission Requirement: Proactively recruit at least 5 customers into the tavern for consumption each day. Mission Reward: Gold Coins settled based on the number of customers and total consumption. Zhang Yu's eyes lit up. A daily gold coin mission for recruiting customers. This was the real key to keeping the tavern running. Relying solely on the 1,000 gold coins from the opening mission would eventually deplete the reserves. With daily missions, the tavern had a stable source of income. Zhang Yu then opened the shop. This time the shop interface looked much more pleasing. Rows of items were neatly arranged. Basic alcohol recipe: 10 gold coins regular beer, 10 gold coins bottle special liquor, 20 gold coins bottle, employee uniform, 5 gold coins common wooden cup, 1 gold coin. Scrolling further down there were items that made one's mouth water. Wood style: Kekiai Genkai locked, Sage Body locked, Mangekyo Sharingan locked, Rinnegan locked, Flying Thunder God Technique locked, Impure World Reincarnation locked, 8 Gates Released Formation locked, Tailed Beast Chakra locked. Zhang Yu grew more excited the more he saw. Good stuff. All good stuff. Wood style: Sage Body, Mangekyo Rinnegan. Any one of these taken out would have the entire shinobi world scrambling for it. Unfortunately, they were all grayed out. Not only were the prices invisible, but the unlocking conditions were also unknown. Zhang Yu stared at those gray items for a long time with only one thought in his mind. Earn money. He must earn money. As long as there were enough gold coins, this undead tavern would be far more than just a tavern. Standing to the side, Madara and Hashirama could not see the system interface. They could only watch Zhang Yu's expression shift continuously. Hashirama asked curiously, "Boss, what are you looking at?" Zhang Yu did not lift his head. "The shop. What's inside?" "Drinks, cups, uniforms, and some things that would even tempt you to." Madara's eyes flickered. "Such as?" Zhang Yu glanced at him. "Rinnegan." Madara paused for a moment. Hashirama was also stunned. Zhang Yu added another sentence. "Also Sage Body would release and Mangekyo Sharingan." Hashirama sucked in a breath. "You can buy things like that." Zhang Yu smiled. "Probably in the future." Madara stared at him, his gaze turning deep once more. If last night he had thought Zhang Yu merely possessed the special power to summon the dead, now he had to reassess the value of this tavern. It could summon the departed. It could prevent the dead from attacking the host. It could even exchange so-called gold coins for bloodline limit sage arts and dojutsu. This was beyond any power system the ninja world had ever explained. Zhang Yu ignored their shock. He tapped his finger and placed an order directly. Purchase 100 bottles of ordinary beer, consuming 1,000 gold coin. Purchase 5 bottles of special liquor, consuming 100 gold coins. Current gold coins 0. The next second a soft sound came from the cellar. Bottles of neatly packaged beer appeared out of thin air, stacked in orderly rows on the wooden shelves. Beside them were 5 bottles of special liquor with translucent bodies, clearly a grade above the rough, cheap drinks of the ninja world. Zhang Yu quickly strode into the cellar, saw the full shelf of drinks, and felt his spirits lift. Now this was more like it. The cheap liquor in the corner before could barely fool ordinary drunkards. But now it was different. Beer, liquor, a unique offering in the ninja world. The ninja in Konoha were used to sake and unrefined spirits. Oh, when had they ever tasted this texture? As long as someone came in for a sip, he was sure they would stay. Zhang Yu picked up a bottle of beer and turned to look at Madara and Hashirama. "See this? From today on, our undead tavern has signature drinks. In the entire ninja world, only here can you taste them." Hashirama came over to look, full of curiosity. "This drink has such a special color." Madara glanced at it, his tone indifferent. "Relying on drinks to attract customers." Zhang Yu smiled. "Drinks are just the beginning. The real draw is the two of you." Hashirama's heart skipped a beat. "Boss, you don't mean you want us to perform ninjutsu? You're overthinking it." Zhang Yu put the bottle back on the shelf and turned to point at the door. "Now you two go to the entrance and greet the customers." Hashirama stiffened. "Greet customers?" Zhang Yu nodded. "Daily task, at least bring in 5 customers to order. You're the servers, so this is your job." Hashirama's expression turned awkward little by little. Who was he? Hashirama Senju, former founder of Konoha, a man hailed by later generations as the god of shinobi. Once clan leaders greeted him with reverence, and the daimyo of the 5 great nations dared not treat his name lightly. Now he was supposed to stand at the door and solicit customers. Hashirama raised a hand to scratch the back of his head, forcing a strained smile. "Boss, isn't this a bit?" Zhang Yu looked at him. "A bit what?" Hashirama said quietly, "A bit embarrassing." But Madara directly strode toward the door. "Let's go." Hashirama was startled. Madara did not look back. "It's just inviting customers." Hashirama froze. He had thought that Madara with his pride would be the first to refuse. Yet Madara agreed more readily than anyone. Zhang Yu was also a little surprised. Madara reached the door, turned back, and gave Hashirama a cold glance. How long are you going to crouch in front of the boss? Hashirama's face fell. I just haven't prepared myself yet. The god of shinobi is afraid to welcome guests. It's not a matter of fear. Then it's about not being able to afford the shame. Madara, don't provoke me. I'm just stating facts. Hashirama took a deep breath and finally stood up. Fine. He walked to the door and stood shoulder to shoulder with Madara outside the tavern. The setting sun slanted down the quiet street, had few passers-by. Zhang Yu watched from inside the shop, feeling immensely satisfied. Who would have thought? Madara, Uchiha, and Hashirama Senju standing at the entrance of a small Konoha tavern to welcome guests. If this ever got out, the entire ninja world would explode. Hashirama tried to adjust his expression. A passerby passed in the distance. He opened his mouth, but couldn't call out for a long time. Madara glanced at him. Aren't you good with people? Hashirama said quietly, that's different. How is it different? Before it was about forming alliances, talking about the village, about peace. Now it's about calling people in for a drink. Madara snorted. In essence, it's the same, getting people to come in. Hashirama thought about it seriously and actually found some logic in that. Just then, two figures appeared at the street corner, walking side by side. One had silver hair, his headband tilted to cover his left eye, a book in hand, his gait as lazy as if he were about to be late. The other had thick eyebrows and wore green, emanating a hot-blooded aura, walking with exaggerated energy. They were Kakashi Hatake and Might Guy. Kakashi had only casually glanced at the street, but the next second he stopped dead in his tracks. His gaze landed on the tall figure at the tavern entrance. Red armor, long black hair, broad kind face, and that indescribable sense of familiarity. Kakashi stood frozen. That face. He had seen it somewhere before. Not a living person. A portrait. On the Hokage rock. A name that countless ninjas spoke of as legend in Konoha's history. The first Hokage. Hashirama Senju. Kakashi's pupils constricted sharply, and the book in his hand nearly slipped. Impossible. The first Hokage had died long ago. How could he be standing at the entrance of a small tavern? And the man beside him with long hair and red armor exuded an immensely unsettling aura. Just from a distance, a chill ran down his spine. Kakashi frowned deeply, his shock and suspicion growing. Kakashi. Might Guy hadn't looked closely at the people at the tavern entrance. He only noticed that Kakashi had suddenly stopped. Following Kakashi's gaze, he immediately showed a look of understanding. I see. Kakashi hadn't recovered yet. What do you see? Guy slapped him on the shoulder and laughed heartily. Youth is about relaxing once in a while. Kakashi, I never thought you'd be in the mood for a drink. In that case, today's on me. Kakashi's eye twitched. Wait, Guy, I'm not. Before he could finish, Might Guy was already pumped up. He gave Kakashi no chance to explain, grabbed his arm, and energetically dragged him toward the undead tavern. By the time Might Guy pulled Kakashi to the tavern entrance, Hashirama Senju's smile hadn't even settled properly. He had tried. He really had tried. Making a prodigy stand at the door and smile to welcome guests was already absurd in itself. A faint smile tugged at the corner of Hashirama's mouth. His smile was as stiff as if it had been forced by hand. Beside him, Madara Uchiha was even more exaggerated. He stood with arms crossed, his crimson armor radiating an oppressive aura under the sunset with not a trace of the warmth a waiter should have. Zhang Yu had just told him to smile. So Madara did smile. But in Kakashi's eyes, that smile was no different from an enemy on the battlefield glimpsing the king of hell. Zhang Yu had just told him to smile. So Madara did smile. But in Kakashi's eyes, that smile was no different from an enemy on the battlefield. Madara stared coldly at the two. Get in. Kakashi said. Might Guy, however, sensed nothing amiss, giving a thumbs up and flashing his teeth. What spirited hospitality. This is the service attitude of youth. Kakashi's eye twitched slightly. Was this called service attitude? It was clearly like being executed upon entering. Especially the red-armored, long-haired man. Just standing there made the chakra inside him instinctive, and the man beside him who was smiling so hard. Too familiar. Really too familiar. But Kakashi dared not think in that direction for the moment. What kind of joke was this? How could someone like that be standing at the door of a remote tavern to welcome guests? Zhang Yu, seeing the two enter, was overjoyed inside. On the first day of business, the first real paying customers were Kakashi Hatake and Might Guy. One was the future 6th Hokage, the other the Konoha's blue beast. Wasn't this a great start? He immediately stepped out from behind the counter smiling. Please have a seat inside. Today is our grand opening. Drinks on the house. Wasn't this a great start? He immediately stepped out from behind the counter smiling. Please have a seat inside. Today is our grand opening. Drinks on the house. Specialty liquor not for sale for now. Kakashi glanced at the menu, and his eyelid twitched. 200 ryo per bottle. Might Guy stroked his chin deep in thought. The price is not low. Zhang Yu remained calm. Our specialty drinks are unique in all of Konoha. Hashirama nodded in agreement beside him. Indeed unique. Madara said flatly, drink it or don't. Hashirama quickly nudged him with his elbow, lowering his voice. Madara, the boss, said we can't scare off the customers. Madara snorted and turned away. Kakashi watched them, the chill in his heart growing heavier. The interaction between the two also felt familiar. But my guy was already fired up. 200 Ryo it is. Youth is about daring to try. Kakashi immediately stopped him. Guy, just buy 2 bottles for now. He just wanted to leave as soon as possible. This shop was off. Zhang Ye's smile grew brighter. Alright, 2 beers, 400 Ryo. He turned and fetched 2 bottles from the cellar, placing them on the table. The transparent bottle, pale golden liquid and fine bubbles rising slowly. My guy's eyes lit up. Oh, this drink looks really special. Kakashi, however, had no interest in tasting. He picked up the 2 bottles, and stood up. Boss, we have a mission. We'll come again another time. Zhang Yu felt a little regret, but nodded with a smile. Take care, welcome back anytime. Hashirama once again put on a strained smile. Welcome back next time. Madara watched them. Take care. Kakashi quickened his pace. My guy still turned back, reluctantly waving. Boss, next time he'll come back with the passion of youth. The two walked out of the tavern and along the street for a dozen paces before Kakashi stopped. He glanced back at the sign of the Spirit Tavern, lowering his voice. Guy, don't you think those 2 waiters look familiar? Guy was taken aback. Familiar? Yes. Kakashi frowned. Especially the one with the stiff smile. Guy stroked his chin for a long time, then finally clapped his. I remember. Kakashi's heart tightened. You recognized him too? Guy said seriously, he has the youthful charm. Kakashi fell silent. He shouldn't have expected Guy to be reliable on such details. Kakashi looked up at the distant Hokage rock. Under the sunset, the first face on the Hokage rock came clearly into his view. Broad brows and eyes. A resolute profile. Comparing it with the red-armored man's face from earlier. Kakashi's pupils contracted sharply. The beer bottle nearly slipped from his hand. The first Hokage. Hashirama Senju. That man was almost identical to the first Hokage on the Hokage rock. No, not almost. It was the same face. Kakashi's breath caught for a moment. In his mind, the image of another red-armored, long-haired man surfaced. That oppressive aura, that cold, hard gaze. The face that had appeared in Konoha's historical records. Madara Uchiha. Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha working as waiters at a small tavern. This was more absurd than the Nine Tails suddenly coming to buy 3-colored dango. Kakashi's back went cold instantly. He had seen too many bizarre missions and dangerous enemies, but this completely defied common sense. 2 legendary figures who should have died long ago were actually appearing in Konoha. And they were wearing Warring State's armor, greeting guests at a newly opened tavern. This was absolutely abnormal. Guy, seeing his expression, finally became serious. Kakashi, what's wrong? Kakashi shoved the 2 beer bottles into Guy's hands, his tone heavy. Guy, I'm going to see the 3rd Hokage. Now. Kakashi gave one last look at the Spirit Tavern, then, with a flick of his feet, his figure vanished from the spot. Inside the tavern, Hashirama watched the direction Kakashi had left, his smile slowly fading. Boss, that silver-haired ninja just now seemed to recognize. Madara sat back by the counter, his tone flat. Not seemed. He recognized us. Hashirama gave a wry smile. If this continues, our identities will eventually be Madara looked at Zhang Yu. If Konoha learns of our presence, there will be no shortage of trouble. Zhang Yu put the 400 Ryo into the drawer, showing no sign of. Let it be exposed. Hashirama was taken aback. Boss, aren't you worried? Worried about what? Zhang Yu pointed at the 2 of them. You are the god of shinobi and Madara Uchiha. If I truly wanted to sell drinks quietly, I wouldn't have put you 2 at the door to greet guests from the start. Hashirama opened his mouth, momentarily unable to refute. Madara stared at Zhang Yu. You did it on purpose. Zhang Yu smiled. What else? My tavern is in such a remote location that ordinary publicity is useless. But once word of your identities spreads, all of Konoha will be curious. Then we'll have customers, missions, and coins. He tapped the counter. What I lack isn't ordinary money. What I lack is system coins. With coins I can exchange for dojutsu, senjutsu, kekkei, gunkai, and even more in the shop. Hashirama and Madara both fell silent. With a mere thought, Zhang Yu summoned the attribute panel. Host Zhang Yu, identity innkeeper of the Undead Tavern, chakra, none, bloodline limit, none, ninjutsu, none, taijutsu, rudimentary, overall strength, ordinary, slightly stronger physique, gold coins, 0 employees, Yuzhibo ban Shinsho, Jujian summon count 0. Gazing at this line of none, Zhang Yu's lips twitched involuntarily. When others traversed into the world of Naruto, they either awakened the Sharingan or gained the physique of a sage of 6 paths. But not him. He had nothing. The only thing that set him apart from ordinary folk was that years of hauling wine jars and wiping tables had rendered his body slightly sturdier than the average civilian. In essence, he was merely a fit laborer. With such strength, even encountering a mere genin on the streets of Mai would be a daunting challenge, let alone the monstrous beings who would later raise villages and nations with ease. Zhang Yu stared at the grayed-out items in the shop, the burning desire to grow stronger consuming him. The Rinnegan, the sage's body, would release. Flying Thunder God. 8 gates. These were all beyond his reach for now, locked and unaffordable. Yet as long as the tavern kept running and missions kept refreshing, the day would come when he could truly stand at the pinnacle of this world. Ban could not see the panel, but he could read Zhang Yu's thoughts. You intend to use our fame to help yourself grow stronger. Zhang Yu nodded. That's right. I won't deny it. I'm far too weak now. So weak that without your protection, any random ninja could take my life. Since the system has granted me this tavern, I will exploit it to its fullest. Zhu Jian, on the contrary, seemed relieved. If that's all, I have no objections. Ban shot him a glance. Zhu Jian replied earnestly, a boss who wants to grow stronger is far better than one who wants to destroy my. Zhang Yu smiled. Rest assured, I have no interest in destroying my. Zhu Jian hesitated for a moment, then rubbed his hands together. Boss, when we have more summoning chances in the future, could you summon someone for me? Zhang Yu looked at him. Fei Jian. Zhu Jian's eyes lit up. Yes, my younger brother. Although Fei Jian is a bit stubborn, his words are harsh, and he always wears a stern face, he is incredibly capable. If he could come out, he would certainly help the tavern immensely. Ban let out a cold sneer. The first thing that white-haired man would do is study how to dismantle this tavern. Zhu Jian hastily interjected, Fei Jian is not that kind of person. Ban said flatly, he is. Zhu Jian was about to argue further, but Zhang Yu raised a hand to stop him. Enough. He'll consider it when the time comes. Zhu Jian's face immediately brightened with anticipation. Really? Really? Zhang Yu's voice was steady, but he knew full well that his summon count was currently 0. He couldn't summon even an ordinary undead, let alone Chincho Feiji. He was just dangling a carrot to keep Zhu Jian placated. But the time isn't right yet, he added. Zhu Jian nodded emphatically. I understand the boss has his own plans. Ban glanced at Zhang Yu as if he saw through the bluff, but said nothing to expose it. Just then an impatient voice rang out from the tavern entrance. A new tavern. A ninja with light-colored hair stepped inside. A forehead protector marked his status, and his face bore an air of arrogance. He walked with his chin slightly raised as if gracing the humble establishment with his presence was a favor. Zhang Yu recognized the face, and his brow twitched almost imperceptibly. Shuei, a teacher at the Ninja Academy. The very man who in the original story tricked Naruto into stealing the Scroll of Seals. Shuei swept his gaze across the tavern, his eyes passing over Zhu Jian and Ban without recognition. In his eyes they were merely two waiters in odd armor. He walked to the counter and tapped the menu with his finger. 200 Rio for a bottle of beer. Boss, are you robbing people in this shabby little shop? Zhang Yu's expression remained unchanged. Our house specialty, price marked clearly. Shuei let out a scoff. Specialty? I'd say it's just cheap swill. Give me a bottle, put it on my tab. Zhu Jian frowned. Before Zhang Yu could speak, Ban lifted his head. Pay up. Shuei Mu's face darkened. A mere server dares to speak to me like that. He tapped his forehead protector. See this? I'm my ninja. The fact that this dump can operate in my is thanks to the village's protection. I'm here to drink. That's me doing you a favor. At these words, even Zhu Jian's face soured. He had founded Mai so that children wouldn't have to go to war and civilians could live in peace. Not so that ninjas could use their headbands to oppress ordinary people. Zhang Yu narrowed his eyes. This was textbook villain behavior. Shuei Mu had no idea who stood before him. He thought this was just an ordinary tavern. Zhang Yu was about to speak, but Ban slowly rose to his feet. He merely fixed his gaze on Shuei Mu. In the next instant, a terrifyingly, overwhelming, murderous aura radiated from him. Zhang Yu was about to speak, but Ban slowly rose to his feet. He merely fixed his gaze on Shuei Mu. In the next instant, a terrifyingly, overwhelming, in their place were mountains of corpses and seas of blood, a battlefield strewn with fallen ninjas, and at its center a god of slaughter, who looked down upon all living beings. Shuei Mu's legs gave way and he nearly collapsed to his knees. Cold sweat poured down his forehead, streaming along his cheeks. His throat felt as if a hand was choking it, making even breathing a struggle. You. Shuei Mu's teeth chattered, unable to form a coherent sentence. Zhu Jian looked at Ban, his voice turning grave. Ban. Zhang Yu also spoke immediately. That's enough. Don't scare him to death in the shop. Ban withdrew his gaze, and the killing intent vanished. Shuei Mu, as if pulled from the water, collapsed on the floor, gasping for air. His eyes, when he looked at Ban, held no trace of arrogance, only sheer terror. In that moment he had truly believed he was dead. No, it was worse than death. That pressure was something no Chunin could withstand. Zhang Yu walked over to him, and said calmly, still want a drink? Shuei Mu trembled all over, scrambling backward toward the door. No more. No more. Ban sneered. Ninjas have always been like this. Zhang Yu didn't respond, because the very next second the tavern fell silent again. Zhu Jian gazed at the door and sighed. Not all of today's my ninjas know how to respect ordinary people. Ban sneered. Ninjas have always been like this. Zhang Yu didn't respond, because the very next second after Shuei Mu fled, the familiar system notification chimed in his mind. Ding. Detected key plot character Shuei Mu. Main quest triggered. Quest name: Theft of the Scroll of Seals. Quest description: The Scroll of Seals is about to be stolen. Please dispatch a tavern member to retrieve it. Quest reward: 1,000 gold coins. Summon count 1. Zhang Yu's breath caught. The Scroll of Seals. It had finally arrived. This was one of Mui's most important forbidden scrolls, containing techniques like the Shadow Clone, Flying Thunder God, and Impure World Reincarnation. Too many forbidden arts were tied to it. The system actually triggered the main quest at this very moment, and the rewards were quite substantial. 1,000 gold coins. 1 summoning opportunity. This was precisely what he needed most at this moment. Zhang Yu stared at the system quest, then glanced at the 2 formidable beings beside him, his emotions momentarily complex. The sealed book had been stolen. Recover the sealed book. It sounded serious. Yet sending Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha to handle such a task seemed like using a cannon to swat a mosquito. Not to mention a single Mizuki. Even if all the current jonin of Konoha were gathered, they wouldn't be enough to warm up these 2. Yet now the system wanted them to keep tabs on a chunin. Zhang Yu's mouth twitched. This mission is a bit of a bully. Hashima asked bewilderedly, Boss, what mission? Madara also looked over. Zhang Yu dropped the jest, his tone turning serious. Tonight Mizuki will induce Naruto Uzumaki to steal the sealed book. Hashirama's expression shifted. The sealed book. He naturally knew what it was. One of Konoha's most important forbidden scrolls. After the village was founded, many dangerous jutsu were collected and sealed away, never to be casually leaked to the outside world. Madara sneered. Has Konoha already fallen to such a level? A single chunin dares to covet the sealed book. Hashima frowned. Madara, this is not the time to mock Konoha. Madara shot him a glance. I'm merely stating facts. Zhang Yu rapped on the table. Enough. The mission is simple. You 2 keep an eye on Mizuki. Once the sealed book is brought out, seize the scroll. And be careful not to harm Naruto. Hashirama immediately nodded. Of course. Madara said flatly, a mere brat. I have no interest in laying a hand on him. Zhang Yu nodded with satisfaction. The mission rewards are decent too. 1,000 gold coins, 1 summoning opportunity. The moment the words summoning opportunity were spoken, Hashirama and Madara's eyes both shifted. Hashirama practically spoke immediately. Boss, let me go this time. He thumped his chest full of seriousness. The sealed book is of great importance. Oh, I know Konoha better than anyone. And if the mission is completed, the next summon candidate. Before he could finish, Madara stepped in front of him. Hold on. Hashirama was taken aback. Madara said coldly, who do you intend to summon? Hashirama replied matter-of-factly, Tobirama, of course. Tobirama has strong administrative skills and many jutsu. If he could come to the tavern, he'd definitely be able to help the boss. Madara's face Tobirama Senju. Hashirama blinked. Yes. Madara's voice turned chillingly cold. And you think I would agree to let that white-haired man out? The smile on Hashirama's face froze. He naturally understood why Madara reacted so strongly. Izuna Uchiha had died at Tobirama's hands. That matter was a wound in Madara's heart that had never healed. Hashirama said in a low voice, Madara, that was the war of the warring states, period. War. Madara stared at him, his chakra unconsciously surging. Hashirama, you speak so lightly. It was Izuna who died, not your brother. Hashirama's expression also darkened. I have lost loved ones too. But we founded Konoha precisely to end such hatred. Madara sneered. So the Senju can hide the past behind the banner of peace. But I cannot. Izuna died at the hands of Tobirama Senju, and that debt I have always remembered. Hashirama clenched his fists. Madara stepped forward, his rinnegan pressing coldly against Hashirama. What? Do you want to explain on behalf of your brother? The momentum of the 2 clashed instantly. The tables and chairs in the tavern trembled slightly. The liquor in the wine jars by the wall swayed. Zhang Yu's scalp tightened. Good heavens. If these 2 actually started fighting in the shop, even the foundation of his little tavern might not survive. Stop. Zhang Yu immediately raised his hand. I just said no fighting in the shop. Hashirama took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his chakra. Madara also snorted coldly and averted his gaze. But the emotions of the 2 were clearly still simmering. Just then a system prompt suddenly rang in Zhang Yu's mind. Ding. High-intensity historical conflict detected among undead employees. Conflict parties: Hashirama Senju, Madara Uchiha. Conflict-related individuals: Tobirama Senju, Izuna Uchiha. Undead tavern function expanding. New function unlocked: Backyard Dispute Field. Function description allows undead employees to resolve various conflicts. Zhang Yu was taken aback. Backyard Dispute Field. There was such a function. He immediately opened the system interface. Behind the original function bar there was indeed a new gray door icon. Backyard Dispute Field activated. Zhang Yu looked at this new function amused. The system really understood. Knowing that his shop would inevitably host a bunch of undead with grudges, it had cleverly opened a dispute resolution field in advance. From now on, whoever had grievances, whoever had resentments, don't smash tables in the tavern. Go settle it in the backyard. Zhang Yu looked at the two. The system just unlocked a new function. Hashirama asked curiously, what function? The backyard dispute field. Zhang Yu pointed toward the back of the tavern. Specially for you undead employees to resolve historical conflicts. Hashirama's expression was subtle. Madara's face also looked somewhat unpleasant. Zhang Yu continued, so if you want to argue, that's fine. If you want to fight, it's not entirely impossible either. But don't do it in the shop. Go to the dispute field. Hashirama scratched his head awkwardly. Boss, it's not like we absolutely have to fight. Madara said coldly, that depends on who brings up Tobirama Senju first. Hashirama immediately shut up. Zhang Yu couldn't be bothered to mediate further. Do the mission first. After this mission is completed, the next summon candidate will be decided by the two of you, and whoever can convince the other will listen to. Hashirama's eyes lit up. Madara snorted coldly. Fine. The two then temporarily ceased hostility. Zhang Yu waved his hand. Go ahead. Don't cause too much of a commotion tonight. Especially you two. No Susanoo or wooden golems over the skies of... Hashirama gave a dry laugh. Don't worry, boss. Madara said flatly. Dealing with a chunin doesn't require that. The next moment, both figures vanished simultaneously from the tavern entrance. Their speed was so fast that Zhang Yu's eyes couldn't even follow. He stood still silent for 2 seconds. These employees' efficiency is truly insane. However, no sooner had they left than the system prompt rang again. Ding. Detected undead employees leaving the host's remote management range. Remote collaboration function unlocked undead chat group. Zhang Yu's eyes immediately lit up. Chat group. He immediately opened a new function. A pale blue interface popped up. Create undead chat group. Create. Please enter the group name. Zhang Yu didn't think twice. Undead Tavern Work Group. Group created successfully. Madara Uchiha has joined the group. Hashirama Senju has joined the group. Instantly, 3 profile pictures appeared on the interface. Zhang Yu stared at the familiar yet absurd interface, unable to suppress the grin tugging at his lips. Well, this really is online office work. He tried sending a message. Group owner Zhang Yu acknowledged receipt. In the distance, Hashirama, who was swiftly traversing the rooftops, faltered mid-step, nearly stumbling. Madara. The boss words just appeared in my head. Madara halted on another eaves, his brow furrowed. It's not a voice, it's text. Hashirama's face lit up with wonder. It can do that. He tried responding mentally. Senju Hashirama, boss, I can see it. This is incredibly convenient. Madara stared at the interface in his mind, silent for 2 seconds, then replied. Uchiha Madara, trivial, yet useful. Zhang Yu nearly burst out laughing at these 2 replies. The god of shinobi and Uchiha Madara themselves using a chat group for the first time, and their reactions were... Hashirama was like a big kid discovering a new toy. Madara's words were dismissive, but his actions were utterly honest. Zhang Yu continued messaging. Group owner Zhang Yu, you 2 head to the top of the Hokage rock. Best view there. Lock onto Mizuki and wait for the plot to advance. Senju Hashirama understood. Uchiha Madara got it. Zhang Yu closed the input box and tapped open the group owner management interface. The next moment, a long list of permissions materialized. Group owner management permissions: modify nickname, mute kick from group member location, first person perspective, third person observation perspective. Zhang Yu's eyes widened. Modify nickname, mute, kick, location, and he could even access perspectives. This wasn't a chat group. This was a boss backstage. He first tapped on member location. A map of Konoha instantly appeared on the interface with 2 glowing dots moving swiftly and finally settling near the Hokage rock. Zhang Yu then tapped on Uchiha Madara's first-person perspective. The scene shifted instantly. It was as if he stood at a high vantage point overlooking streets, rooftops, lights, patrolling shinobi. All clear and vivid in his field of view. Madara's perception was overwhelming. Even through the system's relayed feed, Zhang Yu could feel that oppressive, commanding presence. He switched to Senju Hashirama's first-person perspective. The view turned broader and more robust, as if every living aura around him was marked. Trees, passers-by, chakra fluctuations in the distance. All seemed layered with depth. Zhang Yu sucked in a sharp breath. So this is the vision of a top-tier powerhouse. He finally tapped on third-person observation. The view pulled back. At the summit of the Hokage rock, Hashirama and Madara sat on opposite sides, perched. Neither released any chakra. Yet their sheer presence, just from the image, made one's heart clench. Yet not a single person below in Konoha had noticed them. Zhang Yu couldn't help but chuckle. Unstoppable. Here I am in a tavern, and I can still watch the whole show. Isn't this just enjoying a drama from behind the scenes? At the top of the Hokage rock, night was gradually settling. Hashirama sat atop his own stone statue, gazing down at the Konoha below. Madara sat beside him, his eyes fixed on a certain direction within the village. They had already locked onto Mizuki. After leaving the tavern, Mizuki had changed his clothes, his demeanor far more cautious than during the day. He took several detours, clearly troubled by a guilty conscience. Hashirama looked at the village and sighed. I never expected that after returning from death Konoha would have become like this. Madara said flatly, the village you built will never follow your ideals forever. Hashirama didn't argue. I know, but seeing it with my own eyes still stirs something complicated in me. Madara said coldly, at least Jean you didn't. Hashirama turned to him. So you trust the boss now, eh? Madara was silent for a moment. He brought you and me back from the Pure Land. He can restrict me from attacking him. He can let us communicate across such distances. And he can show me this inexplicable interface. He looked up at the night sky. There is no such technique in the shinobi world. Hashirama nodded earnestly. Indeed, I have never seen such power before. Madara continued. He is less a shinobi and more like someone who stands outside the rules of the shinobi world. Hashirama smiled. So you recognize the... Madara snorted. I recognize his ability. Not the fact that he has me serving drinks and wiping tables. Hashirama couldn't help but laugh. Madara shot him a glare. Hashirama quickly waved his hands. I'm not laughing. Madara ignored him. After a moment of silence, Hashirama spoke softly again. Madara, no matter what, being able to see this world once more is no small thing. Let's follow the boss plan for now. Madara didn't answer immediately. After a long pause, he said flatly, you'll watch. To see what he can turn this tavern into. Hashirama nodded. I'd like to see that too. Beneath them, Konoha's lights were gradually coming to life. Two of the mightiest figures in the shinobi world sat atop the Hokage rock, their aura suppressed to the extreme. No patrolling shinobi detected them. No Umbu noticed anything amiss. They were like shadows stepping out of history, overlooking the entire village, quietly waiting for Mizuki to reveal his true intentions. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office of Konoha, Hiruzen Sarutobi sat behind his desk, pipe in hand with a mission report spread before him. Kakashi stood before the desk, his tone unusually serious. Lord Third, I have urgent intelligence to report. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked up at him. Kakashi, what's so urgent? Kakashi didn't mince words. This evening, Guy and I passed by a new tavern on the western side street of the village. The tavern is called the Spirit Tavern. Hiruzen Sarutobi frowned. The Spirit Tavern. A new establishment. Kakashi nodded. Yes. But the tavern itself isn't the... He paused, lowering his voice. There I saw two people. Hiruzen set down the document. Who? Kakashi took a deep breath. One of them bears an exact resemblance to the first Hokage on the Hokage rock. Hiruzen's pipe froze in his hand. Kakashi continued. The other has long black hair, a crimson armor, and an overwhelming aura of pressure. Based on the portraits I've seen in archives, he is most likely Uchiha Madara. Clatter. The pipe slipped from Hiruzen's hand and clattered onto the desk. He shot to his feet, his face instantly paling. What did you say? Kakashi's tone grew heavier. I saw it with my own eyes. The first Hokage and Uchiha Madara were standing at the entrance of a small tavern, and they appeared to be servers at that tavern. Hiruzen stood frozen behind his desk, his face a mask of shock and disbelief, unable to speak for a long moment. Lord Third, I know this sounds absurd, but I can assure you those two are no ordinary people. Lowered, but his tone held no hint of jest. Lord Third, I know this sounds absurd, but I can assure you those two are no ordinary people. Sarutobi Hiruzen drew a slow breath, reaching for his pipe again, though his fingers were no longer as steady. Kakashi, are you certain you didn't missee it? Kakashi said in a low voice. I doubted my own eyes at first, but I've seen the first Hokage's portrait and studied the historical records on Uchiha Madara. That face, that armor, and that oppressive aura. It didn't seem like a disguise. Sarutobi Hiruzen's brow furrowed deeper. What about transformation? Could someone be deliberately taking their forms? Kakashi shook his head. No. If it were transformation, there would be subtle flaws in the chakra flow. But the men felt entirely different. He paused, his voice dropping lower. Especially the one thought to be Uchiha Madara. Just standing there, I felt like I was being watched. That pressure wasn't something a chunin, or even a jonin, could generate. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression grew grim. What kind of man was Hatake Kakashi? A former Umbu, seasoned and experienced, who had faced countless dangers. If even he reported in such a tone, the matter was far from simple. Just then, urgent footsteps sounded outside the office door. Lord Hokage. Might Guy burst in, still radiating heat from his training. Catching sight of Kakashi, he immediately flashed a thumbs up. Kakashi, I'm here to testify on behalf of your youth. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eye twitched slightly. On an ordinary day, he might have managed to smile. But now he couldn't bring himself to laugh. Guy, you were also at that tavern. Yes. Might Guy declared loudly. I went in with Kakashi to buy sake. There were indeed two very imposing men standing at the tavern entrance. One had a smile full of youthful warmth, while the other, though a bit intimidating, exuded the aura of a true powerhouse. Kakashi pressed a hand to his forehead. Guy, the point isn't youth. Might Guy blinked. All right. His expression turned serious. Later, when Kakashi pointed it out, I thought back carefully. That man who smiled so earnestly really did resemble the first Hokage on the Hokage rock. Not just a vague resemblance. It was strikingly similar. Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart sank. If only Kakashi had seen it, he could still suspect a Genjutsu. But Guy had been there too. Though Guy's resistance to Genjutsu wasn't top tier, his instinct for sensing danger was extremely sharp. More importantly, a man of might, Guy's character wouldn't lie in such a matter. Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly rose and walked to the window. From here he could see the distant Hokage rock. The stone statue of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, silently overlooked Konoha in the night. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed for a long time, his throat dry. Lord First. And Uchiha Madara. How is this possible? He didn't want to believe it, yet he dared not underestimate it. In Konoha's history, few could truly be called legends. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara were undoubtedly the most fearsome of them all. If those two really had appeared in Konoha, even as a mere rumor, it would be enough to put the entire village on highest alert. Kakashi said quietly, Lord Third, I suspect it might be a forbidden technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't turn around. Edo Tensei. Kakashi nodded. That possibility crossed my mind too. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face darkened further. Edo Tensei. A forbidden technique developed by the Second Hokage. It uses a living sacrifice to summon the souls of the dead, reincarnating them in their Such a technique was far too dangerous. If someone had truly used Edo Tensei to summon the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara, the intent behind it could not. Even more terrifying, Uchiha Madara. A monster on par with the first Hokage. Even in an Edo state, he would be no easy opponent for the current Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned, his voice already regaining the calm befitting a Hokage. Kakashi, lead the way. Kakashi was taken aback. Lord Third, you're going in person. I must. Sarutobi Hiruzen picked up his Hokage hat and draped his robe over his shoulders. Sending anyone else would only alert the enemy. If it truly is Edo Tensei, I need to confirm who the caster is. Might Guy immediately clenched his fist. Lord Hokage, I can come along too. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at him. Guy, stay nearby as backup. If anything goes wrong, notify the Umbu immediately. Guy nodded firmly. Understood. Without another word, Kakashi vanished in a flash, leading Sarutobi Hiruzen out of the Hokage office. Night had fully fallen. The streets of Konoha grew quiet. In the distance near the Ninja Academy, the day's graduation exams had already ended. Some children cheered, others were disappointed. Uzumaki Naruto was the most crestfallen of all. He had failed the graduation exam. Another failure. In the shadows of a street corner, Mizuki spoke in a gentle tone, murmuring something to Naruto. Naruto's downcast expression gradually turned animated. If I get the sealing scroll and learn the jutsu inside, I can graduate. Mizuki smiled warmly. Of course. It's a special test. Iruka-sensei just didn't say it outright. Naruto's eyes lit up. I knew it. Iruka-sensei would never really give up on me. Mizuki patted his shoulder. Go Naruto. Prove yourself to everyone. Naruto nodded firmly, turned, and ran toward the Hokage office. Mizuki stood still, the smile on his face slowly turning cold. He had been utterly humiliated at the Spirit Tavern earlier that day. But the more he was shamed, the more he wanted to leave Konoha as soon as possible. Once he obtained the sealing scroll, he would have the capital to defect to Orochimaru. What did Konoha, the Ninja Academy, or the Hokage matter? None of it was important. Atop the Hokage rock, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara sat side by side. Hashirama suddenly looked up. He's coming. Madara said flatly, the Nine-Tails aura. Hashirama gazed into the depths of the village, his expression growing complex. A child of the Uzumaki, with the Nine-Tails sealed inside him. Madara sneered. Konoha still likes to burden children with its troubles. Hashirama didn't argue. He could sense the immense chakra within Naruto. He could also sense that the boy was now approaching the Hokage office. Mizuki's chakra was lurking farther away like a snake waiting for its prey. Hashirama sighed. The boss was right. That ninja named Mizuki is indeed leading Naruto on. Madara stood up. The mission begins. Hashirama rose, as well, his expression turning. The sealing scroll cannot be allowed to fall into the wrong hands. Madara looked at him. You still care about Konoha, don't you? Hashirama smiled. It's the village you and I built together. Madara snorted. Don't count me in. Hashirama didn't argue, simply watching Naruto's direction. Let's go. The boss said we must not harm Naruto. Madara's tone was flat. Hashirama felt his vision blur. The next moment the two stepped into a cold, damp space. Shallow water underfoot, dark. In the Nether Tavern's work group, the positions of Zhujian and Ban kept shifting. He switched to a third-person spectator view, seeing Naruto sneak furtively into the Hokage office building, and further away Mizuki watching, with a sinister smile, curling at the corners of his mouth. The plot has arrived. Zhang Yu tapped his fingers on the counter, not a trace of panic in his heart. With Zhujian and Ban keeping watch, the scroll of seals would not be lost. What he truly wondered now was when the third Hokage would arrive. The next second, footsteps sounded from outside the door. Zhang Yu looked up, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Here they come. The wooden door was pushed open. Kakashi stepped in first, his gaze sweeping swiftly across the tavern. Yuan Fei Rizhan entered. The moment he stepped into the tavern, his eyes fell upon the small line of characters beneath the signboard. Another tavern. Those 4 words sent an inexplicable chill through Yuan Fei Rizhan's heart. The moment he stepped into the tavern, his eyes fell upon the small line of characters beneath the signboard. Another tavern. Those 4 words sent an inexplicable chill. Though Yuan Fei Rizhan remained outwardly composed, inwardly, he had already raised his vigilance to the highest. Zhang Yu stood up from behind the counter, greeting with a smile. Lord Third, welcome. Kaka's eyes single-eye narrowed slightly. This boss showed not a hint of surprise, as if he had known they would come all along. Yuan Fei Rizhan, the young man before him, radiated no chakra fluctuations, by all appearances an ordinary person. Yet precisely because of that, Yuan Fei Rizhan dared not treat him as such. How could the boss who got the first Hokage and Yuzhibo band to stand at the door greeting guests be ordinary? Yuan Fei Rizhan spoke slowly. Are you the owner of this tavern? Zhang Yu nodded. Owner of the Nether Tavern. At the mention of Nether, Yuan Fei Rizhan's eyelid twitched. He did not beat around the bush. Someone reported seeing 2 people who shouldn't be here in your establishment. Zhang Yu smiled. Lord Third means Qinsho Zhujian and Yuzhibo Ban. Kaka's eyes breath caught. He admitted it. So directly he admitted it. Yuan Fei Rizhan's fingers tightened around his pipe. Are they really here? That's right. Zhang Ye's tone was perfectly natural. They are now employees of my tavern. One is in charge of greeting guests, the other of keeping the peace. Kakashi fell silent. Yuan Fei Rizhan also fell silent. First Hokage. Yuzhibo Ban. Employees. Greeting guests. Keeping the peace. These words strung together were as absurd as a dream. Yet Zhang Yu spoke them so naturally. So naturally that Yuan Fei Rizhan was momentarily at a loss for how to respond. He took a deep breath, suppressing the tremor in his heart. Did you use impure world reincarnation? Zhang Yu shook his head. No. Yuan Fei Rizhan fixed his gaze on him. Not impure world reincarnation. No. Zhang Yu raised his hand and tapped the counter. They have intact physical bodies, clear consciousness, their own memories and personalities. They are not puppets controlled by a technique. Nor are they the products of a forbidden art summoned with living sacrifices. Yuan Fei Rizhan's expression shifted slightly. The other party had even named the key characteristics of impure world reincarnation. This showed that Zhang Yu knew exactly what he was suspecting. Yuan Fei Rizhan's voice grew heavier. Then how did you do it? Zhang Ye's smile did not waver. Lord Third, that's a secret of this establishment. Kakashi instinctively glanced at Yuan Fei Rizhan. Yuan Fei Rizhan did not lose his temper. He knew this was not the time to pull rank as Hokage. If Zhujian and Ban were truly under Zhang Ye's command, then a single word from this young man could plunge Konoha into an unbearable situation. He could not gamble. Yuan Fei Rizhan said in a low voice. Where are they? Out on business. Zhang Yu said calmly, but rest assured, Lord Third. I can guarantee they will not interfere in Konoha's internal affairs, nor threaten the village's safety. As long as Konoha doesn't stir up trouble, the Nether Tavern is just a small shop selling liquor. Yuan Fei Rizhan's heart sank as he listened. These words sounded like a promise. But from another angle, they also sounded like a warning. If Konoha didn't cause trouble, the tavern would be fine. What if Konoha did cause trouble? Yuan Fei Rizhan dared not think further. After all his years as Hokage, he understood best when circumstances dictated one's hand. The other party held Qinsho, Zhujian, and Yuzhibo Ban. This was no ordinary negotiation. It was like placing 2 mountains on the table. Yuan Fei Rizhan was silent for a moment, then softened his tone. Owner Zhang, Konoha has no wish to be your enemy. Zhang Yu smiled. I have no wish to be Konoha's enemy either. I'm just running a business. It's best if we all stay out of each other's way. Yuan Fei Rizhan nodded. Kakashi listened on the side, his heart already churning with waves. The third Hokage had backed down, not out of weakness, but because he could not afford to gamble. Watching Yuan Fei Rizhan's cautious demeanor, Zhang Yu felt a surge of satisfaction. Once he had been but a commoner of Konoha. He had to give a wide berth just to see the Hokage. Now the third Hokage stood in his tavern, weighing every word he spoke. Such was the prestige of the Nether Tavern. Just then a system prompt suddenly rang in Zhang Ye's mind. Ding. Special guest detected, third Hokage Yuan Fei Rizhan. Time-limited quest triggered. Quest name: the Hokage buys liquor. Quest requirement: successfully sell 1 bottle of Erguo to Yuan Fei Rizhan. Minimum selling price, 100,000 Rio. Quest reward, 2,000 gold coins, 1 chance to unlock a random item. Zhang Ye's eyes instantly, 100,000 Rio. Rip off the third Hokage for liquor. The system's quest was ruthless enough, but he liked it. Just as Yuan Fei Rizhan was about to ask something else, he saw Zhang Ye's smile suddenly become 3 degrees warmer. A strange unease crept into his heart. Zhang Yu had already produced a clear glass bottle from behind the counter. The bottle was simple in design, the liquid inside crystal clear. Lord Third, since you're here, why not buy a bottle to take home? Yuan Fei Rizhan was taken aback. Buy liquor? That's right. Zhang Yu pushed the bottle forward. This tavern's specialty, erguo too. Strong on the palate with a lingering afterburn. Perfect for a veteran like Lord Third who has toiled for Konoha his whole life. Kaka's eyes twitched. Pushing liquor at a time like this. Yuan Fei Rizhan was also caught off guard. They had just been discussing the first Hokage and Yuzhibo ban, and now suddenly he was selling liquor. The shift was too abrupt. Yuan Fei Rizhan asked instinctively, how much? Zhang Ye's smile was radiant. 100,000 Rio. Kaka's eyes widened slightly. 100,000 Rio for a bottle of liquor. This wasn't selling liquor. This was daylight robbery. Yuan Fei Rizhan's mouth also twitched violently. Owner Zhang, your liquor. Isn't it a bit too expensive? Zhang Yu shook his head. Not expensive. One of a kind across the entire ninja world. Even if an ordinary person wanted to buy, I might not sell. Yuan Fei Rizhan stared at that bottle of erguo to his heart, aching fiercely. 100,000 Rio. That was the private savings he had accumulated over 10 years. Over the years his salary had been decent, but his expenses were many. This 100,000 taels, he had painstakingly saved from trivial expenses, originally planning to buy some quality tobacco leaves. Now with Zhang Yesing, this 100,000 taels, he had painstakingly saved from trivial expenses, originally planning to buy some quality tobacco leaves. Now with Zhang Ye's single demand, it was all gone. This 100,000 taels, he had painstakingly saved from trivial expenses, originally planning to buy some quality tobacco leaves. Now with Zhang Yesing, a jolt struck Hiruzen Sarutobi's heart. Those words did not openly threaten, yet he understood. This bottle of wine. He was not buying the wine itself. He was buying an attitude. He was buying the temporary goodwill of the Ghost Tavern. Kakashi also caught the meaning, his gaze turning complex. Zhang Yu continued, moreover, Lord Third, gracing my establishment for the first time. Buying a bottle to show support is also giving me a humble shopkeeper. From now on we'll cross paths often. If we maintain a good relationship, many things will be easier to discuss. Hiruzen Sarutobi fixed his eyes on Zhang. If Lord Third refused, disaster might not strike immediately, but the Ghost Tavern's attitude would likely turn far less accommodating. Hiruzen Sarutobi, if Lord Third refused, disaster might not strike immediately, but the Ghost Tavern's attitude would likely turn far less accommodating. Hiruzen Sarutobi finally let out a long silent sigh. Endure. He must endure. Konoha could not afford the variables of Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha now. 100,000 taels, though steep, was nothing compared to the village's safety. But his secret savings. Hiruzen Sarutobi drew out the banknotes from his robe, his movements as slow as if cutting flesh. 1 note. 3 notes, until he gathered 100,000 taels and placed them on the counter. Zhang Yu snatched them up with swift hands, his smile growing more sincere. Lord Third is most generous. This bottle of erguo too is yours. Hiruzen Sarutobi picked up the bottle, his hand feeling heavy. Not from the weight of the wine, but from the weight, 10 years of secret savings exchanged for a single bottle of liquor. Hiruzen Sarutobi felt he had not come to investigate tonight. He had come to be robbed. And he had to endure the robbery with courteous grace. A prompt chimed in Zhang Yu's mind. Ding. Mission complete. Reward issued 2,000 gold coins, 1 random item unlock opportunity. Zhang Yu's heart blossomed with joy. He had struck gold. Not only had he earned 100,000 taels in cash, but also 2,000 system gold coins and 1 item unlock. The third Hokage truly was a premium customer. Zhang Yu's mood soared and his farewell was exceptionally warm. Lord Third, take care. Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded and turned to leave. As he reached the door, Zhang Yu, as if casually recalling something, let slip a light remark. By the way, Lord Third, it might be wise to be on guard against theft in Konoha tonight. Hiruzen Sarutobi's steps halted. He turned to look at Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu had already lowered his head to wipe the counter, as if merely reminding a guest to be careful on the dark road. Hiruzen Sarutobi stared at him for 2 seconds, then asked nothing. He could no longer afford to treat any of Zhang Yu's words as a joke. Yet the man refused to speak plainly. Hiruzen Sarutobi could only bury that remark in his heart and leave the Ghost Tavern with Kakashi. The night wind stung his face, deepening his gloom. Kakashi walked beside him, lowering his voice. Lord Third, that bottle. Hiruzen Sarutobi's face darkened further. Don't mention it. Kakashi wisely fell silent. Hiruzen Sarutobi gazed at the erguo too in his arms. The more he looked, the more it pained him. 100,000 taels. A full 100,000 taels. His secret savings amassed over 10 years. He had always pinched pennies for tobacco, and now a single bottle had wiped it all out. Yet he could not avoid spending that money. The more Hiruzen Sarutobi thought, the more aggrieved he felt. In all his years as Hokage, he had suffered losses, but never had he been fleeced so openly while forced to smile and pay. The taste was unbearable. The two returned to the Hokage office building. As soon as they reached the foot, Hiruzen Sarutobi sensed something amiss. The presence of the Umbu was in disarray. The next moment, several Umbu dropped to their knees before him. Lord Hokage. Hiruzen Sarutobi's face sank. What happened? The lead Umbu's voice was urgent. An emergency. The scroll of sealing has been stolen. The Umbu knelt before the office building, their voice low, but striking Hiruzen Sarutobi's heart like a sledgehammer. Hiruzen Sarutobi's hand gripping the Erguo II tightened sharply. Moments ago Zhang Yu's words, "Be on guard against theft in Konoha tonight," still echoed in his mind. And now the scroll of sealing was truly gone. Kakashi's face also changed. Lord Third. Hiruzen Sarutobi ignored him, spinning around, his Hokage robe flapping in the night wind. Issue orders. All Umbu mobilize. Seal off every main road in the village. Immediately cordon off all exits. Track down the thief and retrieve the scroll of sealing at the first opportunity. The Umbu bowed in unison. Yes. Then whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless dark figures scattered from the Hokage office building. On rooftops, along walls, by the forest edges, Umbu ninjas surged like a black tide through every corner of Konoha. Kakashi stood beside Hiruzen Sarutobi and said quietly, "Lord Third, Master Zhang Yu warned us about this." Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression was grim. "I know." He stared into the dark silhouette of the distant mountain. "First find the scroll of sealing. The matter of the ghost tavern can wait." Meanwhile, in the forest behind Konoha, Naruto Uzumaki sat under a tree, clutching a scroll larger than himself, his face brimming with excitement. If I learn the jutsu in here, I'll graduate. Then Iruka Sensei will be totally shocked." He unrolled the scroll, his eyes wide as he struggled to read the text. But the techniques in the scroll of sealing, even the very first one, were far beyond the grasp of a child who had just failed his graduation exam. Multiple shadow clone technique. Naruto scratched his head. "This looks super cool, but the hand seals are way too complicated, aren't they?" He complained, but a smile still lingered on his face. In his heart, this was not theft. It was a special trial. An opportunity that Mizuki Sensei had told, if he learned the technique, if he brought back the scroll of sealing, everyone would finally acknowledge him. He would become a true ninja. He would earn Iruka Sensei's praise. He would silence all those who looked down on him. As Naruto buried himself in the scroll, a figure sped through the woods on the other side. Mizuki. The gentleness on his face had vanished, replaced by barely restrained greed and urgency. "Almost there. Once I get the scroll of sealing, I can— Lord Orochimaru will surely be interested in these forbidden techniques. Then I, Mizuki, won't have to waste time teaching those stupid brats at the Ninja Academy anymore." At that thought, Mizuki's breathing grew heavier. He suppressed the humiliation of losing face at the Ghost Tavern during the day, of being reduced to jelly by a single glare from Madara Uchiha. If he succeeded tonight, he would be the one who defected with Konoha's forbidden techniques to join Orochimaru. What was a mere chunin of Konoha? He would climb high, climb to a position where everyone would look up to him. Mizuki burst out of the forest, and in the distance, he saw Naruto sitting under a tree holding the scroll. A warm smile instantly spread across his face. "Naruto." Naruto looked up, his eyes lighting up at once. "Teacher Mizuki." Mizuki strode over quickly, his voice gentle. "Well done, Naruto. You really brought the forbidden scroll out." Naruto patted the scroll proudly. "Of course. In the man who's going to become the Hokage." Mizuki smiled and extended his hand. "Come, give the scroll to me. Now I'll teach you even more powerful jutsu." Without suspicion, Naruto stood up, clutched. Just as Mizuki's hand was about to touch the forbidden scroll, two figures appeared silently before him, one on the left and one on the right. One had a cold, hard expression. The other, with broad and gentle features, frowned at Mizuki. Mizuki's hand froze in midair. Naruto was stunned. "Who are you?" Mizuki's pupils constricted, then he recognized one of them. The waiter from the tavern earlier that day. The man who had made him tremble and kneel with just a single glance. Mizuki's face turned pale instantly. "You? How can you be here?" Uchiha Madara looked at him, not a trace of a smile on his lips. "The waste who was shouting in the tavern this afternoon. So you still dare to covet the forbidden scroll?" Mizuki's throat went dry. He wanted to retreat, but his legs were rooted to the ground, unable to move an inch. Hashirama looked at Mizuki, his voice deepening. "Inducing a child to steal the forbidden scroll. Are you also a Konoha ninja?" Mizuki gritted his teeth and forced himself to shout, "Mind your own business. This is Konoha's affair." "You two tavern waiters, on what grounds?" Before he could finish, Uchiha Madara raised his head. Without even forming hand seals, he merely expanded his chest slightly, and chakra surged within him like a volcano. The next instant, fire released, great fire annihilation. Boom. A massive blaze spewed from Madara's mouth. Not a fireball, but a sea of flame. Crimson waves of fire like a toppled canopy of heaven instantly engulfed the entire forest ahead. Trees exploded in the flames, the ground scorched black, and the night turned into day. Mizuki's scream was cut short, swallowed by the rolling inferno. His kunai hadn't even been raised before it twisted and glowed red in the extreme heat. The next moment, he was swept into the wave of fire, completely vanishing into the blinding crimson blaze. Naruto stood frozen, his mouth agape. The flames were closed, yet they seemed to be parted by an invisible force flowing around the clearing where he and the forbidden scroll stood. Hot wind blasted into his hair, was tousled wildly. So amazing. The Umbu arriving from afar were also shocked by the sight. Several Umbu stood on the treetops, staring at the towering flames, their faces pale beneath their masks. What level of fire release is this? Mizuki's chakra has vanished. The forbidden scroll is still ahead. Wait, who are those two? No one dared to approach recklessly. That sea of fire was too terrifying. Ordinary fire release burned the target. This man's fire seemed intent on incinerating the entire mountain behind them. Hashirama looked at the spreading fire, his face darkening. Madara, you're too heavy-handed. Madara said flatly. He was noisy. Hashirama pointed at the forest already ablaze. I mean this. You've set the entire Konoha forest on fire. Madara gazed at the fire, a hint of satisfaction on his face. The fire's not bad. Hashirama almost laughed in exasperation. Now is not the time to admire the fire. The boss told us to retrieve the forbidden scroll, not to burn down the mountain. Madara crossed his arms, his tone indifferent. What do I care if Konoha is damaged? Hashirama took a deep breath, forcing himself to suppress the urge. He glanced at the spreading fire, then at himself. Wood release could block paths, trap enemies, and suppress tailed beasts. But putting out a great fire annihilation of Madara's scale was not his forte. He glanced at the spreading fire, then at himself. Wood release could block paths, trap enemies, and suppress tailed beasts. But putting out Madara, the forbidden scroll. The Umbu are already surrounding us. The longer we delay, the more trouble we'll have. Madara finally looked away. He swept his gaze over the Umbu positions in the forest, let out a cold snort. More and more nuisances. Hashirama grabbed his arm. Let's go. Handle the main business first. In a flash, the two vanished from the edge of the flames. When the Umbu ninjas rushed to the clearing, all they saw was the charred ground, the spreading fire, and Naruto, clutching the forbidden scroll, frozen in terror. But the next second, Naruto was gone too. Where is he? Where's the forbidden scroll? There were 2 chakra signatures just now. After them, the Umbu scattered immediately, but Hashirama and Madara's speed was far beyond their reach. The 2 men carrying Naruto and the scroll threaded through the dense forest, avoiding every Umbu search route, and reached a deeper clearing in the mountains within a few. Naruto snapped back to reality and hastily hugged the scroll. Hey, who are you really? Why are you grabbing me? Hashirama crouched down, trying to make his expression as gentle as possible. Naruto, don't be afraid. We're not here to hurt you. The forbidden scroll is very dangerous. You can't just take it away. Naruto frowned. You know me, and I didn't just take it. Teacher Mizuki said it's a special test for graduation. Madara said coldly, stupid brat. Naruto instantly bristled. Who are you calling stupid? Hashirama quickly interjected. Madara, he's still a child. Madara had already lost patience. That's what makes it troublesome. He looked down at Naruto. His crimson Sharingan emerged. Naruto was about to shout again, but his voice caught in his throat. Those eyes loomed in his vision. He looked down at Naruto. His crimson Sharingan emerged. Naruto was about to shout again, but his voice caught in his throat. Those eyes loomed in his vision. Couldn't you have just talked to him? Madara's tone was flat. Most efficient. Hashirama had nothing to say. Madara's gaze fell on Naruto's abdomen. That familiar chakra, even sealed, felt like a caged beast. Kurama. Hashirama's expression turned serious as well. So it's indeed inside this child. Madara raised his hand toward Naruto's forehead. Let's go in and have a look. Hashirama was taken aback. Our mission was to retrieve the forbidden scroll. Madara said calmly, the scroll is already in hand. Might as well visit an old acquaintance. Hashirama's mouth twitched. He knew Madara too well. The guy said might as well, but he really just wanted to see Kurama's reaction. Before Hashirama could say anything more, Madara's ocular power had already pressed through the gaps in the seal inside Naruto's body. Hashirama felt his vision blur. The next moment, the two stepped into a cold, damp space. Shallow water underfoot, darkness all around. In the distance, a massive iron gate stood in the depths of darkness. Behind the gate, a pair of scarlet, beastly eyes snapped open. Uchiha Madara. Boom. The Nine-Tails' colossal body slammed into the iron gate, chains rattling noisily. Its fangs pressed against the bars, a suppressed roar rumbling from its throat. How dare you show yourself before me? Damned Uchiha. The humiliation of being controlled by the Sharingan back then was etched into its memory like a brand. It was the Nine-Tails, the strongest among the tailed beasts. Yet it was used as a weapon by Uchiha Madara and dragged into battle against Senju Hashirama. This hatred it had never forgotten. Madara showed no emotion as he looked at the enraged Nine-Tails. Still as noisy as ever. The Nine-Tails' fury burned even brighter. Madara, I will tear you apart one day. Just as it was about to roar again, its gaze suddenly passed over Madara and landed on the towering figure behind Senju Hashirama. The Ninetales' voice died abruptly. Its massive body stiffened as if struck by lightning, every fur standing on end. Senju Hashirama. If Uchiha Madara ignited its rage, then Senju Hashirama brought a shadow. A true shadow. Back on the battlefield, Madara at least needed the Sharingan to control it. But Hashirama was different. That man used with style to pin it down, leaving it unable to move. With dragons coiled around its body, wooden hands pressed on its head, and its massive chakra was forcibly crushed back inside. It wasn't a battle. It was a massacre. The Ninetales still remembered the humiliation and terror of being pinned to the ground. It was a tailed beast. Yet before this man, it was like a fox held by the scruff. The Ninetales instinctively stepped back. Its giant claws splashed through the puddles, sending up waves. For the first time, it felt that the iron gate imprisoning it was actually safe. This gate was not a cage. It was protection. At least Hashirama couldn't reach in and press it down. Hashirama looked at the bristling Ninetales with an awkward expression. Ninetales, long time no see. Don't be so tense. We're not here to hurt you. The Ninetales immediately growled. Stay back. Hashirama stopped and raised his hands. Alright, I won't come closer. I just want to say a few words. The Ninetales stared at him, then glanced at Madara beside him, its entire body shrinking behind. I have nothing to say to either of you. One used his ocular jutsu to control me. The other used with style to suppress me. Not a single good thing between the two of you. Hashirama grew even more helpless. What happened back then was indeed complicated. But things are different now. We just came to take a look. The Ninetales gritted its teeth. Stop pretending to be nice. Senju Hashirama, I don't need your hypocrisy. Stay away from me. Hashirama paused. Madara's expression instantly turned cold. He stepped forward. Puddles rippled beneath his feet. Ninetales. The Ninetales' massive body stiffened noticeably. Madara raised his head, the pattern of his Sharingan rapidly shifting into the cold, sinister Mangekyo. The way you speak to Hashirama displeases me greatly. The Ninetales let out a low whimper, its tails involuntarily tightening. Uchiha Madara stepped forward, the Mangekyo Sharingan's pattern spinning in his pupils, his voice so cold it made the Ninetales freeze. It seems it's time to teach you a proper lesson. As Madara's voice fell in Naruto's mental space, the entire Ninetales went rigid. Its enormous, beastly eyes fixed on Uchiha Madara's Mangekyo, and the momentum that had nearly shattered the iron gate just moments ago shrank back by more than half. It wanted to roar. It wanted to curse. It even wanted to blast all its years of grievances out with a tailed beast ball. But the problem was who was standing before it. Uchiha Madara. And beside him stood Senju Hashirama. Either one of them alone would be enough to haunt its nightmares. Now they were both outside its cage. The more the Ninetales thought, the more aggrieved it felt. The more it thought, the more wronged it became. Finally, its originally fierce, beastly eyes turned red bit by bit. Madara was about to take another step forward. The next second, wah! A earth-shattering wail erupted directly in the mental space. Madara's footsteps halted. Hashirama was also stunned. Behind the iron gate, the Ninetales' massive body lay in the water, its Ninetales flailing wildly, tears streaming down like a waterfall, snot nearly hanging onto its fangs. Bullying a fox. You two just keep bullying a fox. What did I ever do to deserve this? The Ninetales wailed, slapping the ground with its claws, sending shallow water splashing everywhere. Uchiha Madara. Back then you controlled me with the Sharingan without a word. I am a tailed beast. I am the Ninetales. The strongest tailed beast. And you dragged me like a weapon to fight Hashirama. Did I agree? Did I consent? Did you ever ask me? Madara fell silent. Hashirama's mouth twitched. The more the Ninetales talked, the more heartbroken it became, its cries growing louder. And you, Senju Hashirama, you're no better. You came right at me with wooden hands pressing my head, and with dragons coiling around me, slamming me into the ground. I was such a huge fox, and you pinned me down so I couldn't move at all. And you said with a serious face, the Ninetales is too dangerous, it must be sealed. If I'm so dangerous, why did you provoke me in the first place? I was just minding my own business, but first Madara controlled me, then you suppressed me, and finally, I got stuffed into a Jinchuriki's body. The Ninetales cried more and more pitifully. Its giant beastly claws wiped its face, mucus and tears mixing into a mess. With that appearance, where was the dignity of the leader of the tailed beasts? It looked like a big fox that had its den stolen and got beaten up. From Mito to Kushina, and then to this brat. How many years have I been locked up? Living in a sewer every day. Can't eat, well, can't sleep, well, can't even turn over comfortably. And you too, one died, the other died too, and after dying you still come back to scare me. What sin did I ever commit? Hashirama listened with an extremely awkward expression. He raised his hand and scratched his head, wanting to offer some comfort, but not knowing what to say. What sin did I ever commit? Hashirama listened with an extremely awkward expression. He raised his hand and scratched his head, wanting to offer some comfort, but not knowing what to say. If this got out, Uchiha Madara's reputation would be tarnished. In the ghost tavern, Zhang Yu sat behind the bar watching this scene through a third-person observation perspective, nearly slapping the table with laughter. No way. Nine Tails, you're the strongest tailed beast. You're crying this miserably. He looked at the big fox on the screen, tears and snot all over its face, and couldn't hold back his laughter. It's over. Nine Tails has completely lost all dignity as the strongest tailed beast. From now on, if anyone says the Nine Tails is ferocious, I won't believe it. Zhang Yu's shoulders shook with laughter. He truly hadn't expected things to turn out like this. One moment, Uchiha Madara was threatening the Nine Tails. The next moment, the Nine Tails had broken down and burst into tears. And the interesting thing was, it was crying with perfect logic. Controlled, beaten, sealed, locked inside a Jinchuriki's body. When you added it all up, the Nine Tails really had it rough. In the spiritual space, Jiwei was still crying. I refuse to accept this. Even a tailed beast has its dignity. You ninjas, all of you treat me as nothing but chakra. Ban uses me to fight, Zhujian uses me to seal, and Konoha uses me as a Jinchuriki. I just want a little freedom. Why is it so hard? Zhujian sighed and took half a step forward. Jiwei immediately recoiled. Don't come near. Zhujian stopped and said helplessly, all right, I won't. He looked at Ban and whispered, Ban, maybe you should say something. Ban's face was cold. It's cursing me. Zhujian grew even more helpless. But you just scared it into tears. Ban. He looked at Jiwei, who was sobbing breathlessly behind the iron gate, and for the first time a hint of complexity beyond impatience appeared on his face. He was very good at fighting a tailed beast, but comforting a tailed beast that had broken down crying, that was simply absurd. Ban was silent for a moment, then finally put away his mangekyo and said coldly, enough. Jiwei's crying stopped abruptly, its claws still covering its face. Ban looked at it. I didn't come here this time to control you. Jiwei sniffled, its face full of disbelief. Really? Ban frowned. Do I, Uchiha Ban, need to lie to you? Jiwei was about to retort, but seeing Zhujian beside it, it swallowed the words back. Ban continued, I'm just here to warn you. This brat is still a Jinchuriki. If you go berserk now, it will cause trouble for the tavern mission. So behave yourself. Jiwei glared at him. That's all. That's all. Want you control me? No control. Want you beat me? Ban's face darkened. Only if you don't cause trouble. Jiwei then looked at Zhujian. Zhujian immediately waved his hands. I won't fight either. I just followed Ban in to take a look. Jiwei stared at the two for a long while, then slowly relaxed, but it still cowered behind the iron gate, unwilling to come even half a step closer. Ban looked at its cowardly posture and snorted coldly. The strongest tailed beast. Jiwei's fur immediately bristled. What do you mean by that? Ban said calmly, nothing. Zhujian quickly tried to smooth things over. All right. Since we've made things clear, we should be going. When Jiwei heard they were leaving, it clearly breathed a sigh of relief. But it still put up a tough front. Go now. I don't want to see you. Ban glanced at it. Remember my words. Jiwei immediately shut up. Zhujian gave an awkward smile. Jiwei, we can chat again sometime. Jiwei's entire fox face twisted. No chance. I want chat. Don't come again. Ban couldn't be bothered to respond, turned and left. Zhujian followed behind, and the spiritual space gradually outside. On the clearing deep in the back mountain, Mingren was still lying unconscious. The sealed scroll was held firmly in Zhujian's hand. Ban opened his eyes, his expression displeased. Zhujian also opened his eyes, looking a bit embarrassed. He looked down at the sealed scroll in his arms, then at Ban. The mission is complete. Let's go back. Ban reached out. Give it to me. Zhujian was taken aback. What? The sealed scroll. Ban's tone was matter-of-fact. He'll take it back to hand over to the boss. Zhujian immediately hugged the scroll tightly. Wait, I'm the one who retrieved it. Ban sneered. I was the one who dealt with Mizuki. Zhujian frowned. But the boss said to retrieve the sealed scroll, not to burn down the mountain. Ban's face darkened. Without my intervention, would that trash have died so quickly? Zhujian's eye twitched. The problem is the boss also said not to cause too much commotion. He pointed into the distance. Look over there. Both turned their heads. On the outskirts of the back mountain, flames soared into the sky. Uchiha Ban's great fire annihilation was still burning, lighting up a large swath of forest, and rolling waves of heat rushed toward Konoha with the night breeze. Zhujian took a deep breath. This is not a big commotion. Ban's face was expressionless. It's smaller than Susanoo. Zhujian was silent for 2 seconds. From a certain perspective, that statement was actually not wrong. Mingren was still unconscious, completely unaware that the two legendary figures beside him were arguing like children over who would turn in the mission. Zhujian also tightened his grip. Ban, don't snatch it. Let go. You let go first. The two each held one, and neither yielding. Mingren was still unconscious, completely unaware that the two legendary figures beside him were arguing like children over who would turn in the mission. The presence of the Umbu in the distance was drawing closer. Zhu Jian lowered his voice. The Umbu are here. Ban snorted. Then let's leave quickly. You let go and he'll go. You let go. The scroll was pulled taut between them. The next second Zhu Jian suddenly slipped and began to retreat with the scroll in his arms. Ban's eyes turned cold and he threw a punch. Bang! Zhu Jian was sent flying crashing through 2 trees with the scroll and slammed into the distant forest with a loud thud. Ban! Zhu Jian's voice came from the dust cloud. Ban's expression changed slightly. He had only struck instinctively, not expecting Zhu Jian to fly off with the scroll. He immediately gave chase. Give me the scroll. The 2 figures disappeared one after another into the depths of the back mountain. Shortly after they left, Sarutobi Hiruzen arrived with the Umbu. Lord Third. An Umbu landed beside the charred ground, his voice urgent. There are traces of a large-scale fire release here. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the raging fire before him, his face as black as a pot's bottom. Half the back mountain was ablaze. Trees crackled and burned, tongues of fire leaping with the wind. If not controlled, it could truly reach the village's edge. Sarutobi Hiruzen clenched his pipe, veins bulging on his forehead. He didn't need to ask to know that this was no ordinary ninja's fire release. Among Konoha's active ninjas, only a few could produce a sea of fire of this scale. And considering Zhu Jian and Ban's disappearance tonight, the answer was Uchiha Ban. Sarutobi Hiruzen gritted his teeth as he uttered the name. The Umbu beside him asked cautiously, Lord Hokage, the sealed scroll. Sarutobi Hiruzen suppressed his anger. Put out the fire first. I will continue to investigate the sealed scroll. All ninjas who can use water release report here. We cannot let the fire reach the Umbu responded in unison. Yes. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the sea of fire, feeling suffocated and frustrated. 100,000 Ryo had been swindled away. The sealed scroll was stolen. The back mountain was burned to this state. As Hokage tonight, his blood pressure was shooting through the roof. On the other side, Ban followed closely behind, his red armor bearing several scorch marks. Both were panting, obviously having had a fierce argument on the way. Zhu Jian shouted. Bang! The tavern door was pushed open. Zhu Jian rushed in, holding the sealed scroll covered in leaves and dust with a somewhat disheveled look on his face. Ban followed closely behind, his red armor bearing several scorch marks. Both were panting, obviously having had a fierce argument on the way. Zhu Jian shouted as soon as he entered. Mission complete. Ban pressed the other end of the scroll. I was the one who completed it. Hashirama immediately turned his head. Madara, you can't say that. It's true that you set Mizuki on fire, but I was the one protecting Naruto, and I was the one holding the sealed scroll all along. Madara said coldly. I did all the work while you slacked off the entire time. Hashirama's eyes widened. Where did I slack off? Other than telling me not to set fires, what else did you do? I also stopped you from scaring the Nine Tails further. It cried on its own. Zhang Yu, upon hearing this, almost laughed out loud again. All right. He reached out and took the sealed scroll. Both of you have contributed. Hashirama immediately let out a sigh of relief. Madara, however, let out a cold snort, clearly dissatisfied with the statement. Both have contributed. Zhang Yu placed the sealed scroll on the bar counter. The next second, a system notification sounded. Ding. Main quest: sealed scroll stolen. Completed. Reward 1,000 gold coins, 1 summon chance. Current gold, 3,000. Current summon chance is 1. Zhang Yu's eyes lit up. Another 1,000 gold coins, and 1 more summon chance. Although the process of this quest was a bit absurd, the reward was truly satisfying. Hashirama immediately leaned in, looking at Zhang Yu with eager eyes. Boss, is it time for the summon? Madara also looked over. Although he didn't speak, his meaning was clear. Zhang Yu looked at the two of them. One wanted Tobarama Senju. The other absolutely did not want only Tobarama to appear. If he summoned only one, the tavern would probably be in chaos again tonight. Zhang Yu tapped his fingers on the table and suddenly smiled. All right. You two stop arguing. Today is your first time completing a quest. Although in the process you burned the back mountain of Konoha, scared the Nine Tails to tears, and almost tore the sealed scroll apart. Hashirama's face stiffened. Madara turned his face away, pretending not to hear. Zhang Yu continued, but the result was good. To reward you both and to appease you, I've decided. Hashirama held his breath. Madara's fingers also tightened slightly. Zhang Yu looked at them and said each word slowly. Summon both of your brothers at the same time. The tavern fell into silence. Hashirama jerked his head up. Really? Madara's pupils visibly contracted. At the same time, Zhang Yu nodded. Izuna Uchiha. Tobarama Senju. Summon them both together. Hashirama became completely excited. Boss, that's great. If Tobarama knows he can come back, he'll be shocked. Madara said nothing, but his breathing grew noticeably heavier. Izuna. That name was too heavy for him. So heavy that even after all these years, even after he had died once, his heart would still be fiercely wrenched. The emotions of the Uchiha clan were always extreme. The deeper the love, the fiercer the hatred. Izuna's death was the deepest wound on his path to— Now Zhang Yu said he could bring Izuna back. No matter how proud Madara was, he could not remain calm. Zhang Yu watched their reactions and did not keep them in suspense. He opened the summonable spirit list in his mind. Please enter search target. Izuna Uchiha. Tobirama Senju. Target locked Izuna. Target locked Tobirama Senju. Current summon chances insufficient for regular summoning of 2 spirits. Special quest reward condition detect. Will you consume 1 summon chance to simultaneously summon the related spirits Izuna Uchiha and Tobirama Senju? Zhang Ye's heart leaped with joy. As expected, it worked. Confirm summon. Summon begins. In the center of the tavern, 2 beams of white light simultaneously appeared. One on the left, the light illuminated the tables and chairs, and also the faces of Madara and Hashirama. Hashirama was so nervous, he didn't know where to put his hands. Madara stood still, his expression tense, his eyes fixed on the left beam of light. In the white light, 2 figures gradually solidified. On the left, a young man with black hair slowly opened his eyes, his features handsome, his demeanor sharp, with the unique pride of the Uchiha in his eyes. In the white light, 2 figures gradually solidified. On the left, a young man with black hair slowly opened his eyes, his features handsome, his demeanor sharp. Izuna Uchiha looked down at his own hands. Wasn't I already? Tobirama Senju also quickly scanned the surroundings. Seeing Hashirama and Madara. Brother. Izuna's voice trembled first. Madara Uchiha could no longer hold back, and almost in one step rushed to his side. Izuna. He reached out and fiercely pulled Izuna into his embrace. The force was heavy, as if afraid the person in front of him would disappear again. Izuna was completely frozen. His memories were still around the time of his death, and he couldn't understand why he had regained a body, let alone why he was seeing Madara and such. But his brother's embrace was too familiar. The trembling suppressed to the extreme the force of someone who had regained what was lost made Izuna's heart ache fierce. Brother. He instinctively raised his arms and hugged Madara. Madara said nothing. He only held tighter. In the tavern, the 2 shinobi demigods who had been fiercely opposing each other just moments ago were now silent beyond words. Zhang Yu watched this scene feeling a bit emotional. The Uchiha clan really were all brother-obsessed. Especially Madara. His later actions were largely due to it. Now Izuna stood before him again. This was more important to Madara than any quest reward. Hashirama stood nearby watching Madara and Izuna's reunion, his eyes full of envy. He sniffled, then turned to look at his own younger brother. Tobirama. Tobirama Senju had just regained his composure, and his face instantly changed. Because Hashirama had already opened his arms and was lunging at him with an excited expression. Tobirama. Your big brother missed you so much. Tobirama's pupils contracted. Years of instinct kicked in at that moment. He stepped back, his body moving faster than his mind, raising his hand to precisely block Hashirama's forehead, stopping him firmly at arm's length. Get lost. Hashirama was frozen in place. His open arms still hung in the air, his forehead firmly held by Tobirama's hand, unable to move forward even an inch. Tobirama. Hashirama's voice suddenly became aggrieved. We've reunited after death. What's wrong with a big brother hugging his little brother? Tobirama Senju's face was expressionless. Brother, calm down. I am calm. Your current behavior is embarrassing. Hashirama instantly deflated, crouching in the corner, his back shrinking into a familiar huddle. On the other side, Madara Uchiha was still tightly holding. Izuna did not struggle. He had just returned from the Pure Land, his mind still a bit confused, but the warmth from his brother's body was too real. It was a real physical, real breathing. The real Madara Uchiha standing before him. Brother. Izuna's voice lowered. Madara's arms tightened even more. It's good that you're back. Zhang Yu watched this scene, barely able to suppress the smile at the corner of his mouth. The same brotherly reunion. The Uchiha side was full of warmth, almost ready to become emotional on the spot. On the Senju side, a single get lost shattered the atmosphere completely. Hashirama crouched in the corner, murmuring softly. Madara can hug his brother. Why? You look pathetic when you charge like that, Tobirama said coldly. Hashirama was left speechless. Madara glanced at Tobirama, his expression turning. Izuna finally noticed Tobirama as well. His gaze lingered on Tobirama's face for a moment, his lips tightening slowly. Senju Tobirama. That name was all too familiar to Uchiha Izuna. The wound that had claimed his life came from this man. But before Izuna could speak, Hashirama had already stood. Tobirama, Izuna, don't rush. He took a deep breath, the earlier embarrassment fading from his face. The situation is complicated. We need to clarify things first. Tobirama frowned. Brother, you'd better get to the point. Hashirama nodded, then launched into a lengthy explanation of the entire chain of events. The more Tobirama listened, the darker his expression grew. Izuna kept glancing at Madara. Brother, do you have to serve sake too? Madara was silent for a moment. For now, Izuna's expression turned subtle. Hashirama immediately chimed in. Madara still hasn't learned yet. Madara shot him a cold look. And you have. Hashirama gave a dry laugh. Neither have I. Tobirama pressed his fingers to his temple. So the two of you returned from the afterlife, and the first thing you did was become waiters at this tavern. Hashirama corrected him earnestly. Not exactly the first thing. Tobirama stared at him. Hashirama thought for a moment. The first thing was being summoned by the boss, then Madara explained the situation, and then we went to greet guests at the door. Tobirama closed his eyes. What's the difference? Zhang Yu almost burst out laughing. This white-haired man was definitely the ultimate straight man. Hashirama then recounted the theft of the scroll of seals, Mizuki's manipulation of Naruto Madara, setting the forest on fire, their retrieval of the scroll, and how after this mission Zhang Yu had summoned both their younger brothers at the same time. After hearing everything, Izuna slowly released Madara. He turned and walked to Zhang Yu, hands at his sides, and bowed solemnly. Boss Zhang Yu. Izuna's tone was respectful. Thank you for bringing me back from the Pure Land. If not for you, I would never have seen my brother again. I will remember this debt. The Uchiha clan was always proud. Especially Izuna, who was from the Warring States period. But at this moment there was no arrogance in him. Because for him to see Madara again was a blessing beyond words. Madara watched Izuna thank Zhang Yu without stopping him. He knew better than anyone what Zhang Yu had given him this time. Zhang Yu waved his hand. No need to be so polite. From now on you're all tavern employees. Just do your job well. Izuna looked up, his expression pausing. I have to work too. Zhang Yu said matter-of-factly, of course. The Spirit Tavern doesn't keep freeloaders. Izuna fell silent. Madara turned his face away. Hashirama muttered beside him. Welcome to the waiter crew. Tobirama let out a cold laugh. Brother, you've adapted quite. Hashirama's spirit sank again. Tobirama ignored him. His attention shifted to his own body. His heartbeat was steady. His body temperature was normal. Chakra flowed without any obstruction. Even his muscles, bones, and neural responses were no different from when he was alive. No, it was even more complete than at certain times when he was alive. Impure world reincarnation was a forbidden technique he had created himself. He knew the essence of that jutsu all too well. It required a sacrifice. It required a body to serve as a vessel. The soul of the dead was forcibly dragged back using dust and a sacrifice as a shell. Even if it granted immortality, it was never a true living body, and the caster could control the resurrected. But Zhang Ye's summoning was entirely different. No sacrifice, no talisman binding, no cracks of dirt, no stiffness of being controlled. This was no mere improvement on impure world reincarnation. This directly surpassed the limits of ninjutsu. Tobirama looked at Zhang Yu for the first time, without coldness, only an irrepressible curiosity. Boss Zhang Yu, this ability of yours to summon the dead does not belong to any known technique in the ninja world. Zhang Yu smiled. That's why I'm called the Spirit Tavern's boss. Tobirama said in a low voice. I have studied forbidden techniques for years, and I have never seen such a method. Had I not experienced it myself, I would not believe that someone could restore a complete flesh body to the dead without a sacrifice or cost. As he spoke, he glanced at Madara, Hashirama, and Izuna. Izuna's was respectful. Tobirama's was like that of a man who had discovered an unsolvable source of forbidden arts. Zhang Yu under the stairs of four legends. Izuna's was respectful. Tobirama's was like that of a man who had discovered an unsolvable source of forbidden arts. Zhang Yu under the stairs of four legendary figures remained calm on the surface, but inside, he was reveling in the moment. After nightfall, Zhang Yu arranged rooms for the four to rest. Madara and Izuna naturally stayed close. Hashirama eagerly wanted to talk with Tobirama all night, but was shut down by Tobirama's words. I need quiet to organize information. Zhang Yu carried the scroll of seals upstairs to his room. The moment he closed the door, his smile slowly faded. It was exhilarating. But one thing always remained before him. He was too weak. So weak that without the tavern's rules and these undead employees, any random Leaf Village genin could make his life miserable. If he had to rely on his employees for protection forever, he would never feel secure. Zhang Yu placed the scroll of seals on the table and took a deep breath. The treasure of the Naruto world. Tonight I'm counting on you. He unrolled the scroll. The first thing he saw, multiple shadow clone technique. Further down, flying thunder god technique. Mutually multiplying explosive tags. All kinds of forbidden techniques were densely packed enough to make one's scalp tingle. Zhang Yu was full of anticipation at first. 5 minutes later he fell silent. 10 minutes later he rubbed his temples. 15 minutes later he couldn't help but slam his face onto the table. Who can understand this? He lifted his head, staring at the scroll in despair. I recognized every character, but together they read like a heavenly script. Chakra circulation paths, jutsu structures, coordinate markers, sealing arts basics. I don't even have chakra, and you want me to learn flying thunder god. This is like throwing a calculus exam at a kindergartner. Zhang Yu grew more and more frustrated. The scroll of seals was indeed a treasure. But the problem was a treasure still needed someone who could use it. He was like a person who had never learned addition or subtraction directly opening a top-tier research paper. gaining nothing but existential doubt. Just as he was about to force himself to keep studying the chat group in his mind, suddenly popped up a notification. Detected new undead employees. Invite Senju Tobarama and Uchiha Izuna to join the Spirit Tavern work group. Zhang Yes eyes lit up. Almost forgot about this. Invite. Senju Tobarama has joined the group chat. Uchiha Izuna has joined the group chat. The next second the group exploded. Senju Hashirama Tobarama. Can you see this? This is the boss chat group, very convenient. Senju Tobarama I see. Brother stop spamming. Senju Hashirama Tobarama you just got here you might not understand yet. Big brother can teach you. Senju Tobarama, I have already understood the basic functions. Brother please keep quiet. Uchiha Izuna brother what is this technique? The words appear directly in my mind. Uchiha Madara it's not a ninjutsu, it's a tavern function. Uchiha Izuna I see. Boss Zhang Yes methods are indeed extraordinary. Senju Hashirama Izuna is here too. Well all be colleagues from now on. Senju Tobarama brother you're being too enthusiastic toward the Uchiha. Senju Hashirama we've all died once. Don't be so narrow-minded. Senju Tobarama that kind of thinking is one of the roots of Konoha's financial chaos. Zhang Yu watched the group messages and burst into laughter slapping the table. Every time Hashirama enthusiastically tried to strike up a conversation Tobarama would precisely shut him down. This chat group was more entertaining than the Scroll of Seals. Just then Tobarama suddenly sent a message. Senju Tobarama what is this red icon? The next second, Senju Tobarama sent a red envelope. Zhang Yu froze for a moment. Before he could react his hand had already tapped it. Congratulations host. You've obtained a special reward Senju Tobarama's cage level chakra. Withdraw now. Zhang Yes breath caught. Cage level chakra. Not gold coins. He looked back at the group. Uchiha Madara 20 gold coins. Uchiha Izuna 15 gold coins. Senju Tobarama 10 gold coins. Senju Hashirama. I didn't get any. Zhang Yu almost laughed out loud. Everyone else received ordinary gold coins. But he had snatched a stat reward. This boss treatment was ridiculously unfair. Withdraw. The next instant, a vast surge of chakra poured into his body from nowhere. Zhang Yes' entire frame tensed up. His once empty meridians were flooded like a torrent, and deep within his body, a raging river seemed to have formed. It wasn't a fleeting power. It was chakra he could truly perceive, channel, and master. He clenched his fists, his fingertips tingling slightly. So this is cage-level chakra. Zhang Yu stared at his own hands, his heart pounding wildly. Just moments ago, he couldn't even understand the Scroll of Seals. Now when he looked at those descriptions of chakra circulation, they were no longer completely alien glyphs. In the group Madara seemed intrigued. Uchiha Madara let me try. Uchiha Madara sent a red envelope. Zhang Yu quick as lightning tapped again. Congratulations host. You've obtained a special reward Uchiha Madara's fire-attributed physique. Withdraw now. Withdraw. A wave of heat exploded from his chest, instantly surging through his limbs and bones. Zhang Yu could clearly feel a scorching affinity added to his chakra. As if whenever he wished he could convert that chakra into flames. In the group another flurry of messages appeared. Senju Tobarama 12 gold coins. As if whenever he wished he could convert that chakra into flames. In the group another flurry of messages appeared. Senju Tobarama brother you have no talent for snatching red envelopes. Hashirama sent a sad emoji. Izuna also tried once. Uchiha Izuna sent a red envelope. Zhang Yu tapped it instantly again. Congratulations host. You've obtained a special reward, Great Fireball. Withdraw now. Withdraw. A flood of hand seal sequences, chakra manipulation methods, and fire release techniques were seared directly into his mind. Zhang Yu even had the illusion that if he stood in an open space right now, he could immediately spit out a standard Great Fireball. He forcibly suppressed the urge. This was the second floor of the tavern. If he really spat it out, he'd have to repair the building before opening tomorrow. In the group Hashirama came up empty again. Senju Hashirama, I didn't get it again. This was the second floor of the tavern. If he really spat it out, he'd have to repair the building before opening tomorrow. In the group Hashirama came Senju Hashirama, Tobarama you're too cold to your big brother. Senju Tobarama facts don't need warmth. Zhang Yu was already laughing himself numb. Finally, as if unwilling to admit defeat, Hashirama also sent a red envelope. Senju Hashirama sent a red envelope. Zhang Yu tapped it. Congratulations host. You've obtained a special reward Senju Hashirama's earth-attributed physique. Withdraw now. Withdraw. This time the chakra within Zhang Yu grew even heavier. The blazing intensity of fire remained, but the steady calm of earth merged in as well. He could sense a natural affinity for chakra transformations related to earth and rock. The others in the group still only got gold coins. Hashirama himself stared at the record silent for a long time. Senju Hashirama, I sent the red envelope, so why don't I feel like I gained anything? Senju Tobarama, because you're the Cinder brother. Uchiha Madara foolish. Senju Hashirama Madara you say that too. Uchiha Madara facts don't need warmth. Zhang Yu leaned back in his chair laughing, so hard his stomach ached. These people were all legendary-level powerhouses, but when it came to snatching red envelopes, they were as real as it gets. The most absurd part was that the other four, no matter how they grabbed, only got ordinary gold coins. Only he every single time snagged actual attributes and ninjutsu. In just one night, he had gone from an ordinary civilian to someone with a foundation to truly step into the shinobi system. Zhang Yu looked at the scroll of seals on the table, his mood completely different from before. The scroll was still difficult, but he was no longer an ordinary person who couldn't even find the door. With chakra with attributes, with his first fire release, jutsu, plus the undead tavern, and these outrageous employees, he finally had the confidence to grow stronger. He closed the chat group and shut the scroll of seals. Tonight's gains were too great, and tomorrow the tavern would truly face Konoha. Customers, missions, gold coins, red envelopes, the shop. Everything would start from the official opening. He was already looking forward to how the undead tavern would look when it officially opened tomorrow. The morning breeze slipped through the window crack, carrying a hint of chill. Zhang Yu hadn't even opened his eyes, but his nose twitched first. The burnt aroma of fried eggs, the oily scent of grilled meat, and the savory fragrance of bubbling soup. Layer after layer drifted upstairs. Zhang Yu turned over groggily, his first thought not about getting up, but who's in the kitchen? The current employees in the tavern were each more outrageous than the last. Uchiha Madara looked like he'd treat a pod as an enemy to be slain. Senju Hashirama would probably cook while lamenting about peace. Senju Tobarama was reliable, but having him in the kitchen felt like he'd turn it into a forbidden jutsu lab in seconds. Zhang Yu rubbed his eyes and went downstairs. As soon as he reached the stairwell, he saw a figure with black hair bustling back and forth in the kitchen. Uchiha, his sleeves were rolled up, his movements swift and precise. With a flip of the spatula, the grilled meat neatly landed on a plate. Hot porridge was ladled into a bowl, and side dishes cut properly were arranged beside. No unnecessary movements. Not a trace of awkwardness. This scene was a far cry from the sharp Uchiha who had been summoned just last night. Zhang Yu stood at the door for 2 seconds, then couldn't help asking, "Izuna, you can cook?" Izuna turned around, his tone natural. During the Warring States period, there were many battles, and the clan couldn't always have someone to take care of us. On missions, starting a fire and cooking were basics, he said as he placed the last plate of fried meat onto the tray. "Boss, you've woken up just in time. Breakfast is ready." Zhang Yu felt immensely pleased upon hearing, "Look, now that's what I call an employee. Knows how to fight, work, and cook." And then look at some people. Last night they managed to set the entire back mountain on fire, just trying to steal a sealing scroll. Soon the tavern's main hall was filled with breakfast. Hot porridge, fried eggs, grilled meat, side dishes, and several plates of pickled vegetables that Izuna had somehow dug up from somewhere. Senju Hashirama was the first to sit down. He took a sniff, and his eyes lit up. "Izuna, I never knew you were such a great cook." Izuna gave a slight nod. "You flatter me, Lord Hashirama." Uchiha Madara sat next to Izuna, his expression much gentler than usual. "Izuna's cooking has always been good." Upon hearing this, Izuna's lips curled up slightly. Zhang Yu watched with amusement. Good grief, Madara's little brother complex was completely undisguised. But on the other side, as soon as Senju Tobarama sat down, the gentleness on Madara's face vanished instantly. Madara looked up at Tobarama. Tobarama also looked back at Madara. The two men sat across the table, neither speaking. But the atmosphere had already turned sour. Hashirama's hand holding the chopsticks paused, and he quickly tried to smooth things over. "Well, everyone, let's eat first. Izuna worked hard all morning, but don't let it go to waste." Tobarama picked up a piece of fried meat, his tone calm. "Brother, I'm not trying to start anything." Madara sneered. "You'd better not be." Tobarama lifted his gaze. Uchiha Madara radiating hostility during a meal violates the basic order of the tavern staff. Madara's fingers paused. "Senju Tobarama, are you trying to teach me how to act?" Izuna also set down his bowl, his gaze turning cold. "Tobarama, you'd better watch your words." Hashirama felt his scalp tingle. He looked at Madara, then at Tobarama, then at Zhang Yu, his face pleading for help. Zhang Yu was holding his porridge, not even 2 sips in, and the table was already turning into a battlefield. The next moment, Madara's pupils turned crimson. The 3-Demo Sharingan slowly rotated. The air felt as if it were being compressed. Steam rose from the hot porridge on the table, but everyone in the hall could feel a cold, hard pressure bearing down on them. Tobarama did not retreat. He set down his chopsticks, folded his hands on the table, and his gaze was as sharp as a blade. "Sharingan, are you planning to start a fight in the Boss Tavern?" Madara's voice was icy. "I just want to see how long that mouth of yours can stay tough." Izuna, sitting beside Madara, had already pressed his fingers against the edge of the... Hashirama broke out in a cold sweat. "Madara, Tobarama, calm down. We haven't even finished breakfast." Zhang Yu slammed his bowl heavily onto the table. "Enough." The voice was not loud, but Madara's Sharingan stopped. Tobarama also looked away. Izuna glanced at Zhang Yu and silently released his grip on the table edge. Zhang Yu swept his gaze across them and said irritably, "Can't even have a peaceful breakfast. If you want to fight, fine, but don't do it in my hall." Hashirama nodded hastily. The boss is right. Zhang Yu looked at Madara and Tobirama. Eat. After breakfast, it'll take you somewhere. Madara glanced at Zhang Yu and retracted his Sharingan. Tobirama picked up his chopsticks again. Izuna continued to pour more porridge for Madara. Hashirama let out a sigh of relief and stuffed a large piece of grilled meat into his mouth as if afraid that the meal would disappear if he didn't hurry. The meal was finished quickly. No one spoke much more. Zhang Yu, however, grew more satisfied with every bite. Izuna's cooking skills could easily become the tavern. From now on, when guests come in, they'll order a jug of wine and some side dishes made by Uchiha Izuna himself. Won't that drive up the spending? After finishing the meal, Zhang Yu led the four to the backyard. The tavern's backyard had been quite ordinary. A patch of open ground, a few old trees and firewood, and wine jars piled in the corners. Madara stood in the yard and glanced around. Is this the place you mentioned? Zhang Yu smiled. It won't be for long. With a thought, he opened the system interface. Activate Backyard Dispute Arena. Activate. The next moment, the entire backyard ground shook violently. It wasn't an earthquake. Rather, it was a rule descending. In the center of the open ground, a building materialized out of thin air. A stone platform rose from the ground. 4 pillars, elevated black railings encircled the central arena, and the ground was engraved with complex patterns unlike any ceiling technique in the ninja world. The most absurd thing was that although the building was enormous, it did not crush the backyard walls or knock over the old trees beside it, as if it had always belonged here. Hashirama's eyes widened. This thing just appeared out of nowhere. Izuna also showed rare shock. No hand seals, no chakra fluctuations. Tobirama stepped forward, knelt down to examine the ground patterns, his frown deepening. It's not a summoning technique, nor a space-time ninjutsu. There's not even a traditional jutsu structure. He looked up at Zhang Yu, his tone unprecedentedly serious. Boss, your system's functions completely bypass the rules of ninjutsu. Madara stared at the arena in the center of the dispute field, and the corner of his mouth slowly curled up. Interesting. Zhang Yu watched their reactions, feeling immensely pleased. The god of shinobi, the demon of the ninja world, the second Hokage, and Uchiha Izuna, 4 fearsome figures from the Warring States period, stood here, all awed by what the system had created. A light blue panel appeared. Backyard Dispute Arena function. Deceased employees can resolve grudges and disputes here. Upon entering the dispute platform, both parties will be teleported to a dedicated battle space. The battle space is isolated from reality. Any ninjutsu, taijutsu, dojutsu, or bloodline destruction will not affect the real world. Match rules: the battle ends only when one side is defeated. Winners reward a large amount of gold coins. Special note: the dispute arena can withstand peak-level combatants fighting at full power. Zhang Yu finished reading the description. The backyard fell silent. Hashirama was stunned for a moment, then his face lit up with obvious surprise. So that means Madara and I can have a full-power fight without worrying about destroying Konoha. Winners reward a large amount of gold coins. Special note: the dispute arena can withstand peak-level combatants fighting at full power. Zhang Yu finished. Hashirama also looked at Madara. The moment their eyes met, the tension from the breakfast table transformed entirely into fighting spirit. Tobirama's face darkened. Brother, don't be reckless. Izuna also looked at Madara. Brother, be careful. Madara stepped onto the dispute platform. I've been waiting for this day for a long. Hashirama took a deep breath, his expression turning serious. Madara, this time we don't have to worry about the village or the ninja world. Let's fight. The two of them stood on the arena at the same time. The next moment, the patterns on the dispute field lit up. A flash of white light. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama vanished simultaneously. A scene popped up on the system interface in front of Zhang Yu. At the same time, inside the tavern's main hall, a giant screen materialized on the wall. On the screen, there was an endless forest. Ancient trees towered, mountains loomed, and the sky stretched high. Madara and Hashirama stood at opposite ends of the forest. Uchiha Madara was the first to raise his hand, and blue chakra surged skyward. Bones, flesh, sinews, armor, layer upon layer wrapped around him. In the blink of an eye, the complete Susanoo rose from the ground. The blue giant, winged and wielding a samurai sword before its chest, stood like a walking calamity. On the other side, Hashirama clasped his hands together. Sage art would release true several thousand hands. Rumble. The earth split apart. Countless colossal trees burst from the ground, and a massive wooden Buddha rose, blotting out the sky. 1,000 arms spread out layer upon layer, as if they could crush the entire world. Hashirama stood atop the wooden Buddhas, had a smile on his face. Madara, standing at the Susanoo's forehead, burst into laughter. Hashirama. Now that's more like it. The next moment, the complete Susanoo swung its blade down. The wooden Buddha's 1,000 arms surged to meet the strike. In front of the screen, Zhang Yu sat in the hall chair, a cup of hot tea at hand, utterly comfortable. What kind of experience was this? Others watched anime. He watched a live broadcast. Ultra high definition, no lag, and exclusive Shinobi World Standing nearby, Izuna clenched his hands, his face full of pride as he watched Madara on the screen. My brother's power remains unmatched. Tobirama said coldly. My brother's would release is no mere decoration either. Izuna immediately looked at him. Are you saying my brother will lose? Tobirama replied calmly. I am merely stating a fact. Zhang Yu raised his hand. Stop. Don't replicate the breakfast scene in the hall. This dispute field was indeed terrifying. With Madara and Hashirama fighting at full power, not even a single leaf stirred in the real world. This dispute field was indeed terrifying. With Madara and Hashirama fighting at full power, not even a single leaf stirred in the real world. Just as Zhang Yu was enjoying the show, a system notification suddenly chimed in. Ding. Guest arrival detected. Guest entry revenue gold coins 100. Zhang Yu raised an eyebrow. A guest? At this hour who would come? He stood up and looked at Tobirama and Izuna. The two of you come with me to greet the guest. Izuna immediately nodded. Yes, boss. Tobirama glanced at the screen, then at the door. Understood. The three of them went to the front hall. The wooden door was pushed open. An old man wearing a Hokage robe entered. Sarutobi Hiruzen. This time he brought neither Kakashi nor Umbu, still holding his pipe, his face seemingly composed, but his steps were much slower than the last time. The theft of the Forbidden Scroll last night, the great fire on the mountain, Zhang Yes advance warning, and the two waiters who resembled legendary figures. These matters weighed on his mind, keeping him awake all night. He came again today to continue probing the depths of the Spirit Tavern. Zhang Yu saw him and greeted with a smile. Lord Third here again. Sarutobi Hiruzen was about to speak, but his gaze suddenly froze. He saw the white-haired man beside Zhang Yu. White short hair. Red goggles. A cold hard face. That face was far too familiar. So familiar that even after decades, even with age carving wrinkles into his own face, he could never mistake it. Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils sharply contracted as if struck by lightning, and his pipe nearly slipped from his hand. Master. His voice trembled as it left his mouth. Tobirama Senju, the second Hokage. His teacher, the second Hokage who had long died on the battlefield, was standing alive beside Zhang Yu. Sarutobi Hiruzen's mental defenses crumbled in that instant. He had considered that Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha might be products of forbidden techniques, and that Zhang Yu might harbor even more terrifying secrets. But he had never imagined he would see Tobirama Senju here. That was no portrait. No genjutsu. Definitely not a transformation technique. That piercing gaze, that oppressive aura, that familiar scent of authority that once scolded them in the Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen would never forget it in a lifetime. Tobirama looked at him, frowning slightly. Hiruzen. Just 2 words. Sarutobi Hiruzen's body trembled violently. It really was his teacher. Zhang Yu watched the scene, delighted inside. Last time he had fleeced the third Hokage with 100,000 tales of Ergwa, too, causing him real pain. This time he was directly reuniting the third with his master. The impact was far more valuable than the liquor. Just then the system prompt sounded again. Ding. Special character relationship detected. New mission triggered. Mission name: scolding from the staff. Mission requirement: have an employee of the Spirit Tavern retort and scold Sarutobi Hiruzen. Mission description: the harsher the scolding, the heavier the reprimand, the richer the gold coin reward. Base reward: 500 gold coins. Reward cap enhanced based on effectiveness. Zhang Yu nearly laughed out loud. The system really knew how to pick its targets. Have Tobirama Senju scold Sarutobi Hiruzen. Wasn't that a perfect match? In the entire shinobi world, who was more qualified to lecture the third Hokage? Others might not be enough. But Tobirama Senju but Sarutobi Hiruzen did not sit. His gaze remained fixed on Tobirama Senju, his face no longer bearing any trace of a Hokage's composure. But Sarutobi Hiruzen did not sit. His gaze remained fixed on Tobirama Senju, his face no longer bearing any trace of a Hokage's composure. Zhang Yu looked at Tobirama, his tone light. Tobirama, an old acquaintance is here. Ask whatever you want. Don't hold back. Tobirama did not speak immediately. He simply stared at Sarutobi Hiruzen, those sharp eyes, as if re-examining his former disciple from head to toe. But before Tobirama Senju, he was still the disciple who had been called out and scolded by his teacher. He dared not put on the airs of a Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly put away his pipe, let his hands hang at his sides, and bowed. But before Tobirama Senju, he was still the disciple who had been called out and scolded by his teacher. He dared not put on the airs of a Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly put away his pipe, let his hands hang at his sides, and bowed his back slightly. Master. Hiruzen pays respects to master. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood before Tobirama Senju, his posture extremely respectful, and humble, head bowed and hands down. Tobirama Senju did not bid Sarutobi Hiruzen to rise. Sarutobi Hiruzen kept his head down, arms at his sides, a fine sweat beading on his forehead. This third Hokage, who had ruled Konoha for many years, now stood before Tobirama Senju like a disciple being called out by his teacher. Zhang Yu sat nearby, sipping a small cup of ergwa too. Uchiha Izuna stood at his side, and when he saw the cup was low, immediately refilled it. Boss, enjoy. Zhang Yu felt immensely comfortable. This was life. Drinking while watching the second Hokage scold the third Hokage, with Uchiha Izuna personally pouring his wine. In the entire shinobi world who had such treatment. Tobirama Senju stared at Sarutobi Hiruzen, his voice cold and hard. Hiruzen, how many years have passed in Konoha since my death? Sarutobi Hiruzen's throat tightened. To answer, Master, Konoha has been established for about 60 years. 60 years. Tobirama repeated, his gaze growing colder. Then start from the time of my death. Tell me the major events that happened in Konoha over these years, how the village was governed, how the clans were settled, the losses from wars, the cultivation of talents within the village. Don't leave out a single word. Hiruzen Sarutobi's face turned pale. Sensei. Speak. Just that one word caused Hiruzen's back to tense instantly. He dared not hide. From the end of the First Shinobi World War to his own succession as the third Hokage. From the several great ninja wars to the changes in the power structure of Konoha's high ranks. From the academy system to the existence of the Umbu and Root. Tobirama listened quietly, but the quieter he became, the more flustered Hiruzen grew. Zhang Yu held his wine glass, listening with great interest, until Hiruzen mentioned Sakomo Hatake. White Fang. Tobirama Senju frowned. I've heard that name from you before. Hiruzen's voice lowered a few notches. Sakomo Hatake was an exceptionally outstanding ninja in the village with great strength and prestige. Later, during a mission, he abandoned the mission to save his comrades. After the mission failed, the village's public opinion condemned him, and even the comrades he saved. Hiruzen could not continue. Tobirama Senju's face was already chillingly cold. Continue. Hiruzen gritted his teeth and said, in the end he could not bear the pressure, and took his slap. Tobirama slammed his palm on the table. The entire wooden table split with a crack on the spot. Hiruzen's body trembled. Bastard. Tobirama roared. When a Konoha ninja abandons a mission to save a comrade, the village can investigate, review, and punish. But who gave you the authority to let a hero be driven to death by public opinion? Hiruzen, you are the Hokage. The villagers may not understand, the ordinary ninjas may not understand, but do you not understand either? Ding. Tobirama Senju effectively scolded Hiruzen. Sarutobi, gold 150. Zhang Yu's eyes lit up. Good heavens. So it's already arriving. More cold sweat dripped from Hiruzen's forehead. Sensei, that matter was mishandled by me. Mishandled? Tobirama sneered. A man known as Konoha's White Fang, who made enemy nations tremble in fear, was driven to suicide by his own village. And you call this mishandled? Ding. Scolding intensity increased, gold 200. Zhang Yu raised his wine glass and drank with increasing Izuna stood by the side, his gaze toward Hiruzen also turning colder. Tobirama continued, asking, what about the 3 Sannin? I heard from Brother Hashirama that you had 3 outstanding disciples. How are they now? Hiruzen's lips twitched. Jiraiya has been wandering abroad for years. Tsunade left the village due to war and the death of loved ones. Orochimaru. Tobirama's eyes darkened. What about Orochimaru? Hiruzen said with difficulty. He conducted human experiments, researched forbidden techniques, and later defected. The tavern. Tobirama stared at Hiruzen as if seeing this disciple for the first time. Human experiments. Forbidden technique, research. Defection. With each word he spoke, Hiruzen's head lowered a fraction. Hiruzen. I developed forbidden techniques in my time for the sake of war, to protect the village under the worst circumstances. I sealed those books away because I knew they were dangerous. But you, your disciple, conducted experiments on Konoha's people right under your nose, and you let him defect alive. Hiruzen's voice turned hoarse. At that time, I couldn't bring myself to do it. Couldn't bring yourself. Tobirama suddenly stood up. Is the position of Hokage meant for someone indecisive? When I entrusted you with the Hokage seat, it was because you were willing to stand forward and cover the retreat in times of crisis. I chose a ninja with responsibility, not an old man who muddles through and tolerates calamities. Ding. Tobirama Senju severely reprimanded Hiruzen. Sarutobi, gold 300. Current reward accumulation increased. Zhang Yu almost laughed out loud. Made a killing. Faster than selling wine. Hiruzen was scolded until his face turned pale, unable to utter a single rebuttal. Just then footsteps came from the direction of the backyard. Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha walked out one after another. The two had just finished sparring in the dispute field with no injuries, but high spirits. As soon as Hashirama entered the hall, he saw Hiruzen standing with his head lowered before Tobirama. He looked at him with curiosity. Tobirama, is this the monkey you chose back then? Hiruzen's body stiffened abruptly. The first Hokage. Madara Uchiha, plus the second Hokage before him and Uchiha Izuna beside him. Hiruzen felt his vision darken. One Tobirama Senju was already deadly enough. Now the founding fathers of the ninja world, Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, had also appeared. Would he even make it out of this tavern alive? Hashirama circled Hiruzen, rubbed his chin, and said seriously, "You've changed a lot. Your appearance is quite ordinary, though I almost didn't recognize you." Hiruzen's face twitched violently. Mortifying. Utterly mortifying. But the one speaking was Hashirama Senju, so he dared not utter a single word of dissent. Tobirama said coldly, "Brother, you've come at the right time. You should also hear how Hiruzen has governed Konoha over the years." Hashirama's smile slowly faded. "Hiruzen, say it again." Hiruzen's whole body stiffened. "First Hokage-sama." Hashirama looked at him. "Speak." Hiruzen had no choice but to steel himself and repeat the matters of Tsukumo Hataki's suicide, the departure of the three Sannin, and Orochimaru's human experiments and defection. The more Hashirama listened, the darker his face became. By the time Hiruzen finished, Hashirama's fists were clenched. "I founded Konoha so that children would never have to go to war again. Not so that the village would drive its own heroes to death. Not so that the Hokage's disciples would become estranged one by one. And certainly not so that forbidden technique experiments would occur in the village." Madara Uchiha sneered from the side. "Hashirama, this is the village you wanted." For once Hashirama did not retort. Because this time he could not. Tobirama stepped forward and grabbed Hiruzen by the collar. "Let's go." Hiruzen's expression shifted. "Sensei, where to?" "The backyard." Tobirama's voice was as cold as ice. "Some things cannot be said in the hall." Hashirama also came over and placed a hand on Hiruzen's shoulder. Hiruzen's legs went weak. He wanted to retreat. But before him stood Tobirama Senju, beside him Hashirama Senju, and in the distance Madara Uchiha watched coldly. He had no way out. A prompt sound immediately rang in Zhang Ye's mind. Ding. Detected Hokage Master-Disciple Accountability Dispute. Current gold coin balance exceeds 3,000. Zhang Yu almost dropped his wine glass. This third Hokage's visit was worth more than 10 ordinary. Current gold coin balance exceeds 3,000. Zhang Yu almost dropped his wine glass. This third Hokage's visit was worth more than 10 ordinary. Soon from the backyard came Hiruzen's suppressed grunts along with Tobirama's increasingly cold reprimands. Who approved this decision? Danzo overstepped his authority. What were you doing as Hokage? Why didn't you investigate thoroughly before Orochimaru defected? After White Fang died, what explanation did you give to the Hatake family? Hashirama's voice also rang out. Hiruzen, you have disappointed me deeply. With each word the system notification triggered once. Gold coins 120. Gold coins 180. Gold coins 260. Zhang Yu sat in the hall, Izuna pouring him sake, while Madara stood by the bar with a cold smirk. None of them moved to intervene. After a long while the back door slid open. Sarutobi Hiruzen emerged. His Hokage robe was crooked. His hair was disheveled. His face was as pale as if he had just been pulled from the water. He didn't even bother to grab his pipe, nodded stiffly at Zhang Yu, and turned to leave. His steps were so swift they seemed utterly unlike an old man. Only after leaving the tavern's door did he dare to breathe deeply. The Spirit Tavern. He never wanted to come here again. Cheated out of 100,000 taels, and once he was lectured by both his teacher and the first Hokage. A few more times like this, and he, the third Hokage, might have to abdicate early. After the storm passed, Zhang Yu set down his cup and clapped his hands. All right, everyone get back into shape. The scolding is done, the fighting is over. Business as usual now. Hashirama still looked a bit displeased. Tobirama's face remained cold, and Madara wore an expression that said he had seen through Konoha all along. Izuna was the quickest, already tidying up the table. Just as Zhang Yu was about to have someone move the broken table away, footsteps suddenly sounded from the entrance. The wooden door was pushed open. A silver-haired figure stepped inside. His headband slanted to cover his left eye, a small wallet in hand, his entire demeanor lazy and languid. Hatake Kakashi. After tasting the beer last night, he had said it was troublesome, but his body had been honest. That bubbly malt-scented brew was nothing like the sake common in Konoha. Today, before Team 7 assembled, he had deliberately taken a detour to buy a few more bottles. But the moment he stepped inside, the ease in his mind instantly shattered. Before Zhang Yu, the system notification chimed in synchrony. Ding. Key figure detected, Hatake Kakashi. New mission triggered. Mission name Bell Practical Observation. Mission requirements: dispatch 2 tavern staff members to accompany the observation of Team 7's Bell Practical. Mission reward 1,000 gold coins. Wind attribute physique. Zhang Ye's eyes lit up on the spot. Wind attribute physique. This reward came just in time. He already had fire and earth attributes. Adding wind would immediately broaden his combat options. Plus there were 1,000 gold coins. Kakashi truly was a premium customer. Yet Kakashi hadn't noticed Zhang Ye's expression at all. His gaze was locked onto the center of the hall. Senju Hashirama. He had seen him once before, but back then he could barely convince himself he had misseen. Now the first Hokage stood before him, less than 3 steps away. Even more terrifying, beside the first Hokage stood a white-haired man. A gaze so cold and sharp it made one's scalp tingle. The second Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Kakashi's pupils constricted sharply. First Hokage-sama. Second Hokage-sama. His voice was soft, yet carried an undeniable tremor. How could this be? 2 Hokages long since departed, standing together in the Spirit Tavern. And judging by their appearance, they were nothing like the impure world. No cracks. No aura of death. Even their eyes were terrifyingly clear. Hashirama, on the other hand, seemed quite at ease, even offering him a smile. You're the silver-haired young man from last night, right? Don't be nervous. Tobirama and I are both employees of this tavern now. Kakashi's mind went blank. Employees. The first and second Hokage working as employees in Zhangye's tavern. That statement was more absurd than any genjutsu. Tobirama looked Kakashi up and down, his tone calm. A descendant of the Hitaki clan. Kakashi's body stiffened. He wanted to answer. But the next second his peripheral vision caught Uchiha Madara by the bar. Madara sat there, arms crossed, his gaze indifferent. Just being glanced at by those eyes sent a chill down Kakashi's spine. Then to the side, Uchiha Izuna stood holding a sake flask, silent by the door. His handsome face bore no smile, yet he exuded the sharpness unique to the Uchiha clan. Kakashi's throat bobbed. The first Hokage. The second Hokage. Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Izuna. 4 top-tier figures who should only appear in historical records, all present in this small tavern. And he alone had walked in. Retreat. Izuna was at the door. Advance. Hashirama and Tobirama were ahead. To the left was Madara. To the right was Zhangyu. For the first time, Kakashi felt that he had been too hasty in taking that step. Cold sweat beaded on his palms, and his usual deadfish eyes widened slightly. Boss Zhangyu. I just came to buy beer. Zhangyu looked at him in that state, his smile growing ever brighter. Seeing Kakashi surrounded by the 4 top-tier powerhouses, panicked, sweating caught between advance and retreat, Zhangyu stepped forward, with a smile completely cutting off his escape. Kakashi instinctively stepped back half a pace. But as soon as he retreated, Izuna, as if not noticing, casually placed the sake flask back on the bar, standing right by the door. The door was blocked. Kakashi's eyelid twitched. Ahead was Zhangyu. This lineup. Even if he had come to steal the Hokage's office, he wouldn't have been surrounded by such a lavish group. Kakashi forced himself to calm down, raising his small wallet. Boss Zhangyu, I really just came to buy beer. Zhangyu walked up to him with a beaming smile. I know. So I welcome you. Hearing the word welcome, Kakashi felt no relief at all. Last time the third Hokage came and spent 100,000 taels on a bottle of wine. This time he came to buy beer. Who knew what price Zhangyu would set? Kakashi glanced at the figures by the bar. After a moment of silence, he spoke first. How much? Zhangyu clapped his hands. Straightforward. Kakashi's heart sank. The more Zhangyu smiled, the more wrong he felt. Sure enough, Zhangyu turned and dragged a case of beer from the wine rack, setting it directly before Kakashi. No single bottles today. Whole case only. Kakashi looked down at the entire case, his eyelid twitching violently. Whole case. That's right. Zhangyu nodded. 24 bottles per case. 200 taels per bottle. Original price, 4,800 taels. Kakashi had just breathed a sigh of relief. The price wasn't cheap, but it was acceptable. The next second, Zhangyu added another line. But today is a special occasion. Package deal, 20,000 taels. Kakashi. He stared at Zhangyu, silent for a long time. 20,000 taels. A case of beer. This tavern wasn't selling drinks. It was selling palpitations. Kakashi sighed. Boss Zhangyu, isn't your package deal backwards? Zhangyu replied without a hint of embarrassment. For ordinary customers, a package deal should indeed be cheaper. But you're different. Kakashi asked, how am I? Zhangyu grinned. You're a Jonin elite of Konoha. And you're about to lead Team 7. This case of beer is an advance wish for your smooth leadership. Kakashi's heart grew even more unsettled. Zhangyu even knew that he would lead Team 7. This matter had not yet been widely disclosed within the village. He had originally intended to play dumb, but pretending ignorance in this tavern seemed utterly pointless. You know about Team 7. I know a little. Zhangyu's smile remained unchanged. Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura. Kakashi's single eye narrowed slightly. Tavern Master Zhang knows quite a bit. Running a tavern, it's only natural to have good information. Zhangyu casually tapped the beer crate. Buying or not? Kakashi looked at the crate of beer, then glanced around. Not buy. How could he leave? He believed Zhangyu wouldn't actually let these people snatch his wallet. But the problem was that now, wedged among these legendary figures, he was breathing more cautiously than usual. Kakashi finally resigned himself, pulling banknotes from his wallet. 1, 2, 3. After counting out 20,000 ryo, he placed them on the counter. I'll buy. Zhangyu pocketed the money instantly, his movements so swift Kakashi couldn't even track them. Jonin Kakashi, ever so decisive. Kakashi stared at him. Can I leave now? Not so fast. Zhang Yu's smile grew warmer. I've sold you the beer, but I have one small condition. Kakashi's back tensed. He knew those 20,000 Ryo wouldn't be so straightforward. What condition? Zhang Yu spoke directly. Tomorrow isn't Team 7 having their bell test exercise. Let 2 of our tavern staff observe. Kakashi's pupils contracted slightly. He looked at Senju Hashirama, then at Uchiha Madara, and the corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Let the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara observe a genin exercise. Was this reasonable? This was no mere observation. This was planting legends right at the doorstep of the rookie camp. Kakashi was silent for a moment, then ventured, just observation. Zhang Yu smiled. And a little supervision on the side. Kakashi fell deeper into silence. Supervision. Who was supervising whom? The 3 kids of Team 7 would barely be able to stand steady tomorrow. Senju Tobirama suddenly spoke. Is there an Uchiha descendant in Team 7? Kakashi's heart tightened. There is. Izuna also looked over. Uchiha Sasuke. Yes. Izuna's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. Madara said coldly, how many Uchiha remain now? Kakashi's breath caught. This question was too heavy. He dared not answer carelessly. Zhang Yu waved his hand. We'll discuss these matters later. Kakashi tomorrow will only send 2 people. They won't interfere with internal Konoha affairs, nor harm the students. You just need to give them a plausible identity during the test. Kakashi gave a bitter smile. Plausible identity. Those words from Zhang Yu's mouth were even more absurd than a crate of beer for 20,000 Ryo. How could Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara be given a plausible identity? Special Jonin of Konoha. Rogue ninja. Temporary examiner. No matter which, it was absurd. Yet Kakashi knew all too well that he couldn't refuse. If Zhang Yu wanted to observe Team 7, Konoha couldn't stop him. Rather than letting these 2 follow covertly, it was better to have them appear within the rules. At least he could mentally prepare himself in advance. Kakashi let out a long sigh. I understand. Tomorrow, training ground 3. I'll introduce them to the students as special Jonin. Zhang Yu nodded with satisfaction. Excellent. Kakashi hoisted the crate of beer, his steps as heavy as if he were carrying a crate of explosive tags. At the door, he turned back for one last look. Senju Hashirama waved at him. See you tomorrow. Uchiha Madara merely gave him a cold stare. A chill ran through Kakashi's spine. He hugged the beer crate and hurried away. After he was gone, Izuna closed the door. Zhang Yu put away the banknotes, feeling quite pleased. Another sale today. 20,000 Ryo. Kakashi is truly a good customer. Hashirama scratched his head. Boss, are we really going to watch those 3 kids? Of course. Zhang Yu looked at the 4 of them. Actually, there's something I should tell you all. Madara raised his eyes. What is it? Zhang Yu tapped the counter lightly with his fingertips. In Team 7 tomorrow, there are 2 very special individuals. Uzumaki Naruto. Uchiha Sasuke. Upon hearing the name Uchiha Sasuke, Izuna's expression grew serious. Hashirama asked, that child who is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? Yes. Zhang Yu nodded. Naruto is not just the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. He is also the reincarnation of Ashura. Hashirama's smile froze in. Tobirama frowned. Ashura. Madara's eyes changed in an instant. Zhang Yu continued, Uchiha Sasuke is the reincarnation of Indra. The tavern fell into silence. Izuna had never heard those names, but he could tell from the reactions of Madara and Hashirama that this was no trivial matter. Madara slowly rose to his feet. Are you certain? Zhang Yu looked at him. Certain. Madara fixed his gaze on Zhang Yu, his voice low. The sons of the Sage of 6 Paths. Ashura. Indra. Their chakra has reincarnated into this generation. Zhang Yu nodded. Hashirama finally caught up. Wait. Boss, are you saying Naruto and Sasuke are this era's Ashura and Indra? Exactly. Madara's breathing grew noticeably heavier. He had uncovered many secrets from the Uchiha stone tablet. He knew the legends of Indra and Ashura, but he had always believed it was merely a continuation of bloodline and ideology. Now Zhang Yu was telling him the reincarnation was real. And the reincarnates of this era were right here in Konoha. One was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. The other was the last surviving Uchiha. Madara's eyes blazed with both battle intent and curiosity. I'm going. Hashirama immediately looked at him. Madara. Madara cut him off directly. This is not up for discussion. I want to see this era's Indra with my own eyes. Hashirama opened his mouth. Madara turned to him again. You're coming too. Hashirama was taken aback. Me? Ashura's reincarnation is also. Madara said coldly, you're not coming. Hashirama's expression grew complicated. He and Madara had been entangled for a lifetime. Now hearing news of the reincarnations of Ashura and Indra, how could his heart be calm? I'll go. Hashirama nodded slowly. I want to see as well. Tobirama looked at the 2 of them and said in a low voice, Brother Uchiha Madara, don't do anything reckless tomorrow. Madara snorted. I'm not about to lay a hand on children. Hashirama also said earnestly, I'll just observe. Zhang Yu clapped his hands. Then it settled. Tomorrow Hashirama and Madara will go to training ground 3. Izuna and Tobirama will stay at the tavern. Izuna looked at Madara, clearly uneasy. Brother, I could come too. Madara shook his head. No. Stay here. Izuna said, nothing more, simply nodding. Zhang Yu promptly took out a piece of paper and began arranging work formally. Since we're at it, the tavern can't stay chaotic forever. We need to assign positions. Hashirama greeted her. Hashirama was stunned for a moment, then gave a wry smile. Still the greeter, huh? Zhang Yu nodded. Your smile has more affinity than Madara's. Madara sneered, I don't need affinity. Zhang Yu looked at him. You're in charge of keeping order, and you'll also serve as a special waiter. Madara frowned. Special waiter. If a customer is unreasonable, you'll be the one to make them see reason. Madara was satisfied. Fine. Zhang Yu turned to Izuna. Izuna, you have good skills. From now on, you'll handle desserts and snacks to go with drinks. Izuna nodded. Understood. Zhang Yu then looked at Tobarama. Tobarama, you'll be in charge of the account's inventory, scheduling, and establishing the tavern. Tobarama did not refuse. These indeed need unified management. Zhang Yu added, from now on the tavern will operate steadily. First, accumulate funds and gold coins. Once we have more staff, we can expand into drinks, snacks, private rooms, training grounds, and other services. Later on, we can even upgrade the tavern's business model. Hashirama's eyes lit up. Boss, you want to make this place big? Zhang Yu smiled. Of course. The undead tavern will never remain just a small tavern forever. As these words were spoken, the expressions of the four changed. Madara looked at Zhang Yu, the corners of his mouth slowly curling up. Interesting. Tobarama, on the other hand, looked down at the job assignments written on the paper. If we're going to operate long-term, we need to re-establish personnel permissions, income distribution, and standardized greetings for customers. Zhang Yu pointed at him. So I'm leaving all that to you. Tobarama nodded. Fine. The tavern's work was thus settled. After nightfall, each returned to their own room. Zhang Yu reached his room and was about to rest when a notification popped up from the chat group in his mind. Hashirama Senju has sent a friend request. Zhang Yu was taken aback. A friend request. He accepted. The next second, a private message from Hashirama. Hashirama Senju, boss, are you asleep? Zhang Yu stared at the words, his mouth twitching. This opening line was hardly befitting the god of shinobi. Zhang Yu, not yet. Hashirama Senju, I wanted to ask about Azura and Indra. Hashirama Senju, could you tell me the full secret history? Zhang Yu leaned back in his chair, instantly alert. Hashirama was coming to him. This couldn't be given away for free. Zhang Yu, such secret history is quite valuable. There was a 2-second silence on the other end. Soon a notification appeared. Hashirama Senju has sent you an exclusive red packet. Zhang Yu's eyes lit up. How considerate. He opened the red packet at once. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a rare bloodline limit would release. Withdraw now? Zhang Yu nearly jumped out of his chair. Would release. This was the would release. One of the most supreme bloodline limits in the entire Naruto world. Zhang Yu did not hesitate for a moment. Withdraw. In the next instant, the chakra within his body seemed to be reignited. Beyond his fire and earth nature, a heavier, more vigorous life force surged from deep within. The nature transformations of water and earth seemed to merge within him, giving birth to a brand new power. Zhang Yu raised his hand, the palm of his hand growing slightly warm. He could clearly sense that if he wished, he could stimulate plant growth and condense wood nature chakra. Zhang Yu forcibly suppressed the urge to test it out. This was a room. He couldn't act recklessly. He looked at the private chat interface, his mood soaring. Hashirama had given too much. Naturally, he couldn't be perfunctory. Zhang Yu, Azura, and Indra were the two sons of the sage of 6 paths, Hagoromo Otsutsuki. Zhang Yu Indra was exceptionally gifted, inheriting the sage's eyes and possessing immense power. He advocated maintaining order through strength. Zhang Yu Azura's talent was initially ordinary, but through bonds, comrades, and effort, he inherited the sage's body and advocated mutual understanding. Zhang Yu, the sage of 6 paths, ultimately chose Azura to inherit the Ninshu. Zhang Yu Indra refused to accept this, and from then on the brothers were in opposition. Zhang Yu, after their deaths, their chakra continuously reincarnated. Zhang Yu, in every generation, the reincarnations of Azura and Indra become entangled through ideals, hatred, and fate. Zhang Yu and Madara are the reincarnations of the previous generation. After the message was sent, there was no reply for a long time. In another room, Hashirama Senju sat on the edge of his bed, staring at the words in his mind, as if frozen. He finally understood why he and Madara had once been friends, but gradually drifted into opposition. Why they both longed for peace, yet could never truly walk the same path. Why the battle at the Valley of the End seemed like a fate already written. So that's it. Hashirama murmured softly. So from the very beginning, Madara and I were carrying such a destiny. He did not ask further. After a long silence, he sent a message. Hashirama Senju, thank you, boss. Zhang Yu looked at the message and replied. Zhang Yu, tomorrow take a good look at Naruto and Sasuke. Hashirama Senju, I will. Zhang Yu closed the chat interface and again felt the wood release within him, unable to suppress the smile on his face. Tonight's gains were enormous. The next morning, the undead tavern opened early. Izuna was in the kitchen preparing breakfast. Tobarama sat behind the bar organizing the accounts, his movements even more practiced than the boss Zhangyu. Hashirama and Madara had already changed clothes and stood in the center of the hall. They were not wearing their tavern aprons. Instead, they had both changed back into their Warring States armor. Hashirama looked broad and steady while Madara was sharp and imposing. Zhangyu glanced at them. Remember, today we're only observing Team 7's trial. Don't interfere. Hashirama nodded. Don't worry, Madara said flatly, as long as no one disappoints me. Tobarama looked up. Uchiha Madara, that sentence itself is dangerous. Madara gave him a cold look. Izuna immediately walked out with breakfast. Brother, have something to eat before you go. Madara's expression softened for a moment. Zhangyu watched this scene inwardly amused. After breakfast, Hashirama and Madara left the tavern and headed for the third training ground. The tavern's daily operations were left to Izuna and Tobarama. Zhangyu did not go out. He sat behind the bar and opened the observation function of the Undead Tavern work group. The image soon appeared. The third training ground. The morning light fell on the forest clearing. Sakura Haruno had arrived early, standing with her arms crossed, occasionally glancing toward the entrance. Sasuke Uchiha leaned against a tree, hands in his pockets, his face expressionless. Naruto Uzumaki crouched on the ground, stomach growling, his face full of displeasure. Darn Kakashi-sensei. Making us come without breakfast. Sakura said irritably. Naruto, keep your voice down. Sasuke said coldly, annoying. Naruto immediately jumped up. What did you say, Sasuke? Just as they were about to argue, a figure suddenly appeared at the edge of Kakashi Hitaki. He had actually arrived on time today. Naruto was stunned when he saw him. Kakashi-sensei, you're not late. Sakura was also surprised. Sasuke's brow twitched slightly. Kakashi stood before the three holding two bells in his hand, his tone still as lazy as ever. Good morning. Naruto eyed him suspiciously. Kakashi-sensei, did you take the wrong medicine today? Kakashi's eye twitched. Of course he wanted to be late. But could he afford to be late today? Those two legendary figures were coming to observe. If he dared to keep Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara waiting, the consequences would be terrifying to even think. Kakashi cleared his throat. Today's test has a slight change. The three looked at him simultaneously. Just then footsteps came from the forest. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara walked out from the shadows of the trees, one after the other. Hashirama wore a gentle smile. Madara stood with his arms crossed, his gaze sweeping over the three. In that instant, Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke all instinctively fell silent. Sakura subconsciously stepped back half a pace. Who are these two? Sasuke's gaze locked onto Madara. For some reason, the moment he saw that long-haired man, the blood within him seemed to be stirred by something. Oppression, familiarity, yet alien. Naruto also shrank his neck, but his mouth wouldn't yield. Hey Kakashi-sensei, are they examiners too? Uchiha Madara. The three little ones looked utterly bewildered. They hadn't yet realized what these two names signified. But Zhangyu sitting, Uchiha Madara. The three little ones looked utterly bewildered. They hadn't yet realized what these two names signified. But Zhangyu, sitting in the tavern watching this scene, was already laughing uncontrollably. Kakashi continued, today's rules are simple. He jingled the bells in his hand. No. To be precise, you need to snatch the bells from those two. Hashirama took a bell and hung it on his waist. Madara took the other bell and casually hooked it on. As soon as Naruto heard about snatching bells, he perked up. What's the big deal? Just snatch the bells, right? That's simple. Sakura looked at Hashirama and Madara but felt a chill inside. Sasuke said nothing, his gaze fixed on Madara. Kakashi looked at the three of them and sighed inwardly. Simple. This test was no longer a Genin graduation exam. It was asking three freshly graduated kids to take something from two legends of the shinobi world. This test was no longer a Genin graduation exam. It was asking three freshly graduated kids to take something from two legends of the shinobi world. Kakashi set the timer, his tone turning a bit more serious. Test start. The moment the words fell, Kakashi instantly used the body flicker technique and retreated behind a large tree in the distance. Inside the third training ground, Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke stood in the center of the open area. Kakashi had already retreated to a tree in the distance. He held a copy of Make Out Paradise in one hand and a beer in the other, appearing relaxed on the surface, but his heart was anything but. Today's bell test had completely changed in difficulty. Kakashi looked at the two men in the field and couldn't help but take another sip of beer to calm his nerves. Let's begin. Madara stood with arms crossed, the bell hanging from his waist without even a hint of movement. Hashirama, on the other hand, smiled amiably. Don't be nervous, just treat it as an ordinary practical exercise. Naruto exploded upon hearing this. What ordinary practical exercise? In the man who's going to become Hokage. Watch me snatch the bell first. Sakura quickly shouted. Naruto, don't rush. It wasn't just fear. It was an instinctive oppression. As if something deep in his blood had been pressed down. Sasuke was proud and never willing to admit it wasn't just fear. It was an instinctive oppression. as if something deep in his blood had been pressed down. Sasuke was proud and never willing to admit he was weaker than others. But at this moment he had to admit that these so-called special jonin were unfathomable, especially the long-haired man. Just standing there without even releasing chakra made his chest feel tight. This guy. Sasuke gritted his teeth. Who exactly is he? On the other side, Hashirama watched Naruto charge over and couldn't help but chuckle. This kid is Azura's reincarnation, isn't he? His personality is indeed quite lively. Madara said flatly, lively. I'd say reckless. Hashirama thought seriously. A bit reckless indeed, but full of vitality. Madara's gaze fell on Sasuke. That Uchiha brat is not bad. Though he's unconvinced inside, he didn't rush in immediately. He observes, he endures, more composed than the blonde one. Hashirama glanced at Sasuke, then looked back at Naruto. Naruto has his strengths too. At least he's full of drive. Madara sneered. Drive alone will only get you killed faster. Hashirama sighed. Madara, your words are still so harsh. Madara ignored him. Naruto had already closed and reaching out to grab the bell at Hashirama. Hashirama didn't even move a step. He simply raised a finger and lightly tapped Naruto's forehead. Bang! Naruto was sent flying backward, tumbling several times on the ground. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Naruto got up, clutching his forehead, utterly defiant. Damn it. How can this old man be so strong? The smile on Hashirama's face froze for a moment. Old man. Kakashi nearly spat out his beer. Zhang Yu, sitting behind the bar of the Nether Tavern watching this scene through the observation perspective, was also amused. Naruto is really brave. Calling the first Hokage old man to his face. On screen, Hashirama quickly restored his smile and muttered, oh well, he's just a kid. Madara glanced at him. You're quite easygoing. Hashirama was about to reply when, as if by magic, he pulled 2 bottles of beer from his chest. Madara frowned. Where did you get those? Hashirama handed one to him, lowering his voice. I grabbed them from the tavern before leaving. The boss has plenty more. Madara took the beer and looked at him. You really don't stand on ceremony. Hashirama gave a dry laugh. When you're on a mission, you've got to replenish your energy. In the Nether Tavern, Zhang Yu watched this scene and twitched the corner of his mouth. Good grief. Hashirama, you really don't treat yourself as an outsider. Just grabbing the tavern's liquor like that. He decided to have Tobirama add a rule to the regulations later about deducting wages for employees who steal drinks. In the training ground, Madara opened the beer and took a sip. The cold liquid with its fine bubbles rushed into his mouth, the malt carrying a hint of bitterness followed by an indescribable refreshment. Madara paused in his movements. Hashirama's eyes lit up. How is it? Madara took another sip. Not bad. Hashirama smiled. If you say not bad, that means it's really good. Madara said coldly. After the mission, buy some to stock up. Hashirama nodded. I was thinking the same. The two of them just stood there drinking beer, while watching Team 7's 3 members attack them from all sides. The scene was so absurd that Kakashi wanted to press his hand to his forehead. Team 7 had no mind to dwell on such thoughts. Mingren charged forward again and again, only to be repelled each time. Xiaoying tried to use kunai to restrain him, but couldn't even touch the hem of Zhu Jian's robe. Zhu finally made his move. He circled to Ban's flank much faster than Mingren, aiming his kunai directly at the knot of the bell. But as he approached, a shadow clone suddenly appeared beside Ban. The shadow clone raised its hand to block. Ding! The kunai was caught between 2 fingers. Zhu's pupils contracted. So fast. The next moment, he was sent flying back by a force, his feet scraping 2 trails on the ground. Ban said indifferently, not bad reflexes. Zhu's face grew colder. To him, such a comment was an insult. He was a Ujibwa. He refused to be judged in such a condescending tone. Seeing that Zhu was also at a disadvantage, Mingren became energized instead. Zhu, you're not so— Zhu coldly looked at him. Shut up, dead last. Mingren jumped in anger. Who are you calling dead last? Xiaoying cried out in despair. Now is not the time to argue. The 3 of them struggled all morning. Shadow clones, shuriken, smoke bombs, feints, ambushes. They used every tactic they could think of. In the end, not only did they fail to snatch the bells, they couldn't even make them jingle. Zhu Jian and Ban hadn't even truly exerted themselves. The gap, so vast it was despairing. By noon, a Mingren lay on the ground, his stomach growling with hunger, but his face still defiant. I haven't lost yet. I still have a trump card. Kakashi heard this and paused slightly in his reading. He had a bad feeling. Sure enough, Mingren formed hand seals and shouted loud. Art of the harem. Boom, boom, boom. White smoke exploded. Before Ban's shadow clone, a group of exaggeratedly beautiful women, Zhu Jian nearly choked on his beer. Kaka's eyes, Chinra Tiantang, slipped askew. Xiaoying's face turned red, then she erupted in fury. Mingren, you idiot. Zhu's face was as dark as a pot bottom. Boring. Ban's shadow clone also paused for a beat. Not because he was charmed, but rendered speechless by such an absurd technique. Mingren seized the opportunity and lunged out from behind the smoke. The bell is mine. His fingers were just a hair's breadth away from the bell. But the next instant Ban's shadow clone looked up at him. Nice trick. But useless. Bang. Ming Ren was sent flying again, and the smoke of the art of the harem was dispersed. Ban's original body coldly took a sip of beer. This incarnation of Axioluo is a bit off the path. Zhu Jian scratched his head awkwardly. At least it's creative. Ban looked at him. The Ninetales is inside him, no wonder he's noisy. Zhu Jian suddenly became interested. Speaking of the Ninetales, which of us is it more afraid of? Ban put down his bottle. Of course it's me. Zhu Jian immediately shook his head. No. Yesterday when it saw me it clearly retreated further. Ban sneered. Ban's gaze turned cold. Zhu Jian tonight in the tavern's backyard. Let's fight again. Zhu Jian also got excited. Fine. Ban's gaze turned cold. Zhu Jian tonight in the tavern's backyard. Let's fight again. Zhu Jian also got excited. Fine. Just in time the dispute field won't destroy anything. Kakashi sitting in the distance heard this, and his scalp tingled. These two were going to fight again tonight. Now Mu Yi could remain peaceful only because they followed the rules in Zhang Ye's tavern. If one day they stopped, the entire village wouldn't be enough for them to destroy. Time passed bit by bit. The three of Team 7 were exhausted, their breathing heavy and clothes covered in dust. Ming Ren was knocked flying the most times, yet he got up every. Zhuozhu, who had started off acting alone, gradually began to coordinate with Ming Ren's rhythm. Xiaoying no longer only stared at Zhuozhu, but used her own way to alert the two of openings. Zhu Jian watched a serious note creeping into his smile. Almost there. Ban said indifferently, still far from enough. For their age it's acceptable. Zhu Jian watched Ming Ren get up again, and murmured, at least he didn't give up. Ben did not argue. He looked at Zhuozhu. That Ujibo brat was so tired his fingers trembled, but his eyes were still bright. He refused to admit defeat. He refused to accept fate. In that he was like a true Ujibo. Ban snorted. Give them one chance. In the afternoon the final assault began. Ming Ren split into several shadow clones and charged directly at Xiaoying through kunai from the side, forcing Zhu Jian to turn his head. Zhuozhu, using Ming Ren's cover, rolled out from the dirt beneath and rushed straight for the bell at Ban's waist. Zhu Jian could have dodged, but he was a moment slow. Ming Ren's original body seized the opportunity and yanked the bell off. Got it. He held up the bell, nearly jumping with excitement. At the same time Ban's shadow clone also paused for half a beat in front of Zhuozhu. In that half beat, Zhuozhu's kunai cut the bell string. The crisp sound of the bell fell into his palm. Zhuozhu clenched the bell, his chest heaving violently. He knew full well that the opponent had held back. Yet even so he had snatched it with immense difficulty. Kakashi closed his book and stood up. The test is over. Team 7 passes. Ming Ren was stunned at first, then shouted. Great. Xiaoying also breathed a sigh of relief. Zhuozhu, however, showed no trace of joy. His gaze was fixed on Ban. Zhu Jian dusted off his clothes and said with a smile, the boss task is considered complete. Ban turned to leave. To report back. At that moment Zhuozhu suddenly spoke. Wait. Ban stopped. Zhuozhu stared at his back, his voice cold. What is your name? Kaka's heart tightened. He instinctively wanted to stop him, but it was already too late. Ban slowly turned his head. Ujibo Ban. Zhuozhu was stunned. Ujibo. Ban. He frowned. I don't know you. Ban's face instantly turned cold. As a member of the Ujibo clan you don't even know my name. Hearing this, Zhuozhu's face also chilled. The Ujibo clan. He clenched the bell, his voice like ice. The Ujibo clan was exterminated long ago. What meaning is there in talking about this now? As these words fell, the entire training ground instantly fell silent. Zhu Jian's face changed. Kaka's face also changed. Ban stood still, his gaze darkening bit by bit. What did you say? Zhuozhu gritted his teeth. I said the Ujibo clan is gone. Other than me, there are no more Ujibo in Mu Yi. Boom. Terrifying chakra erupted from Ban's body. It wasn't a jutsu. Just a pure release of chakra. But in that instant Ming Ren froze in place, Xiaoying's legs went weak, and Zhuozhu's breath caught for a beat. Kakashi abruptly stepped in front of the three, his Sharingan beneath the forehead protector instinctively tensing. Leaves in the distance trembled wildly. Small stones on the ground were shaken into the air. Ban's chakra, like an invisible tide, swept across the third training ground, across the streets of Mu Yi, across the former site of the Ujibo clan grounds, across the remnants of the police department building. Empty. All empty. No familiar clan aura. No chakra of gathered Ujibo. Only this child before him, and the faint trace of Sharingan in Kaka's left eye that did not belong to him. Ban's face turned utterly grim. He had once been disappointed in the Uchiha clan. Disappointed that they did not understand him, disappointed that they chose to remain in my, disappointed that they could not see the impending dangers of the future. But disappointment was still disappointment. That was still the Uchiha clan. It was his clan. A clan that had survived through bloodshed since the Warring States era. Now it was actually annihilated. Annihilated within my. annihilated in the village that Zhu Jian had sworn to protect. Ban slowly raised his head and looked at Zhu Jian. Zhu Jian's expression also rarely turned grim. Ban, calm down first. Ban let out a cold laugh. Calm down. The Uchiha clan annihilated, and you want me to calm down? Zhu Jian opened his mouth, but couldn't say a word. Ban's voice was chillingly cold. Wait and see. He'll go ask your good disciple Yuan Fei Risen. If he can't explain, then you can prepare to collect his corpse. With these words, Ban's figure vanished from the spot in an instant. Zhu Jian's expression changed. Ban. Without hesitation, he immediately gave chase. Inside the third training ground, only the stunt team, 7 members, and the shaken Kakashi remained. Hearing Ban's harsh parting words, Kakashi knew that the peaceful situation in Mai was about to be completely shattered. Inside the third training ground, only the stunt team, 7 members, and the shaken Kakashi remained. Hearing Ban's harsh parting words, Kakashi knew that the Uchiha clan annihilated. Ban's voice was low but chillingly cold. Mai wiped out the Uchiha clan until only one kid remained. Zhu Jian caught up to him, his expression also not good. Ban, calm down first. We need to investigate this matter. Investigate. Ban turned his head abruptly, his voice rising sharply. What else is there to investigate? Mai is right there, the Uchiha compound is right there, the chakra signature is so empty. Do you think I'm blind? Zhu Jian, is this the village you fought so hard to protect back then? The Uchiha are all dead, only one Yuzhibo Zuozhu remains. Zhu Jian opened his mouth, but couldn't speak for a long time. Ban had already turned around, and with a burst of chakra beneath his feet, he was about to charge toward the Huaying Lu. I'm going to find Yuan Fei Risen. If he can't explain, he'll destroy Mai. In the tavern, Zhang Yu watched this scene and twitched his mouth. This hot temper really hasn't changed at all. He originally wanted to see if the third Hokage would be caught off guard by Ban, but upon second thought he suppressed that idea. Now was not the time. The tavern had just started. The primary task of his undead employees was to work and earn money, not to run around Mai and mess with the revenge could not be escaped. Later, when the time was right, he would naturally arrange for Ban to meet you and Tuanzang and settle the debts one by one. But not now. Come back to work first, Brother Shura. Zhang Yu thought for a moment and directly activated the undead recall. The space on the rooftop wavered slightly. Ban and Zhu Jian's figures both stalled, and before they could move again, they instantly disappeared from the spot. The next second, both appeared together in the hall of the undead tavern. Ban landed, still holding the gesture of stepping forward. Zhu Jian also froze for a moment, then quickly reacted, a forced smile spreading across his face. Both of them looked at Zhang Yu behind the bar. The air was silent for 2 seconds. The coldness on Ban's face slowly receded. Zhu Jian dryly laughed twice and spoke first. Boss, the mission was completed smoothly. Ban crossed his arms, his tone also subdued. We have finished watching the trial of Team 7. Zhang Yu looked at these two who had just been about to charge into Mai and cause a storm and almost burst out laughing. Pretending. Keep pretending. But he didn't bother to expose them, he just nodded. Alright, that's good. Don't run around today, or just go to work honestly. Zhu Jian immediately responded, no problem. Ban let out a cold snort and said nothing more. Both of them breathed a sigh of relief. The moment they were forcibly pulled back, they remembered. They were now employees of the undead tavern, not free to go wherever they pleased. Soon the tavern became lively again. Many customers came to buy wine during the day, my villagers passing, merchants, lower-ranked ninjas, and shunin. Soon the tavern became lively again. Many customers came to buy wine during the day, my villagers passing, merchants, lower-ranked ninjas, and shunin. At the entrance, Zhu Jian continued to greet guests with his harmless smile. Welcome. Our newly arrived beer and appetizers are pretty good. Oh, would you like to try them? A fat merchant scratched his head and whispered to his companion. This big guy is quite enthusiastic. Another person glanced at the counter beside Ban and lowered his voice even more. That guy in the red armor is a bit scary. Scary as he is, he serves the wine fast. Right the moment I called out, he slammed the bottle on the table, almost scaring my soul away. No one recognized who they were. To ordinary people, this was just a small tavern that was a bit eerie, but the drinks were indeed good. Ban walked back and forth with a tray, his face still cold, but his movements were not slow. Zhu Jian greeted guests at the door, occasionally helping to carry wine barrel. Fei Jian sat at a corner of the counter keeping accounts and collecting money, his hands extremely fast, not even one coin wrong. The entire tavern was busy but not chaotic, business steady. Chuan was originally organizing things in the back kitchen, but when he saw Ban's gloomy expression after returning, he couldn't help but walk over. Brother. Ban stopped and looked at him. Chuan lowered his voice. What happened? Ban was silent for a moment, then spoke. The Uchiha are gone. Chuan was stunned. What? Ban's voice was heavy. The Uchiha and Mai were wiped out. Now only one remains, Yuzhibo Zuozhu. Chuan froze entirely, the color draining from his face. Only one. Ban nodded. Chuan opened his mouth, his breathing ragged. The Uchiha of the Warring States era had seen too many deaths. But the annihilation of the entire clan happening to his own family still left him momentarily stunned. He looked at Ban and found that his brother's face was not full of rage, but rather deeply suppressed. This kind of suppression was more painful than anger. Chuan I stepped forward and grabbed Ban's arm. Brother, I'm back. You are not alone. Ban's body stiffened for a moment. He looked down at Chuan I, and the cold hardness on his face finally softened. The next second the brothers directly embraced. Not far away, Zhu Jian was carrying a plate of grilled skewers when he saw this scene, and immediately stopped. He stood there for a couple of moments, his face first showing some emotion, then a hint of envy. Feijian. He turned to look at the white-haired man at the counter. Feijian didn't even lift his head. What is it, brother? Zhu Jian put down the plate and walked over with open arms. We haven't seen each other for so many years, how about we also? Don't come near me. Tobirama finally lifted his head, his tone resolute and unwavering. Hashirama continued walking without pause, just a hug. Tobirama extended a hand expressionlessly, precisely pressing it against Hashirama's forehead, halting him firmly half a step away. Stay away from me. Brother, you are blocking my view of the accounts. Hashirama stood with his arms raised for a moment, visibly deflating before one's eyes. Oh. He turned dejectedly to continue carrying dishes. Witnessing this, the slight bitterness in Izuna's heart dissipated somewhat. Madara glanced at Hashirama and uttered coldly, serves you right. After a bout of busy work, Zhang Yu opened the system panel to take a look. Current gold coins 4,500, current summon count 0. Zhang Yu stared at the numbers, first grinning, then clicking his tongue. Got money but no summons. Such a pain. 4,500 gold coins, a considerable sum. If he still had summon count, he'd definitely pull another formidable figure to take charge. But now the count was 0, and all that money could only sit idle. Zhang Yu pondered, then decided not to dwell on it, directly opening the system shop. Since he couldn't recruit anyone for now, had maxed out the tavern stock. Ding. Purchase successful batch of beverage ingredients, purchase successful batch of snack ingredients, purchase successful dried meat, nuts, sugar, frosting, flour, butter, various spices. Total gold coins consumed 4,000, current gold coins 500. Zhang Yu watched the dwindling balance without a hint of regret. Money was meant to be spent to yield returns. With more tavern stock, customers would naturally increase. Then gold coins and silver would flow back, snowballing. Besides, there was still the third Hokage in Konoha. That old man's face had turned green when he was cheated out of 100,000 taels for a bottle of Erguo. But Zhang Yu had no doubt that Hiruzen Sarutobi wouldn't be able to resist if he brought out some rare goods. The old man's private savings should be more than that, right? He'll squeeze him again later. With this thought, Zhang Yu's mood improved even more. After closing for the night, the tavern finally fell completely silent. Izuna voluntarily entered the kitchen, and soon fragrances wafted out one after another. Zhang Yu followed the scent downstairs, and as soon as he sat down, his eyes lit up. The table was already laden with dishes. Sizzling, succulent roasted game, meat, a milky white fish, stew, fragrant stir-fried mushrooms, neatly arranged cold cuts, and several side dishes for drinking. The aroma instantly whetted everyone's appetite. Hashirama was the first to sit down, his eyes gleaming. Izuna, your cooking is absolutely incredible. Izuna set the last dish on the table, his tone. I used to cook often in the clan. Madara sat nearby, speaking flatly. Izuna's cooking has always been good. At these words, a faint smile tugged at Izuna. Zhang Yu had just picked up a piece of meat when he noticed that although Madara was seated at the table, his enthusiasm was low. He ate the dishes but spoke little. Clearly the incident from earlier still weighed on his mind. Zhang Yu set down his chopsticks, turned, and retrieved a slender, transparent bottle from the counter. Madara, try something good. Madara looked up at him. What's this now? Vodka. Zhang Yu placed the bottle on the table, pulled out the cork, and a strong alcoholic aroma immediately burst forth. Hashirama's nose twitched. Quite pungent. Tobirama also glanced over, his brow slightly furrowed. Stronger than Erguo. Pretty much the same category. Zhang Yu smiled, pouring a full glass for Madara. You're in a bad mood today, this is perfect for it. Without a word, Madara picked up the glass and downed it in one. The moment the liquor hit his mouth, Madara's brow tightened sharply. It was too strong. Like a ball of fire burning from his throat into his chest, scorching, stimulating, with an astonishing potency. But after that fire went down, his entire body suddenly relaxed. The stifling sensation in his chest seemed to have been cracked open by that drink. Madara set down the glass, exhaled a long breath, and lowered his head to look at it. Potent. Hashirama's eyes lit up. Really that good? Zhang Yu took the bottle with a smile and poured himself a glass. The way you drank it just now isn't the best. Let me teach you the authentic way. He first picked up a large piece of grilled meat, took a hearty bite, chewing with grease dripping from his mouth. Then he grabbed the glass and downed it in one gulp. As the strong liquor settled in his stomach, Zhang Yu exhaled heavily and raised his hand in a flourish. Hashirama was momentarily stunned by the shout, then his entire demeanor grew excited. I can do this. He immediately mimicked the action, First Meat a hearty bite, then raised the glass down it all at once. The alcohol hit him, reddening his face slightly, but then his eyes brightened instantly. Awesome. This booze is awesome. With the meat to back it up, the drink goes down, and my whole body feels warm. Zhang Yu laughed heartily. That's it. Madara watched the two of them, his expression somber, as he poured himself another glass. This time he didn't drink directly, instead he followed Zhang Yu's example. Meat first, then the drink. One swallow down, the fierce kick and the rich flavor of the meat combined, making it even more satisfying than before. The corner of Madara's mouth twitched slightly. Not bad. Izuna, watched with curiosity, poured a small glass and tried it. After drinking, his ears turned red, but he nodded seriously. No wonder brother likes it, it's indeed very strong. Tobirama had intended to observe further, but Hashirama had already thrust a glass before him. Tobirama, you too. Tobirama glanced at the clear liquid, then at the people around the table, and finally accepted it. Soon, one by one, everyone at the table began to emulate the routine. Meat exhale raised the glass down it fiercely. Before long, the atmosphere at the table was Hashirama drank with the most vigor. Madara, though still sparing with words, had a noticeably more relaxed expression than before. Izuna accompanied Madara, occasionally topping up his plate with dishes. Tobirama too had set aside his usual cold demeanor, quietly sitting and eating meat and drinking. Soon they all followed Zhang Yu's lead. Meat exhale raised the glass, gathering around the table laden with food and drink, feasting on meat and guzzling. The after effect of the vodka was fiercer than Zhang Yu had anticipated. At first it was fine. Everyone around the table ate meat, raised their glasses, shouted, and drank more and more eagerly. Hashirama was the first to let loose. He held a glass in one hand, draped his other arm over Madara's shoulder, his face flushed red, his voice louder than usual. Madara, let me tell you, peace is really hard to come by. Madara had been drinking with a cold face, but being hugged like that made him frown deeply. Hashirama, no. Hashirama's eyes were red, his emotions running wild. If I had understood you earlier back, then wouldn't we have avoided the battle of the Valley of the End? I founded Konoha so that children wouldn't have to go to war anymore. But now, the Uchiha are gone, and Konoha has become like this. As he spoke, he actually sniffled. Zhang Yu's hand holding the glass froze in midair. Good heavens. The vodka had turned the god of shinobi into a truth-telling. Madara's face was also flushed. His alcohol tolerance was not bad, but this stuff was nothing like sake. It was so strong it hit him straight in the head. Especially after one cup after another, even he started to feel a bit floaty. Hashirama. Madara's voice grew heavy, his tongue slightly unsteady. What does your heartbreak have to do with me? But you're my best friend. Shut up. Hashirama not only didn't shut up, but directly grabbed Madara's arm. What does your heartbreak have to do with me? But you're my best friend. Shut up. Hashirama not only didn't shut up, but directly grabbed Madara's arm, as if holding onto the source of years of grievance. Madara, why did we end up like this? Madara's temple veins bulged as he tried to pull his hand back, but his movements were a beat slower than usual. Izuna, holding his glass nearby, watched his older brother being hugged by Hashirama, his expression complex. He had also drunk quite a bit, his ears red, yet he struggled to stay sober. Lord Hashirama, my brother is already drunk. Hashirama immediately looked up. Izuna, don't call me Lord Hashirama anymore. From now on, we're all colleagues, should be united and friendly. Izuna. Tobirama sat on the other side, his glass already empty. His face was redder than usual, but his back remained straight, his posture as proper, as if he were in a Konoha high-level meeting. Only his speech was a beat slower. His face was redder than usual, but his back remained straight, his posture as proper, as if he were in a Konoha high-level meeting. Only his speech was a beat slower. Tobirama's eye twitched. I've been here all along. Hashirama let go of Madara and lunged toward Tobirama. Tobirama, your big brother missed you. Tobirama instinctively raised his hand to block Hashirama's forehead. But he too was drunk, his strength not well controlled, and he was pushed back by Hashirama's momentum. Hashirama seized the opportunity and directly hugged Tobirama. Tobirama, you've worked hard these years. After I left the village to you, you must have been. Tobirama froze completely. Brother, let go. No. Let go. After I died, the one I worried about most was you. They'll count to 3. You've been so sensible, smart, and reliable since childhood. Tobirama's face grew darker. Zhang Yu was almost choking with laughter. The second Hokage, usually as cool as ice, was now being held and nagged by his drunken elder brother, yet unable to escape cleanly, because he too was drunk. This scene was more spectacular than a battlefield war. Madara sat nearby, finally freed from Hashirama's clutches. He picked up his glass and took another gulp. The next second, he pointed at Hashirama. Hashirama, you're too noisy. Hashirama, still hugging Tobirama, turned around. Madara, want a hug too. Madara's face darkened. Do you want to die? Hashirama looked at him pitifully. We've both died already. Madara. Izuna finally couldn't help but support his brother. Brother, stop drinking. Madara looked at Izuna, his voice softening considerably. Izuna, I'm not drunk. Izuna nodded. Brother isn't drunk. Madara reached for his glass in satisfaction, but Izuna smoothly took it away. Madara frowned. Izuna. Izuna's tone was gentle but firm. You really can't drink anymore. Madara was silent for 2 seconds, and surprisingly, didn't try to grab it back. Same with younger brothers. One word from Izuna, and Madara quieted down. When Tobirama told Hashirama to let go, Hashirama only hugged tighter. The contrast was too obvious. Zhangyu himself was a bit tipsy, his mind lighter than usual, unable to suppress a smile. But he still had his wits. If they kept drinking, the tavern might turn into a large-scale drunk fest tonight. He pushed himself up from the table and clapped his hands. All right. That's enough for today. Izuna, help your brother back to his room. Izuna immediately nodded. Yes, boss. Madara frowned. I can walk by myself. As soon as he said that, he stood up, but his feet wobbled slightly. Izuna quickly caught him. Madara fell silent. Zhangyu suppressed a laugh. You can walk. You just walk with a lot of creativity. Hashirama was still hugging Tobirama, full of emotion. Tobirama, big brother used to always make you worry. From now on, he'll work hard to be a mature greeter. Tobirama closed his eyes. Brother, start your maturity by letting go. Zhangyu waved at Tobirama. Tobirama, take your brother back. Tobirama looked at Hashirama, still clinging to him, his voice cold. Boss, I don't think this is helping. This is transporting a large-scale drunken nuisance. Hashirama immediately looked up. Tobirama, how can you say that about your big brother? You've never been cute since childhood. Tobirama's temple twitched. Brother. Hashirama suddenly became sentimental again. But big brother still loves you the most. Tobirama. Zhangyu almost lost it. Tobirama was completely frozen. Hashirama Senju, when drunk, had an unreasonable level of lethal power. Madara, supported by Izuna, reached the staircase and heard Hashirama's words, letting out a cold snort. Pathetic. Hashirama immediately turned his head. Madara, don't leave either. I love you the most too. Madara's steps faltered, his face instantly dark. Izuna's hand supporting him tightened. Tobirama reached out and pressed the back of Hashirama's neck, gritting his teeth. Brother, shut up. Zhangyu finally couldn't help but laugh out loud. That night the tavern hall was in chaos. Izuna helped Madara back to his room, and along the way Madara whispered about the Uchiha clan's annihilation. But with Izuna by his side, his anger was subdued. Tobirama, half dragging and half supporting, brought Hashirama upstairs. Hashirama kept sighing along, but with Izuna by his side, his anger was subdued. Tobirama, half dragging and half supporting, brought Hashirama upstairs. Hashirama kept sighing along. Tobirama stopped in his tracks. Brother, I had white hair even when I was alive. Hashirama looked at him seriously for 2 seconds. Really? Tobirama took a deep breath. Yes. Hashirama suddenly realized. So you've been working hard since childhood, turning your hair white. Tobirama almost threw him down the stairs. Zhangyu leaned against the bar, laughing so hard his shoulders shook. After everyone had returned to their rooms, the tavern finally quieted down. The table was a mess of dishes and glasses, and the vodka bottle was more than half empty. Zhangyu let out a burp, rubbed his temples, and had only one thought in his mind. This liquor had a kick that was not for mortals. Even top-tier powerhouses like Hashirama and Madara could get confused. This stuff will definitely fetch a high price in the future. A quiet night passed. The next morning, when Zhangyu woke up, his head was still a bit heavy. When he went downstairs, Izuna was already busy in the kitchen. Grilled meat, hot soup, rice, and side dishes. Everything was there. The most remarkable thing was that Izuna showed no signs of a hangover, only a bit more gentleness in his eyes than usual. Zhangyu sat down at the bar, rubbing his head. Izuna, you recovered quite quickly. Izuna brought out a bowl of hot soup. In the Warring States era, we used to drink before and after missions, but it couldn't affect the next day's actions. He paused, then added another sentence. However, vodka does have a strong after effect. Brother woke up a quarter of an hour later than usual this morning. Zhangyu chuckled. Madara also likes to sleep. Izuna replied seriously. Brother isn't sleeping in, he's just in a state of recovery. Zhangyu gave a thumbs up. Got it, brother, complex filter. Izuna didn't understand the term, but guessed it wasn't an insult, so he returned to the kitchen. Soon everyone came downstairs one by one. Madara's face was somewhat cold, but much more normal than last night. Hashirama was a bit embarrassed and scratched his head when he saw Tobirama. Tobirama, I didn't say anything strange last night, did I? Tobirama looked up at him. No. Hashirama sighed in relief. Tobirama continued. You just hugged me, rambled nonsense all the way, and tried to get Uchiha Madara to join in the hug. Hashirama turned to stone. Madara shot him a cold glance. If you get drunk and come near me again, I'll throw you into the dispute field. Hashirama crouched in the corner. Zhangyu drank the hot soup, feeling much better. After breakfast, he sat behind the bar and began reviewing the tavern's current state. In terms of drinks, they had beer, erguotu, and vodka. Basic options were enough for sales, and the strong liquor could serve as premium goods. For staffing, Hashirama greeted guests, Madara kept order, Izuna worked in the kitchen, and Tobarama handled accounts. A luxurious lineup. Food was even less of a concern. Izuna had already taken charge of all meals for everyone. Before Zhang Yu could even speak, Izuna began organizing the kitchen inventory, sorting meat, rice, flour, and seasonings into categories. Boss will handle breakfast and dinner from now on, Izuna said while recording. If customers order appetizers at noon, I can prepare them too. Desserts will take time to test. Once the ingredients are stable, I'll set a fixed menu. Zhang Yu watched his efficient movements, growing more satisfied inside. Izuna, you've adapted quickly. Izuna paused for a moment, his voice softer than usual. This place is good. Zhang Yu looked at him. Izuna lowered his head to organize the knives, his voice calm but earnest. No enemies lurking around. No news of clan casualties. No need to wake up every day ready to go to war. Being able to cook for my brother, to see everyone sitting together eating. That's already enough for me. Madara, sitting nearby, paused his movements. Hashirama also looked up, his smile fading slightly. Tobarama said nothing, but his hand slowed as he flipped through the account books. People from the Warring States era understood the weight of those words too well. They had grown up amidst corpses and flames. Peace for them wasn't boredom. It was Zhang Yu felt a moment of emotion, but quickly reined it in. Peace was good, but the tavern couldn't stay this flat forever. Recently, business had been steady, but it lacked twists. No missions had triggered in a while, and customers mostly just bought drinks and alcohol, lively enough, but not exciting enough. With such a grand signboard as the Spirit Tavern and a team of legendary ninja from the ninja world, it would be a waste to only sell drinks and meat every day. The more Zhang Yu thought about it, the more he felt something was off. Something's missing. He tapped his fingers on the bar. Hashirama immediately looked over. Boss, what's... Zhang Yu shook his head. I can't quite put it into words. We have drinks. We have staff. We have food. Tobarama looked up. Stability is important in the early stages of operation. Zhang Yu nodded. Stability is... Tobarama looked up. Stability is important in the early stages of operation. Zhang Yu nodded. Stability is important, but only stability won't do. For the Spirit Tavern to develop, we need something that keeps attracting people. Relying solely on selling alcohol is too thin. He then opened the Spirit Tavern work group and sent a message. Zhang Yu, everyone gather in the main hall. Meeting. The message had barely been sent when Hashirama immediately raised his hand. Boss, I'm already in the main hall. Tobarama said calmly. Brother, it's a group message. You don't need to respond in person. Izuna poked his head out of the kitchen. He'll be right there. Madara didn't move from his seat. I'm already here. Zhang Yu looked at them, cleared his throat. Today we discuss one question. What exactly is the tavern missing? Hashirama stroked his chin deep in thought. Missing customers? Tobarama shook his head. The number of customers isn't large, but it's enough to sustain basic operations. Izuna said, missing a fixed menu. Zhang Yu thought for a moment. A menu is needed, but it's not the core. Hashirama added, missing a signature dish. Izuna nodded. I can work on that. Tobarama pondered for a moment. Missing detailed regulations. Zhang Yu looked at him. Can you think of anything besides regulations? Tobarama remained expressionless. Regulations reduce chaos. Hashirama started repeating. So what exactly is it missing? Izuna frowned. Is it a reason for customers to stay long-term? Tobarama added. Or maybe a stronger consumption incentive. Hashirama repeated seriously. So what's missing? Izuna murmured, missing excitement. Tobarama, missing variables. Hashirama, missing. Missing what? Zhang Yu held his forehead. This familiar scene. A group of people gathered for a meeting only to end up repeating the question itself. Whether they were legendary ninja or ordinary workers, meetings always ended up like this. Human nature, truly universal across worlds. Madara clearly had no patience to listen further. He tapped the table with his fingers and said coldly, since we're short on money and excitement, it's simple. Everyone looked at him. Madara raised his eyes. Let's rob the Konoha treasury. The hall fell silent. Hashirama's face changed. Madara. No. Madara argued righteously. Why not? Konoha was founded by you and me. The power, reputation, and sacrifices of the Uchiha clan, aren't they worth anything? Now the Uchiha are destroyed, and Konoha still has its treasury. What's wrong with taking back what belongs to me? Hashirama quickly said, but you can't just rob it. Madara sneered. Then should we ask Hiruzen Sarutobi to deliver it willingly? Hashirama was at a loss for words. Zhang Yu's eyes lit up. The idea was crude, but it had some merit. He raised his hand to stop them. Madara, from a business perspective, that's called equity. Madara frowned. Equity. Hashirama also looked confused. What's that? Tobarama immediately sat up straight. He was very sensitive to new terms. Zhang Yu leaned back and explained patiently. Simply put, when you and Hashirama founded Konoha together, you were like the two biggest founders. The Senju and Uchiha clans behind you were the core initial shareholders. Then other clans joining Konoha were like investing. They contributed clan members' combat power, resources, land, and intelligence in exchange for status and benefits in the village. Zhu Jian seemed lost in thought. Fei Jian frowned, but did not contradict him. Quan Nai listened intently. Ban said coldly, continue. Zhang Yu tapped the table. The problem is after you and Zhu Jian died, the Qinsho clan gradually vanished from the Konoha system. The Uchiha clan suffered even worse. They were wiped out. The rights and interests you two founding shareholders left behind have long been devoured by the village's upper echelons, other interest groups, and the Hokage system. On the surface, Konoha still bears the name of the first Hokage. But in the actual distribution of benefits, you and Ban, the Qinsho, and the Uchiha no longer hold any real say. In plain terms, this company called Konoha still uses your name and historical legacy. But your shares are gone. When these words fell, the hall fell into a terrifying silence. Zhu Jian's face was grim. Fei Jian's brow furrowed deeper. Quan Nai's fingers slowly clenched. Ban's face sank completely. Gone. His voice was very soft. But everyone could hear that the fire inside him could no longer be contained. Zhang Yu spread his hands. Judging from the outcome, yes. The Qinsho exist in name only. The Uchiha are left with just one child, Zhuizhu. Your actual interests as founders are nowhere reflected in Konoha. If you say that looting the treasury is unreasonable, it is indeed against the rules. But if you claim you have no reason at all, that's also wrong. Ban suddenly stood up. The wine glass on the table jumped from the vibration. Good. Very good. Zhu Jian. Zhu Jian's heart tightened. Ban, calm down first. Ban looked at him with a cold smile. You heard him. The Konoha we built devoured the Qinsho and annihilated the Uchiha. Now we don't even have the rights we deserve. What's the point of keeping such a village? Zhu Jian quickly stepped forward. Ban, there are still many innocent people in Konoha. Children, civilians, ordinary ninjas. They are not the decision makers. Ban said coldly, of course I won't lay a hand on the unrelated. I'll ask you just one thing. Yuan, Fei, Risen, Tuanzong, the Konoha higher-ups, and those who feasted on the flesh and blood of the Uchiha. How can they still sit there? Zhu Jian softened his tone. This matter must be investigated. After it's clarified, those who are responsible must be held accountable. Ban stared at him. Zhu Jian, you're still the same. Always trying to protect everyone. But what's the result? The Uchiha are gone. The Qinsho are gone too. Zhu Jian fell silent. This time he had nothing to say. Quan Nai stood beside Ban, his voice very low. Brother, I'm here. Ban glanced at him, but the rage in his chest only grew heavier. Precisely because Quan Nai had returned, he found the annihilation of the Uchiha even more unacceptable. His clan, his bloodline, the family he could never abandon even in his deepest disappointment, had vanished from Konoha. Ban turned to look at Zhu Jian, his voice like thunder suppressed. Zhu Jian, come with me. Destroy Konoha. Zhu Jian's face completely changed. Ban. He stepped forward and placed his hands on Ban's shoulder. Don't be impulsive. I know you're angry. I'm angry too. But Konoha isn't just its upper echelons. If we must settle accounts, we can find the responsible parties instead of destroying the entire village. Ban stared at him coldly. You still want to persuade me? Zhu Jian did not back down. I'm not telling you to endure. I'm asking you to direct your anger at the right targets. Ban, I will stand by you in investigating the Uchiha's annihilation. But I won't let you destroy the place where the children live. Ban's breathing was heavy, and for a long moment, he said nothing. Zhu Jian's voice grew softer. Quan Nai is back. We are back too. This time don't let anger push you forward. Ban closed his eyes, and when he opened them again the rage remained only forcibly suppressed back into his chest. He said in a low voice, Zhu Jian, I feel suffocated. Extremely suffocated. Zhu Jian nodded. I understand. Ban suddenly looked up, his voice rising sharply. What do you understand? This rage pressing on my chest. If I don't fight, it won't dissipate. He took a step forward, and his battle intent surged. Since Konoha can't be destroyed for now, then find me someone I can fight. Zhu Jian, do you want to dance too? Zhang Yu's head snapped up. At that moment, Zhang Yu suddenly saw everything clearly and instantly settled on a brand new idea to revitalize the tavern and break the monotony. The moment Ban's words fell, something seemed to strike Zhang Yu's mind. That's right. Dance. Why did the tavern have to be so quiet? He lifted his head abruptly and swept his gaze across the hall. The wooden tables were there, the wine was there, the food was there, and the staff lineup was absurdly luxurious. But the problem was obvious. The Spirit Tavern now looked like a high-end restaurant, not a place that could get people hooked, remembered, and coming back for more. It was too quiet, lacking atmosphere, lacking rhythm, lacking that feeling that pulled people's emotions the moment they walked in. Zhang Yu slapped the table with a bang and stood up straight. I've got it. Zhu Jian, who had just been carrying a wine jar, was startled. Boss, what's wrong? Fei Jian also looked up at Zhang Yu. The hall fell silent. The four of them stared at him. Zhu Jian was the first to ask, background music. What kind of jutsu is that? Fei Jian frowned and thought, renovate the tavern. Right now it's too plain. Drinking should have its own style, background music, rhythm, bass. Even better if we get a turntable and turn this place into something unique in Konoha. The hall fell silent. The four of them stared at him. Zhu Jian was the first to ask background music. What kind of jutsu is that? Fei Jin frowned in thought. Bass cannon. Some kind of sound wave ninja tool. Quan Nai looked serious. Turntable. Is that kitchen equipment? Ban was the most direct. Who do we hit with it? Zhang Yu nearly laughed out loud. These ancestors from the Warring States period were fierce in battle, but when faced with modern bar equipment, they all froze. He got energized and walked to the center of the hall gesturing. It's not for hitting people. BGM background music. Guests listen while drinking, and their mood lifts instantly. The bass cannon makes the sound more impactful. When it thumps, your chest vibrates. The turntable is even simpler. It controls the rhythm and brings the vibe. If done well, guests get tipsy and spend more. Zhu Jian listened dumbfounded. Drinking can be done like this. Fei Jin's expression changed. He quickly grasped the key point. So you want to increase guests' dwell time and willingness to spend. Exactly. Zhang Yu snapped his fingers. Fei Jin gets me. Quan Nai looked thoughtful. If the atmosphere is livelier, it would indeed feel more like a dedicated drinking place. Ben said coldly, as long as it makes money, do whatever you want. Zhang Yu grew more satisfied. He was about to continue when footsteps suddenly came from the entrance. The wooden door was pushed open. An ordinary customer carrying a bundle poked his head and cautiously glancing inside. Is this place still open for business? Zhang Ye's mind instantly rang with a notification sound. Ding. An ordinary customer has entered and made a purchase. Coins 50. Zhang Ye's eyes lit up. Money had arrived. Open, of course it's open. He immediately raised his hand to arrange. Zhu Jian, greet the guest. Chuan and I prepare wine and dishes. Fei Jin, keep the accounts. Ban. Just stand there, don't scare the customers away. Ban gave a cold snort, but still moved half a step to the side. That customer was originally a bit nervous, but as soon as he smelled the aroma of wine and saw the beer and appetizers laid out on the counter, he swallowed his saliva and obediently sat down. Zhu Jian wore a warm smile on his face. Welcome, first time here. You can try our beer and grilled meat. Good. The ordinary customer had just settled down when Zhang Yu turned around and went back behind the counter, quietly opening the system shop. Now that he had an idea, he would first check the goods. The next moment, rows of items popped up. Basic sound system, 800 gold coins. Surround sound speaker set, 1500 gold coins. Advanced subwoofer, 5000 gold coins. Ambient light set, 2000 gold coins. Professional DJ deck, 8000 gold coins. Stage lighting system, 12,000 gold coins. Zhang Yu was initially excited. As he looked, his face gradually stiffened. No way. He stared at the system panel, his mouth twitching. A set of equipment costs thousands or tens of thousands of gold coins. Are you renovating the tavern, or are you making me open a ninja nightclub? The good mood brought by the 50 gold coins instantly drained away. He couldn't afford a subwoofer. A DJ deck was out of the question. With his current meager savings, he couldn't even touch the fringes. Zhang Yu pinched his brow, feeling troubled, when the system panel suddenly flashed and a new prompt appeared. Detected that the host's financial pressure is too great. New function unlocked, posthumous recruitment pre-signing agreement. The host can sign a posthumous recruitment agreement in advance with living ninjas. After the contracted target dies, they will be prioritized for inclusion in the Ghost Tavern's recruit list. Upon successful signing, the host can immediately obtain corresponding gold coin rewards based on the target's current strength, potential bloodline, and identity. The stronger the target, the higher the reward. Zhang Yu was stunned at first, then his breathing became heavier. This could be done. Sign the living first. Recruit after death. Get paid at the time of signing. He instantly sat up straight, his mind racing. Wasn't this just a system version of early investment? Moreover, the stronger the target, the higher the reward. Why bother with ordinary ninjas? If you're going to sign, of course sign the tough ones. Zhang Ye's eyes brightened, and he directly ran through the characters that would appear next in the ninja world in his mind. Soon he locked onto two names. Oziguo, Taudi Zaibuzan. One was from the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist with solid strength. The other possessed the ice-released bloodline with maximum potential. Especially by someone with a bloodline, good looks, combat power, and talent. If placed in the Ghost Tavern, they would definitely be a high-quality employee prospect. Good. Zhang Yu felt more and more confident. The money for the equipment, it turns out I have to get it from here. Keep the tavern running, the employees work as usual, I stay in the shop to keep things steady and let them go out to sign people. This is the right way to make money. Thinking this, the gloom in his heart mostly dissipated. He was poor, yes, but the path was already there. For the next period, the Ghost Tavern continued to operate normally. Some customers came for the beer. Others heard that the place had fresh offerings and made a special trip to check it out. A few passing villagers, as soon as they stepped through the door, were startled by the sight of Yuzhibo Ban sitting inside the tavern, their feet faltering, and they only dared to peek in from the doorway. This place smells good, but that man in red armor doesn't look like a good person. The white-haired bookkeeper seems reliable enough. The black-haired young man in the kitchen has great skills, pity the price is a bit high. Forget it, just looking today, he'll come back to drink next time. Zhang Yu sat behind the counter watching it all clearly. That day the tavern was lively, but to really make big money, it still fell a bit short. At 10 o'clock in the evening, business hours ended. After the hall quieted down, the system automatically popped up the revenue settlement. Today's business settlement complete. Customers served 20. Business revenue 1,000 gold coins. Current total gold coins 1,500. Zhang Yu looked at the panel, nodded first, then frowned. 1,000 gold coins a day was not bad, but it was far from enough. He leaned back in his chair and thoroughly sorted out the revenue mechanism of the past 2 days. Ordinary customers would get a basic gold coin reward on their first visit to the store. But on the second and third visits, if they just sat and looked around, the revenue would significantly decrease. To continue making money from repeat customers, they had to buy more expensive wine, order better dishes, and ideally stay longer. Unfortunately, the Ghost Tavern sold high-quality items, so the prices were naturally high. This caused many passers-by to come and take a look, smell the aroma, feel tempted, but ultimately couldn't bear to spend the money and just walked around before leaving. On top of that, the main quests hadn't refreshed in the past few days. Zhang Yu had originally thought of relying on system quests to make a big score, but now it seemed that waiting alone wouldn't work. I have to take the initiative. Business is one line. Quests are one line. Pre-signing strong individuals is another line. I can't afford to miss any money-making opportunity. As soon as he sorted out his thoughts, the work group in his mind lit up. Zhang Yu directly sent a message in the group. Zhang Yu, Zhu Ban, get ready. Zhang Yu will be going out on business later. As soon as the message was sent, Zhu Jian replied instantly. Qinsho Zhujian, Roger boss. Qinsho Zhujian, where are we going? Ban's message also popped up. Yuzibo Ban target. Zhang Yu tapped the table and briefly explained the agreement content in the group. Zhang Yu Boziguo. Zhang Yu Taudi Zaibuzan Bai. Zhang Yu, find the people first, sign the agreement. First, we'll talk about the rest later. The group was briefly quiet. Then Zhu Jian replied quickly. Qinsho Zhujian, understood. Yuzibo Ban, acceptable. The two agreed, even more readily than each other. Zhang Yu looked at the group messages, feeling more assured. With these two taking action, as long as they picked the right time in Boziguo, there would basically be no problems. At that moment, the group function suddenly popped up a notification again. Ding. Red packet function weekly refresh. First red packet of the week open, special reward probability increased. Zhang Yu's spirits lifted. Here it comes. This was the weekly fixed freebie time. He quickly stared at the group interface. The next moment, Zhu Jian sent a red packet first. Zhang Yu with swift eyes and quick hands tapped it directly. Congratulations, host, for acquiring Wind Element Constitution. Withdraw. A surge of light, ethereal power instantly merged into his body. Zhang Yu with swift eyes and quick hands tapped it directly. Congratulations, host, for acquiring Wind Element Constitution. Withdraw. A surge of light. Zhang Yu tapped again. Congratulations, host, for acquiring Lightning Element Constitution. Withdraw. A tingling sensation shot through his meridians, further expanding the nature of his chakra. Before he could catch his breath, Azuna's red envelope popped up. Congratulations, host, for acquiring Water Element Constitution. Withdraw. Water, fire, earth, wind, lightning. The 5 basic elements were instantly completed. Zhang Yu's heart raced. And this was not the end. Madara then sent a red envelope. The moment Zhang Yu tapped it, the system notification exploded again. Congratulations, host, for acquiring Yin Element Affinity. Congratulations, host, for acquiring Yang Element Affinity. Congratulations, host, for acquiring insights into multiple nature transformations. Rewards being integrated. Host's current attributes are being completed. Host has gathered all 7 elements: wind, lightning, fire, earth, water, yin, and yang. Host would release Kekiai Genkai has stabilized and formed. Host has mastered nature transformations, basic to mid-high level techniques of fire, wind, lightning, water, and earth in considerable number. Chakra volume increasing. Current chakra intensity, Senju Tobarama level. Comprehensive assessment cage level. Boom. Zhang Yu's entire body tensed abruptly. This time it wasn't a gradual increase. It was a direct explosion. Chakra flooded into his body like a bursting dam, fiercely scouring his meridians, bones, muscles, and internal organs. The scattered attributes and abilities from before were now completely forged into a unified system. Fire could burn. Water could coalesce. Earth could solidify. Wind could cut. Lightning could explode. With yin and yang complete, would release, took shape. That feeling was too direct. It was as if he had only been holding a few puzzle pieces, and now the system had assembled the entire picture for him in one go. Zhang Yu stood still, slowly clenching. The moment his fingertips tensed, the chakra within his body instinctively flowed. Heavy, full, and smooth. It was completely different from the feeling of being forcibly boosted by the system's rewards. This time he truly stood firm. No longer an ordinary man propped up by the tavern's rules and his employees, but a genuine cage-level threshold powerhouse with the ability to protect himself. Downstairs, as if sensing something, Tobarama suddenly sent a message in the group. Senju Tobarama boss. Senju Tobarama, your chakra fluctuation has grown much stronger. Madara also replied. Uchiha Madara, it seems you snatched something good this time. Hashirama was the most direct. Senju Hashirama, congratulations, boss. Izuna also sent one. Uchiha Izuna, this way, boss, will be safer from now on. Zhang Yu looked at the group messages, unable to suppress the grin on his face. This feeling was too exhilarating. From an ordinary conscript to truly stepping into the cage level. What lay between was not just chakra volume, but also confidence. He slowly exhaled, and the last trace of unease in his heart dissipated along with it. After calming down, Zhang Yu didn't rush to rest, but continued asking the system. System, besides red envelopes and the shop, is there any more stable way to get free ninjutsu? The system prompt immediately appeared. Host can trigger event quests, relationship quests, and observation quests by engaging in meaningful interactions with surviving characters from the original work. Upon completing quests, rewards such as coins, attributes, ninjutsu, and constitutions may be obtained. Zhang Yu's eyes flickered. What about income channels? Current main sources of income are as follows. 1. Tavern operations. 2. System quests. 3. Posthumous recruitment pre-signing agreements. For high-spending special guests. 5. Engaging with surviving characters from the original work to trigger hidden income. After reading, Zhang Yu understood completely. The path was clearly laid out. The tavern renovation needed to be put on the agenda as soon as possible. The wave country signing, Zabuza and Haku, was the most stable source of money in the near term. In Konoha, there were plenty of surviving original characters. As long as he proactively approached them, he could continuously trigger new quests and rewards. Operations, quests, signings, interactions. With all 4 lines moving forward together, the tavern could truly take off. Zhang Yu ran through all the rules in his mind, and the more he thought, the smoother it felt. The direction was set. The money path was set. His strength was also set. He finally relaxed completely, turned off the system panel, performed a simple wash-up, laid back on the bed, and fell asleep peacefully, ready to refine his plans the next day. The next morning, Zhang Yu was awakened by the aroma of food. This time, he didn't even need to guess. In the entire Spirit Tavern, only Uchiha Izuna could make breakfast at this level. After washing up, he went downstairs. The moment he reached the stairway, he saw that the hall table was already set with hot congee, grilled meat, roasted fish side dishes, and a plate of freshly made pastries. Layer upon layer of fragrance hit him directly, whetting his appetite. Izuna came out from the kitchen carrying the last bowl of soup. Seeing Zhang Yu descend, he immediately gave, "Boss, breakfast is ready." Zhang Yu sat down, picked up a piece of grilled meat, and put it in his mouth. The outside was slightly charred while the inside was still juicy. Each bite was full of flavor. He couldn't help but squint in contentment. Izuna looked at him. "Boss," Zhang Yu said seriously, "with your skill, if you serve this in the tavern, it would definitely make guests drink an extra pot or 2. Izuna's tone was calm. "If boss needs it, I can make more." "Need it, of course I need it." Zhang Yu took a sip of the hot soup, and warmth spread from head to toe. Beside him, Hashirama was already eating with his bowl. "Izuna, your cooking is getting better and better." Izuna said flatly, "I used to know how to cook." Madara sat next to Izuna, his tone carrying a hint of natural pride. "Izuna has always been outstanding." Hashirama nodded. "Indeed outstanding." Tobarama sat behind the bar, flipping through the ledger while eating. "According to yesterday's customer order statistics, the demand for appetizers is indeed increasing." Zhang Yu listened with great satisfaction. Look, this was a real team. One could cook, one could do accounts, one could greet guests, and one could hold the fort. Except that 2 guys had terrible self-control when it came to alcohol. After finishing breakfast, Zhang Yu leaned against the bar and casually opened the tavern's quest. He had only intended to take a quick glance. But the moment the panel appeared, 2 brand new quests refreshed directly. Quest 100 Flowers Brew Preparation. Quest requirement: collect 100 different kinds of flowers for brewing 100 flowers brew. Quest reward: 1 summoning chance, 1,000 gold coins. Quest 2 Tavern Expansion. Quest requirement: recruit 2 new tavern members. Quest reward: 1 summoning chance, 1,000 gold coins. Zhang Yu's cup froze in midair. The next second, he sat bolt upright. Summoning chances. 2 of them, plus a total of 2,000 gold coins. This reward could not have come at a more opportune moment. What did he lack the most? He lacked people. He lacked money. He lacked summoning opportunities. The tavern needed upgrading, equipment needed purchasing, and later he would need to set up ambient lighting, sound systems, and subwoofers, each of which was a black hole for gold coins. Now the system had directly given him 2 quests, effectively paving the way right under his feet. Zhang Yu stared at the quest panel, finding it more and more pleasing with each glance. Good. Finally, it's not making me wait idly. Zhu Jian leaned in full of curiosity. "Boss, another quest." Zhang Yu nodded and briefly explained the quest. Upon hearing about recruiting new members, Zhu Jian's eyes immediately lit up. "I excel at this." Fei Jian looked up at him. "Elder brother, what you excel at is making things complicated." Zhu Jian was instantly wounded. "Fei Jian, how can you say that about your big brother?" Ban snorted coldly. "Recruiting is just finding the target and bringing them." Quan Ai thought for a moment. 100 kinds of flowers is not difficult. There are flower shops and mountain forests in Muyi. Zhang Yu tapped the counter and quickly made a division of labor. The others immediately looked at him. Zhang Yu pointed at Zhu Jian and Ban. The task of recruiting new members is for the two of you. Zhu Jian was taken aback. Me and Ban. Yes. Zhang Yu nodded. You have strong affinity. Ban has strong intimidation. One is responsible for speaking nicely, the other for making sure people listen to you speaking nicely. Zhu Jian thought seriously for a moment. That sounds quite reasonable. Ban crossed his arms. Who is the target? Zhang Yu did not elaborate immediately, only said, prepare according to the previous direction, keep an eye on the people in Boji country. Zaibu Zhan, and by meet the value of the pre-signing agreement. After you go out, first confirm their location. If you can sign them, do so. If not, don't cause trouble. Zhu Jian nodded. Understood. Ban said indifferently, fine. Fei Jin frowned. Boss, what about you? Zhang Yu closed the quest panel and stood up. I'm going to Muyi. The fastest way to get 100 kinds of flowers is to go to a flower shop first. There is a flower shop run by the Shanzhong family in Muyi. It should have many varieties. Quan Nai immediately said, do you need me to come along? Zhang Yu waved his hand. No need. The tavern still needs someone to watch over it. You and Fei Jin stay behind. One handles the kitchen, the other handles the accounts. Fei Jin nodded. Fine. Quan Nai also agreed. Understood. After arranging the main affairs, Zhang Yu did not leave immediately. He first went to the liquor cabinet, glanced at the remaining vodka, then went to the entrance of the underground wine cellar. Then he turned around, his gaze falling on Zhu Jian and Ban. Zhu Jian felt a bit guilty under his look. Boss, why are you looking at us like that? Ban frowned slightly. Speak directly. Zhang Yu crossed his arms, his tone serious. When I'm gone, no sneaking drinks from the tavern, especially the vodka. Zhu Jian immediately straightened his back. Boss, rest assured. I Chincho Zhu Jian, keep my word. Zhang Yu looked at Ban. Ban said coldly, I won't do such boring things. Zhang Yu gave a dry laugh. Who was it last night that drank vodka and nearly overturned the table? Ban was silent for half a second. You brought it out. Zhang Yu pointed at him. So today I didn't bring it out, you can't take it yourself. Ban turned his face away. Zhu Jian quickly patted his chest. Boss, he'll supervise Ban. Ban looked at him coldly. Zhu Jian, first manage yourself. Zhu Jian also looked at Ban. Then we'll supervise each other. Ban was silent for a moment, then nodded. Fine. Both of them put on a righteous and awe-inspiring look. Zhu Jian looked sincere. Boss, rest assured and go pick flowers in Muyi. Ban's tone was cold, but steady. The tavern's wine won't be diminished. Zhang Yu looked at them completely unconvinced. One last night had drunk so much he clung to Fei Jian and wouldn't let go. The other said, it's okay, but poured his cup faster than anyone. If these two could really resist the vodka, Zhang Yu would eat the liquor cabinet. But the quest had to be done, and he couldn't watch the tavern all the time. Zhang Yu gave one final instruction. He'll say it once more. The precious wine, don't touch it. The vodka, don't touch it. The wine cellar, don't enter it. Zhu Jian immediately raised his hand. Guaranteed not to touch. Ban also said indifferently, understood. Quan Nai stood nearby, glanced at his elder brother, his expression somewhat subtle. Fei Jian directly picked up a pen and wrote a line next to the ledger, during boss absence monitor liquor inventory with priority. Zhang Yu nodded with satisfaction, then turned and left the tavern. The summer sunlight was already bright. On the streets of Muyi, people came and went. Breakfast stalls steamed with heat. Ninjas and commoners mingled together, appearing lively and peaceful. After walking a certain distance, Zhang Yu's pace slowed down. With a thought, a remote virtual screen visible only to himself floated before him. On the screen was the hall of the Wangling Tavern. Zhang Yu looked at the screen and smirked. Let me see how long you two can keep up the act. Sure enough. The moment he left the tavern, Zhu Jian and Ban made a move. In the hall, Zhu Jian first peeked at the door. After confirming Zhang Yu was far away, he slowly turned back to look at Ban. Ban happened to look at him as well. They stared at each other for 2 seconds. Zhu Jian whispered Ban. Ban said coldly, speak. Zhu Jian lowered his voice. The boss said not to drink vodka. Ban remained expressionless. I heard you. Zhu Jian continued. He said not to touch the precious wine. Ban continued. I heard that too. Zhu Jian was silent for a moment, his voice, but that wine last night was really satisfying. Ban crossed his arms, saying nothing. Zhu Jian continued to probe. Just take a little bit. Ban looked at him. How much is a little bit? Zhu Jian held up one finger. 1 bottle. Ban sneered. You call 1 bottle a little bit? Zhu Jian scratched his head. Then half a bottle. Ban said indifferently. Once a bottle is opened, it's not easy to store. Zhu Jian's eyes brightened. Ban turned and walked toward the underground wine cellar. Since it's open, we might as well finish it. Zhu Jian immediately followed. Ban, you really want to drink too? Ban didn't look back. I'm just afraid of waste. Zhang Yu, far away on the streets of Muyi, watched the screen and almost laughed in exasperation. Good, I just left. You two couldn't even resist for half a cup of tea. On the screen, Zhu Jian and Ban had already arrived at the entrance of the underground wine cellar. The wine cellar door had been specially reinforced by Zhang Yu. The lock produced by the system looked unremarkable on the outside, but was actually extremely intricate. Zhu Jian crouched at the door feeling the keyhole. The boss locked this place up tight. Ban looked down for a moment. Ordinary lockpicking won't work. Zhu Jian sighed. Maybe we should forget it. Ban looked at him. You know, would release. Zhu Jian was stunned. Would release. Ban pointed at the keyhole. Send would release chakra into it and condense a key along the lock structure. Zhu Jian stroked his chin. That works. Ban said coldly. Your wood release can even suppress tailed beasts. Can it condense a key? Hashirama found himself somewhat tempted by the argument. That does sound reasonable. Zhang Yu stared at the screen, utterly speechless. Madara, you're quite skilled at developing ninjutsu. Before the wine cellar door, Hashirama crouched down, pressing his palms together. A strand of wood released chakra seeped from his fingertips. Tiny wooden shoots crept into the keyhole, not breaking the lock, but extending like vines along the inner mechanism. Hashirama closed his eyes, his expression shifting from hesitation to seriousness. This lock is quite intricate. Madara stood beside him, offering a warning. Don't use brute force. Follow the internal catches. There's a hook on the left, find teeth on the right. Hashirama muttered as he guided the wood release. Madara, how do you know more about this than I do? Madara replied calmly, observation. Moments later, a soft click came from the lock. Hashirama's eyes lit up. Success. He twisted his fingers, and the wood release solidified into a temporary key inside the lock. Then he click. The heavy wine cellar door swung open. Hashirama gazed at his hand, his face brimming with surprise. I think I've invented a new ninjutsu. Madara nodded. Wood release keyhole key technique. Hashirama repeated earnestly. Wood release keyhole key technique. On the distant screen, Zhang Yu nearly choked. You two are insane. Hashirama Senju develops a new wood release technique, and its first use is to steal the boss's liquor. As the cellar door opened, a chill surged from the underground. The summer heat was intense, and the cool air washed over Hashirama and Madara, visibly soothing them both. Inside the cellar, rows of bottles were neatly arranged. Erguo-2 beer, vodka, and several spare liquor ingredients Zhang Yu had bought from the system shop. Hashirama's eyes gleamed. The boss is quite a stash. Madara stepped inside, his gaze quickly locking onto the vodka. The slim, transparent bottles sat quietly on the shelf, their surfaces glinting with cold light. He still remembered the fiery strength from last night. The way the liquor burned away the gloom in his chest, it was indeed pleasant. Hashirama picked up a bottle, swallowing hard. Take this, see? Madara nodded. And some beer. Hashirama grabbed 2 bottles of beer. Just as he was about to leave, he paused. Wait. Madara frowned. What now? Hashirama's expression turned serious. Tobarama is still at the tavern. Madara looked at him. So, Hashirama lowered his voice. He's very sharp. If we drink, he'll definitely find out. And then he'll tell the boss. Madara fell silent for a moment. That was indeed a problem. Tobarama was far too clever. One glance at the inventory and the missing bottles would be obvious. Hashirama grew more anxious. And Tobarama is impartial. He won't even cover for me, his own brother. Madara snorted coldly. Then make sure he can't tattle. Hashirama was startled. Madara, don't do anything reckless. You can't hit Tobarama. Madara gave him a chilly glance. Who said anything about hitting him? Hashirama breathed a sigh of relief. Then what do we do? Madara picked up a bottle of vodka and glanced at the other drinks. Who said anything about hitting him? Hashirama breathed a sigh of relief. Then what do we do? Madara picked up a bottle of vodka and glanced at the other drinks. Tobarama doesn't like straight vodka. But if we mix it into a new tavern drink and ask him to taste it, he won't be a discoverer. He'll be a participant. Hashirama's eyes grew brighter. That makes sense. Madara continued, once he drinks, he can't stand on a clean high ground to accuse us. Hashirama suddenly understood. Then everyone's had a drink, and the boss can't just scold us. Madara nodded. Exactly. Hashirama excitedly hugged the bottles. Madara, you're brilliant. Madara said coldly, enough talk. Grab the liquor. They were in agreement, carrying vodka and beer as they left. Zhang Yu, watching the remote screen, was completely numb. Ridiculous. Too ridiculous. 2 top employees conspiring to steal my liquor. After stealing, they planned to use my liquor to bribe another staff member. Who is the boss of this tavern anyway? He rubbed his temples, forcing his attention away. Forget it. Let it slide for now. The remote screen records everything. When he gets back, he'll settle accounts with both people and the ledger. For now, the most important thing was the 100 Blossom Brew quest. Zhang Yu turned off the screen and looked ahead. The streets of Konoha were growing livelier. The flower shop wasn't hard to find. The Yamanaka family shop was famous in Konoha, its entrance brimming with colorful blossoms, their fragrance wafting from afar. As Zhang Yu approached, he saw the shop door half up in sunlight falling on the flower racks. Red, white, yellow, purple. Various flowers were arranged neatly, far more than he had imagined. Looks like I came to the right place. Zhang Yu's mood improved. If he could gather enough here, and then search the forests and other stalls, the quest for 100 types of flowers might be achievable. He stepped into the shop. A small bell hanging by the door chimed softly. Welcome. A clear female voice came from inside. Zhang Yu looked up. A blonde girl stood behind the flower rack, holding small scissors for trimming stems. She was dressed simply and freshly, her golden hair tied back, a few stray strands falling over her forehead, accentuating her fair, clean complexion. She was tall and slender, radiating a bright and sharp demeanor. Not the fragile kind of beauty. She was full of youthful vitality, her eyes bright. Yamanaka Ino, one of the Konoha 12. This was the first time Zhang Yu saw her in real life, and his gaze lingered for a moment. Impressions from the anime were one thing, standing before her was another. The fragrance of flowers, sunlight, and a blonde girl. The scene was indeed pleasing to the eye. Ino noticed him looking and tilted her head slightly. Customer looking to buy flowers. Zhang Yu snapped back to reality. Gazing at the refined and beautiful Ino, he felt a surge of goodwill. He nodded. Yes. Ino immediately put on a professional smile. What kind of flowers are you looking for? She set down the scissors and walked to the rack, her tone practiced. For a gift, decoration, memorial, or medicinal use. Zhang Yu scanned the shop's flowers. There were quite a few varieties. But the 100 Blossom Brew quest required 100 different types, and the system hadn't provided He only knew a limited number of flowers in the ninja world. Relying on his eyes alone, he might end up with duplicates. What if he bought them and the system didn't recognize them? That would be a wasted trip. Zhang Yu had an idea and opened the system shop. He searched for Floral Guide. Instantly a list of books appeared on the panel. Common Plant Encyclopedia, 50 Gold, Complete Guide to Common Konoha Flowers, 100 Gold, Ninja World Floral Guide, Simplified Edition, 200 Gold, Collector's Edition, Complete Ninja World Floral Encyclopedia, 500 Gold. Zhang Yu's gaze fell directly on the last item. A limited edition collection. Complete set. It sounded reliable at first glance. His gold coins were scarce now, but this item was tied to the 100 Flowers Brew quest. The quest reward was a summoning opportunity and 1,000 gold coins. Spending 500 to earn 1,000 plus of free summoning. No matter how you calculated it, it was a lossless deal. Purchase. Ding. Purchase successful, limited edition complete collection of the Ninja World Flower Encyclopedia. Gold coins 500. Several large characters on the cover were extremely striking. Complete Encyclopedia of Ninja World Flowers. There were smaller characters beside it. Global Collector's Edition. Ino had only meant to glance at it. Ino was startled. What is this? Zhang Yu pushed the topmost book toward her. A flower encyclopedia. Ino looked down. Several large characters on the cover were extremely striking. Complete Encyclopedia of Ninja World Flowers. There were smaller characters beside it. Global Collector's Edition. Ino had only meant to glance at it casually, but as soon as she opened the first page, her movements froze. The pages contained not just flower names, but also origin, blooming season, color, fragrance, uses, picking, taboos, preservation methods, and even detailed correlations with the climate, soil, and medicinal properties of various regions in the ninja world. Even the differences between similar flower species were listed separately. The more Ino read, the shallower her breathing became. She had grown up in the Yamanaka flower shop. Even the differences between similar flower species were listed separately. The more Ino read, the shallower her breathing became. She had grown up in the Yamanaka flower shop and believed she had seen no small number of flowers. Yet on the very first page of this book there appeared several varieties she had only heard mentioned by older florists. Turning further, she found the Snow Country Icebell flower, the Water Mist Lotus of the Taki country, the Red Sand Rose of the Kaze country, the Thunder Roar Vine Flower of the Rai country, and some ancient flower varieties whose circulation channels had long been cut off. Ino's eyes lit up instantly. This book? She abruptly looked up at Zhang Yu. Customer, where did you get this flower encyclopedia? Zhang Yu didn't explain, simply pushing the remaining books toward her. Complete set. Ino fell silent on the spot. Gazing at the entire stack, the small scissors in her hand nearly slipped. To someone who understood flowers, this was no ordinary book. It was a treasure trove. Information that a florist might never see in a lifetime was now laid out before her in a complete set. Ino couldn't help flipping through a few more pages. The more she turned, the harder it was to stop. It even records the 3 variants of evening primrose separately. This preservation method is too detailed. Wait, there's a blue petal flower like this in the Mist Country. Isn't this a variety rumored to be long extinct? Her voice grew softer, and she nearly leaned over the counter. Her golden hair cascaded down, falling beside the pages, shining in the sunlight. Watching her like this, Zhang Yu knew exactly where he stood. A perfect match of expertise. To others, this flower encyclopedia might be mere data. But to a girl from a flower art family like Yamanaka Ino, it was an irresistible temptation. Sure enough, the system notification sounded. Ding. Detected that key character Yamanaka Ino has developed a strong thirst for knowledge. Event quest name the flower art girls. Quest requirement let Yamanaka Ino witness the complete encyclopedia of ninja world flowers and stimulate her thirst for floral knowledge. Quest complete. Reward 500 gold coins. Zhang Yu could barely suppress the corners of his mouth. He had just spent 500 gold, and the system immediately returned 500. Wasn't this just a freebie? He had also maximized procurement efficiency. Zhang Yu's mood improved considerably. He tapped the counter. 100. She paused for a moment, then glanced at the flower racks in the shop. We have quite a few varieties in the store, but the ones we keep in stock are usually those that 100. She paused for a moment, then glanced at the flower racks in the shop. We have quite a few varieties in the store, but the ones we keep in stock are usually those that can be bought near my preserved and sold daily. If I cross-reference according to this encyclopedia. She quickly flipped through the book, then swept her gaze back over the racks. As soon as she entered her professional mode, her movements became swift and efficient. This is the white bell flower. This is the golden thread chrysanthemum. Purple wisteria fragrance, short petal moon, orchid, my camellia fine leaf iris. Ino recited as she picked flowers from the racks. She didn't grab randomly. Every time she took one, she verified it against the book pages. Soon a small sea of flowers piled up beside the counter. Red, white, purple, blue, yellow, pale pink. She didn't grab randomly. Every time she took one, she verified it against the book pages. Soon a small sea of flowers piled up beside the counter. Red, white. The busier Ino got, the more excited she became. At first, she was just helping a customer pick items. Later, it turned into her own personal verification of the flower encyclopedia. Every time she matched a species, she couldn't help but read more of the book's descriptions. So this blooming period can be induced earlier. No wonder I always failed at preservation before. It needs to avoid high temperature and strong light. This flower actually can't be placed together with red root grass. The flavors will mix. The more she read, the more amazed she became. These materials were incredibly practical. They weren't the work of an amateur fabricator. They were compiled by someone who truly understood flowers' origins and preservation methods. Ino suddenly had, if the Yamanaka flower shop could have such a set of flower encyclopedias, the store's floral art level could be elevated by at least a full tier. Not just selling, cultivation, preservation, arrangement, and medicinal use would all benefit. Watching her expression shift constantly, Zhang Yu inwardly gloated. This was the power of knowledge. In other places he might have had to waste words. But in front of Ino, placing the flower encyclopedia on the counter was more effective than 100 sentences. Half an hour later, Ino finally stopped. She arranged the flowers batch by batch, sorted them into bundles, and wrapped them in paper. Customer, I've cross-referenced. Half an hour later, Ino finally stopped. She arranged the flowers batch by batch, sorted them into bundles, and wrapped them in paper. Customer, I've cross-referenced. That's already quite a lot. Many varieties in this encyclopedia aren't common flowers in my, and some even come from other countries. Some are too rare for an ordinary flower shop to keep in stock. She pointed at the book page. For example, these need to be found near mountain forests and wetlands. These aren't in season yet. We'll have to wait. And these I can ask flower merchants about, but it'll take time. Zhang Yu thought it over and found it acceptable. 100 flowers was never a small number. Getting over 70 in one go was already efficient. Fine. Pack all the existing ones for me. Keep an eye out for the rest. Ino nodded immediately. No problem. She began packing swiftly and skillfully. But as she packed, she couldn't help glancing at the flower encyclopedia again. The look in her eyes was too obvious. She wanted it. Desperately wanted it. Ino bit her lip and couldn't resist asking. Customer, where did you buy this set of flower encyclopedias? Zhang Yu looked up at her. Ino quickly added, I'm not trying to pry into your secrets. It's just that my family runs a flower shop, and this kind of information is really... If I could buy the same set, I'd like to get one too. She spoke very frankly. Zhang Yu glanced at the books on the counter and said casually, you can't buy it. Ino was startled. Can't buy it. Zhang Yu closed the flower catalog. It's one of a kind in the ninja world. A collector's edition. As these words fell, the expectation on Ino's face visibly crumbled. One of a kind? How could that be? She looked down at the set of books, her face full of regret. For someone who loved flowers, understood them, and had been around floristry since childhood, this was truly unbearable. The treasure was right before her eyes. But she couldn't possess it. It was more torturous than never having seen it at all. Ino couldn't help asking again, are you really sure there's no second set? Zhang Yu's expression remained unchanged. No. Ino refused to give up. What about a handwritten copy? Zhang Yu put the flower catalog away. We'll talk about it later. Ino's expression grew even more pained. She felt as if she had just glimpsed the door to a brand new world, but before she could even step fully inside, Zhang Yu had slammed it shut. However, Zhang Yu wasn't about to give her another chance to question him. She felt as if she had just glimpsed the door to a brand new world, but before she could even step fully inside, Zhang Yu had slammed it shut. However, Zhang Yu was... Are the flowers wrapped? Ino snapped back to reality and quickly finished tying up the last few bouquets. Done. These are 73 varieties in total. I've already separated them by type and labeled the names. If I can find the rest, I'll keep an eye out for you. Zhang Yu nodded in satisfaction and paid. Then with one hand he picked up the wrapped bouquets, and with the other he stored the flower catalog into his system inventory. Ino's eyes widened as she watched the set of books vanish into thin air. Wait, just now you. Zhang Yu turned and walked away. We'll talk next time. The little bell on the door jingled. Zhang Yu had already left the flower shop. Ino stood at the entrance watching his retreating figure, her heart feeling as if scratched. The little bell on the door jingled. Zhang Yu had already left the flower shop. Ino stood at the entrance watching his retreating figure, her heart feeling as if scratched. If fate permits, we shall meet again. What kind of answer was that? He had pulled out such an astonishing flower catalog, let her get a glimpse of the beginning, and then taken it away. Who could stand that? She glanced back at the flower shop, then looked in the direction Zhang Yu had gone. Normally, once a customer left, she had no reason to interfere. But that complete flower catalog of the ninja world was simply too tempting. Moreover, the way he had produced and then vanished the books was downright peculiar. Ino's curiosity grew more and more unbearable. He'll just follow for a little. He'll remember the location and come back. She made up her mind, quickly closed the shop door, and quietly followed him. Zhang Yu walked ahead, carrying over 70 varieties of fresh flowers. The fragrance of the flowers wafted all along the way, drawing the attention of many passers-by. He didn't look back, but the faint chakra fluctuations behind him were already clear. With his top-tier chakra perception, such tailing was impossible to conceal. Even though Ino was very cautious, staying at a distance and using the crowd and stalls as cover, it was still useless. The fragrance of the flowers wafted all along the way, drawing the attention of many passers-by. He didn't look back, but the faint chakra fluctuations behind him were already clearly sensed. But here in Konoha, they were already capable of tailing, probing, and gathering intelligence. Still, he didn't expose her. Ino meant no harm. She was just overly curious. Besides, the ghost inn was a business that needed customers. Having one more potential patron wasn't a bad thing. He decided to let nature take its course. But here in Konoha, they were already capable of tailing, probing, and gathering intelligence. Still, he didn't expose her. Ino meant no harm. She was just overly curious. The ghost inn. She committed the sign to memory. The name wasn't one she had heard much before. But Zhang Yu had gone in through that door. That rare flower catalog was very likely connected to this tavern. Ino stared at the tavern's entrance, her curiosity growing even more intense. He'll find a chance to come back another time. She didn't approach any further. After memorizing the location, she quietly slipped away. Zhang Yu pushed the door and entered the shop. As soon as he stepped into the hall, the ease on his face vanished instantly. Before the floral scent could even dissipate, a strong smell of alcohol rushed over him. The hall was a complete mess. Tables were tilted. Chairs were knocked over. Glasses rolled on the floor. Several bottles of vodka were empty. Beer bottles lay scattered everywhere. The most absurd thing was that Hashirama, Madara, Tobarama, and Izuna were all passed out drunk in the hall. Hashirama lay on his back by a table, mumbling something incoherently. Madara sat against the wall, still clutching half an empty glass in his hand. Tobarama was slumped against the bar counter with an account book beside him. The handwriting in the book was neat in the first half, but started to slant in the second half. Izuna lay not far from Madara, his cheeks flushed with alcohol, clearly drunk as well. Two customers even poked their heads in at the entrance. Catching the strong smell of alcohol and seeing the four people sprawled across the floor, they turned and forget it. This shop doesn't seem to be open today. The boss isn't even here, and all the employees are down. It's too creepy. Zhang Ye's face darkened bit by bit. No one was on duty. Customers were being driven away. Liquor had been stolen. The four top-tier workers had all gotten drunk together. Fine. Just fine. He carried the flowers into the hall and slammed the bundle onto the counter. Bang. The sound jolted most of them awake. Hashirama opened his eyes groggily. Huh, boss. You're back. Madara glanced up, his movements clearly stiff. Tobarama pushed himself upright against the bar, his face momentarily blank. Izuna also sobered up a bit, instinctively looking at Madara. Zhang Yu glared at them coldly. What did I say before I left? No one in the hall answered. Zhang Yu walked step by step to the liquor table and picked up an empty vodka. The reserve liquor is off limits. He picked up another beer bottle. Vodka is off limits. He pointed toward the underground cellar. The cellar is off limits. And what happened? All four of you drank yourselves into this state. No one watched the tavern, no one served customers, no one cleaned the tables, and you stopped doing business. Hashirama immediately sat up straight, his face full of guilt. Boss, I was wrong. Madara turned his face away, lowering his voice. It was my idea to... Hashirama quickly interjected. No, I was the one who said I wanted to drink first. Tobarama rubbed his temples, his tone strained. Boss, I share some responsibility for this. Zhang Yu looked at him and sneered. Of course you do. I put you in charge of monitoring the liquor inventory, and you ended up monitoring yourself into a stupor. Tobarama fell silent. Izuna whispered, "Boss, I'm sorry." As soon as he spoke, Madara's expression grew even darker. Zhang Yu swept his gaze over the four of them, his voice rising. "Do you have any idea that today's customers were scared off by you? The Ghost Inn is open for business, not for you to steal liquor and throw a banquet. A god of shinobi, a demon of the shinobi world, a second Hokage, and an Uchiha Izuna, all lying in the hall for the guests to see. What has the Tavern of the Dead turned into an exhibition hall for drunkards?" Hashirama bowed his head even lower. Madara tightened his grip on the cup, but did not retort. "What has the Tavern of the Dead turned into an exhibition hall for drunkards?" Hashirama bowed his head even lower. Madara tightened his grip on the cup, but did not retort. "Yes, boss, I swear. We'll never sneak a drink from the tavern stock again." Madara was silent for a moment before speaking. "It won't happen again." Tobirama's voice was cold and hard, yet tinged with rare shame. "I will revise the inventory management system. And for this dereliction, I accept the deduction." Zhang Yu snorted coldly. "First, clean up the hall. All the drinks stolen, write them down. Whoever drank them pays for them." The four responded in unison. "Yes." Zhang Yu picked up the wrapped flowers and turned toward the office. At the door, he paused once more. "Let me catch you one more time, and I'll empty the liquor store myself. You won't touch a single drop." These words carried immense weight. Hashirama's face changed color. Madara's brow twitched. Tobirama silently hung his head. Even Izuna dared not speak. After the office door closed, the hall slowly exhaled in relief. Hashirama collapsed into a chair, his face full of lingering fear. "It's over. The boss is truly angry." Madara snorted coldly. "And you realize that now?" Hashirama immediately turned to him. "Madara, weren't you the one who said we should open and finish it all?" Madara remained unruffled. "You were the one who wanted to drink first." Hashirama opened his mouth, but couldn't refute. Tobirama sat behind the bar, rubbing his temples, his voice. "The two of you sneaking drinks is bad enough, but why did you have to call me over to taste them?" Hashirama gave a dry laugh. "Tobirama, the cocktail you mixed was actually Tobirama's expression grew even colder. Madara said flatly, "You drank it." Tobirama fell silent. That was the heart of the problem. At first, he had truly only gone to check the inventory. Then Hashirama and Madara claimed they were developing a new drink and asked him to sample it in his capacity as manager. He had intended to find flaws. But vodka mixed with beer fruit syrup and ice. The flavor was indeed peculiar. And then he tasted one cup. After that, there was no afterward. Tobirama raised his hand to press his brow. "How could I have made such a basic mistake?" Madara glanced at him. "You even inscribed the Flying Thunder God technique in the cold storage." Hashirama immediately piled on. "That's right, Tobirama. You said it would make fetching liquor more convenient." Tobirama's movements froze. Izuna also looked at him. The hall fell silent for a moment. Tobirama slowly raised his head, his voice is still calm. "That was to inspect the security of the liquor store." Madara sneered. "Carved behind the vodka shelf." Hashirama nodded. And very discreetly, Tobirama closed his eyes. He suddenly felt like throwing his past self into the middle of a battlefield. He had been impartial all his life. Yet after death, while working at the tavern, his first major dereliction was due to stealing liquor. And he had even installed a Flying Thunder God Express route in the cold storage. If word of this got out, the second Hokage's reputation would be utterly ruined. Izuna propped himself up against the table and looked at the empty bottles on the floor. "Let's clean up first. The boss is still in a rage." Madara also stood. Seeing Izuna's steps still unsteady, his brow immediately furrowed. "Izuna." Izuna was about to say he was fine, but his body swayed. Madara stepped forward and caught him. Izuna murmured softly, "Brother, I'm fine." Madara glanced at him, but didn't listen. The next moment, he lifted Izuna onto his back without a word. Izuna was stunned. "Brother." Madara's voice dropped considerably. "You've had too much to drink." Izuna lay on Madara's back silent for a moment, then a faint smile curved his lips. Madara carried him upstairs. The lamplight in the hall fell upon the two brothers, softening their sharpness and bringing a quiet tenderness. Madara's steps were steady. He could feel Izuna's breath against his ear. A warmth like life itself. A real weight. Not an illusion. Not a dream. He had once believed he would never again carry this younger brother on his back. Nor would he ever hear Izuna call him brother. But now in this strange tavern, he had regained these things. The fire in Madara's heart slowly subsided. He had to admit. Even if Zhang Yu would scold them, dock their pay, and boss them around as employees, it was still Zhang Yu who had brought Izuna back to him, allowing him even after death to eat, drink, and sit at the same table with his brother. This kind of ordinary life for the former Uchiha Madara was almost too extravagant to be real. Madara carried Izuna upstairs, his voice very soft. "Get some sleep. I'm here." Izuna, lying on his brother's back, gave a low reply. Hashirama stood in the hall watching this scene, his face full of envy. He turned to look at Tobirama. Tobirama had already picked up a broom and was emotionlessly cleaning the empty bottles on the floor. Hashirama's eyes flickered, he suddenly pressed his forehead and swayed. Ah! Tobarama looked up at him. Hashirama leaned to one side, his voice. Tobarama, it seems your older brother has also had too much to drink. Tobarama stared at him coldly. Hashirama swayed again. Might need some support. Tobarama shoved the broom into his hands. Lean on this. And sweep the floor while you're at it. Time passed quietly, a month gone by. The Tavern of the Dead had fully settled into its rhythm. By day, Hashirama greeted guests, smiling more warmly than anyone. Madara maintained order, sitting by the bar. Even the patrons dared not run tabs. Izuna took over the kitchen, growing more adept at pastries, grilled meats, and appetizers. Tobarama handled accounts, scheduling, inventory, and regulations. Even Zhang Yu, the boss, felt like a hands-off owner. As for Zhang Yu himself, he spent most of his time at the tavern, checking the books, sipping drinks, monitoring the system, and occasionally preventing two legendary employees from sneaking into the liquor store for vodka. Over the past month, the tavern's business had grown steadily, but Zhang Yu always kept another matter in mind: the Land of Waves. Momochi Zabuza. Haku. Since the posthumous pre-recruitment agreement had been unlocked, these two were the key targets Zhang Yu had locked onto. A demon of the mist and a young ice-release bloodline boy. Their combat power, potential, and rarity all met the criteria. Now the time was right. It was time to make a move. One morning before the tavern officially opened, Zhang Yu called Hashirama and Madara to the hall. Two documents lay on the table. Tobarama sat behind the bar doing accounts, and Izuna was in the kitchen preparing breakfast. Both of their gazes also fell. Hashirama looked at the documents on the table, curious. Boss, what are these? Zhang Yu pushed the two documents forward. Recruitment documents. Madara looked up. Targets. The Land of Waves. Zhang Yu's tone was crisp. Momochi Zabuza Haku. Hashirama's expression grew serious. The two you mentioned before. Yes. Zhang Yu nodded. This time your mission is not primarily about fighting. The focus is to find them and complete the posthumous pre-recruitment agreement. Negotiate if possible. Don't start a fight right away. Madara, Hashirama. He said, then looked at Madara. Especially you. Madara snorted coldly. Do I look like someone who only uses force? Hashirama nodded subconsciously. Madara's gaze instantly swept over. Hashirama quickly changed his words. No, not at all. Tobarama looked up and said calmly, brother, you changed your words too quickly, completely unconvincing. Hashirama's face fell immediately. Zhang Yu ignored their bickering and continued, this time you will go with Team 7. Kakashi leads the team and the employer is Tazuna. On the surface it's an escort mission, but the actual situation is not that simple. Hashirama frowned. Is there a problem with the mission? Zhang Yu laughed. Yes. Tazuna, to save money, reported a high-risk mission as an ordinary crank. We will likely encounter enemies on the way. But for you it's not trouble. After hearing this, Madara's face showed obvious disdain. Concealing the mission difficulty, letting a group of newly graduated kids go to their deaths. This kind of employer deserves ninja protection. Hashirama sighed. Madara, don't say that yet. Maybe he has his reasons. Madara looked at him coldly. Hashirama, your old habit is acting up again. Can deception be justified by reasons? Who will die? The ninja executing the mission. Hashirama was choked. Zhang Yu tapped the table. So you follow along. Besides recruiting, also keep an eye on things. Team 7 is still young. Don't let something really happen to them. Hashirama immediately nodded. Don't worry, boss. Madara didn't speak, just picked up the documents. Zhang Yu slowly added another sentence. After the mission is completed, 2 bottles of vodka per person. Hashirama, who had been serious just now. Upon hearing this, his whole face instantly lit up. 2 bottles. Zhang Yu nodded. 2 bottles per person. Hashirama immediately stood up straight, patted his chest, and said, don't worry, boss. Leave this mission to me and Madara, absolutely no problem. Not to mention the Land of Waves, even the Land of Water, I'll run it for you. Madara glanced at him. Pathetic. Hashirama looked at Madara. Don't you want it? Madara was silent for half a second. The mission must naturally be. Izuna poked his head out from the kitchen, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Tobarama silently wrote a line in the ledger. Field mission, reward vodka 4 bottles. Zhang Yu saw this and nodded with satisfaction. Good. You two get ready, and set off immediately. Hashirama and Madara took the documents. One was in high spirits. The other had a cold expression. But both moved quickly. Before long, the two walked side by side out of the Spirit Tavern, heading towards the entrance of Konoha Village. At the entrance of Konoha Village, Hatake Kakashi had already arrived. This time he not only wasn't late, but even arrived 15 minutes early. Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke stood aside. The employer Tazuna carried a backpack, leaned on a cane, and his face showed impatience. Naruto stared at Kakashi again and again, finally unable to hold back, and said, Kakashi-sensei, you're not late again today. Sakura also found it. Yeah, Kakashi-sensei seems to have become more diligent lately. Sasuke put his hands in his pockets and said coldly, maybe he got inspired. Kakashi's eye twitched slightly. Inspired. It was more than inspired. This past month, whenever he thought of those people at the Spirit Tavern, he couldn't sleep well, especially this mission. Zhang Yu had said in advance that he would let Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara accompany them. After hearing this news, Kakashi couldn't sleep well for several days. That was the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara. These two are going on a mission with Team 7. Kakashi still felt like he was dreaming. He lowered his head to glance at the mission record in his hand, then looked at the road outside the village entrance. On the surface, he was lazy. Inside, his heart tightened. Naruto was still muttering nearby. So strange. Didn't Kakashi-sensei used to love being late? Kakashi sighed. Naruto teachers can grow too. Naruto looked skeptical. Really? Sakura nodded. I don't quite believe it either. Kakashi. Just then footsteps came from the road inside the village. Hashirama and Madara walked side by side. One was tall with a gentle smile. The other had long hair flowing over his shoulders and a sharp aura. Although the two had not released any chakra, everyone at the village entrance instinctively fell silent for a moment. Sakura instinctively lowered her voice. Are these two the ones accompanying us this time? Sasuke's gaze directly fell on Madara. For some reason the moment he saw that long-haired man, he felt a very uncomfortable feeling in his heart. Naruto, however, didn't think that much. He saw Hashirama and Madara, and his eyes instantly lit up. It's you. The two super powerful uncles who snatched the bells last time. Hashirama's steps paused. Uncles. Madara's face also turned a bit colder. Kakashi's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly coughed. Naruto, mind your manners. But Naruto didn't listen at all. He rushed a few steps to Hashirama, looked up at him. Uncle, you are really strong. Last time you flicked me away with just one finger. Can you teach me to train? Hashirama was startled for a moment, then smiled. Hashirama looked at Naruto's bright eyes, and his expression softened considerably. This dream is not bad. Madara said coldly, just shouting slogans is useless. Hashirama looked at Naruto's bright eyes, and his expression softened considerably. This dream is not bad. Madara said coldly, just shouting slogans is useless. Naruto immediately looked at Madara. Then you can teach me too. You are also very strong. Kakashi's eyelid twitched violently. Let Uchiha Madara teach Naruto. The mere thought of that scene was absurd. Sasuke stood nearby, his lips moving slightly. He actually wanted to speak too. Last time during the bell test, he had personally experienced Madara's power. That gap was not something ordinary Jonin could compare to. He wanted to become stronger. He wanted revenge. He wanted to kill that man. If he could learn power from this Uchiha Madara. Sasuke's fingers tightened slightly. But he was used to being proud. He couldn't bring himself to rush up and ask to be a disciple like Naruto did. Yet Naruto happened to see his expression. Sasuke, do you also want to learn? Sasuke's face turned cold. No. Naruto grinned. Liar. You were clearly staring at that long-haired uncle just now. You must also want to become his disciple. Sasuke's face darkened. Shut up, loser. Naruto instantly bristled. Who are you calling a loser? Sasuke said coldly, you. Naruto pointed at Sasuke and shouted stinky. Sasuke also raised his voice, loser Naruto. As the familiar rhythm of their argument emerged, Hashirama and Madara's eyes shifted almost simultaneously. That feeling was too familiar. So familiar it was etched into instinct. Hashirama instinctively turned his head Madara. Madara also said coldly almost at the same time. After they shouted, the air suddenly fell silent for a moment. Naruto and Sasuke were both stunned. Sakura blinked. Kakashi started to sweat on his forehead. Hashirama, regaining his composure, scratched his head and gave a dry laugh. That just slipped out. Madara snorted coldly. Don't lump me together with those two brats. Hashirama immediately took offense. Madara, that's not fair. The way they quarreled does remind me of us when we were kids. Madara said coldly, I wasn't that stupid back then. Hashirama's eyes widened. Who are you calling stupid? Madara looked at him. Whoever takes the bait. Hashirama pointed at Madara on the spot. Madara, you're still this insufferable. Madara folded his arms. And you're still this noisy. Hashirama, when am I noisy? Madara, right now you're very noisy. Hashirama, I'm just reasoning. Madara, your reasoning has no. Hashirama, Madara. Madara, Hashirama. The two of them kept leaning closer as they argued. Everyone around was dumbfounded. Naruto looked at Hashirama, then at Sasuke, and muttered under his breath. Why are they acting like this too? Sasuke's face darkened further. Sakura's mouth twitched. Tazuna had originally wanted to urge them on, but seeing this scene, he dared not speak. Kakashi's scalp tingled. When others argue, at worst they fight. If these two really started fighting, forget the mission. The entrance of Konoha itself might vanish. He quickly stepped forward, his tone extremely cautious. Gentlemen, it's about time for the mission. How about we set off first? Hashirama glanced at Kakashi and immediately reined in his aura. You're right, the mission comes first. Madara snorted coldly and didn't continue the argument. Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief. But the next second Madara's gaze fell on him. To be precise, it fell on the left eye covered by his forehead protector. Kakashi's body stiffened slightly. In that instant he felt utterly exposed. Madara narrowed his eyes. Sharingan. And that fluctuation of pupil power gave him a faint sense of familiarity. It wasn't Kakashi's own. The eyes of the Uchiha clan resting on the descendant of the Hitaki family. Jean, you had mentioned some things before. Obito. Kakashi. Canopy Bridge. A thought flashed through Madara's mind, but he didn't speak up on the spot. Now was not the time. But Kakashi already felt a chill down his spine. He knew Madara had figured it out. Yet Madara didn't ask. That only made it more nerve-wracking. Tazuna was growing impatient waiting on the sidelines, but he didn't dare show it too obviously, so he just coughed. Since everyone's here, let's set off quickly. I still need to get back to the land of waves. Madara's gaze finally shifted to Tazuna. Just one look. Tazuna's face changed. That wasn't the look of an ordinary ninja. Cold. Heavy. Like a mountain pressing down. Madara walked step by step up to Tazuna. You're the employer? Tazuna's throat bobbed. Yes, it's me. Madara looked down at him from above. To save money, you concealed the true difficulty of the mission. Disguised a high-risk escort mission as a mere crank. Letting a few fresh graduates gamble with their lives to accompany you. You're quite good at arithmetic. Tazuna's face instantly turned pale. Naruto was startled. What high-risk mission? Sakura also looked at Tazuna, concealing the difficulty. Sasuke frowned. Kakashi remained silent. He had already sensed that this mission was off. But now that Madara had exposed it outright, there was no way to gloss over the matter. Tazuna opened his mouth to refute. But when he met Madara's eyes, his words lodged in his throat. That oppressive aura was simply unbearable for an ordinary person. Tazuna felt his chest tighten, his hands and feet turn cold, and he nearly dropped his cane. He had seen vicious people before. Gado's underlings, the thugs and samurai, were all ruthless in their own way. But their ruthlessness came from brandishing knives to intimidate. The man before him was different. He just stood there as if he could decide life and death at any moment. Cold sweat broke out on Tazuna's forehead. No, it's not. His voice trembled. I had no choice. Madara sneered. No choice, so you deceive others. Your life is precious, but others' lives aren't. Tazuna's body shook, and he could no longer speak. The excitement on Naruto's face also faded. He looked at Tazuna with a complicated expression. Sakura bit her lip. Sasuke snorted coldly, but said nothing. Kakashi let out a soft sigh. Hashirama walked over at that moment and placed a hand on Madara's shoulder. Madara, that's enough. Madara didn't turn around. Hashirama looked at Tazuna, his tone far gentler than Madara's. Old man, if you have difficulties, you can speak up. But the mission's difficulty concerns the lives of those who carry it out, especially since these children are still young. Don't use this method of concealment again. Tazuna lowered his head, his voice hoarse. I understand. Hashirama then looked at Madara. Let's go first. Since the boss sent us, we might as well get the job done. If there are enemies, we'll deal with them on the way. Madara was silent for a moment, then finally suppressed his disdain. If there's any more concealment, I won't be as easygoing as Hashirama. Tazuna nodded frantically, not daring to rebut. Kakashi, seeing the situation finally stabilized, quickly organized the team. All right, now that everything is clear, let's proceed as planned. Though Naruto still wanted to ask, seeing Kakashi's expression, he had to keep quiet for now. Sasuke adjusted his ninja tool pouch. Sakura checked her belongings. Tazuna gripped his cane, his face still pale. Hashirama stood at one side of the team, a smile returning to his face. Madara walked on the other side, arms crossed, his gaze cold. Kakashi looked at this absurdly mismatched team and sighed inwardly again. Team 7's first official mission outside the village. Escort personnel: Hashirama, Senju, Madara, Uchiha. If this were written into the mission report, the Hokage's office would probably be silent for a long time. But it was what it was. He could only steel himself and lead the team. Everyone packed their gear and, following the main road from Konoha's entrance, set off together on the journey to the land of waves. The tavern was unusually quiet. Zhang Yu sat behind the bar, an account book spread before him, a glass of ice water at hand, looking entirely at ease. Over the past month, the Spirit Tavern no longer required his constant supervision. Greeting guests at the door, seating them, taking orders, and collecting payments, kitchen service, inventory registration. All of it had become a fixed routine. Tobirama Senju sat on the other side of the bar with a thick stack of account books in front of him. He was cross-checking yesterday's beverage consumption while recording today's inventory. The sound of his pen on paper was steady and swift. Who drank how many bottles of beer, who ordered which plates of bar snacks, which tables still owed to come again next time. Tobirama remembered every detail with perfect clarity. Zhang Yu glanced at him and felt a wave of satisfaction. Now that's professionalism. With the second Hokage handling the books, he as the owner would find it hard to lose money, even if he tried. In the kitchen, Uchiha Izuna was preparing pastries. Flour, butter, sugar, and several types of fruit lay on the cutting board. With sleeves rolled up, he moved with deft precision, his knife work as steady as if he were handling ninja tools. He sliced the fruit, mixed the filling, and kneaded the dough, each step executed with clean elegance. Zhang Yu watched and couldn't help but remark, "Izuna, with skills like yours, it's a waste not to open a dessert shop." Tobarama didn't look up. "If we want to increase revenue from pastries, we need to first create a menu, set prices, and determine daily supply." Zhang Yu grinned. "See, I just casually complimented him, and you've already thought about how to make money." Tobarama replied calmly, "In running a tavern, any advantage should be converted into profit." Zhang Yu gave a thumbs up. "Classic you." The tavern's front doors stood wide open, sunlight streaming in, and the floor gleamed from being freshly polished. On the wine rack, bottles of various spirits were arranged in pristine order. Beside it, a cooler held juices, sodas, iced cola, and several fresh beverages. All of these Zhang Yu had gradually stocked up over time. At first, the tavern only sold alcohol, which certainly created a buzz. But the problem was obvious. Zhang Yu had long sensed this wouldn't work. If the undead tavern wanted to thrive, it couldn't rely solely on a crowd of drunkards. Alcohol needed to be sold. Zhang Yu had long sensed this wouldn't work. If the undead tavern wanted to thrive, it couldn't rely solely on a crowd of drunkards. Alcohol needed to be sold. Pastries needed to be sold. Beverages also needed to be sold. Men would drink, women would enjoy pastries, children would sip juice. Ninjas would discuss missions, villagers would relax and unwind. Only then would it be a true business. As he mused, light footsteps came from the doorway. Izuna stepped in. "Boss." Zhang Yu looked up. "What's up?" Izuna glanced outside and said steadily, "There are two girls at the entrance. They appear to be minors. They said they want to come in, but since this is a tavern, I came to ask for your permission." Zhang Yu laughed outright. "Of course, let them in." Izuna was slightly taken aback. Tobarama also looked up. Zhang Yu put down the ledger and said naturally, "We're a tavern, sure, but we don't just sell alcohol. We have juices, sodas, iced cola, and pastries, don't we? Minors can't drink alcohol, so they can have beverages and pastries. Increasing non-alcohol revenue and reducing the dangerous image of the tavern in the eyes of ordinary villagers." Zhang Yu slapped the table. "Increasing non-alcohol revenue and reducing the dangerous image of the tavern in the eyes of ordinary villagers." Zhang Yu slapped the table. "Exactly. We're not aiming for an ordinary little tavern. We want to be Konoha's one-eo fake and comprehensive popular spot. Alcohol is just one core. Pastries, drinks, atmosphere, service. We need to excel in all areas." Izuna understood and nodded. "I see." Zhang Yu stood up. "Come on, let's go see who our two little guests are." He reached the doorway and saw two girls standing on the steps. One was a tall blonde cradling a huge bouquet of fresh flowers. The bouquet was so large with layers of colors that it nearly hid half her body. The other girl stood beside her wearing a light-colored coat with soft black hair, gentle Byakugan eyes, and her hands clasped lightly in front of her, clearly a bit. "Yamanaka Ino. Hyuga Hinata." Zhang Yu recognized them immediately. Ino's eyes lit up when she saw him. "It's you. The customer who bought the flowers before." Zhang Yu smiled. "So it's you." Ino stepped forward with the bouquet, excitement in her voice. "I finally found you. After you bought 73 kinds of flowers last time, I kept thinking about the remaining varieties. Later I asked the florist, explored several forests and wetlands, and even asked someone to bring some from other places." She lifted the bouquet higher. "The 100 types of flowers you wanted, I've gathered them all." Hinata added softly. "Ino has been preparing for days." Her voice was quiet, and she lowered her head shyly. Ino immediately turned to her. "Hinata, don't be so quiet. We're already at the door." Hinata's cheeks flushed. She glanced at the tavern entrance, then quickly looked away. The reason was simple. Standing by the door was Senju Tobarama. He had just stepped out to check the situation. He wasn't releasing chakra or saying harsh words, but his face was naturally too stern. White hair, red eyes, expressionless. Standing at the door, he looked like he was interrogating a criminal. Ino, normally bold, shrank back after a glance from Tobarama. Hinata was even worse. Already shy, she retreated half a step behind Ino under Tobarama's gaze. Zhang Yu found it amusing. "Tobarama, don't stand at the door scaring people." Tobarama remained impassive. "I'm not scaring anyone." Zhang Yu looked at Ino and Hinata. "Don't be nervous. He just looks serious." Ino gave a dry laugh. "He really does. Look serious." Hinata quickly whispered, It's okay, we're sorry for intruding." Zhang Yu waved his hand. "Not at all. I'm glad you came. Come on in." Ino glanced at the sign and hesitated. "Can we really come in? We're not adults yet." Zhang Yu smiled. "Yes. Besides alcohol, we have juices, sodas, cola, desserts, and pastries. Minors just can't drink alcohol. Today you two can try out our tavern's new direction." Ino finally relaxed. "Good then." She tugged Hinata. "Let's go, Hinata." Hinata nodded gently. They followed Zhang Yu into the undead tavern. The moment they stepped inside, Ino froze. She had imagined the tavern to be dim, reeking of alcohol with messy tables and a bunch of loud, drunk men. But that was not the case at all. The main hall was bright and clean. The wooden tables shone. The wine rack behind the bar was neatly arranged with transparent bottles glinting in the sunlight. Next to it, the cooler displayed rows of colorful beverages. Red juice, orange soda, pale blue sparkling drink, and a black drink with a strange label, its bottle beaded with fine droplets of condensation, looking very cold. Even more enticing were the pastry plates newly set out by the counter. Small cakes, frosted cookies, fruit tarts, and freshly baked puff pastries, golden on the outside, their aroma wafting straight into the nose. Ino's eyes sparkled. Is this really a tavern? It looks better than a dessert shop. Hinata couldn't help but look up and take a few more glances. Her quiet nature made her reserved, but when she saw the delicate pastries, there was unmistakable delight in her white eyes. So beautiful. Jean, this reaction was spot on. When girls enter a shop, the first thing they notice is never vodka. It's whether the place is clean, whether it looks nice, and whether there's something to eat or drink. Quan Nai emerged from the kitchen carrying a tray of freshly made pastries. Seeing him, Jing Yi paused once more. Is this a staff member? Quan Nai gave a slight nod. Welcome. His tone was not warm, but was polite. Coupled with his handsome face and clean aura, he was far friendlier than Fei Jian's cold expression. Jing Yi immediately whispered to Chu Tian, the staff here are all so unique. Chu Tian nodded softly. Just then a system notification sounded in Zhang Yi. Ding. Special guest detected entering the establishment. New mission triggered. Mission name, make the maidens reluctant to leave. Mission objective, have Yamanaka Jing Yi and Hyuga Chu Tian develop a strong fondness for the Spirit Tavern and be willing to visit again for consumption. 2,000 gold coins. And mastery level Gentle Fist, 8 trigrams. The Gentle Fist 8 trigrams was the core martial art of the Hyuga clan. Acupoint, 2,000 gold coins. And mastery level Gentle Fist, 8 trigrams. The Gentle Fist 8 trigrams was the core martial art of the Hyuga clan. Acupoint, striking, close combat, chakra control, all practical. Though he already possessed cage-level chakra, his physical techniques, indeed, lacked a piece of the puzzle. This mission came at the perfect time. His gaze toward Jing Yi and Chu Tian instantly grew warmer. You two are the first underage guests officially served by the tavern today. Jing Yi blinked. The first? Yes. Zhang Yu smiled. So today your pastries are on the house. And your drinks too. Jing Yi's eyes widened on the spot. Really? Chu Tian was also taken aback, quickly waving her hands. Thighs is too generous. Zhang Yu waved dismissively. Don't mention it. You brought me 100 varieties of flowers. That's serious business. Treating you to pastries and drinks is also serious business. Hearing this, Jing Yi immediately beamed. Then I won't be polite. She carefully placed the bouquet in her arms onto the table, then took out a stack of neatly arranged labels from her small bag. I've sorted all these flowers. Each one is labeled with its name. Last time you already took 73 types. This time I've filled in the rest. And to prevent confusion, I've also compiled a new list. Zhang Yu took the list and glanced at it. The handwriting was clear. Flower names, quantities, sources, all written neatly. Impressive, Jing Yi. You're even more efficient than I expected. Jing Yi gave a soft hum, a hint of pride on her face. My family runs a flower shop. Of course I have to be professional. After speaking, she remembered Chu Tian beside her and quickly tugged her along. Oh, I haven't properly introduced you yet. I'm Yamanaka Jing Yi. Yamanaka Flower Shop is my family's business. Chu Tian was pulled forward, her face instantly reddening. She lowered her head, her voice soft. I am Hyuga Chu Tian. Nice to meet you. Zhang Yu smiled and nodded. I'm Zhang Yu, the owner of this Spirit Tavern. Jing Yi looked at him, her eyes still brimming with unconcealed curiosity. I knew you weren't ordinary. That flower manual last time was definitely not common. Zhang Yu smiled but didn't reply. He raised his hand and stored all the flowers away. The next second, the system notification sounded again. Ding. 100 flower brew preparation mission complete. 100 different flower types collected. Reward being distributed. Congratulations, host. You have received 1,000 gold coins. Congratulations, host. You have received 1 summoning chance. Current gold coin reserve increased. Current summoning count 1. Zhang Yu felt a surge of satisfaction. This trip of Jing, yes, was practically delivering flowers, gold, and a summon. His smile toward Jing Yi grew even more sincere. You've helped me a great deal this time. Jing Yi basked in the praise but pretended to be nonchalant. It's nothing. I just happen to be interested in flowers. And she couldn't help but glance at Zhang Yi's empty hands. Could you let me see that flower manual again? Zhang Yu smiled. Eat first. Jing Yi immediately perked up. Then can I see it after eating? Zhang Yu didn't answer, instead turning to look at Quan Nai. Quan Nai, use top-grade ingredients to make the finest pastries. Today these 2 guests are to be treated with special attention. Quan Nai nodded. Understood. He turned and entered the kitchen. Before long, the aroma of cooking drifted out. First came the rich scent of baked butter. then the sweet fragrance of fruit, followed by the mix of icing and milk, sweet, but not cloying, making Jing Ye's eyes light up. So fragrant. Shutian swallowed quietly as well. Zhang Yu noticed, and felt even more confident. What did girls like? Sweet things, beautiful things, exquisite things. As long as the flavor was perfected, the mission was practically secure. Soon Quan Nai came out with the on a white porcelain plate lay several small delicate fruit tarts. The pastry was layered and distinct, baked to a golden brown at the edges. In the center was fine cream filling topped with thinly sliced fruit. Red strawberries, yellow peaches, light green melon, a fine dusting of icing sugar on top. Just the presentation alone captivated Jing Yi and Shutian. Jing Yi exclaimed, "This is way too beautiful." Shutian murmured, "It's like a gift." Quan Nai set down the plate. "Please enjoy." Zhang Yu smiled. "Try it." Jing Yi picked up a small fork and carefully cut a piece. The fork touched the crust, producing a soft crunch. She brought it to her mouth, and the next second her eyes flew wide open. The outer layer was crisp. The inside was soft. Rich milk flavor, sweet fruit, the icing sugar melting slowly. The fragrance unfolded layer by layer in her mouth. She had never tasted such a pastry in Konoha. It wasn't just ordinary sweetness. Every bite was perfectly balanced. "Delicious," Jing Yi blurted out. "Really delicious." Shutian also took a small bite. She ate very demurely, but with that one bite her expression changed noticeably. The shyness on her face lessened, and her eyes curved slightly. "Very tasty." Her voice was still soft, but much more natural than when she first entered. Jing Yi immediately cut another piece. "Shutian, try this one with more fruit. It's sweeter." Shutian nodded. The two girls sat by the window, pastries before them, a clean wooden table, and bright liquor cabinet beside them. Jing Yi ate while looking around curiously. "Owner Zhang, will you really serve guests like us in the future?" "Of course." Zhang Yu leaned against the bar. "You can come in even without drinking. You can have drinks, pastries, chat, and rest. If you like, you can come after school or on days off." Jing Yi's eyes sparkled even more. "That's wonderful. There are very few places like this in Konoha now. Regular restaurants are too noisy and dessert shops don't have as much variety as you do." Shutian nodded gently. "It's very comfortable here." Zhang Yi's heart stirred. Those words carried significant weight. For Shutian, with her shy personality, to say comfortable indicates that her fondness level has already risen. Feijian sat behind the bar, silently jotting. "Underage customer base is developable. Main offerings, pastries, juice, cola." Zhang Yu caught a glimpse and nearly burst into laughter. The second Hokage truly devotes himself to whatever he does. He's even begun analyzing the young female clientele. After finishing a fruit tart, Ino leaned back in her chair. "Content. I feel like coming today was totally worth it. The flowers were delivered, and I got to eat such delicious pastries. It's just that I haven't seen the flower catalog yet." Zhang Yu chuckled. "Still thinking about the catalog?" Ino replied with justified boldness. "Of course I am. That's a limited edition flower catalog. I've been thinking about it for a whole month after going back." Shutian glanced at her and quietly undermined her. "Ino brings it up every day." Ino's face flushed. "Shutian." Zhang Yu was amused. "All right, I'll let you see it again sometime." Ino immediately sat up straight. "You promise?" "Depends on your behavior. I helped you gather 100 kinds of fresh flowers today. So today I treat you to pastries." Ino was momentarily speechless. She wanted to argue, yet felt that what Zhang Yu said seemed flawless. Shutian let out a soft laugh beside her. That smile was faint, yet it made her whole demeanor appear much gentler. Chue and I brought over another plate of freshly baked cookies. These just came out of the oven. Upon seeing them, Ino immediately put the flower catalog aside for the moment. "More," Zhang Yu generously said. "Today it's on the house. Eat to your heart." Ino gazed at the pastries on the table, utterly delighted. "Zhang Yu, your shop is definitely going to become popular. I guarantee it." Zhang Yu smiled. "They'll take your word for it." The two girls ate with great satisfaction. Ino, being outgoing, grew more relaxed as time passed. She asked about the drinks in the cooler, whether the pastries would be sold regularly, and if Zhang Yu accepted other types of flowers. Shutian spoke little, but every time Ino handed her a pastry, she would thank her earnestly, and then nibble it slowly. Zhang Yu observed their state, and felt confident. Wasn't this the very picture of lingering reluctance to leave? After the pastries were finished, the summer heat began to seep in from outside. Zhang Yu turned, and a gust of cold air rushed out. He took out 2 bottles of iced cola. The dark beverage seen through the transparent bottle was covered in fine bubbles, and the bottle walls were dotted with icy droplets. Ino immediately leaned in. "What's this?" Zhang Yu placed 1 bottle in front of her. "Cola." Ino stared at the bottle for a long moment. "Cola? Is it alcohol too?" Upon hearing the word alcohol, Shutian also looked at Zhang Yu with some tension. Zhang Yu shook his head. "It's not alcohol. It doesn't contain any alcohol. It's just an iced beverage." Ino was still a bit uneasy. "Really?" Zhang Yu twisted off the cap. "PSSSH. The sound of bubbles erupted. Ino was startled, then immediately stared at the bottle mouth with curiosity. It makes a noise. Zhang Yu poured the cola into a glass. Ice cubes clinked against the glass. The dark liquid surged in with fine bubbles rising ceaselessly. Ino watched utterly captivated. Chutian couldn't help but draw closer as well. Zhang Yu pushed the glass toward Ino. Just taste it, and you'll know. Ino first sniffed it. No smell of alcohol. A hint of sweetness. And a strange fragrance she had never encountered before. She looked up to confirm once more. It's really not alcohol. Zhang Yu nodded. Really not. Only then did Ino relax. On a scorching summer day with the glass icy cold and bubbles churning, she picked up the glass with curiosity and took a small sip. The moment the icy cola touched her tongue, Ino's eyes flew wide open. The sensation was too marvelous. It wasn't the sweetness of ordinary juice nor the blandness of tea. The cold burst first on the tip of her tongue, and the fine bubbles hopped and crackled in her mouth, like a string of tiny firecrackers. The sweetness followed closely, yet was not cloying at all. Most astonishingly, the chill slid down her throat, making her feel as if she had stepped from the blazing summer sun into a cool shaded pool. Ino was completely revitalized. She held the glass, her face etched with amazement. What is this? It's so delicious. Chutian watched with curiosity. Ino immediately pushed the glass toward her voice brimming with excitement. Chutian, try it. It's really not alcohol. It's even better than juice. Chutian blinked, took the glass with both hands, and said softly, then, "I'll have a little." She lowered her head and took a gentle sip. She swallowed the small sip, a faint blush tinging her pale cheeks, and her voice grew even softer. It's really good. Zhang Yu leaned. She swallowed the small sip, a faint blush tinging her pale cheeks, and her voice grew even softer. It's really good. Zhang Yu leaned against the bar, unable to suppress his smile. Ino had completely let loose, taking another big gulp from the glass. Zhang Yu, will you sell this cola in the future? Yes. How much per bottle? Depends on the situation. Ino immediately became wary. You're not going to charge a fortune, are you? Zhang Yu chuckled. Don't worry, at least not so much that you can't afford it. Ino nodded with satisfaction. That's more like it. Chutian held the glass and took another tiny sip. She drank slowly as if savoring every drop. The summer heat was gradually subdued by the iced cola, and the fine sweat on her forehead disappeared. She looked up at Zhang Yu, her voice as soft as a mosquito. Zhang Yu. Thank you. This drink is really delicious. Zhang Yu waved his hand. It's nothing. I'm glad you like it. Ino immediately chimed in. I like it. I really like it. The pastries are great, and the cola is delicious. If your shop were closer to school, Zhang Yu's heart stirred. That was the very cue he had been waiting for. He looked at the two girls' satisfied expressions, his smile growing even warmer. If you like it, come often. You can bring your friends. As long as you don't drink alcohol, feel free to order any pastries and drinks. Ino's eyes lit up. Then I'll bring Xiaoying next time. I thought she paused. But Xiaoying seems to have been busy lately with missions under teacher Kakaxi. He'll wait until she's back. Chutian also murmured softly, I can bring ya, and Jinai too. Ino glanced at her, unable to help but remark, Chutian, will you really take the initiative to bring people in? Chutian blushed. If they're willing. Zhang Yu almost laughed out loud. Rixiang Chutian was indeed still the same Rixiang Chutian. Her words were soft, and her personality was gentle. But this earnestness was rather endearing. He turned and took 2 more bottles of cola from the cooler, placing them directly on the table. These 2 are for you. Take them home and enjoy them slowly. Ino's eyes flew wide open. Really giving it away. Zhang Yu nodded. My system. My shop's product. Consistent taste. And no worries about gaining weight. It only replenishes water, it won't make you gain any fat. At those words, Ino's expression shifted instantly. No weight gain. She stared at the cola, her gaze turning serious. Are you sure, boss Zhang? Zhang Yu smiled. Absolutely. Drink with confidence. Ino immediately hugged the bottle to her chest, her movement so swift it seemed she feared Zhang Yu might change his mind. Then I'll take. Hinata was also startled. No girl could be indifferent to such matters. The cola was so delicious, ice cold, and yet it wouldn't cause weight gain, only replenish water. This was far superior to ordinary drinks. She carefully picked up another bottle, then earnestly bowed her head slightly to Zhang Yu. Thank you. Zhang Yu watched their delighted expressions, deeply satisfied. The task required making them linger with fond memories. Relying solely on pastries and cola was insufficient. He had to draw in the consumption potential behind them. Behind Yamanaka Ino was the Yamanaka clan. Behind Hyuga Hinata was the Hyuga clan. One ran a flower shop, so their family had no shortage of business. The other was the eldest daughter of the main house, whose family was even more affluent. What was this? High-quality, long-term clientele. They had to be slowly simmered. Thinking this, Zhang Yu turned around and pulled out 2 bottles of erguotu from under the counter. The moment the transparent liquor bottles were placed, Ino froze. What's this? Liquor. Zhang Yu pushed the 2 bottles of Erguo-2 in front of them. These aren't for you to drink. Take them back to your fathers. Ino looked surprised. For my dad. Hinata also grew flustered. For father. Zhang Yu nodded. Yes. The Yamanaka and Hyuga clans are both renowned families. You helped me deliver flowers today, so you've done me a great favor. These 2 bottles are a token of thanks. Ino glanced at the liquor bottles, then at Zhang Yu. Is this liquor expensive? Zhang Yu said calmly, not cheap. Ino's lips twitched. Then you're still giving it away. Giving it to worthy guests. It's not a... Those words made Ino feel very pleased. She was naturally lively, and being praised like that made her smile even brighter. Boss Zhang, you're actually pretty nice. Hinata, however, hesitated. But, such a valuable gift. Zhang Yu pushed the bottle closer to her. Take it. Tell your father this is from the Soul Tavern. If he likes it, he can come to the shop himself. Hinata hesitated for a moment, then finally accepted it with both hands. I will relay that to father. Ino had already accepted it cheerfully. I'm sure my dad will be curious. They'll have him come check it out then. Zhang Yu nodded with satisfaction. Yamanaka Inoichi and Hyuga Hayashi first locked 2 bottles of Erguo-2 in exchange for the potential clientele of 2 clans. Not a loss. This was long-term management. Slow simmer and reduce the sauce. Once the pastries, cola, and liquor had all entered their daily lives, how could there be any worry about no customers? Ino and Hinata sat for a good while before finally rising with reluctance. Ino, holding the cola and Erguo-2, turned back to glance at the shop as she reached the door. Boss Zhang will come again next time. Then you'll have to let me see the flower catalog. Zhang Yu smiled. Depends on your performance. Ino gave a light snort. Isn't my performance good enough? Very good. Then it's settled. Hinata, standing beside her, also bowed her head gently. Thank you for today. The pastries and cola were wonderful. Zhang Yu waved his hand. Welcome to come again. The 2 girls then left the Soul Tavern. Outside, the summer heat rushed over them again. But with the chilled cola in her arms, Ino's mood was excellent. She couldn't help glancing back at the tavern signboard. Hinata, I'm telling you, this shop is absolutely amazing. The pastries are delicious and the cola is great. The boss is also quite kind. Hinata nodded lightly, her cheeks slightly flushed. Boss Zhang is a very nice person. Ino blinked, then suddenly leaned in with a grin. And he's pretty handsome, right? Hinata's face reddened even more. Ino. Ino burst out laughing. Why are you shy? I'm just saying. But he said we can come again. Next time I must drink that cola again. Hinata looked down at the bottle in her arms, her voice soft. I want to come again too. The 2 chatted as they walked, soon disappearing around the street corner. At the tavern entrance, Zhang Yu watched their departing figures, feeling quite pleased. High-quality customer cultivation successful. Wasn't this far better than ordinary? He returned behind the counter, tapping his fingers lightly on the surface. Slow simmer and reduce the sauce. First, let the 2 young ladies fall in love with the pastries and cola, then have them take the liquor home. Then when Yamanaka Inoichi and Hyuga Hayashi take a sip, Tobarama looked up at him. Boss, what did you just say? Izuna also poked his head out from the kitchen. Slow simmer. Reduce the sauce. Tobarama frowned. Boss, what stew are you thinking of? Izuna, there's still meat in the kitchen, but no frogs. Zhang Yes expression stiffened. Who said I wanted to eat frogs? Tobarama remained expressionless. You just mentioned slow simmering. Izuna added, reducing the sauce is usually used for dishes. Zhang Yu waved his hand. Forget it. You wouldn't understand. Tobarama lowered his head and continued bookkeeping. Izuna silently noted it, then returned to the kitchen to check if there were any ingredients suitable for slow simmering. Zhang Yu couldn't be bothered to explain. He sat behind the counter waiting for the system tasks follow-up. Logically, both Ino and Hinata had clearly expressed their desire to return. Strong fondness had also been established. The task should settle soon. But the system hadn't chimed yet. Just as Zhang Yu was pondering whether the fondness was still lacking, the Soul Tavern work group in his mind suddenly began jumping wildly. Qinsho Zhujin boss. Qinsho Zhujin boss. Qinsho Zhujin, come out quickly. Zhang Yu raised an eyebrow. What's wrong with Zhu Jian? The next second another message popped up. Qinsho Zhujin, I can't hold Ban back. Zhang Yu sat up straight. Zhang Yu, what's going on? Before Zhu Jian could reply, Ban's message scrolled in. Yuzibo Ban, the Mist Village. Yuzibo Ban, it must be destroyed. Zhang Yu. Good heavens. How long had it been? And now he wanted to destroy a village again. Izuna saw the group message and immediately sent a reply. Yuzibo Chuanai, my brother wants to destroy the mist. I support it. Zhang Yes mouth twit. Zhang Yu, Chuanai don't support it yet. Zhang Yu Zhujin explained clearly. What exactly happened? Zhu Jian seemed very anxious. Qinsho Zhujin, well, it's a bit complicated. Qinsho Zhujin Ban is really angry right now. Yuzibo Ban Hashirama. Yuzibo Ban, if you dare say a single word, he'll fight you first. Zhang Yu squinted his eyes. Threatening group members. Was he going to tolerate that? With a thought, he directly opened the group management panel. Group owner Zhang Yu has muted Uchiha Madara for 5 minutes. The group fell silent for a moment. Then Hashirama's message immediately popped up. Hashirama Senju boss wise decision. Uchiha Azuna. Zhang Yu 5 minutes. Zhang Yu Hashirama speak quickly. Only then did Hashirama seem to finally breathe a sigh of relief, explaining rapidly. Hashirama Senju, we're on the road to the land of waves now. Hashirama Senju, it's too hot, so Madara let his hair down. Hashirama Senju, and then, 2 mist hidden ninja were lurking by the roadside. Hashirama Senju, they mistook Madara for a woman. Zhang Yu was stunned, then burst into laughter. He looked at the group messages, suppressing his amusement. To Hashirama Senju, they were whispering among themselves. Hashirama Senju, saying Madara was very beautiful with a tall figure and a cold aura. Hashirama Senju, and that if it weren't for his intimidating back view, they'd have liked to stare longer. Zhang Yu finally couldn't hold it in. Uffed. Tobirama looked up. Boss. Izuna had already gone silent. In the group, Hashirama continued. Hashirama Senju, after Madara heard that he almost activated Susanoo on the spot. Hashirama Senju, Kakashi and I stopped him together, or he would have killed them outright. Zhang Yu held his forehead, his shoulders shaking. Uchiha Madara, the shinobi of the apocalypse. Mistaken for a woman by a pair of mist ninja, and even teased for being pretty. Those 2 mist ninja were truly bold. The 5 minutes passed quickly. As soon as Madara's mute was lifted, his message shot out. Uchiha Madara Zhang Yu. Uchiha Madara, how dare you mute me? Uchiha Madara, those 2 mist ninja must die. Zhang Yu replied immediately. Zhang Yu, calm down. Zhang Yu, I'll reward you with an extra bottle of vodka. The group went silent for a beat. Then Madara's message came perceptibly slower. Uchiha Madara, 2 bottles. Zhang Yu's mouth twitched. Zhang Yu, 1 bottle. Uchiha Madara, deal. Hashirama replied instantly. Hashirama Senju boss, I helped stop him too. Zhang Yu, you get 1 too. Hashirama Senju, great. Izuna followed with a message. Uchiha Izuna, my brother was wronged. Tobirama chimed in unexpectedly. Tobirama Senju, brother, don't use this as an excuse to get more alcohol. Hashirama fell silent. Zhang Yu shook his head with a smile, then directly activated Madara's third-person viewing perspective. The image quickly appeared. On the forest path of the Land of Waves, Team 7 was stopped by the roadside. Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke stood behind, their expressions one more peculiar than the last. Tazuna had shrunk back, not daring to make a sound. Kakashi stood in front, a thin sheen of sweat on his forehead. Hashirama stood beside Madara, one hand on Madara's shoulder, his smile already looking strained. Madara, with his long black hair loose, wore a terrifyingly cold expression. He stared fixedly at the 2 mist ninja hiding behind a tree not far away. The 2 had already frozen in place. They obviously hadn't expected that their low whispers would be overheard so clearly. Nor had they expected that the long-haired man they had mistaken for a woman from behind would radiate such a terrifying killing intent. Madara's voice came out in measured tones. Mist. Very well. Hashirama quickly urged Madara, calm down. Kakashi also raised his hand with a wry smile. Those 2 did have loose tongues, but let's not destroy the mission site. Madara said coldly, step aside. Hashirama pressed down harder on his shoulder. You can't kill them. Kakashi blocked, even more firmly. At least not now. Kakashi gave a bitter smile, inwardly admiring the audacity of those 2 mist ninja who dared to taunt Uchiha Madara. Their nerve was truly extraordinary. Even if they didn't know who this man was, the sheer murderous intent radiating from Madara should have made them shut up and play dead. But instead, those 2 went ahead. Not only did they gossip, they got quite specific. Pretty. Woman. Tall figure. Cold aura. Kakashi felt his scalp prickling. Any one of those words when applied to Uchiha Madara was like tossing an explosive tag into a volcano. Naruto stood behind, his face contorted with suppressed laughter. He wanted to laugh, but he didn't dare. Sakura also kept her hand clamped tightly over her mouth, her face flushed red. Sasuke's expression was the most complicated. On one hand, he thought those 2 mist ninja were absurdly stupid. On the other, looking at Madara's icy face, he felt a chill run down his spine. Tazuna, needless to say, had shrunk behind them, barely breathing. Hashirama still had his hand on Madara's shoulder, but his smile was already very forced. Madara, calm down. They just have loose lips. Madara slowly turned his head to look at Hashirama. Do you find this amusing? Hashirama immediately shook his head. Not amusing, not amusing at all. Even as he said this, the corner of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. Madara's face darkened further. Hashirama, do you want to dance? Hashirama instantly withdrew his hand, his expression as serious as if he were in. Kakashi, interrogate them. Kakashi. He had to admire the speed of that subject change. But the real business was indeed urgent. Kakashi turned to the 2 mist ninja, his voice also turning cold. Talk. Who sent you? The 2 mist ninja were badly shaken by Madara. They had intended to be stubborn, but when Madara took a step forward, both of them trembled violently. One of them gritted his teeth and said, we are mist ninja. Kakashi said flatly, I already figured that out. The other ninja paled, forcing himself to speak. The target is Tazuna. Someone paid us to take his life. Naruto immediately exploded. So that's it. Old man, you really did lie to us. Tazuna's face darkened, but he didn't dare say a word. Sakura also felt a lingering fear. If Hashirama and Madara hadn't been with them, those two mist ninjas' sudden ambush might have been too much for the newly graduated genin. Sasuke clenched his fists, his expression grim. He didn't like this feeling of being used as cannon fodder. Kakashi continued, who is the employer? The mist ninja hesitated. Madara shot him a cold glare. Speak. With that single word, the two mist ninja felt as if an invisible hand had gripped their throats. Cold sweat instantly broke out on their foreheads. Gato. It's Gato. He hired us, and he hired other ninja too. We don't know how many. We were just sent to scout ahead. Kakashi frowned. Gato. He had heard that name before. Operating under the cover of a shipping company president, he actually controlled criminal syndicates, oppressed small nations, and hired rogue ninja. His methods were dirty. At this point, the mission was no longer a simple escort. Tazuna lowered his head, finally, unable to hold back his voice hoarse. I didn't have the money to post a higher-level mission. The land of waves is under Gato's control. Even the bridge can barely be finished. If the bridge isn't completed, our country is doomed. Naruto stared at him, the earlier anger suddenly caught in his throat. He wasn't clever, but he could tell that Tazuna truly had no other choice. Yet being deceived into risking his life wasn't something that could be erased with a mere "I have no choice." Kakashi let out a soft sigh. I understand the mission situation now. He'll decide whether to proceed. With that, he turned his gaze to the two mist ninja, ready to ask for more details. But Madara had already lost his patience. He had heard every word spoken by those two mist ninja. They were not innocent bystanders. They were assassins. Their loose tongues were merely the spark. What truly irked him was that such insignificant figures dared to harbor killing intent in his presence, and even considered Tazuna and Team 7 as their prey. Madara raised his hand. Kakashi's expression shifted. Wait. Before he could finish, Madara's figure had already vanished. In the next instant, he appeared before the two mist ninja. Both hands shot out simultaneously, seizing their necks. Crack. The crisp sound of breaking bones was enough to set one's teeth on edge. The two mist ninja didn't even have time to scream before their bodies went limp. Madara tossed them aside casually, the two corpses landing in the roadside grass like discarded trash. The entire team fell silent. Naruto's eyes widened, his words stuck in his throat. Sakura's face paled, and she instinctively took a step back. Sasuke stared intently at Madara's back, a cold sweat forming on his spine. He had seen Kakashi in action. He had witnessed battles between ninja. But Madara's way of killing was too swift. Too clean, like crushing two insects. No hesitation. No wavering. Not even a flicker of emotion. Tazuna's legs went weak, and he nearly collapsed. He finally understood fully that the person accompanying them on this mission was no ordinary escort. This was a monster. A true monster. Kakashi glanced at the corpses, then at Madara, and after a long pause could only exhale. You moved too fast, Madara said coldly. We've already asked what needed to be asked. Keeping them would be a waste of time. Hashirama scratched his head. Madara, your temper is still too hasty. Madara shot him a glance. You want to plead for them? Hashirama immediately shook his head. No, that's not it. They were assassins out to kill. It's normal for them to die in the line of duty. I just think you could have been a little gentler. Madara sneered. I was already gentle. At those words, a chill ran down the spines of Team 7. This was gentle. Then what was rough? Turning people to ash. Far away in the Spirit Tavern, Zhang Yu, watching through the observation screen, twitched his mouth. Madara, you've been holding it in all the way and finally found an outlet, haven't you? But as he laughed, he also saw the truth. Madara's anger was genuine. If he kept this up, even if a dozen more mist ninja showed up, they wouldn't be enough for him to crush. Zhang Yu immediately opened the tavern group chat. Zhang Yu, Hashirama, Madara. Zhang Yu, don't let fun get in the way of business. Zhang Yu, the focus of this trip is the recruitment mission. Zhang Yu, Zabuza, and Haku are the targets. As soon as the message was sent, Hashirama replied instantly. Hashirama Senju, understood, boss. Hashirama Senju, will keep an eye on Madara. Madara replied shortly after. Madara, Uchiha, I haven't forgotten. Zhang Yu looked at those three words and didn't believe a single one. Zhang Yu, especially you, Madara. Zhang Yu, don't try to kill everyone you see. Madara, Uchiha, they deserve to die. Zhang Yu, even if they deserve it, don't cut off all the mission leads. The chat went silent for 2 seconds. Madara, Uchiha, understood. Hashirama immediately added, Hashirama Senju, boss, rest assured. Hashirama Senju, well, definitely prioritize the recruitment mission. Zhang Yu rubbed his brow. I hope you two really remember. In the scene, Kakashi had fully grasped the truth of the mission. He looked at Tazuna, his voice much more serious than before. Mr. Tazuna, you concealed the mission difficulty. This is no longer a crank mission. Tazuna lowered his head. I know, but I really have no choice. Naruto clenched his teeth. Kakashi-sensei, let's continue. Sakura was startled. Naruto tightened his fists. We've already come this far. How can we go back? Besides, the people of the Land of Waves need this bridge, right? Sasuke said coldly. Dead last don't make it sound so easy. Naruto immediately glared at him. Smug Sasuke, are you scared? Sasuke's face darkened. I just hate being tricked. Kakashi watched the two kids about to quarrel again and pressed his forehead. Under normal circumstances, he would consider retreat. After all, Team 7 had just graduated, and the sudden spike in mission difficulty was dangerous. But things were different now. He glanced at Hashirama beside him, then at Madara. With this lineup, if they were still afraid of mist assassins, the ninja world might as well. Kakashi suddenly felt a surge of confidence. He cleared his throat. Since the situation is clear, the mission continues. But from now on, everyone stay. This is no longer a simple escort. Naruto nodded excitedly. Yes. Sakura, though nervous, also responded. Sasuke said nothing, merely following silently. Tazuna secretly let out a sigh of relief, then cautiously glanced at Madara and quickly lowered his head. He no longer dared to act like an employer. With this man around, he felt that even one extra word might cost him his life. The team moved on. Before long, they arrived at the ferry. The Land of Waves was shrouded in mist, the river wide, with a small boat anchored at the shore. The boatman, upon seeing Kakashi's group, waved nervously. Come on board quickly. Don't make too much noise. After everyone boarded, the boat drifted slowly into the fog. The water was still. White mist clung to the river's surface, and the outline of the distant bridge gradually emerged. Naruto stood at the edge of the boat, unable to help widening his eyes. What a huge bridge! Tazuna looked at the unfinished bridge with a complex expression. That is the hope of our Land of Waves. Kakashi didn't respond. He was constantly observing the surroundings. The thick fog was ideal for mist ninja operations. But the two titans beside him were as relaxed as if they were out. Hashirama crouched at the stern, watching the water and even reaching out to splash it. The scenery here is not bad. Madara sat with his arms crossed on the others. Boring. Hashirama whispered, don't always say that. The kids are still here. Madara glanced at Naruto and Sasuke. One boy was curious, the other with a tense face. When they argued, it was indeed annoying. But watching them for a while, it reminded him of some past events. Hashirama clearly felt the same. He lowered his voice. Madara, don't you think they look a bit like us back then? Madara snorted. I wasn't this weak back then. Madara snorted. I wasn't this weak back then. Hashirama smiled. I mean that spirit. Neither willing to yield to the other. Clearly caring deeply, yet insisting on quarreling. Madara remained silent for a moment, offering no rebuttal. He gazed at Sasuke's cold, hardened face, and the fury over the Uchiha clan's annihilation surged within him once more. Only one child remained. Konoha had pushed the Uchiha to the point where only this one child was left. Sensing his emotional shift, Hashirama gently patted his shoulder. First, complete the client's mission. The accounts will be settled later. Madara closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his tone was icy. I haven't forgotten. The boat docked, and the group officially set foot in the Land of Waves. The forest path was damp and narrow, with dense trees on both sides, and the mist was thicker than before. Kakashi led the way. Tazuna was guarded in the middle, and the three members of Team 7 dispersed around them. Hashirama and Madara lingered at the rear of the group. They appeared relaxed, but in truth, both had sensed two chakra signatures ahead almost simultaneously. The intensity was not insignificant. Hashirama glanced at Madara. Madara returned the look. Without a word, they understood each other's intent. Do not intervene. Observe first. Hashirama stroked his chin, muttering, this is perfect. Let Naruto and Sasuke get some training. Madara said flatly, just don't let them die. Hashirama chuckled. With us here they want. As he spoke, he suddenly pulled 2 cans of beer from his sleeve. Madara glanced at him. When did you grab those? Hashirama opened one, lowering his voice. Just before we left. Madara paused for a moment, then pulled out a can of his own from his garment. Hashirama was taken aback. You took one too? Madara's expression remained unchanged. I was afraid you'd run short. They exchanged a look, then clinked their cans in silent accord. Click. The can gave a soft sound. Hashirama took a sip, feeling utterly at ease. A little drink at a time like this is indeed quite pleasant. Madara also took a sip, his tone calm. Not as good as vodka. Far away in the tavern, Zhang Yu happened to be watching the monitor feed. Seeing this, he was thoroughly I knew it. I knew you two would swipe some booze. Staring at the 2 legendary shinobi on the screen, each holding a can of beer, he ground his teeth in frustration. Bringing alcohol on a mission. Are you recruiting or going on a picnic? Zhang Yu sat behind the bar. The more he thought, the more his head ached. These two were impossible to guard against. Locking the liquor store was useless. Hashirama could use wood release to pick the lock. Switch to a complex lock. Madara could analyze the structure with his Sharingan. Change to a freezer door lock. They could use transformation jutsu to fool it, or even ninjutsu to break in. If all else failed, Tobirama had once carved a flying thunder god seal behind the vodka shelf. Zhang Yu fell into a brooding silence. All this anti-theft, and in the end the thieves are my own staff. Ridiculous. In the forest path, the mist grew thick. Kakashi suddenly raised his hand. Stop! Naruto tensed immediately. What's wrong? Sasuke also gripped a kunai. Sakura shielded Tazuna. The next instant, a piercing sound cut through the air. A massive cleaver spinning at terrifying speed shot out from the dense fog, sweeping toward them with dreadful force. Its target was Tazuna. Kakashi's expression shifted, and he barked, "Get down!" Everyone reacted swiftly. Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke all dropped to the ground. Kakashi shoved Tazuna down. The great cleaver barely grazed over their heads, severing several tree branches before hurtling toward the rear of the group. There stood Hashirama and Madara. Hashirama still had his beer in hand. He looked up at the incoming blade, his face utterly devoid of panic. In fact, he seemed a bit unimpressed. That's a big knife. Madara kept his arms crossed, too lazy to even move. Noisy. The cleaver smashed toward them with terrifying rotational force. Hashirama reached out a hand. Slap. With 5 fingers he caught it gently. The blade, powerful enough to cleave a tree in half, came to a steady halt in his. No explosive sound. No backward step. Hashirama hadn't even cracked the ground beneath his feet. The cleaver trembled violently twice before he catch. Kakashi's eyelid twitched. Naruto, lying on the ground, had his mouth wide open. He caught it. Sakura's face went pale. At that speed with bare hands. Sasuke stared fixedly at Hashirama's hand, his throat bobbing. The gap was too vast. They had barely managed to dodge. Yet this man standing still had caught it with one hand. In the tree, Momochi Zabuza's pupils contracted sharply. He had planned a dramatic entrance. First suppress the enemy with the cleaver, then use the hidden mist technique to instill fear. But this scene shattered his plan entirely. Catching the cleaver barehanded, and so effortlessly, Zabuza's heart sank. The intelligence was wrong. This team definitely had more than just Hatake Kakashi as a jonin. That tall man was at least a high-level jonin, and the long-haired man beside him was even more dangerous. Plus Kakashi. 3 jonin. No, possibly more. Zabuza instantly suspected the mission had been compromised. Hashirama looked down at the cleaver in his hand, hefting it. Pretty. He turned to Madara. Want to take a look? Madara gave it a brief glance. A lousy blade. Hashirama nodded. True enough. He spun the blade once in his hand, quickly losing interest. Let's give it back. With that, Hashirama casually tossed the cleaver back to where it came from. He had deliberately held back his strength, not intending to crush anyone. But even his restrained force was terrifyingly immense by normal shinobi standards. The cleaver transformed into a black streak, slicing through the air with a dull roar as it flew back. Zabuza's face twisted in alarm. He leaped down from the tree, gripping the handle with both hands, channeling all his chakra in a desperate effort to catch it. Yet the force sent him flying backward. Over 30 meters, he had no chance to adjust his stance. Boom. His back slammed violently into a large tree. The sturdy trunk shuddered and leaped. Zabuza's throat tasted of copper. He nearly spat blood. He landed on his feet, driving the cleaver into the earth to steady himself. But his grip hand still trembled. His shoulders, chest, and spine all felt as if crushed by a boulder. Zabuza glanced down at his palm. The webbing of his thumb was split. Blood dripped down the handle. His expression darkened to the extreme. He, Momochi Zabuza, the demon of the hidden mist, one of the 7 swordsmen. This trip to the land of waves was supposed to be a sure thing. First intimidate Team 7 with the cleaver, then use the hidden mist technique to stall Kakashi, and finally seize the chance to kill Tazuna. Under normal circumstances, he and Kakashi were evenly matched. Those newly graduated brats would barely be able to stand under the pressure of his killing intent. Under normal circumstances, he and Kakashi were evenly matched. Those newly graduated brats would barely be able to. Hashirama found himself somewhat tempted by the argument. That does sound reasonable. Zhang stared at the screen, utterly speechless. Madara, you're quite skilled. Zaibu raised his head to gaze into the distance. Through the thick fog, the members of Team 7 had already risen from the ground. Ming Ren was still crouching, his mouth wide open. That old man is way too strong. When that huge sword came flying over, I felt like my head was about to be chopped off. Xiao Ying's face was still pale. She stared at Zhu Jian's back, her voice tight. He just grabbed it casually. That's a blade that can slice through trees. Zhu remained silent. He fixed his gaze on Zhu Jian, then glanced at Ban, who stood with arms crossed. A sense of powerlessness surged within him. Kakashi was also quiet. Even though he had long known how extraordinary Zhu Jian and Ban were, seeing Zhu Jian catch the decapitating sword with his bare hands still made his heart clench. It was far too effortless. As easy as an adult catching a wooden stick thrown by a child. He slowly raised his hand and pushed up the forehead protector covering. The Crimson Threetomo Sharingan emerged. The situation had already turned dire. The enemy was a rogue ninja from Wuin, and not an ordinary one. Kakashi stared at Zaibu in the distance, his voice deepening. Momochi Zaibu, the demon of Wuin. I didn't expect Gato to hire someone. Hearing this, Zaibu suppressed the surging blood in his chest and slowly straightened up. He swung the decapitating sword onto his shoulder and let out a Kakashi of the Sharingan, the man who has copied over 1,000 techniques. I didn't expect to run into you here either. Kakashi narrowed his eyes. It's an honor to be remembered by the demon of Wuin. Zaibu-Zhan's voice turned icy. Don't play dumb. Kakashi didn't back down. Same for you. Born from the Umbu master of the silent killing technique. They say you killed all your classmates in the graduation. Kakashi didn't back down. Same for you. Born from the Umbu master of the silent killing technique. They say you killed all your classmates in the graduation. Mingren listened stunned. Killed all his classmates. Is that true? Xiao Ying's face turned even paler. A person like that is too terrifying. Zuizhu frowned. The demon of Wuin. Behind them, Dazuna swallowed hard. He finally fully understood how dangerous this mission was. Without Zhu Jian and Ban following along the team he had hired might truly have died here. Zaibu-Zhan glared coldly at Kakashi. Kakashi, your Sharingan is indeed troublesome. But since I'm here, I don't intend to leave empty-handed. Kaka's tone was lazy, but he didn't relax an inch. I can't let you kill the client. Looks like we have no choice but to fight. The two faced each other through the mist. One with Sharingan exposed, the other with the decapitating sword on his shoulder. Two renowned jonin sized each other up, trading titles, and the next moment would bring deadly combat. But now the scene felt strangely off. Because Zhu Jian and Ban were standing right there. One was still holding a half-empty can of beer. The other looked utterly impatient. Back in the undead tavern, Zhang Yu watched the observation screen, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. Classic mutual flat. You praise me as Kakashi of the Sharingan, I praise you as Zaibu-Zhan, the demon of Wuin. The problem is you two have the god of shinobi and the ghost of the shinobi world standing right beside you. Does this flattery even mean anything? Behind the bar, Tabima glanced at the shared screen and wore a complex expression. Given their level of strength, there's really no need for such prolonged probing. Izuna walked out with a plate of snacks and said calmly, brother is already losing patience. On the screen, Ban indeed had no more patience. He cast a cold glance at Kakashi and Zaibu-Zhan. Boring. Zhu Jian scratched his head. Are they going to keep talking for much longer? Ban stepped forward. Wasting time. Zhu Jian was startled. Ban, wait for me. The next instant, both figures vanished. A body flickers so fast that Team 7 couldn't see it at all. Kaka's Sharingan contracted sharply. He almost instinctively turned his head. Zaibu-Zhan's inner alarm roared. Not good. He tried to leap back, but Zhu Jian and Ban had already appeared before him. One stood on the left. One stood on the right. The distance was terrifyingly close. Every muscle in Zaibu-Zhan's body tensed instantly. But he couldn't move. Not because he couldn't move. Zhu Jian seemed relatively gentle, just standing there, but the thick, overwhelming chakra on him bore down like a forest. Vibrant with life, yet so heavy it stole one's breath. And Ban was even more direct. The moment his domineering pressure descended, Zaibu-Zhan felt as if he were surrounded by a battlefield of blood. Mountains of corpses and seas of blood. A blade pressed against his throat. One move, and he would die. Cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. His fingers gripping the decapitating sword stiffened one by one. Flee. Impossible. Fight back. Even more impossible. Zaibu-Zhan had been a rogue ninja, killed people, and survived countless life-or-death battles. But the feeling these two men gave him was unlike any enemy he had ever faced. Kakashi was strong. But Kaka's strength was at least understandable. But the feeling these two men gave him was unlike any enemy he had ever faced. Kakashi was strong. But Kaka's strength, he might not even be qualified to use the hidden mist technique today. Kakashi, standing far away, was also numb. He had been preparing for a serious fight. But the moment Zhu Jian and Ban moved, Zaibu-Zhan was pinned down on the spot. What was there to fight? Ming Ren's eyes went wide. They're so fast. But the moment Zhu Jian and Ban moved, Zaibu-Zhan was pinned down on the spot. What was there to fight? Ming Ren's eyes. It wasn't that Zaibu-Zhan didn't want to move. It was that the moment those two men appeared, Zaibu-Zhan lost the courage to fight. Such suppression was too extreme. Ban walked up to Zaibu-Zhan and spoke coldly. Name. Zaibu-Zhan's throat moved. He wanted to maintain the dignity of the demon of Wuin. But when Ban's gaze fell on him, he couldn't even muster the nerve to talk back. Momochi. Zaibu-Zhan. Ban nodded. Identity. Zaibu-Zhan gritted his teeth. Rogue ninja of Wuin. Former member of the 7 Swordsmen of the Mist. Ban reached into his chest and pulled out a document. He unfolded the paper. On it, large words were very conspicuous. Undead Tavern Employee Recruitment Agreement. Zaibu-Zhan stared at the thing, his mind briefly blank. Agreement? What agreement? Wasn't he here to kill Dazuna? How did it suddenly turn into filling out paperwork? Zhu Jian smiled beside him, his tone friendly. Don't be nervous. This is our tavern's employee recruitment agreement. The boss thinks highly of you, so he sent us to sign it with you. Zaibu-Zhan. He became even more nervous. Ban slapped the agreement onto Zaibu-Zhan's chest, his voice icy. Fill it truthfully. Name identity, abilities, specialized techniques, past experience. If you dare falsify, it'll make you a true ghost. Zaibu Zhan's face twitched. He wanted to curse, but he didn't dare. When the man before him said, "It'll turn you into a wandering soul," it didn't sound like a threat at all. It was more like stating a fact that he could accomplish at any moment. Zhu Jian added from the side, "Don't worry, it's just a pre-sign. You'll only come to work at our tavern after you're truly dead. Signing it now won't do you any harm." Zaibu Zhan held the agreement, completely silent. What did they mean by after he's truly dead? How could this sound more absurd than a threat? Yet two intimidating auras pressed down on him. He felt it dangerous even to ask another question. Zaibu Zhan looked down at the agreement and found the information fields quite detailed. Name, age, place of origin, ninja rank, area of expertise, whether willing to join the spirit tavern after death. Below there was a space for signature. Cold sweat dripped from Zaibu Zhan's forehead. In the distance, the members of Team 7 were dumbfounded. Mingren pointed at Zaibu Zhan and whispered, "Is he really filling it in?" Xiao Ying's expression was blank. "It seems. He really is filling it in." Zuizhu's mouth twitched slightly. The demon of the hidden mist who had appeared with such ferocity just moments ago now stood by the tree blocked by two men filling out an employment contract. Was something wrong with this world? Kakashi was silent for a long time, then finally raised a hand to scratch the back of his head. "Well, at least we don't have to fight." Dazina watched with mixed feelings. On one hand, there was the fear of being hunted by the demon of the hidden mist. On the other hand, there was the absurdity of the demon of the hidden mist being forced to fill out a form. He had lived for so many years and never witnessed such an outrageous scene. Zaibu Zhan filled it in quickly. He wrote every character with extreme care, afraid that a single mistake would cause the long-haired man before him to snap his neck. A few minutes later, Zaibu Zhan handed the agreement to Ban with both hands. "I've finished." Ban took it, glanced over it, and casually put it away. "You're wise." Zhu Jian breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good. The boss should have received a notification too." Inside the Spirit Tavern, the system panel before Zhang Yu indeed exploded. Ding. Posthumous pre-recruitment contract signed successfully. Target Tao D. Zaibu Zhan. Identity Hidden Mist Rogue Ninja, former member of the 7 Ninja Swordsmen of the Mist. Strength Assessment Elite Jonin. Early stage combat performance is outstanding, possessing high recruitment value. Rewards being issued. Congratulations host, you have received 100,000 gold coins. Zhang Yu sat up straight abruptly. How much? He stared at the numbers on the panel, his eyes gleaming. 100,000. A full 100,000 gold coins. He had been worrying about the several thousand gold coins needed for speakers, a subwoofer, and a DJ turntable. But as soon as Zaibu Zhan signed, the system gave him 100. This wasn't the demon of the hidden mist, it was a walking gold coin gift pack. Zhang Yu couldn't stop grinning on the spot. Great, great, great. Elite Jonin sure are valuable. Zaibu Zhan, one of the early stage combat power ceilings, truly did not disappoint me. Feijian saw Zhang Yu's expression and immediately sensed, boss, is the reward high? Zhang Yu held up one finger. Feijian frowned. 10,000. Zhang Yu's smile grew even brighter. 100,000. The pen in Feijian's hand stopped. Chu and I also looked up. 100,000 gold coins. Zhang Yu nodded. Yes. This wave is a direct takeoff. Feijian was silent for 2 seconds, then immediately flipped to a new page in the ledger. Then the tavern renovation plan can be moved forward. The speakers, lighting, special drink supply, and pastry ingredient inventory can all be replanned. Zhang Yu was in high spirits. Once they get by to sign 2, maybe we'll get another windfall. In the forest of the land of waves, Zhu Jian tidied up matters with Zaibu Zhan, then took out a photo from his pocket. In the photo was by wearing a mask. To be precise, it was the target information Zhang Yu had prepared for them in advance. Zhu Jian held the photo in front of Zaibu Zhan. Do you know this person? The moment Zaibu Zhan saw the photo, his heart clenched violently. By, how could he not know? But his face showed no trace of abnormality. Instead, he frowned and said coldly, I don't know him. Zhu Jian blinked. You don't know him? Zaibu Zhan's tone was impatient. I said I don't know him. Ben glanced at him. You're lying. A chill ran down Zaibu Zhan's spine. He forcibly suppressed his emotions and said through gritted teeth, I have no reason to lie to you. Ban let out a cold laugh and was about to speak. Suddenly, a faint sound of water came from the forest. It wasn't the river, it was the sound of moisture in the air being forcibly condensed by chakra. Kakai's expression changed. There's someone else. In the next instant, countless ice needles shot out from the thick mist, dense and numerous, blanketing the sky. Each one carried a chilling cold, heading straight for the positions of Zhujian Ban and Zaibu Zhan. Bai was hidden in the trees wearing an ANBU mask, her hands maintaining a hand seal position. Her voice was clear and cold. Ice released 1,000 killing water shower. Mingren was startled. So many ice needles. Xiaoying immediately shielded Dazina. Suiju gripped his kunai, his face solemn. Kakashi also prepared to act. But Ban simply looked up at the ice needles, his face completely unperturbed. This level. He formed a single-handed seal so fast that no one could see it. His chest rose and fell slightly. The next moment, blazing flames erupted from his mouth. Fire release, great fireball technique. A massive fireball burst forth. The wave of heat instantly tore through the mist. The moment those ice needles touched the edge of the flames, they emitted a dense hissing sound and turned into water vapor in the blink of an eye. Bei's 1,000-killing water shower didn't even get within 3 meters of them. The firelight illuminated the entire forest. Mingren stared with wide eyes. What a huge fireball. Xiaoying instinctively covered her face, forced back half a step by the heat. Zuiju's pupils contracted. This was also the fire release of the Uchiha clan. He had seen it and practiced it. But Ban's great fireball was nothing like the one he understood. It wasn't a ninjutsu, it was more like a sea of fire that devoured. I stood on the tree, her heart sinking. She had originally planned to use a surprise attack to save Zaibujan. Even if she couldn't defeat them, at least she could create a momentary opening. But the other side had casually used a single fire release and burned away all her ice release. The gap was too great. There was no chance at all. Just as Bai was about to retreat, Ban's figure had already disappeared from the firelight. The next second he appeared on the tree branch. One hand grabbed Bei's wrist, and the other pressed down on her shoulder. Bei's body stiffened, unable to break free. Too slow, Ban said coldly, directly pinning her down on the tree. Bai gritted her teeth, trying to gather ice release again. But as soon as Ban's chakra pressed down, the flow of chakra within her body instantly became chaotic. It was as if an invisible hand had forcibly held her down. Seeing this, Zaibujan's expression finally changed. Stop. Ban looked down at him. Didn't you say you didn't know him? Zaibujan clenched his teeth, his fingers gripping the sword hilt, but he dared not step forward. Zhu Jian looked at Zaibujan, then at Bai, who was captured by Ban, and sighed. So you do know him after all. Kakashi did not linger to watch. He swiftly returned to Tezuna's side to check on his employer. Are you alright, Mr. Tezuna? Tezuna's face was pale as he nodded hastily. I am fine. Kakashi then turned his gaze to Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke. You three protect. Naruto promptly responded yes. Sakura positioned herself in front of Tezuna. Sasuke kept his eyes fixed on Madara and Haku in the tree, his fingers clenched tightly. Kakashi understood clearly. No matter how powerful Hashirama and Madara were, he was the leader of Team 7. The core of the escort mission remained Tezuna. He could not let the absurdity of the scene distract him from his duty. In the tree, Madara held Haku by the shoulder and lifted the umbu mask from her face. The mask fell away. What was revealed was the face of a woman. Everyone in the forest froze for a moment. Haku stood on the branch, his wrist gripped by Madara, his shoulder pinned down, unable to move. That face was too delicate. The features were clean, the skin fair, the expression gentle. Even under Madara's restraint, there was no trace of coarseness. Naruto was utterly stunned. Oh, a girl. Sakura was also taken aback. How can she be a girl? Sasuke frowned, saying nothing, but his gaze lingered on Haku's face. Zabuza's expression shifted abruptly. He was about to speak, but Madara had already looked down at Haku, his tone carrying a hint of surprise. You look quite... As those words fell, the entire forest fell into an eerie silence. Haku's body stiffened. Zabuza's pupils contracted, his face full of disbelief. He had known Haku for a long time and was fully aware that Haku was male. But the problem was hearing this from Madara Uchiha's mouth coupled with Haku's face. Even Zabuza couldn't help but take another look. Then he fell silent. Haku grew anxious. I am not a girl. His voice was cold but clearly flustered. I just have delicate features. I am male. He said this very seriously. But the more serious he was, the more helpless it seemed. Naruto scratched his head, his expression skeptical. But you really look like a girl. Haku bit his lip. I really am male. Sakura stared at Haku, then looked at Naruto. Naruto, shut up. Naruto protested. I didn't say anything wrong. Sasuke said coldly, dead last, enough chatter. Naruto instantly bristled. Stupid Sasuke, you're picking on me again. Kakashi rubbed his temples. This scene was already absurd enough. The demon of the hidden mist was forced to sign an agreement. A young ice release bloodline user came to rescue his master only to have his gender debated first. And to make matters worse, the ones who intervened were Madara Uchiha and Hashirama Senju. This Wave Country mission had completely deviated from a normal ninja mission. Far away in the Netherworld Tavern, Zhang Yu watched the viewing screen, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. What a classic. This is too iconic. Haku's design, drawing a girl and calling him a boy. He looked at Haku's face, which was more delicate than many girls', then at Madara's unconvinced expression, and could only feel helpless. Some things in the ninja world were indeed absurdly consistent. In the forest, Madara stared at Haku for a few seconds, his brow still furrowed. Haku nodded immediately. Yes. Madara said coldly, are you sure? Haku's voice dropped a little lower. Positive. Haku nodded immediately. Yes. Madara said coldly, are you sure? Haku's voice dropped a little lower. Positive. It was obviously the truth. But somehow after Madara's remark, even he felt the need to confirm this fact again. Hashirama, standing nearby, also took a serious look at Haku. He really is quite delicate. Haku. Zabuza. Madara finally withdrew his gaze, as if unwilling to dwell on the issue. Hashirama, standing nearby, also took a serious look at Haku. He really is quite delicate. Haku. Zabuza. Madara finally withdrew his gaze, as if unwilling to dwell on the issue. Haku looked at the agreement, his expression startled. Madara handed the agreement to him. Sign it. Haku didn't take it, or instead, he looked at Zabuza first. Zabuza's face was grim. Of course he didn't want Haku to sign something so dubious. But the gap in power was already evident. The ice-released 1,000 flying water needles was evaporated by a single great fireball. Haku was instantly subdued by Madara. He himself had barely managed to block the executioner's blade. It wasn't a question of whether they could resist. It was that resisting was futile. Hashirama noticed Haku's hesitation and softened his tone. Don't worry. This agreement doesn't require you to come to the tavern now. It's just a pre-signing for after death. While you're alive, you can go wherever you please. Only after you truly die will you enter the Netherworld Tavern to work. Haku was even more confused. Work? After death? Hashirama nodded. Yes. The boss values your abilities. As long as you sign, we will let you and Zabuza leave. Zabuza's expression darkened. You want to use Haku? Madara gave him a cold glance. You just signed too. Zabuza was instantly choked silent. He had indeed signed, and he had done so obediently under Madara's pressure. There was no way to refute that. Haku looked down at the agreement. The terms were novel. It didn't belong to any ninja village. It wasn't any mission commission, nor did it resemble an ordinary employment contract. The Netherworld Tavern. Post-death employment. No restrictions on living actions. These words combined sounded absurd, like a joke. Yet the two men before him were unbelievably strong. The strong had no need to mock him with such a thing. Haku was silent for a moment, then finally reached out to take the agreement. If I sign, will you really let Zabuza? Hashirama smiled. Yes. Madara said coldly, my patience is limited. Haku hesitated no longer. He picked up the pen and began to Kakashi and Team 7 stood nearby, their expressions all strange. Naruto muttered, here they go again, filling in forms. Sakura also lowered her voice. What exactly is this tavern? Sasuke stared at Madara, his fists clenched tightly. He grew more and more curious about who this Uchiha man really was. Why was he so overwhelmingly strong? Why did even the demon of the hidden mist dare not resist? Haku's pen suddenly stopped near the end. There was a blank on the agreement. Gender. At that moment, whether on the scene or far away in the tavern, everyone's eyes locked onto the paper. Zabuza was staring too. His face was taut. Hashirama leaned in for a look. Madara also slightly lowered his head, his gaze falling on that line. In the tavern, Zhang Yu sat upright instantly. Here it comes. The crucial line. Haku held the pen, clearly feeling the weight of countless gazes. His mouth twitched slightly. Then with great solemnity, he wrote one character in the gender field. Male. The strokes were clear. There was not a hint of hesitation. Zabuza quietly breathed a sigh of relief. But after exhaling, he felt that his relief was oddly misplaced. Haku was always male. Why did he feel reassured? Ban stared at the character male for several seconds of silence. Then he looked at Bei's face again. Really male. Bei's voice came out stiff. Yes. Zhujian finally couldn't hold back and let out a light cough. Ban, don't be so serious. Speaking of which, weren't you just mistaken for a woman by a mist ninja a moment ago? The moment those words left his mouth, Bai and Zabuza both looked up at once. Kakashi's mouth twitched. Ban's face instantly darkened. Zhujian immediately realized something was wrong. I was just speaking casually. Ban took a step forward. Do you want to dance? Zhujian hurriedly stepped back. Ban, calm down. The boss is still waiting for us to turn in the mission. Ban sneered coldly. The mission is already complete. Zhujian's face froze. Even so, we can't fight. Ban's aura surged violently. Zhujian quickly raised a hand to block. The two of them were on the verge of escalating their bickering in the forest. Kakashi's scalp tingled, and he immediately took a step back. If these two really started fighting, the forest of the Land of Waves would likely be wiped clean in an instant. Bai reacted swiftly. Seizing the moment when Ban and Zhujian's attention shifted, he immediately helped Zabuza up. Zabuza-sama, let's go. Zabuza took a deep look at Ban and Zhujian, but didn't utter any more harsh words. He understood perfectly that staying now would be meaningless. Bai supported him, and with a few leaps they vanished into the depths of the mist. Ban noticed, but didn't give chase. The contract had already been signed. These two leaving alive would actually be more valuable to Zhang Yu. Inside the Netherworld Tavern, Zhang Yu watched Bai and Zabuza make their swift escape and finally couldn't help but complain. Truly worthy of Bai. That face, wherever it goes, it's bound to cause misunderstandings. He stroked his chin, another idea quickly forming in his mind. But it's not a bad thing either. Once he actually enters the tavern in the future, we can definitely polish him up. Ice release youth delicate features cross-dressing beauty by. This could become the specialty employee of the Netherworld Tavern. Picturing by serving chilled drinks in the tavern Zhang, yes, mood brightened considerably. Special. Truly special. Just then the system notification chimed in succession. Ding. Posthumous pre-recruitment agreement signed successfully. Target by. Identity Ice release bloodline limit holder. Potential assessment high. Reward distribution in progress. Congratulations host, you have received 500 gold coins. Zhang yes eyes lit up instantly. 50,000. Excellent. By being an Ice release bloodline user was indeed valuable. Right after that a second notification burst out. Ding. Mission 2 Tavern expansion completed. Mission requirement recruit 2 new tavern members. Currently completed Momochi Zabuza by. Mission rewards being distributed. Congratulations host, you have received 1 summoning opportunity. Congratulations host, you have received 1000. Current gold coins 153500. Current summoning count 2. Zhang, you felt utterly gratified. Previously for the speakers, subwoofers, DJ decks, and lighting equipment, he had been fretting over a few thousand or 10,000 gold coins. Now, Zabuza gave him 100,000. I gave him 50,000. The mission added another 1,000. Plus the accumulated amount, the gold coins had soared past 150,000. The summoning count had also reached 2. Zhang Yu leaned back in his chair. The more he thought, the more satisfied he felt. The posthumous pre-recruitment agreement function, truly amazing. Sign them while alive, get the money right after signing. And when they die, they automatically join the roster without consuming a summoning chance. Isn't this just free employees while getting an investment return on the side? He now fully understood how profitable this mechanism was. Normal summons consumed opportunities, but pre-signed targets didn't. As long as the target entered the Netherworld Tavern after death, it meant extra employees without occupying a summoning slot. Moreover, the gold coins were paid immediately upon signing. No matter how he looked at it, this deal was a win. Zhang Yu opened the workgroup chat. Sure enough, Zhujian's message had already come through. Senju Zhujian boss mission complete. Senju Zhujian both Zabuza and Bai have signed. Ban followed with a brief line. Uchiha ban complete. Zhang Yu was in high spirits. Zhang Yu, good work. Zhang Yu prepared to return. Zhujian replied immediately. Senju Zhujian return now. Zhang Yu yes. Zhang Yu let Kakashi handle the rest in the land of waves. Uchiha ban agreed. Zhang Yu didn't waste any more words. He raised his hand to open the tavern permissions and locked onto the positions of Zhujian and Ban. The next second in the forest of the land of waves, white light simultaneously bloomed beneath the feet of Zhujian and Ban. Kakashi had just withdrawn his gaze from the direction where Bai and Zabuza had disappeared when he saw 2 pillars of light rising from the ground. His expression shifted. This is... Naruto's eyes went wide as well. Uncle and the others are glowing. Sakura instinctively stepped back. Sasuke stared fixedly at the light pillars, his face shaken. The light enveloped Zhujian and Ban. Zhujian smiled and waved at Kakashi. The escort mission from here on we leave to you. Ban glanced at Kakashi indifferently, saying nothing. The next instant their figures vanished without a trace. The light pillars dispersed. The forest fell silent. Kakashi stood rooted to the spot, his mind roiling with shock. From the land of waves, directly recalling Senju Zhujian and Uchiha Ban. No hand seals. No summoning array. No distance limit. This was beyond what ordinary ninjutsu could explain. Even more terrifying was that Zhujian and Ban showed no resistance to this recall. What did this imply? It meant that Zhang Yu, the owner of the Netherworld Tavern, possessed authority that even these legendary powerhouses silently obeyed. Kakashi looked up at the spot where the light pillars had vanished, reaching only one conclusion in his mind. Boss Zhang Yu was even more mysterious than Zhujian and Ban. Perhaps even more formidable. From now on he must by all means cultivate goodwill. Never offend him. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the turmoil within, and turned to face Team 7. Alright. The mission continues. Naruto was still lost. Kakashi-sensei, those 2 uncles just left like that. Kakashi nodded. Next escorting Mr. Tazuna home remains our mission. Sasuke silently withdrew his gaze. Sakura also repositioned herself beside Tazuna. Tazuna stared at the spot where Zhujian and Ban had vanished, swallowing hard after a long pause. This escort journey would be unforgettable for the rest of his life. Inside the Netherworld Tavern, a flash of light, Zhujian and Ban simultaneously returned to the main hall. Zhang Yu sat behind the bar looking at the 2, his smile utterly irrepressible. Inside the Netherworld Tavern, a flash of light, Zhujian and Ban simultaneously returned to the main hall. Zhang Yu sat, especially the gold coins, extremely smoothly. Ban crossed his arms. Reward. Zhang Yu's mouth twitched. You sure remember that clearly. Zhujian perked up immediately. Boss vodka. Zhang Yu looked at the two in a good mood and decided to let it slide. The two had indeed made a great contribution this time. Zabuza and Bai together had caused the tavern's funds to skyrocket. He accessed the system shop. The list of equipment that had previously tantalized him but remained beyond his means reappeared. Professional DJ turntable 8,000 gold coins, high-end subwoofer 5,000 gold coins, surround sound speaker system 1,500 gold coins, stage lighting system 12,000 gold coins, premium tavern audio matrix 50,000 gold coins, full atmosphere lighting, suite 30,000 gold coins, professional dance floor light, control module 20,000 gold coins, complete upgrade and installation service 2350. 0 gold coins. This time, Zhang Yu no longer winced in poverty. It had its dishes. It had its staff. All that was missing was the ambience. Once the sound system, turntable, subwoofer, and lighting were all in place, how could I ever have witnessed such a... It had its dishes. It had its staff. All that was missing was the ambience. Once the sound system, turntable, subwoofer, and lighting were all in place, how could I ever have witnessed such a spectacle? Ninjas drinking. Villagers gathering. Young ladies savoring pastries and cola. All could be arranged. He took a deep breath and directly confirmed the purchase. Ding. Do you wish to consume 1500 gold coins to purchase the complete tavern entertainment ambience equipment? Includes premium tavern audio matrix, professional DJ, turntable, high-end subwoofer, stage lighting system, full atmosphere lighting suite, professional dance floor light, control module, and complete upgrade and installation service. Zhang Yu stared at the confirm button and clicked without hesitation. Buy. Purchase successful. Gold coins 150000. Current gold coins 3500. Zhang Yu looked at the remaining balance of only 3,500, yet, instead of feeling regret, he stood up in exhilaration. Money spent would become a tool for generating wealth. With this equipment, the consumption level of the undead tavern would undoubtedly ascend to a higher tier. He glanced at Zhu Jian and Ban, then opened the group notification to summon Fei Jian and Xuan Nai as well. Subsequently, he expended 150,000 gold coins to acquire the full set of audio, turntable, and ambient lighting equipment and convened all the staff. The next second after confirming the purchase, a DAS notification to summon Fei Jian and Xuan Nai as well. Subsequently, he expended 150,000 gold coins to acquire the subwoofers, DJ turntables, light control consoles, ambient light strips, and a complete set of stage brackets and installation materials. Zhang Yu looked at the equipment scattered across the floor, his spirit fully revitalized. Don't just stand there. He clapped his hands. Let's get to work. Zhu Jian was the first to step forward, scooping up 2 subwoofers wider than a person with his hand. Where do these go? Zhang Yu pointed to both sides of the hall, one on each side of the stage. Ban frowned at the tangled wires. Troublesome. Zhang Yu immediately replied, troublesome or not, it has to be done. I spent 150,000 gold coins on this. I'd be heartbroken if even a single wire. Fei Jian had already crouched beside the equipment crate, quickly flipping through the manual. The wiring is divided into 3 groups: main control, audio, and lighting sync. If we install according to the hall's layout, the central control console can go behind the bar, and the stage area needs a reserved width of 3.5 feet. Xuan Nai also emerged from the kitchen, rolling up his sleeves. He'll handle the tables and chairs. Zhang Yu nodded with satisfaction. Good division of labor. Zhu Jian and Ban will handle the heavy items, Fei Jian will plan the wiring, and Xuan Nai will organize the tables, chairs, and kitchen passage. They'll oversee the overall layout. This busy work lasted for the better part of half a day. The original tavern hall was transformed into a hive of activity by the few of them. Zhu Jian carried the stage boards with astonishing speed. Boss, does this board go here? A bit to the left. Like this. A bit more to the left. Like this. Zhu Jian, you've gone too far left. Ban stood nearby, casting a cold glance at Zhu Jian. Clumsy. Zhu Jian immediately retorted, Ban, you try. Ban walked over, pressed down the entire stage board with one hand, and gave it a gentle push. Click. It fit perfectly. Zhu Jian blinked. You're actually pretty good at this. Ban replied flatly, better than you. Zhu Jian was instantly crestfallen. Fei Jian, however, paid them no mind. He held the wiring diagram, his movements terrifyingly steady. How to route the light strips, how to connect the speakers, how to dampen the subwoofers, and how to synchronize the light console with the turntable. He clarified everything swiftly. Boss, the main cables shouldn't run under the guests' feet. They'd be a tripping hazard and hard to maintain. Zhang Yu nodded. Run them along the walls. Fei Jian immediately rerouted the cables. A section can be hidden behind the wine cabinet. Leave an access hatch at the bottom of the bar. The stage lighting needs to be zoned, otherwise turning it all on at once will be glaring. Zhang Yu nodded repeatedly. As expected of you. Professional. Fei Jian didn't look up. Just basic judgment. Xuan Nai was equally efficient. He rearranged the tables and chairs, leaving an open space in front of the stage, and separated the pastry cabinet, drink, cooler, and liquor area. The originally ordinary little tavern began to transform bit by bit. By afternoon, the last light strip was connected. Zhang Yu stood behind the bar and pressed the master control. Hum. A low hum of electrical current sounded briefly. The next second, the tavern hall lights illuminated layer by layer. Warm yellow bar lights. Colorful ambient lights above the stage. Soft light strips flowing along the walls. The massive audio matrix stood silently on both sides. The DJ turntable placed on its dedicated table, its black platters gleaming with cold light. The tavern, once thick with Mui style, instantly gained a sense of impact that this world had never seen. Zhu Jian stood before the stage looking up at the lights, his face full of wonder. This is incredible. Chuan I also cast a few more glances. It's indeed completely different. Fei Jian stood beside the light console, his brow slightly relaxed. The layout is reasonable. It can handle increased customer traffic. Ban crossed his arms, watched for a long while, and then uttered a single sentence. Not bad. Zhang Yu felt even more delighted hearing those two words. For Uchiha Ban to say not bad meant it was exceptionally good. The summer heat was fierce. After working for half a day, they were all sweaty. Ban turned and walked to the cooler, pulling out a case of ice-cold beer. The bottles were covered in beads of condensation. The moment he opened the case, cold air rose. He placed the beer on the table. Drink. Zhu Jian's eyes lit up. Ban, you're really on the ball today. Ban snorted. Just hot. Zhang Yu didn't stand on ceremony. He picked up a bottle. Drinking is allowed today, but only beer. Zhu Jian immediately raised his hand. Understood. Ban had already twisted off the cap and taken a swig. The icy beer went down his throat, instantly suppressing the heat in his body. Zhang Yu also took a large gulp. Refreshing. Extremely refreshing. After finishing the renovation and then enjoying an ice-cold beer, the feeling was more satisfying than anything. Chuan I sat beside Ban, sipping slowly. Fei Jian also raised his glass, for once not immediately flipping through the account books. Zhu Jian raised his bottle, laughing heartily. To the brand new, undead tavern. Zhang Yu followed suit. To exploding business in the future. Ban raised his bottle. Chuan I and Fei Jian joined in. The bottles clinked gently. The crisp sound echoed across the newly transformed hall. Zhang Yu looked at all this, his heart brimming with a sense of accomplishment. The 150,000 gold coins were well spent. Extremely well spent. After resting for a while, Zhang Yu didn't stay idle. In the afternoon, he directly summoned Hashirama and Madara to the DJ booth. Come on today, they'll teach you something new. Hashirama looked at the turntable with, how do you use this? Zhang Yu pressed the power button. The device screen lit up. He pointed at the faders, knobs, and turntables, explaining each one. This controls the volume. This cuts the rhythm. This adjusts the bass. Don't scratch this turntable randomly. If the beat doesn't match, the sound will be very... Hashirama listened attentively. Madara looked indifferent, but his eyes were fixed on Zhang Yu's hands. Zhang Yu first played a section of drum beats. The bass exploded from the speakers. Thump. The entire hall trembled with it. Hashirama was startled, then his eyes lit up. This is interesting. Madara raised an eyebrow slightly. The sound is heavy enough. Zhang Yu said smugly, this is nothing yet. He then taught them how to switch rhythm. The first time Hashirama tried, he pushed the fader too far. Boom. The bass suddenly exploded, and the cups on the table jumped with the vibration. Izuna immediately held down the pastry plate. Tobarama looked up coldly. Brother, control. Hashirama gave an awkward smile. Mistake. Madara stepped forward and took the other control position. He watched Zhang Yu's movements once, and then imitated them directly. The drum beats cut in. The lights flickered in sync. Though still a bit stiff, the rhythm didn't collapse. Hashirama was shocked. Madara, you just learned, and you can do it. Madara said calmly, it's not hard. Zhang Yu was also a bit surprised. As expected of Uchiha Madara, a battle genius, learning to DJ, his observational skills were still absurd. He then turned and called Tobarama to the lighting console. Tobarama, I'll leave the lights to you. Tobarama looked at the row of control keys and asked directly, what's the target effect? Zhang Yu pointed to the stage. When the rhythm is fast, the lights follow. When the bass is heavy, bring the main lights down. For the chorus, well, think of it as the climax section, all lights come on together. Tobarama nodded. Understood. Zhang Yu looked at Izuna. Izuna, you handle the drinks and snacks. If the party really gets going, guests will definitely want drinks and food. Izuna agreed. No problem. They soon started a trial run. Hashirama and Madara stood behind the DJ booth. One controlled the beat with a cold face, the other cut the music with a bright smile. Tobarama stood before the lighting console, his fingers on the control keys, the lights shifting layer by layer with the drum beats. Izuna arranged the drinks and snacks behind the bar. The next moment, the spectral tavern exploded. Bass rumbled. Colored lights pulsed. Stage lights swept across the hall. Hashirama grew more excited as he... Madara, cut here. Madara said coldly, I know. You're half a beat late. Where was I late? Just now. Again. Zhang Yu stood below the stage, his scalp tingling. The god of shinobi and the Shura of the ninja world were DJing together. The second Hokage controlled the lights. Uchiha Izuna served drinks and snacks. Who in the entire ninja world had ever seen such a lineup? The lights flashed, and Madara raised his hand to cut in the heavy bass. Hashirama pushed up the volume accordingly. Thump, thump, thump. The entire tavern seemed ignited by the rhythm. Zhang Yu couldn't help nodding along. Yes, this is the feeling. Fortunately, the spectral tavern was in a remote location with few nearby residents. Otherwise, with this noise, it would definitely have woken up the entire street. They played like this until late into the night. Everyone had a great time. In the end, even Tobirama admitted that this equipment was very valuable for attracting customers to the tavern. The next day, the tavern staff all woke up late. The lights and music from the previous night had been too wild, and even Zhang Yu had overslept. A sign was hung at the door early, open in the afternoon. But by the afternoon, 2 people arrived outside the tavern door. Asuma Sarutobi stood at the entrance, smoking a cigarette. Kurenai Yuhi stood beside him, her expression gentle and her demeanor mature. She glanced at the closed door. It seems they're not open yet. Asuma blew out a puff of smoke and frowned. Didn't they say the drinks at this tavern are special? Not even open in the afternoon. He raised his hand and knocked. Thump, thump, thump. No response. Asuma knocked harder. Thump, 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 thump. Is anyone there? Is the boss here? The knocking grew louder. Upstairs, Zhang Yu was rudely awakened. He opened his eyes, his face darkening. Who's that? Knocking like they're trying to break the door at noon. He thought for a moment and opened the tavern's virtual interface. The image of the door appeared. Zhang Yu immediately spotted Asuma Sarutobi, smoking a cigarette, knocking, standing beside Kurenai Yuhi blowing smoke rings. Zhang Yu's brow furrowed. When Asuma died in the future, Kurenai Yuhi would be pregnant, raising the child alone, unmarried and pregnant, without a name or status. After the child, when Asuma died in the future, Kurenai Yuhi would be pregnant, raising the child alone, unmarried and pregnant, without a name or status. After the child was born, the father would only be a memory. The ninja world preached sacrifice and the will of fire, but when it came to women and children, it was nothing but real hardship. The more Zhang Yu looked at Asuma, the more irritated he became. Smoking a cigarette and banging on my door, and ignoring the sign that says open in the afternoon. Fine, they'll give you an arrangement today. Smoking a cigarette and banging on my door, and ignoring the sign that says open in the afternoon. Fine, they'll give you an arrangement today. Smoking and Zhang Yu, whoever can shut him up with words gets a crate of ice cold beer. Zhang Yu, excellent comebacks can stack up and you can redeem them for baijiu. Zhang Yu, note no physical violence, only verbal sparring. The group instantly exploded. Hashirama Senju, there's a mission like this. Uchiha Madara baijiu. Tobirama Senju, the sign at the door is very clear. Ignoring the sign and continuously knocking does need correction. Uchiha Izuna, brother, I'll go help you. Uchiha Madara, I'll handle it. Hashirama Senju, Madara, don't steal it. The next second, the flying thunder god technique lit up behind the bar. Tobirama's figure flashed and appeared directly in the front hall. He glanced at the door and straightened his collar expressionlessly. I got here first. By the stairs, Madara had just taken a step when Hashirama reached out from the side and clicked the small door to the front hall locked. Madara said coldly, open the door. Hashirama pretended not to hear. Tobirama has already gone, we need to trust him. Izuna had already rushed over from the other side. Madara said coldly, open the door. Hashirama pretended not to hear. Tobirama has already gone, we need to trust him. Izuna had already rushed over from the other side, bypassed Hashirama, and entered the front hall. Brother, I'll go check first. Madara looked at Hashirama. You even let Izuna go? Hashirama gave a dry laugh. Izuna is more stable. Madara's face darkened further. In the front hall, the knocking continued. Asuma was clearly getting impatient. Is anyone there? Open the door. Kurenai Yuhi said softly. Asuma, the sign says open in the afternoon. Maybe the boss isn't ready yet. Tobirama stood within the doorway. White hair, crimson eyes, a face as cold as if had just stepped out of an interrogation room. Asuma looked up to speak. Tobirama stood within the doorway. White hair, crimson eyes, a face as cold as if had just stepped out of an interrogation room. Asuma looked up to speak, but his voice caught when he met Tobirama's gaze. Yuhi Kurenai also paused for a moment. Tobirama first glanced at the cigarette in Asuma's hand, then turned his gaze to the sign hanging by the door. Asuma furrowed his brow. What? Tobirama raised his hand, pointing at the sign. It says opens in the afternoon. Knocking until the door opens doesn't mean it's open for business. Asuma's face stiffened. I just wanted to buy some sake. Tobirama's tone grew colder. Learn to read notices before buying sake. The door is closed, the sign is up, you kept knocking, and you're smoking at the entrance. Is the courtesy of a Konoha jonin now reduced to just the sound of knock? Asuma opened his mouth, but for a moment no words came. Yuhi Kurenai gently tugged at his sleeve, her expression embarrassed. Sorry, we were the ones in truth. Tobirama looked at her, his tone softening slightly. You're not the problem. He is. Asuma's face grew even stiffer. Hey, aren't you being too harsh? Tobarama stared at him expressionlessly. Too harsh. Then you can come back another time. When you're not smoking, not pounding on the door, and can read a notice. The Spirit Tavern welcomes guests, but not chain smokers who treat someone's door like a training law. Inside the tavern's group, Chad Zhang Yu watched the front hall footage and nearly sat up in bed with laughter. Zhang Yu beautiful. Zhang Yu Tobarama bonus sent. Zhang Yu, but ease up a bit, don't really drive the guests away. Asuma's face was already losing its composure. Yuhi Kurenai was still standing beside him. He had originally only wanted to bring Kurenai to try this tavern that had been talked about so mysteriously in Konoha recently, and to show off his insider knowledge a bit. But the door wasn't open. The sign was still hanging clearly. Open this afternoon, he had seen it of course. But having already arrived at the door and in front of Yuhi Kurenai, he couldn't just say let's go. That would be too embarrassing. So he knocked. The louder he knocked, the more righteous he seemed. But Tobarama's words tore his dignity to shreds. What do you mean pounding on the door? Asuma took the cigarette from his lips, frowning. I just knocked a few times. Tobarama stared at him coldly. A few times. First 3 knocks, then for the 3rd time with increased force the door frame visibly shook. If you can't judge the force of your own hands, I suggest you go back to the Ninja Academy to relearn basic control. Asuma's mouth twitched. Yuhi Kurenai was also startled. She hadn't expected this white-haired man to remember the exact number of knocks. Asuma's temper flared at being cornered. You run a shop, I came to buy sake. What's the problem? Tobarama's tone remained unchanged. There is a problem. Asuma was left speechless. Tobarama pointed at the sign. First, the shop is not open. Second, there is a notice at the entrance. Third, you knocked anyway after seeing the notice. Fourth, you smoked in the presence of a female companion. Fifth, when called out, you didn't apologize, but instead questioned the staff. With each word, Asuma's face grew more rigid. By the end, even Yuhi Kurenai couldn't help but glance at the cigarette in his hand. Asuma instinctively moved the cigarette aside. That motion only made him look more guilty. Tobarama delivered the final blow coldly. So you do know the smoke bothers others. Since you know, you still smoke. This isn't ignorance. It's knowing and refusing to change. Asuma opened his mouth. But no rebuttal came. What could he say? That he hadn't seen the notice. The sign was right there at the entrance. Kurenai had seen it too. That he hadn't smoked near Kurenai. The cigarette was still in his hand. That his knocks were light. Tobarama had already counted them out loud. Asuma suddenly felt that this white-haired man was less like a tavern clerk and more like someone from an interrogation room who specialized in picking apart flaws. One sentence after another, leaving him no chance to catch his breath. Seeing Asuma's face darken from the verbal beating, Yuhi Kurenai quickly stepped in to ease. Sorry, we did come too early. If you're not open yet, we can come back later. Her tone was gentle and polite. Tobarama looked at Yuhi Kurenai, his expression softening slightly. You can come in. Then he turned to Asuma. He is not recommended. Asuma's face turned black on the spot. Hey, what do you mean? Tobarama said flatly. Exactly what I said. The Spirit Tavern welcomes normal guests, not those who ignore notices, force the door smoke at the entrance, and try to drown their rudeness in volume. Asuma felt a tightness in his chest from the barrage. Yuhi Kurenai couldn't help but look at Asuma. The look wasn't reproachful, but it made Asuma feel even worse. He had come to save face today. Now his face was not only unsaved, but publicly humiliated. And every word the other man said was grounded in fact. He couldn't find a foothold to vent it. Upstairs in the tavern, Zhang Yu watched the virtual screen and nearly slammed the table in delight. Excellent. Perfect. Now that's professional verbal jujitsu. Not a single curse word, every sentence hits the lungs. He immediately opened the workgroup chat. Zhang Yu Tobarama, well done. Zhang Yu beer bonus sent. Zhang Yu, a case of ice cold beer on your tab. Tobarama stood at the door, his eyes flickering slightly. The next moment, a notification popped up in the group. Senju Tobarama has claimed the boss red packet, a case of ice cold beer. Hashirama immediately chimed in. Senju Hashirama, Tobarama, brilliant. Senju Hashirama, those words were so on point. Uchiha Azuna, the second Hokage, really has a way with words. Uchiha Madara, not bad. Tobarama didn't reply, but his mood had clearly improved by a fraction. Asuma had no idea he had become an internal mission target for the tavern. He only knew that the man at the door was too troublesome. Staying to argue would only make him lose more face, especially with Yuhi Kurenai beside him. He had to suppress his anger and crush the cigarette, but on the ground. Fine. I didn't pay attention earlier. The words came out stiffly, more like grinding teeth than an apology. Tobarama glanced at the cigarette, but take the butt with you. A vein bulged on Asuma's forehead. He bent down, picked up the butt, and clenched it in his hand, his face darker than a pot bottom. Only then did Tobarama step aside half a step. Follow the rules once inside. Don't touch restricted areas. Don't enter the kitchen without permission. Don't shout at the staff. Asuma took a deep breath. Got it. Yuhi Kurenai said softly, sorry for the trouble. Tobarama nodded. Please come in. Asuma, carrying a belly full of frustration, was about to step into the tavern. But before his foot could land, a figure suddenly emerged from the shadows. Uchiha Ban. Long hair draped over his shoulders, arms crossed over his chest. He stood at the entrance, and the air, which had just begun to ease, instantly turned. Asuma halted mid-step. Shirihong also instinctively stopped. She looked at the long-haired man before her, and her heart tightened inexplicably. This person simply stood there, yet she felt an oppressive weight. Unlike the white-haired man from earlier, Feijin was cold, like a blade. But this man was oppression, like a mountain that could collapse at any moment. Ban's gaze fell upon Asuma's hand. The cigarette. Asuma frowned. I already put it out. Ban said coldly, no smoking inside the tavern. Asuma was taken aback. No smoking. He looked around the door and walls. I didn't see any no-smoking sign. Ban's tone was calm, yet overwhelmingly domineering. Now there is. Asuma almost laughed in anger. Are all your tavern's rules made on the spot? Ban's eyes turned icy. Yes. Just made. From the moment you step in the undead tavern, bans smoking inside. If you're not satisfied, you can leave. Asuma was left speechless. This was too overbearing. He couldn't help but say, shouldn't a tavern follow some order of arrival? How was I supposed to know without a sign posted beforehand? Ban stepped forward. I'm telling you now. Do you need to negotiate? Asuma's throat tightened. In that instant, he instinctively stepped back half a pace. When he realized it, his expression darkened even more. He was a renowned elite ninja of the Yuanfei clan, son of the third Hokage, and yet he had been forced back half a step by a single word from a tavern employee. Shirihong observed this, her expression also complex. She knew Asuma's temper wasn't usually bad, but today Asuma was indeed in the wrong from the start. The sign said they opened in the afternoon, yet he insisted on knocking. They reminded him not to smoke by the entrance where it bothered others, and he couldn't refute that. Now smoking was banned inside, even if it was a last-minute rule, but Asuma had just been holding a cigarette, so it wasn't really appropriate to argue further. Zhang Yu watched from upstairs with even greater amusement. Ban's learning to do business too. Making rules on the spot, precise strikes. Not bad. He immediately opened the red envelope interface. Zhang Yu Ban, excellent execution. Zhang Yu exclusive red envelope sent. Zhang Yu a case of ice-cold beer. Zhang Yu continuing the exchange rule, 10 bottles of beer can be exchanged for 1 bottle of vodka. The group chat fell silent for a second. Then Ban's message popped up. Uchiha Ban has claimed the boss red envelope, a case of ice-cold beer. Uchiha Ban, not bad. Zhujian immediately lost his composure. Chinsho Zhujian, boss, is the rule of 10 bottles of beer for 1 bottle of vodka per. Zhang Yu depends on performance. Chinsho Zhujian, I understand. Feijin chimed in unexpectedly. Chinsho Feijin, brother, don't actively cause trouble for guests, just for vodka. Chinsho Zhujian, how could I possibly? Zhang Yu looked at the group messages and almost burst out laughing. At the entrance, Asuma finally put away his cigarette, and said through gritted teeth, fine. I want smoke inside. Ban did not step aside. His gaze remained fixed on Asuma. And one more thing. Asuma's face stiffened. What else? Ban said coldly, don't let the smell of smoke get on the bar and the wine cabinet. You reek of it. Asuma completely lost his composure. This tavern has way too many demands. Ban replied calmly, if it's too much you can leave. That same phrase again. Asuma felt a lump in his chest, unable to vent or swallow. He glanced at Shirihong. She stood nearby, her gaze gentle, but she didn't speak up for him. Asuma felt even more aggrieved. He had originally planned to bring Hong here to relax. But from the moment he reached the entrance, he had been targeted continuously. First the white-haired man, then the one more disrespectful than the other. He finally couldn't help muttering under his breath, what a crappy tavern. The words were very quiet. So quiet that an ordinary person might not have heard. But the man standing at the door was no ordinary person. Feijin heard it. Chuan I heard it. And of course Ban heard it too. In an instant Ban's face darkened. The cold indifference and impatience from before vanished completely, replaced by a chilling intensity that made one's heart tighten. He looked up at Asuma. What did you say? Asuma's body stiffened suddenly. Shirihong's expression also changed. She instinctively reached out and grabbed Asuma's arm. Asuma. But it was already too late. Ban's aura shifted abruptly. At that moment the tavern entrance seemed enveloped by an invisible shadow. Cold, heavy, sharp. Asuma's forehead instantly beaded with sweat. He was an elite ninja. He had experienced battle and had seen killing intent. But the killing intent released by this man was on an entirely different level from ordinary ninjas. It wasn't just the desire to kill a person. It was like a battlefield pressing down on him. Corpses, blood, flames, broken banners, all piled before his eyes. Asuma's throat went dry and his fingers subconsciously reached for his ninja tool pouch. But the moment his hand moved, Ban's gaze shifted to it. With just, Asuma froze. He had a feeling that if he dared to draw a kunai, he would be dead in the next second. Shirihong's breath also faltered for a moment. He was genuinely filled with killing intent. and that killing intent was so terrifying that her chakra began to instinctively fluctuate. He was genuinely filled with killing intent, and that killing intent was so terrifying that her chakra began to instinctively fluctuate. Inside the tavern Zhang Yu had been watching, seeing this, his expression changed instantly. Damn it. He knew that Ban's feelings for the undead tavern were different from others. This place meant more to Ban than just a workplace. Here there was Chuanai. There was alcohol. There was rare peace. And it was one of the few places he could call home after death. Asuma's remark about crappy tavern had struck Ban's core. Ban took a step forward. The floor didn't crack. The walls didn't tremble. But both Asuma and Shirihong felt as if their hearts were being tightly squeezed. Say that again. Ban's voice was soft, but it was more dangerous than any of his previous words. Asuma's lips moved, but he couldn't utter a sound. He wasn't without a temper, but in the face of absolute killing intent, temper was nothing more than a fragile support. Just as Ban raised his hand, a voice urgently, "Ban!" Qinsho Zhujian rushed out from the front hall and grabbed Ban's shoulder. At the same time, Uchiha Chuanai hurried over and seized Ban's wrist from the other side. "Brother." Kwanai's voice was low but urgent. "Don't start a fight at the tavern entrance." Ban did not turn around. His eyes remained fixed on Asuma. Cold sweat trickled down Asuma's face as he stood rooted to the spot. Shirihong's face was also pale. She could hardly believe that such a level of oppressive force would appear at the entrance of a tavern in Konoha. Hashirama pressed down on Madara, his tone softening. "This is a tavern, not a battlefield." Those words finally made Madara's gaze shift. "A tavern, not a battlefield. This is a tavern, not a battlefield." Those words finally made Madara's gaze shift. "A tavern, not a battlefield." Izuna's hand still gripped his wrist. That familiar touch finally loosened the killing intent within Madara. He was silent for a few seconds, then slowly lowered his hand. The chilling aura that had almost suffocated everyone around gradually dissipated. Asuma felt like he could finally breathe, his chest heaving heavily. The forced toughness on his face had vanished. Kurenai Yuhi let out a soft breath, her back already drenched in cold sweat. She looked at Hashirama, then at Tobirama, and then at Madara. The more she observed, the stranger she felt. Too familiar. The bearing, the features, even the inexplicable authority of these three men gave her a sense of déjà vu. Especially the white-haired reed man, and the tall man who had burst out earlier. Plus this long-haired man. Something seemed to be surfacing in Kurenai's mind, yet it was shrouded in a veil of mist. She couldn't recall it at the moment, but she was certain. These were no ordinary tavern staff. Once the killing intent dissipated, Hashirama swiftly donned a warm, smiling face. He released Madara's shoulder, stepped forward, and stood before Asuma and Kurenai. My apologies, my apologies. That was a slight misunderstanding. Our Tavern of the Dead still welcomes guests." Hashirama smiled warmly, his tone genial. It was a complete opposite of Madara's demeanor earlier. Had he not witnessed him restraining Madara, Asuma might have mistaken him for an ordinary, enthusiastic staff member. Hashirama turned to Kurenai and smiled. "Since you two are here, would you like something to drink? Wine, beverages, or snacks?" Before Kurenai could respond, Asuma, already seething, snapped. After being rebuked by Tobirama, suppressed by Madara, and humiliated in front of Kurenai, he was itching to salvage some dignity. At least he couldn't show he had been intimidated. So he gritted his teeth and forced out, "I'll have your best wine." Hashirama's smile grew even brighter. "The best wine, you say? Of course we have it," he said, gesturing invitingly. "Please take a seat. It will be just a moment." Asuma, holding his breath, led Kurenai into the tavern. The moment he stepped into the hall, he froze. This place was nothing like the tavern he had imagined. No messy tables, and chairs, no reek of alcohol. The bar counter was spotless, the wine rack neatly arranged, and soft light strips lined the walls. On the stage, strange equipment was set up unlike anything in any shop in Konoha. Kurenai couldn't help but take a few more glances. She had assumed a place called Tavern of the Dead would be gloomy and eerie. The white-haired reed man sat behind the bar, still wearing a cold expression. The long-haired man stood. The white-haired reed man sat behind the bar, still wearing a cold expression. The long-haired man stood with his arms crossed, his killing intent withdrawn, but the oppressive aura lingered. The tall man who had greeted them with a smile seemed the most approachable, yet Kurenai dared not take him for an ordinary staff member. After Asuma sat down, his face remained sour. He had intended to appear composed, but that scene was too embarrassing. In front of Kurenai, he had been intimidated to silence by a tavern employee. He couldn't swallow that humiliation. Hashirama, as if nothing had happened, cheerfully walked to the wine rack and took out a bottle of clear liquid. The bottle was ordinary, but the moment the cap was opened, a rich aroma of alcohol instantly filled the air. Asuma, who had been keeping a stern face, involuntarily raised an eyebrow at the scent. So fragrant. Not the blandness of ordinary sake, nor the harsh sting of strong liquor. This wine had a powerful kick, yet behind it lay a mellow fragrance drilling straight into the nostrils like fire. Hashirama poured a small cup and slid it to Asuma. This is Erguotu. It's a very popular wine in our tavern right now. Asuma glanced at the cup and snorted. That's it. Hashirama smiled. Try it first. Kurenai softly cautioned, Asuma, take it easy. Asuma nodded as if to prove he wasn't affected by the earlier incident and took a shallow sip. The next second, his expression froze. Intense. Too intense. The moment the liquid touched his tongue, it exploded like a ball of fire. That fiery sensation rushed down his throat, instantly warming his chest. But the most astonishing part was that despite its intensity, it wasn't harsh. The fragrance was deep. One sip brought layers of spiciness, mellowness, and a lingering sweetness, as if the entire body had been awakened by that mouthful. Asuma had intended to find fault, but after that sip, he couldn't utter a single complaint. He couldn't help but glance at the remaining wine in the cup. His expression changed. This wine. Hashirama smiled. How is it? Asuma swallowed hard, forcing himself not to appear too inexperienced. Not bad. Even as he said it, he felt it lacked conviction. Not bad. It was far better than any wine he had ever tasted. Kurenai noticed Asuma's reaction and was somewhat surprised. She knew him well. For him to say not bad, while his expression revealed so much, meant this was no ordinary drink. Asuma set down the cup, his tone considerably softer than before. How much for this wine? Hashirama's smile remained genial. 100,000 ryo per bottle. Asuma's hand, which had been about to pour another cup, stopped abruptly. He looked up sharply. How much? Hashirama, 100,000 ryo. Asuma's eyes widened. 100,000 for a bottle? Hashirama nodded. Yes. Asuma slammed the table on the spot. Are you running a black market? His voice was loud. Behind the bar, Tobarama looked up at him. Madara also cast a cold glance. Kurenai tensed and quickly whispered, Asuma. But Asuma had reached his limit. 100,000 ryo for a bottle of wine. That was daylight robbery. Even if the wine was good, it couldn't possibly be worth that much. On top of the humiliation he had suffered at the entrance, this price gave him an outlet for his anger. That was daylight robbery. Even if the wine was good, it couldn't possibly be worth that much. On top of the humiliation he had suffered at the entrance, this price gave him an out. Regular customers don't pay this price. Asuma was taken aback. What do you mean? Hashirama looked at him, still smiling, but his words were direct. The boss instructed. The Tavern of the Dead charges a high price to guests who leave a poor impression. Your performance just now gave us a very bad impression. Asuma's face flushed deeply. This was harder to bear than being directly scolded. Because Hashirama said it too frankly. No concealment. No excuses. He was plainly telling him, you are not likable, so you are charged a higher price. Kurenai was also stunned. She had seen many merchants, some inflate prices, some cheap people, but she had never seen anyone like Hashirama who would directly state the reason. Yet these words left no room for rebuttal. Asuma stared hard at Hashirama. Is this how you treat your customers running a business like this? Hashirama nodded. For normal customers, we are very hospitable. For abnormal customers, we will try to make sure they don't come again. Asuma was so angry his chest felt tight. These words were almost pointing at his nose and saying, you are abnormal. Gritting his teeth, he finally brought out the identity he had the most confidence in. Do you know who I am? Kurenai's expression changed slightly. She said softly, Asuma, forget it. But Asuma was already going too far. He looked at Hashirama, then glanced at Tobarama and Madara behind the bar, his voice turning cold. I am Asuma Sarutobi, the son of the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi. Don't you fear trouble opening a shop in Konoha? After these words the tavern fell silent for a moment. The expression on Asuma's face finally regained some arrogance. He was the son of the third Hokage, born into the Sarutobi clan, a Konoha Jonin, and once a member of the Guardian Shinobi 12. In Konoha, no matter who heard this identity, they would give him some face. Just a tavern. No matter how special, what could it do? Kurenai, however, felt no relief. On the contrary, her heart grew tighter. Because she noticed that the expressions of the three men hadn't changed at all, especially the white-haired man with red eyes. After hearing the words, third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi, his gaze grew even colder. In the room upstairs, Zhang Yu looked at the virtual screen and almost laughed out loud. Good heavens, using the identity of the third Hokage's son to intimidate others. If it were someone else, it might actually work. But who are you facing? The first Hokage, the second Hokage, and Uchiha Madara. He leaned back in his chair, finding it more and more interesting. Both were sons of a Hokage. Naruto was ostracized from childhood, eating instant noodles alone, bearing malice alone, yet he could still smile and shout that he wanted to become Hokage. And Asuma, the son of the third Hokage, the young master of the Sarutobi clan, lacking nothing in status, resources, and protection. Yet when things didn't go his way, he brought out his father to suppress others. The gap was truly extraordinary. Zhang Yu shook his head. That kid Naruto is noisy, but his vision is far broader than yours. One crawled out of hardship and still wants everyone to acknowledge him. One is used to luxury and comfort. Opening his mouth with my dad is the Hokage. Tisk. He stood up, adjusted his clothes, and pushed open the door to go downstairs. In the hall, Asuma was still staring at Hashirama. Just as Hashirama was about to speak, footsteps came from the stairs. Zhang walked down slowly. Hashirama immediately smiled and said, "Boss." Tobarama also put down the account book. Madara stood with his arms crossed, saying nothing, but also not stopping. Asuma heard the words "boss" and furrowed his brow. Kurenai looked up, her expression slightly stunned. Young. Too young. She had originally thought that the person who could open such a mysterious tavern would at least be a powerful figure of considerable age. But the young man walking down looked no more than early 20s. His face was handsome, his demeanor clean, and he carried none of the sharp killing intent of a ninja, yet he somehow drew the gaze of everyone in the tavern. Zhang Yu walked to the center of the hall, first glanced at Asuma, then looked at Tobarama. Tobarama, he'll leave this matter to you. His tone was relaxed, even carrying a hint of amusement. After all, this is the son of your disciple Hiruzen Sarutobi. As soon as these words were spoken, Kurenai's entire body jolted. As if struck by lightning, she stared fixedly at the white-haired man behind the bar. Tobarama. Disciple Hiruzen Sarutobi. That face instantly overlapped with the portrait in Konoha's history textbooks in her mind. Senju Tobarama. The second Hokage. Kurenai's breath stopped for a beat. Impossible. How could this be? The second Hokage died long ago. That was a figure from Konoha's history, a legendary Hokage who established the village system, founded the Ninja Academy, and the ENBU. But this person before her, in appearance, demeanor, and Zhang Ye's words just now, all pointed to the same answer. He was Senju Tobarama. Kurenai's fingers stiffened slightly, her heart churning with shock. If this white-haired man was the second Hokage, then who was that tall man? She suddenly looked at Hashirama. Gentle, tall, of the Senju clan. The one whom the second Hokage would call elder brother. Kurenai felt her. The first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. And that long-haired man. She dared not continue thinking. Asuma still hadn't realized how serious things were. He heard Zhang Ye's words first, stunned, then frowned, and said, "What did you say?" Tobarama slowly stood up from behind the bar. With that stand, the air in the hall seemed to sink. He looked at Asuma, his voice cold, without a trace of emotion. "The monkey's son." Asuma's expression changed. "Who are you calling a monkey?" Tobarama said calmly, "Hiruzen Sarutobi. My disciple. In front of me, he is called Monkey." The anger on Asuma's face instantly froze. He instinctively wanted to retort, but after meeting Tobarama's eyes, his heart suddenly turned cold. That was not the authority pretended by an ordinary person. It was a cold hardness of someone who had truly held a high position and had truly killed countless enemies. Tobarama walked step by step toward Asuma. "Now, send a message immediately, have the monkey come here." Asuma's lips moved slightly. "You?" Tobarama interrupted him. "I don't want to repeat myself." Asuma's fingers clenched tightly. He was already panicking in his heart. This white-haired man in front of him was too strange. But to have him call his father on the spot, wouldn't that be admitting he couldn't handle the situation? Moreover, Kurenai was still beside him. He hesitated. In that instant, Tobarama's eyes turned completely cold. It seems Hiruzen Sarutobi did not. The next second, boom. Overwhelming chakra erupted from Tobarama's body, like a vast ocean instantly pressing down on the tavern hall. Asuma's face changed dramatically. He felt his shoulders sink and his legs nearly gave way on the spot. Everything around seemed to be stripped away, leaving only Tobarama's red eyes. Killing intent pressed against his neck inch by inch. He had seen war. He had seen the strong. But this kind of oppression he had never felt before. It wasn't that he would die by a narrow margin. Rather, if Tobarama wished, he wouldn't even have a chance to resist. Kurenai also turned pale. Her Jinjutsu chakra was thrown into disorder by this oppressive force, and her palms instantly broke into sweat. At that moment, she finally believed completely. This person before her was definitely not an imposter. Such chakra, such oppressive pressure. No ordinary ninja could fake it. Tobarama spoke coldly. 10 seconds. Within 10 seconds, if you don't bring the monkey over, I'll intervene personally. Asuma's lips turned pale. His previous arrogance, anger, and pride were all crushed by this terrifying pressure. He wanted to look at Kurenai, but his body refused to obey. Now all he wanted was to leave. To get far away from this white-haired man, far enough to never see those red eyes again. Tobarama's voice grew colder. 10. Asuma flinched. 9. He could no longer hold on. Not Kurenai, not his pride, not his identity as the third Hokage's son. None of it mattered anymore. Asuma sprang from his chair, stumbled, nearly fell. He staggered toward the door, not even glancing back at Kurenai. As he left, his shoulder hit the doorframe, utterly disheveled. Not like a Konoha jonin, but like an ordinary man scared out of his wits. The next moment, he scrambled out of the Tavern of the Dead and vanished down the street. The hall fell silent. Kurenai sat frozen, her face still pale. Her fingers lightly clutched the hem of her clothes, her heart pounding wildly. Asuma had run. He had truly run. He hadn't even cared about her. But at this moment, she had no time to dwell on that, because the people standing in this tavern were far more terrifying than Asuma's departure. The first Hokage, the second Hokage, and that long-haired man who might be Madara Uchiha. And these very people were all calling the young man descending the stairs. Zhang Yu, seeing Kurenai's startled expression, softened his tone. Don't be nervous. What just happened has nothing to do with you. Kurenai looked up at him, steadying her voice with effort. You? Who are you? Zhang Yu walked over to her, his demeanor gentle. My name is Zhang Yu, the owner of the Tavern of the Dead. Kurenai's pupils contracted slightly. She looked at Zhang Yu's handsome face, then at Hashirama, Tobirama, and Madara standing nearby, and the shock in her heart became overwhelming. To have the first and second Hokage working as employees in his tavern. To make that terrifying long-haired man obey the rules, and send Asuma fleeing in terror. Who was this young man? Her lips trembled, and after a long moment, she finally uttered a sentence. The Tavern of the Dead. What kind of place is this? Behind the bar, Madara, Hashirama, and Izuna had quietly poked their heads out. Hashirama whispered, the boss seems to have known her before. Izuna lowered his voice as well. The boss' attitude toward her was completely different from his attitude toward Asuma. Madara sneered. I told you the boss didn't act. Hashirama immediately retorted, Madara, the boss has a noble character. How could he be as you imagine? Madara glanced at him. You believe? Hashirama nodded seriously. I do. Madara scoffed. Naive. Tobirama scanned them expressionlessly. A reminder. We are all dead. The boss doesn't need to explain his acquaintance with a living woman to the deceased. Madara's lips stiffened. Hashirama immediately covered his mouth, barely suppressing a laugh. Izuna turned aside, his shoulders trembling slightly. Tobirama ignored them, his gaze returning to Zhang Yu and Kurenai. Then, under everyone's watch, he prepared to analyze the situation seriously. Tobirama did not respond immediately. Standing behind the bar, his gaze shifted from Zhang Yu to Kurenai, then from her tense shoulders to the untouched glass of water on the table. Hashirama lowered his voice. Tobirama, what are you looking at? Izuna leaned in too. Second Hokage, didn't you say you were going to analyze the situation? Madara crossed his arms and said coldly, speak. Tobirama was silent for 2 seconds, his tone frighteningly calm. The conclusion is obvious. The boss has taken a liking to her. Hashirama's eyes widened. Izuna nearly dropped his pastry tongs. Madara raised an eyebrow. Taken a liking? Tobirama nodded. To be precise, the boss wants to add a mistress to the Tavern of the Dead. He paused, then added, perhaps even more than one. Hashirama gasped. The boss has already thought this far ahead. Izuna looked at Zhang, yes, back, his expression complex. No wonder the boss found Asuma so disagreeable just now. Madara sneered. I told you he didn't act on a whim. Hashirama immediately whispered in rebuttal, Madara, the boss might just dislike Asuma. Tobirama said flatly, dislike is true. And the strategic setup is also true. The two aren't mutually exclusive. Hashirama was stunned. Madara's lips curled slightly. Izuna was silent for a moment, then said seriously, if that's the case, the boss moves fast. Tobirama's gaze fell upon the main hall. Not fast. Precise. In the hall, Kurenai sat alone at the table. She lowered her head, her fingertips lightly gripping the rim of the cup, a chill creeping into her heart. That scene just now was like a thorn piercing her chest. She had been afraid when Tobirama suppressed Asuma. But she hadn't abandoned Asuma. She had even instinctively reached out to hold him back, to stop him from being impulsive. And what happened? Tobirama counted to 9, and Asuma charged. No turning back. No confirmation of her safety. Not even a single question about whether she wanted to leave together. At that moment, Kurenai couldn't tell if she felt more embarrassment or disappointment. She had known Asuma for years. She was not entirely unaware of his feelings for her. Previously, she thought Asuma, though a bit carefree, loved to smoke and occasionally lacked attention to detail, was at least reliable. But today that reliability had been torn to shreds. He prioritized himself when trouble came, fled when intimidated, and left her alone in this bizarrely eerie. Thinking about this, Kurenai's chest felt tight. Affection. That faint, intangible affection had already shattered the moment Asuma rushed out the door. What made her even more uneasy was this Tavern of the Dead. These legendary figures who should have been buried in Konoha's history were now standing alive in this tavern. And that young man, the owner. The more Kurenai thought, the more her scalp tingled. She wanted to stand up and leave, but her legs felt weak. She wanted to ask questions, but didn't know where to start. Just then footsteps approached. Kurenai's body stiffened, and she looked up. Zhang Yu walked to her table holding a bottle of iced cola. Fine droplets of water clung to the transparent bottle, and bubbles rose continuously in the black. He didn't ask about Asuma. He didn't press to explain the identities of the first and second Hokage. He simply placed the cola gently before her. Have something cold. It's not alcohol, so don't worry. Kurenai was taken aback. Zhang Yu pushed the cup closer again, his tone gentle. That earlier matter had nothing to do with you. You're a regular guest, The undead tavern won't make things difficult. If you're scared, just sit for a while. Wait until you've calmed down before leaving. Shiri Hong stared at him blankly. These few words were simple. Yet at this very moment they were more effective than any explanation. Asuma had abandoned her here. But Zhang Yu didn't seize the chance to mock her or force her to take a stance. He merely handed her a chilled drink and told her that she was not at fault. Shiri Hong's tense shoulders slowly relaxed a little. She reached out, took the cup, and murmured, "Thank you." Zhang Yu smiled. "You're welcome." He twisted open the cap. Fizz! A stream of tiny bubbles rose. Shiri Hong flinched at the sound, but soon the cool, sweet fragrance wafted over. Zhang Yu poured her a glass. Ice cubes clinked against the rim with a crisp sound. Shiri Hong lifted the cup and took a small sip. The bubbles burst on her tongue. The tightness in her chest gradually subsided, as if pressed down by that cool sensation. The fear from the earlier murderous intent, the humiliation of being abandoned by Asuma, and the absurdity of seeing the first and second Hokage. All of it eased somewhat with that single sip of cola. She let out a soft breath. "It's very good." Zhang Yu nodded. "If you like it, take your time." Behind the bar, four heads leaned in closer. Hashirama whispered, "Tobarama is the boss, just trying to comfort her." Tobarama replied calmly, "No." Izuna immediately looked at him. "What?" Tobarama raised a hand, as if dissecting a tactical scroll. Step 1. Asuma ignored the notice, smoked at the entrance, pulled rank to pressure others, and finally fled alone. These actions didn't require the boss to intervene personally. Asuma himself shattered his reliable image in Shiri Hong's eyes. Hashirama nodded vigorously. "Indeed, he ran too fast." Madara snorted. "Worthless." Tobarama continued. Step 2. The boss didn't badmouth Asuma. If he had spoken ill of Asuma, now Shiri Hong would instinctively make excuses for an acquaintance. So the boss didn't say a single word of judgment. He simply handed her a chilled cola. Izuna seemed thoughtful. "Don't attack the opponent, just offer comfort." Tobarama nodded. When people are frightened and embarrassed, what they need most is a sense of stability. Asuma gave her abandonment. The boss gave her care. The sharper the contrast, the stronger the effect. Hashirama's eyes lit up. "That's incredible." Madara glanced at Zhang Yu, his tone carrying rare approval. "Psychological warfare." Tobarama looked at the cola in Shiri Hong's hand. "Exactly. This is no ordinary drink. It's a tool the boss uses to suppress emotions, close the distance, and build a sense of security. I would call it." Tobarama paused for half a second. "The cola tactic." Hashirama nearly slapped the table. "Great name." Izuna nodded earnestly. "Truly ingenious." Madara said coldly, "Better than Hashirama's pursuit methods." Hashirama's eyes widened in. "Madara, why bring me into this?" Madara ignored him. In the hall, Shiri Hong finished her cola and had calmed down considerably. She no longer sat as stiffly as before, and her fingers stopped gripping the rim of the cup. She looked up at Zhang Yu, her voice more natural than before. "Boss Zhang Yu, I'm sorry for causing you trouble today." Zhang Yu waved his hand. "A guest coming to the shop isn't trouble. Besides, the one who caused trouble has already run off." Shiri Hong was taken aback by his words, then couldn't help but give a faint smile. The smile was faint, but she clearly relaxed. Zhang Yu didn't step closer. He glanced at the empty cup and asked, "Would you like another glass?" Shiri Hong hesitated, then nodded. "May I?" "Of course." Zhang Yu poured her half a glass. "Take your time. They'll check the kitchen." With that, he turned and walked away. Shiri Hong stared at his retreating back, momentarily stunned. He just left like that, without striking up a conversation, without using the pretense of concern to get closer. This perfect sense of propriety made the tension in her heart dissolve even faster. Behind the bar, Tobarama's expression finally shifted. He murmured, "Did you see that?" Hashirama immediately leaned in. "What now?" Tobarama's eyes followed Zhang, yes, back, his tone carrying a rare hint of admiration. "The key is that he left now." Izuna was puzzled. "Isn't that missing an opportunity?" "Quite the opposite." Tobarama shook his head. "If the boss kept showing concern and asking questions, his intent would become too obvious. Shiri Hong just experienced Asuma's escape and saw us undead. She's already unsettled. Excessive closeness would only make her wary. But by withdrawing now, he leaves her with questions. She'll wonder what kind of place is the undead tavern. Why does the boss have such control over us? Why was he tough on Asuma, but gentle with her? These questions will turn into curiosity. When the curiosity builds enough, she'll definitely come back on her own." Hashirama listened dumbfounded. "Tobarama, when you put it that way, it seems like the boss has calculated every step." Madara said flatly, "He was never that simple." Izuna looked at Zhang, yes, back, his tone serious. "No wonder he's the boss." Hashirama was full of admiration. "The boss is meticulous. He controls the whole situation." Madara nodded. "He knows how to leverage momentum." Tobarama added, "He knows the human heart." Izuna was silent for a moment. Hashirama looked at him. "Izuna, say something too." Izuna said matter-of-factly, "I don't know how to flatter." Hashirama. Madara gave him a cold glance. Izuna thought for a moment and added, but the boss is indeed impressive. Hashirama nodded in satisfaction. See, you can do it. The four were still muttering together when Zhang Ye's voice suddenly came from beside them. What are you chatting about? The four of them stiffened simultaneously. Hashirama reacted fastest, grabbing a rag and starting to wipe the bar. Nothing. I saw some dust here. Madara picked up an empty glass with a blank expression, turning it over a couple of times. Inspecting the cups. Nothing. I saw some dust here. Madara picked up an empty glass with a blank expression, turning it over a couple of times. Inspecting the cups. The flying thunder god technique glowed at his feet. Swoosh. He vanished instantly. Zhang Yu stared at the empty space, the corner of his mouth twitching. What's Tobirama running from? Hashirama continued, wiping the already gleaming bar, his smile stiff. He might be checking the inventory. Madara said coldly, there's work in the backyard. Izuna, holding a tray of pastries, forced himself to say, Boss, what's for dinner? Zhang Yu glanced at him. That's a pretty clumsy subject change. Izuna's expression remained unchanged. But dinner really does need to be prepared. Zhang Yu was amused by his words. All right, let's eat something exciting tonight. Zhu Jian paused in his movements. Ben also looked up. Chuan-I asked, what are we eating? Zhang Yu tapped the bar counter, his tone carrying a hint of anticipation. Hot pot. Zhu Jian blinked. Hot pot. Zhang Yu nodded. And it's not ordinary hot pot. Tonight I'll personally prepare the base. We'll eat insanely spicy. Zhu Jian's eyes instantly lit up. Insanely spicy. Ban's lips curled slightly. How spicy? Zhang Yu looked at him and smiled, spicy enough to make the Azura of the ninja world question his existence. Ban snorted. I'm waiting. Zhu Jian immediately grew excited. Sounds amazing. Boss, I want to eat. Chuan-I also took an interest. What needs to be prepared? Zhang Yu began to arrange. Chuan-I go to the kitchen and prepare the sliced meat, vegetables, mushrooms, and tofu. Zhu Jian, you go set up the big pot and table. Ban, you're in charge of bringing out the wine and drinks. When it's spicy, well, definitely need to drink. Zhu Jian slapped his chest. Leave it to me. Ban said calmly, all right. Chuan-I nodded and turned to walk toward the kitchen. The few who had been pretending to be busy earlier moved faster than anyone at the mention of dinner. Zhu Jian carried the table with anticipation written all over his face. Ban walked to the freezer to fetch the wine, his steps lighter than usual. Chuan-I had already entered the kitchen and started preparing the ingredients. Zhang Yu watched them and couldn't help but smile. As everyone busied themselves, he suddenly raised his voice and called out toward the backyard. Fijian, stop hiding. You still have a part to play later. From the backyard came Fijian's calm reply. Understood. Zhang Yu walked out from the kitchen carrying 2 white porcelain plates. On the plates were freshly made pastries. One was a small fruit cream tart with a golden baked pastry shell, delicate cream filling topped with thinly sliced fruit and a dusting of powdered sugar. The other was caramel pudding with small cookies. The pudding's surface shimmered faintly, and the cookies beside it still carried the aroma of being freshly baked. Shiri Hong had been trying to compose herself, but as soon as the pastries were placed before her, the sweet fragrance instantly reached her nose. She instinctively looked up. Zhang Yu smiled and pushed the plates closer. You were startled just now. Have something sweet to soothe yourself. Shiri Hong froze for a moment, then quickly said, Boss Zhang Yu, this is too much trouble for you. No trouble at all. Zhang Ye's tone was natural. Anyone who comes to the shop is a guest. Besides, since you had to witness such a farce today, I should make it up to you. Hearing the word farce, Shiri Hong felt her embarrassment fade a little. He hadn't deliberately mentioned Asuma, nor had he made her feel awkward. He simply brushed the matter aside lightly. This sense of propriety made her feel much more comfortable. She lowered her head, picked up a small spoon, and first took a taste of the pudding. The moment it entered her mouth, Shiri Hong's eyes widened slightly. It was so delicate. The slight bitterness of the caramel melted on her tongue first, followed by the milky fragrance and sweetness of the pudding. Sweet but not cloying. So smooth it seemed to dissolve with a gentle press. The tension from moments ago was largely suppressed by this mouthful of sweetness. She couldn't help but take another bite. This time her movements were a bit quicker than before. Zhang Yu sat down across from her and also picked up a small cookie. How does it taste? Only then did Shiri Hong realize she had been eating too intently. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she quickly put down the spoon. Sorry, I was a bit rude. Zhang Yu smiled. How can enjoying food be called rude? What a pastry chef fears most is a guest who shows no reaction. Your reaction will give Chuan-I a great sense of accomplishment. Behind the bar, Chuan-I, who had been peeking, paused in his movements. Zhu Jian immediately lowered his voice. Chuan-I, the boss praised you. Chuan-I picked up a cup with a blank expression. I heard him. Ban crossed his arms, his gaze fixed on Zhang Yu and Shiri Hong. He sure knows how to talk. Zhu Jian whispered. Ban, did you see? Hong was tense just now, but now she can smile. Ban snorted. This is psychological warfare. Fei Jian, who had somehow returned to the back of the bar, said calmly. It's not simple psychological warfare. Zhu Jin immediately looked at him. More analysis. Fei Jian glanced in Zhang Ye's direction. First, the boss didn't continue mentioning Asuma, avoiding making her feel awkward. Second, he used the pastries to divert her attention, pulling her away from the fear she just experienced. Third, he ate with her personally, so she wouldn't feel like she was being observed alone. Fourth, he praised her for eating earnestly, which essentially told her that it's okay to relax here. Zhu Jian listened with a face full of admiration. The boss is amazing. Zhu and I nodded seriously indeed. Ban said coldly, better than Zhu Jian. Zhu Jian immediately protested. The pastry crust crumbled at the slightest touch, and the sweetness of the cream and fruit mingled in her mouth. She had originally intended to eat. The pastry crust crumbled at the slightest touch, and the sweetness of the cream and fruit mingled in her mouth. She had originally intended to eat just a polite bite, but as she ate she couldn't quite stop. By the time she came to her senses, half of the pastries on the plate were gone. Shiri Hong's face turned even redder. I'm really sorry. I don't usually act like this. Zhang Yu poured her a little cola, his tone gentle. There aren't so many rules here. If you want pastries in the future, come anytime. Chuan makes new items every day. If you're lucky, you can catch them fresh out of the oven. Shiri Hong was stunned. Can I come again? Of course. Zhang Yu smiled. The Spirit Tavern is open for business and welcomes normal guests. You didn't smash the door, you didn't smoke at the entrance, and you didn't use anyone's status to intimidate. Shiri Hong couldn't help but let out a soft laugh. This time her laughter was much more natural than before. Boss Zhang Yu, you really speak directly. Being direct is better. Zhang Yu also ate a cookie. Saves people from having to guess. Shiri Hong looked down at the exquisite pastries before her, and the sense of oppression in her heart gradually dissipated. She had originally thought that after encountering something like this today, she should leave immediately. But now she actually felt that sitting here wasn't uncomfortable. On the contrary, although this tavern was mysteriously intimidating, it inexplicably made her feel at ease. Especially when Zhang Yu sat across from her. He had neither the oppressive aura of a powerful being nor the sharp vigilance of a ninja, always on guard. Yet in this entire tavern, the first Hokage, the second Hokage, and even that terrifying long-haired man all obeyed him. This contrast made Shiri Hong's curiosity grow heavier. She couldn't help but ask, Boss Zhang Yu, are they really all? She stopped mid-sentence. Some words once spoken would be too offensive. Zhang Yu, however, seemed to know what she wanted to ask. What you see is what it is. Shiri Hong's heart skipped a beat. Her fingers tightened around the cup. Zhang Yu didn't elaborate further, merely pushing the plate closer to her. Eat the pastries first, he said. As for other questions, you can ask them slowly once you've figured things out. Shiri Hong gazed at him, a mixture of curiosity and awe swirling within her. He didn't give an answer, but made her even more eager to find it. Chuan nodded. She'll definitely come back. Ban sneered. He didn't give an answer, but made her even more eager to find it. Chuan nodded. She'll definitely come back. Ban sneered. That waste Asuma has no chance now. Fei Jian added coolly. From the moment he fled, he lost any opportunity. Meanwhile, on the streets of my Yuanfei, Asuma was sprinting, his face pale. After bursting out of the Nether Tavern, his heart still pounded violently. The chakra Fei Jian had released a moment ago felt like an icy hand strangling his throat. He even had the sensation that if he had been a second slower, he would have died. But after running some distance, Asuma's fear turned into shame and anger. Hong was still inside. He had actually abandoned her. At that thought, his face burned. But he dared not go back. That white-haired man was too terrifying. That long-haired man was even more fearsome. Asuma grew more uneasy. How could such powerful figures suddenly appear in my village? And not just one. He clenched his teeth, speeding up, heading straight for the Hokage building. Inside the Hokage's office, Yuanfei Risen was reviewing documents. There had been plenty of village affairs lately. The existence of the Nether Tavern weighed on his mind like a stone. That tavern was too peculiar. So peculiar that even he, the third Hokage, dared not provoke it lightly. Just then the office door was flung open. Father! Asuma rushed and disheveled, his forehead drenched in cold sweat. Yuanfei Risen frowned. Asuma? What happened? Asuma leaned on the desk, speaking urgently. Enemy strongholds have infiltrated my... Yuanfei Risen's expression changed. What are you talking about? Asuma, as if grasping at a lifeline, spoke rapidly. I found a suspicious tavern in the village. There were several unknown strong warriors inside. One white-haired man had chakra so powerful he was definitely far beyond elite jounin. And a long-haired man whose killing intent was so terrifying I couldn't move. They're likely enemy agents. Yuanfei Risen's eyes darkened instantly. Are you sure? Asuma gritted his teeth. Positive. They're inside and they're extremely arrogant. I suspect they're already plotting against the village. He painted the Nether Tavern as a covert base and Fei Jian and Ban as enemy elite, far surpassing. After hearing this, Yuanfei Risen became alert. If such powerful figures had indeed infiltrated it was a major crisis. He rose abruptly. Summon the men. In an instant, several Umbu agents appeared in the office. Yuan Fei Risen commanded in a low voice, "Gather the elite, Umbu. Follow me. Suspected high-threat enemies have infiltrated the village." The Umbu members tensed. Yes. Soon a large contingent of elite Umbu in black masks figures darted across rooftops. Asama stayed close to Yuan Fei Risen, feeling slightly steadier, with his father leading. And so many Umbu, even those formidable opponents, wouldn't dare to be arrogant. The group sped along. The closer they got to the Nether Tavern, the more conflicted Asama felt. Fear lingered, but stronger was the urge to save face. He couldn't accept his previous wretched state, especially in front of Shirihan. At last the group halted at the end of the street. Asama pointed at the familiar sign ahead and cried out, "It's there, the Nether Tavern. They're hiding inside. That white-haired man suppressed me with chakra just now. Father, they're no ordinary people." The Umbu fanned out immediately. Some perched on rooftops, others slipped into alleys, some grasped their kunai ready to breach at any moment. But the moment Yuan Fei Risen saw the sign, his face turned completely ashen. The Nether Tavern. Of all places, it had to be the Nether Tavern. He stopped breathing for a second. Asama had to pick a fight with the one place he shouldn't, and now dragged him and the Umbu here. Yuan Fei Risen felt a throbbing head. After his last visit, he had classified the tavern as the highest level special concern in Mai. A place where the first, second Hokage and Uchiha ban appeared was no ordinary ninja's business. Not even the Umbu. Even if every ninja in Mai were mobilized, it might not be enough. Asama continued to complain, "Father, they didn't show any respect for me, especially that white-haired man. He even brazenly said you should come in person." Yuan Fei Risen's vision went dark at those words. White-haired man, Qinsho Feijin, his teacher. Yuan Fei Risen took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the urge to smack Asama with his staff. He raised his hand abruptly. All Umbu withdraw. The Umbu members were stunned. "Lord Hokage." Yuan Fei Risen's voice grew heavier. "Withdraw immediately. No one is to approach the Nether Tavern without my order." Though puzzled, the Umbu dared not disobey. Figures vanished swiftly. In the blink of an eye, all Umbu surrounding the tavern had withdrawn. Asama was dumbfounded. "Father, what are you doing? There are suspected cage-level enemies inside. We're already here. Why retreat?" Yuan Fei Risen spun around and snapped, "Shut up." Asama froze. He had rarely seen such a fierce look from his father. Yuan Fei Risen's face was grim. "You haven't caused enough trouble." Asama grew agitated. "I caused trouble. It was them." "Shut up." Yuan Fei Risen's chest heaved, his beard trembling with anger. "Come inside with me." Asama's face went pale. "Inside?" Yuan Fei Risen glared at him. "You caused this mess. Do you expect me to clean it up for you, eh?" With that, he ignored Asama and strode toward the Nether Tavern. Asama stood rooted, a chill spreading through him. He finally realized things were not as he had imagined. His father was afraid of this tavern. The tavern door swung open. The moment Yuan Fei Risen stepped inside, the familiar oppressive aura washed over him. He forced a strained smile. "Boss Zhang Yu. Sorry to intrude." In the hall, Zhang Yu was enjoying pastries with Shirihan. Hearing the commotion, he looked up briefly. Yuan Fei Risen arrived. Asuma shrank behind him, his face ashen. Yuhi Karinai's heart jolted violently as she saw the third Fire Shadow enter. She immediately set down her spoon and rose to her feet. "Lord Fire Shadow." Yuan Fei Risen's expression grew even more complicated when he saw Yuhi Karinai was also present. He didn't need to ask to guess exactly how much trouble Asuma had stirred up today. Zhang Yu did not rise. He merely looked toward the back of the bar. "Feijian, we have a guest. Please attend to them." These words made Yuan Fei Risen's heart tremble violently. Behind the bar, Qinsho Feijian slowly stood up, his face cold. Step by step, he walked toward Yuan Fei Risen. Yuan Fei Risen instinctively straightened his back. Even though he was now the third Fire Shadow, before Qinsho Feijian, he was still the disciple who had once been scolded by his teacher. "Teacher." Feijian stopped before him, regarding him with indifference. "Monkey." Yuan Fei Risen gave a bitter smile. "Teacher, what happened today is a misunderstanding." Feijian paid no heed to his explanation. He first glanced at Asuma. Asuma felt a chill run down his spine under that gaze, and immediately, Feijian said coldly, "You have raised a fine son." Yuan Fei Risen's lips twisted in bitterness. "Teacher." Feijian continued. He ignored the notice and forced his way in. He smoked at the entrance, offending the woman accompanying him. Once inside, he showed no restraint and used his status as the son of the third Fire Shadow to intimidate. In the end, after a few words of reprimand from me, he turned around and brought you and the Umbu here. "Monkey, is this how you have taught your son all these years?" Yuan Fei Risen's face burned with shame. Yuhi Karinai, standing nearby, felt an even greater shock. She had heard with her own ears the third Fire Shadow calling that man teacher. Qinsho Feijian. It truly was the second Fire Shadow. Asuma's scalp went numb. He had originally thought that with his father's arrival, he would have backing. But now before this white-haired man his father dared not even utter a harsh word. Yuan Fei risen hurriedly explained. Teacher Asuma is young and brash, lacking discretion. After he returned, he said a powerful person had infiltrated the village posing a grave threat. I was worried for Konoha's safety, so I brought people here. I had no intention of offending the Spirit Tavern. Feijian let out a cold laugh. No intention of offending. You surrounded the Spirit Tavern with a large number of elite umbu. Is that not an offense? Sweat beaded on Yuan Fei Risen's forehead. I have already ordered them to withdraw. Feijian's gaze turned even colder. What if you hadn't realized this was the Spirit Tavern? What if I weren't standing here? What if the owner hadn't given you the chance to speak? Yuan Fei Risen was rendered speechless. He cursed Asuma 1,000 times in his heart. This wretched brat. Of all people to provoke, he had to choose Zhang Yu, the owner, here. And he had the audacity to lie about an enemy threat, dragging the umbu into this mess. Feijian stared at Yuan Fei Risen, his words falling one by one. Monkey, do you now think that we spirits lingering in Konoha threaten your position as the third fire shadow? So you used the umbu to test the Spirit Tavern's limit. Yuan Fei Risen's expression changed drastically. Teacher, I would never dream of such a thing. Feijian stared at him coldly. Then tell me. Your son first broke the rules, then lied about the intelligence. Without verifying the truth, you surrounded this place with elite umbu. Does this mean you as Fire Shadow have grown so arrogant that you believe no one in Konoha can discipline you? Or do you think that after my death Shinsho Feijian no longer has the right to teach your Yuan Fei clan? Yuan Fei Risen's face alternated between pale and green. These words were too heavy for the third Fire Shadow to bear. If anyone else had questioned him like this, he could have used his status as Fire Shadow to suppress them. But the man before him was Shinsho Feijian, his teacher, the man who had personally placed the Fire Shadow's mantle upon his shoulders. Yuan Fei Risen's throat went dry and cold sweat oozed from his forehead, and he wanted to explain. But every word Feijian had just spoken was grounded in fact. He as Fire Shadow had not investigated the truth and had surrounded the Spirit Tavern with, no matter how he spun it, he was in the wrong. Teacher. Silence. Feijian cut him off coldly. I am asking you a question, not inviting you to cozy up. Yuan Fei Risen's body stiffened. His face twitched sharply. Being lectured like this by Feijian in front of Zhang Yu, Yui Kurenai Asuma, and even Zhujian Ban and Xuanai, his dignity was ground into the dirt. But he dared not talk back. Yuan Fei Risen took a deep breath, finally lowered his head, and spoke in a very subdued voice. Lord Second, what happened today was my mishandling. Asuma in his youth and ignorance offended the Spirit Tavern. As Fire Shadow, I also failed to ascertain the truth promptly. I beg Lord Second to punish me. Asuma was stunned into silence upon hearing this. Lord Second. He jerked his head up and stared at the white-haired reedy. His face was as cold as a blade in an interrogation room. Coupled with his father's earlier address of teacher, a thunderclap roared in Asuma's mind. He finally understood. The man who had just silenced him with words and sent him scurrying out in terror was none other than the long-dead second Fire Shadow. Asuma's lips turned white, and his gaze stiffly shifted to the tall man nearby, the one whom Shinsho Feijian called elder brother, the first Fire Shadow Shinsho Zhujian. Asuma's breath caught in his throat. His eyes finally landed on the man with long hair draped over his shoulders and arms crossed over his chest. That posture as if he regarded everyone else as mere ants. Yuzhibo-ban. Asuma's mind went completely blank. 3 legendary figures who should have perished in history were now all standing in this tavern. What kind of cursed place was this? The Spirit Tavern. So the name wasn't just made up. A chill crept up Asuma's spine. He suddenly realized how utterly absurd his behavior had been. He had flaunted his status as the son of the third Fire Shadow in front of the first, the second, and Yuzhibo-ban. He was practically begging for death. Yui Kurenai, standing nearby, felt her heart tighten with shock. She had only guessed before. But now Yuan Fei Risen's own change of address to Lord Second confirmed everything. These people were truly figures from Konoha's history, and they all revolved around the young owner Zhang Yu. Behind the bar, Zhang Yu appeared calm on the surface, but inwardly, he was overjoyed. This gossip was well worth it. Even more absurdly, while the scene in reality was terrifying, the Spirit Tavern's work group chat was already buzzing. Shinsho Zhujian Feijian's words just now were too harsh. Yuzhibo Chuanai, the third Fire Shadow's face turned white. Yuzhibo-ban, a useless father and son. Shinsho Feijian, I was only stating the facts. Shinsho Zhujian Feijian, the way you made Monkey change his address to Lord Second was truly imposing. Shinsho Feijian, he is now the third Fire Shadow. Calling me teacher in public blurs the line between private and official. Yuzhibo-ban, you just want Shinsho Feijian, it came naturally. Zhang Yu nearly burst out laughing. Offhand. This was too offhand. He directly sent a red packet in the group chat. Zhang Yu Feijian, excellent performance. Zhang Yu, stern interrogation precision strike. Zhang Yu reward 2 bottles of iced beer. Shinsho Zhujin 2 bottles. Yuzibo Chuanai the second Hokage really earned this wave. Yuzibo banned just beer. Shinsho Feijian received the boss red packet 2 bottle. Feijian stood in reality his expression still cold. But Zhang Yu could see he was in a good mood. The beer arrived, and the retort succeeded. The second lord was thoroughly satisfied. Zhang Yu cleared his throat, and finally spoke. All right, don't just stand there. He looked at Yuan Fei Risen. Since the misunderstanding has been cleared up, let's follow the tavern's rules. Yuan Fei Risen quickly said, Boss Zhang Yu, please go ahead. Zhang Yu tapped the table. This matter today, it's neither big nor small. You brought the umbu to surround my shop. Although you withdrew, this can't just be dismissed as a misunderstanding. Yuan Fei Risen's heart sank. The Spirit Tavern could not be offended without consequence. But as long as Zhang Yu was willing to name a price, it meant the matter could still be negotiated. Yuan Fei Risen immediately bowed his head. Rest assured, Boss Zhang Yu. I will compensate for all losses today. Zhang Yu nodded with satisfaction. Compensation is good. He turned to look at Zhu Jin and the others. New rule. Starting today, you may sell drinks to Yuan Fei Risen. The proceeds from the sales will be exchanged for fine liquor according to the tavern's internal exchange rate. As for how to sell, you have free reign. At these words, Zhujian's eyes lit up. Feijian's gaze shifted. Chuanai also looked up. Ban's lips curled slightly. Yuan Fei Risen's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly had a bad feeling. Zhu Jian was the first to step forward, his face wearing a gentle smile, as if nothing had happened. Monkey. Yuan Fei Risen's mouth twitched, but he could only reply respectfully, Lord First Hokage. Zhu Jian waved his hand. No need to be so. We're all from Konoha. Today's incident was indeed a misunderstanding. Yuan Fei Risen had barely relaxed half a breath. Zhu Jian's next words came. But a misunderstanding is a misunderstanding. You surrounded the boss tavern with your men, so you should at least buy some wine to make amends, right? Yuan Fei Risen immediately nodded. Of course. He'll buy. He just wanted to settle the matter quickly. Buying wine was nothing. Although the wine at the Spirit Tavern was expensive, it wasn't something a Hokage couldn't afford. Yuan Fei Risen tentatively said then. He'll buy 2 bottles. Zhu Jian's smile remained unchanged. 2 bottles, huh? That's not impossible. Yuan Fei Risen was about to nod inwardly. Feijian spoke coldly. Brother, you are too lenient. Yuan Fei Risen's expression stiffened. Feijian looked at him, his tone like that of a judge interrogating a case. His son caused trouble, and you surrounded the tavern with the umbu. Do you think 2 bottles of wine can sweep this under the rug? Monkey, you've been seated as Hokage for too long. Such a perfunctory apology. Yuan Fei Risen's scalp tingled. Lord Second Hokage, that's not what I meant. Ban sneered. Not what you meant. Then you think the Spirit Tavern is only worth 2 bottles of wine. Asama's legs went weak. He finally understood. These people weren't short of 2 bottles. They were using his father as a scapegoat. And his father couldn't resist. Chuanai also added softly. Brother almost started a fight at the shop entrance, just now. If not for Lord Zhu Jian and me stopping him, things wouldn't have been so simple. Buying only 2 bottles is indeed not an apology. Sweat dripped from Yuan Fei Risen's forehead. He quickly changed his tune. Then, for bottles. Zhu Jian stroked his chin. 4 bottles, huh? Feijian looked at Asama. He also insulted the tavern just now. Asama's face turned pale instantly. Yuan Fei Risen's heart sank. Ban's tone was cold. Insulting the Spirit Tavern. 4 bottles are not enough. Chuanai nodded. Besides, he left Kurenai behind in the shop and ran away himself. Shiri Hong heard this, her expression complex as she glanced at Asama. Asama kept his head down, not daring to lift it. Yuan Fei Risen nearly spat out an old mouthful of blood. This rebellious son. Everything could be done. He gritted his teeth. 6 bottles. Zhu Jian smiled amiably at Feijian. Feijian, what do you think? Feijian said flatly, Brother, you, me, Ban, and Chuanai. All 4 of us are present. With only 6 bottles of apology, how do we divide them? Zhu Jian suddenly realized. Makes sense. Ban said coldly, 6 bottles per person. Yuan Fei Risen staggered. 6 bottles per person. For people, that's 24 bottles. Asama nearly collapsed. This wine was just quoted at 100,000 Rio per bottle. 24 bottles would be 2,400,000 Rio. Even if the Sarutobi clan was wealthy, they couldn't spend like this. Yuan Fei Risen's face trembled. Isn't this a bit too much? Feijian's gaze turned icy. Too much. When you surrounded the tavern with the umbu, the number of men was far more than 20. Yuan Fei Risen immediately shut up. Ban looked at him. Or do you think your son's false report of enemy strength isn't worth that much? Yuan Fei Risen bowed even lower. He'll buy. He'll buy. Zhang Yu sat nearby sipping cola and watching the show. Shiri Hong also lowered her head to drink her cola, nearly choking. She had seen the 3rd Hokage's imposing demeanor before. She had also seen Yuan Fei Risen's kind face in front of the villagers. But a scene like this, where the 1st Hokage, 2nd Hokage Yuzibo Ban, and Chuanai joined forces to trap him, forcing him to nod frantically, she truly witnessed for the first time. This was utterly absurd. The exalted Hokage being publicly scolded by his own teachers. Legendary powerhouses of the ninja world teaming up to Boss Zhang Yu sat silently eating his popcorn. Shiri Hong suddenly felt that even if she had been abandoned by Asama today, it wasn't a wasted trip. This kind of sight, few in the entire Konoha had ever seen it. Just as Yuanfei Risen resigned himself to his fate, Zhang Yu suddenly spoke. By the way, how much is the erguoto now? He seemed to think seriously. I remember it was about 150,000 ryo a bottle. Yuanfei Risen jerked his head up. Wasn't it 100,000? Didn't Asama just say it was 100,000 ryo a bottle? Zhu Jian reacted swiftly, immediately nodding. Right. I also remember it's 150. Yuanfei Risen's vision went dark. Fei Jian was even more ruthless. No. Today is a special case. The regular erguoto is 100,000. The high-spec apology erguoto is at least 200,000. Yuanfei Risen's mental state nearly shattered. 200,000 per bottle. 24 bottles would be 4,800,000 ryo. Asama could no longer stand steady. He suddenly realized that today he hadn't brought his father to back him up. He had brought his father to hand over money. Yuanfei Risen's lips trembled. Lord Second Hokage, this price. Ban raised his eyes coldly. Any objections? Yuanfei Risen's words got stuck in his throat. Of course he had objections. But did he dare to voice them? Zhang Yu chimed in with a straight face. To be honest, this liquor is indeed special. The experience of drinking what ordinary guests get versus what's meant for apology is definitely different. Zhu Jian immediately took over. Exactly. An apology must show sincerity. Fei Jian nodded. Especially when a Hokage is apologizing, it can't be shabby. Yuanfei Risen felt a tightness in his chest. Shabby. Several million taels for wine as an apology, and this was still shabby. He had never felt so humiliated in his entire life. But the people standing before him were all those he dared not offend. Gritting his teeth, Yuanfei Risen was about to accept the price. Just then Uchiha Ban spoke. You're all wrong. Everyone turned to look at him. Ban crossed his arms, his tone calm, yet it struck Yuanfei Risen like a hammer blow. This top-grade erguoto costs 300,000 taels a bottle. Zhu Jian immediately nodded. Right, 300,000. Fei Jian said flatly, correct, 300,000 taels per bottle. Yuanfei Risen froze completely. 300,000 per bottle. 24 bottles. 7,200,000 taels. The number struck him like a blunt club to the forehead. He had been Hokage for so many years, weathered storms, witnessed the Great Ninja War, and seen outrageous demands at negotiation tables across nations. But he had never seen anyone sell liquor like this. A bottle of erguoto for 300,000 taels. And they wanted him to buy 24 bottles at once. Asama stood behind his face, already deathly pale. He had thought 2 million plus was already absurd. But with one sentence from Ban, the price shot up to 7,200,000. Was this an apology? This was draining the Yuanfei family dry. Shiri Hong sat nearby, still holding her spoon, completely stunned. She knew the Tavern of the Dead was no ordinary place. And she knew that today Asama and the third Hokage were indeed in the wrong. But 24 bottles for 7,200,000 taels still made her heart skip a beat. Too ruthless. And the one who said it was Uchiha Ban. Beside him stood the first Hokage and the second Hokage. Even if Yuanfei Risen's heart bled, he could only swallow it. Ban. Zhu Jian saw Yuanfei Risen's unsteady look and barely held back his laughter. He quickly coughed, putting on a serious expression. Monkey, 300,000 may sound a bit steep, but this is top-grade erguoto. Think about it. Today you surrounded the boss tavern with your men. If it were anyone else, would this matter have ended so easily? Fei Jian immediately added. Brother is right. Being able to settle it with money is already the boss leniency. According to Mui's rules, false reporting of enemy intelligence, mobilizing the umbu, and trespassing into a restricted zone would mean your son at least being detained for investigation. Yuanfei Risen's mouth twitched violently. Asama's scalp went numb. Detained for investigation. He had only wanted to save face. Who would have thought this tavern was full of legendary figures? Ban crossed his arms, staring coldly at Yuanfei Risen. Buy it or not? Those words sent another shiver down Yuanfei Risen's spine. How could he dare not buy? Not only did he not dare to refuse, he didn't even dare to keep bargaining. Yuanfei Risen glanced down at Asama. His look said he wished he could stuff this rebellious son back in and remake him. Asama shrank his neck, not daring to say a word. Now that he knew who he was facing, he was careful even with his breathing. Zhang Yu sat at the table watching the father and son, one more miserable than the other, and felt immense satisfaction. The third Hokage and his son being sold liquor by the first, second, and Uchiha Ban at the Tavern of the Dead. This scene was unique in the entire ninja world. Yuanfei Risen gritted his teeth and finally spoke. He'll buy it. The word came out as if squeezed between his teeth. Zhu Jian's face instantly lit up with a brilliant smile. Good. Monkey, you're still sensible. Feijian immediately took out his ledger, his voice calm. 24 bottles of top-grade erguo to unit price, 300,000 taels, total 7,200,000 taels. How much will you pay in cash? Yuan Fei Risen's face twitched. 7,200,000 taels. How could he possibly carry that much on him? Even as the third Hokage, he didn't walk around with a mountain of gold. I don't have that much cash on me now. Feijian's expression was unreadable. You can put up collateral. Yuan Fei Risen's heart skipped a beat. Collaterally. Feijian opened a new page in the ledger. Properties under the Yuan Fei clan, including real estate, farmland deposits, and mission dividends, can all be registered. Pay the cash portion first, and the remainder will be secured with real estate. If you settle within the deadline, the property will be returned. If you exceed the deadline, the tavern takes possession. Yuan Fei Risen felt a blackness before his eyes. This process was too smooth. Was this still the second Hokage he knew? How was he more professional than the Leaf Village's finance department? Zhu Jian patted Yuan Fei Risen on the shoulder. Monkey, don't worry. Feijian is always thorough. You won't lose by mortgaging to him. Yuan Fei Risen nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. 7,200,000 for 24 bottles of liquor with a mortgage on his property, and that's not. But he looked up at Feijian. Then, at Uchiha Ban. Finally, he turned to Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu sat there drinking cola with no intention of intervening. Yuan Fei Risen understood completely. Today he was going to take the hit. Soon Feijian drafted the terms. With trembling hands, Yuan Fei Risen first handed over all the notes and cash he could muster, then gritted his teeth and signed the mortgage confirmation. With every word, he wrote, his heart clenched. 7,200,000 taels. It nearly drained his savings. For the remaining shortfall, he had to mortgage a property under the Yuan Fei clan. Asama stood beside him, his face even paler than his father's. He finally realized just how big a mess he had caused today. He had only brought Shiri Hong for a drink. In the end, he didn't even get to drink, lost all face, and cost his father 7,200,000. To make it worse, Shiri Hong was watching the whole time. Asama's face burned with shame. He didn't even dare to look at Shiri Hong. Shiri Hong had been very reserved at first. But watching Yuan Fei Risen's dejected expression as he signed, and seeing Asama standing behind like a wilted eggplant, she finally couldn't hold it in. A very soft laugh escaped her lips. She quickly raised her hand to cover her mouth. But it was too late. Zhu Jian immediately turned his head, his shoulders shaking. Chuan-I looked away, the corners of his mouth clearly twitching. Ban stood coldly with his arms crossed, though he didn't laugh out loud. His amused expression said it all. Feijian, however, was the most composed. He closed the ledger with a deadpan face. But Zhang Yu saw clearly. Feijian's mouth twitched slightly. Upon hearing Shiri Hong's laugh, Yuan Fei Risen looked even more disheartened. As the third Hokage, he had completely lost face today. Asuma wished he could find a crack to crawl into. At this moment, Asuma's mentality completely collapsed. Tobarama put away the mortgage certificate and said casually, the formalities are complete. Hashirama immediately set out 24 bottles of erguo, one bottle after another. The transparent liquor glistened under the light. Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at the 24 bottles, feeling as if each one was draining his blood. Zhang Yu smiled and spoke. Third generation, take the liquor. Top grade erguo, 300,000 per bottle, fair and square. Hiruzen's mouth twitched as he forced a smile uglier than a cry. Thank you, boss Zhang Yu. These words of thanks made his heart bleed. Hashirama enthusiastically helped him pack the bottles. 24 bottles formed a heavy, bulky package. Asuma hurried forward to help. But as soon as he lifted it, he nearly stumbled. The liquor wasn't too heavy, but the price of 7,200,000 taels weighed down his back. Hiruzen looked at Asuma, his beard trembling with anger. Aren't you leaving yet? Asuma lowered his head, his voice weak. Yes. The father and son walked toward the door, one after the other. Hiruzen's steps were unsteady. Asuma was even more disheveled. He held the 24 bottles of top-grade erguo in his arms, as if they were a stack of death warrants. When they reached the door, Hiruzen didn't even turn back to say anything more. He feared that if he stayed one more second, he would be swindled again. Asuma felt the same. He had only one thought: never come back. Never set foot in this undead tavern again in this lifetime. Hiruzen also swore to himself. From now on, he would avoid the undead tavern as far as let whoever wanted to come. As for him, Sarutobi Hiruzen, he would never come again. The father and son left the tavern in a daze. The door closed. The hall fell silent for a moment. Then Hashirama was the first to burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. The expression on that monkey's face just now was exactly like when he failed his exam and was scolded by Tobarama. Then Hashirama was the first to burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. The expression on that monkey's face just now was exactly like when he failed his exam. Tobarama said calmly, 7,200,000 taels, all mortgage formalities complete. This deal turned out well. Zhang Yu gave a thumbs up. Beautiful. Everyone performed excellently today. Tobarama handled the pressure and accounting. Madara set the price. Hashirama played the good cop, and Izuna delivered the finishing blow. Perfect teamwork. Hashirama immediately leaned in. Boss, what about the reward? Madara also looked at Zhangyu. Though he didn't speak, his meaning was clear. Tobirama closed the ledger and also looked over. Izuna was more direct. Extra meal tonight. Zhangyu waved his hand grandly. The tavern is closed. Everyone has spicy hot pot tonight. Hashirama's eyes lit up instantly. Hot pot. Madara's mouth curled slightly. Finally. Tobirama nodded. Since we're closed, we can prepare early. Izuna had already turned toward the kitchen. They'll check the inventory. Zhangyu looked at Madara and Izuna. Madara, Izuna, you two go shopping. Today we're not short on money. Lobster, oysters, beef, lamb, leeks, mushrooms, greens. Buy whatever is best. Don't skimp. Madara's mood visibly improved at the words not short on money. Izuna picked up a shopping basket. Understood. Don't skimp. Madara's mood visibly improved at the words not short on money. Izuna picked up a shopping basket. Understood. The hall. Set up the table, put the big pot on it, and prepare 6 sets of bowls and chopsticks. Hashirama was stunned. 6 sets. Zhangyu glanced at Kurenai. Yes, 6 sets. Kurenai Yuhi, who had been sitting at the table, snapped out of her daze at these words. She looked at the bustling group and quickly stood up. Boss Zhangyu, I've already disturbed you enough today. I should take my leave. Indeed, she should have left. When Asuma and the 3rd Hokage departed, they completely forgot she was still here. This filled her heart with indescribable disappointment. Yet she couldn't keep lingering in the tavern. But Zhangyu smiled and stopped her. Don't rush. Kurenai Yuhi paused. Zhang Ye's tone was natural. Since we're making hot pot, one more person just means one more pair of chopsticks. Our tavern always practices the clean plate campaign. Buying too much food and not eating it is the real waste. Kurenai Yuhi hesitated. But, Zhangyu added, besides, I remember your student Hinata came before. She really liked the pastries here. Since her teacher is here, staying for a meal is no problem. Hearing Hinata's name, Kurenai's reservations eased considerably. Hinata had been here. That meant this tavern also interacted with ordinary customers. It wasn't just these undead powerhouses. She looked at Zhangyu again. His tone was gentle, not forcing her to stay or making her feel awkward. He simply gave a natural reason. After a moment's hesitation, Kurenai finally sat back. Then I'll impose on you. Zhangyu smiled. No imposition. Behind the counter, Hashirama winked at Tobirama while moving a table. The two walked through the streets of Konoha carrying shopping baskets, spending without restraint. Lobsters, get the big ones. Oysters, get the fresh ones. Beef and lamb, get the two walked through the streets of Konoha carrying shopping baskets, spending without restraint. Lobsters, get the big ones. Oysters, get the fresh ones. Beef and lamb, get the tenderest. Leek bundles one after another. Mushrooms, tofu, greens, meatballs, all the best picks. Izuna looked at the increasingly full basket and said calmly, brother, that's enough. Madara snorted. The boss said not to skimp. Izuna nodded. Then let's buy some more shrimp. Madara was satisfied. Back in the tavern, Hashirama had already set up the large table. Tobirama arranged the pot utensils, bowls, chopsticks, and dipping sauce plates neatly in their positions. 6 sets of tableware were perfectly aligned without a single disorder. Zhangyu looked on with satisfaction. Kurenai Yuhi sat nearby watching this scene, and her curiosity grew heavier. If she mentioned any of these images, everyone in Konoha would think she was under a jinjutsu. Yet all of this was happening right before her eyes. Even stranger, these legendary figures acted so naturally toward Zhangyu, as if they were accustomed to this interaction. Who exactly was Zhangyu? What made these undead stay in the tavern? What secrets lay behind this undead tavern? The more Kurenai thought, the more she couldn't suppress her curiosity. Watching Zhangyu move between the kitchen and the hall, arranging everything, her cheeks unconsciously. This man was too mysterious, but also very gentle, at least toward her. A thought suddenly crossed her mind. Perhaps she really should come here more often. Not just to uncover the secrets of the undead tavern, but also to understand Zhangyu himself. Before long, Madara and Izuna returned with several large baskets full of ingredients. Lobsters were neatly arranged in the baskets. Oysters were covered with a damp cloth. The kitchen counters were piled high with sliced meat, vegetables, mushrooms, and tofu. The hot pot setup was already in place with a large pot centered on the table. Bowls and chopsticks were ready. Drinks and liquor had been brought to the side. All that was missing was Zhang Ye's secret broth base. Just then a system notification popped up before Zhang Ye's eyes. Ding. New quest triggered. Quest objective: persuade Shiri Hong to stay for a spicy hot pot, making her utterly captivated by the Spirit Tavern and reluctant to leave. Quest reward: a complete set of premium hide-ear illusion techniques. Reward description: requires no hand seals, has minimal flaws, is extremely difficult to counter, and can be directly integrated into the host's mental domination system. Zhangyu paused mid-step. Hide-ear illusion techniques. No hand seals. Minimal flaws. This reward was worth it. He hadn't planned to let Shiri Hong. Now that the system was offering a reward, there was even less reason to refuse. Illusion techniques were incredibly practical in the shinobi world. especially premium high-tier ones that required no hand seals and had virtually no weaknesses. This was like adding another ace up his sleeve. Zhang Ye's mood improved instantly. Whatever came he would accept it. He had to secure this. Shiri Hong finished her last piece of pastry, saw everyone starting to get busy, and stood up again. Boss Zhang, the pastries were delicious. But as for the hot pot, I think ill. Before she could finish, Zhang Yu was already standing in front of her smiling as he blocked her path. Teacher Hong, are you trying to run after just a few pastries? Trying to freeload the Spirit Tavern's appetizers? Shiri Hong stopped in her tracks, her cheeks flushed. She was already feeling awkward because of Asuma, and Zhang Ye's teasing only loosened the tension in her heart. That's not what I meant, she explained softly. I've already been here too long. Zhang Yu chuckled. The one who disturbed things was Asuma, not you. Shiri Hong looked at him, hesitated for a moment, and then spoke even more softly. Boss Zhang, do you really welcome me staying? The question was asked with great caution. She wasn't naive. The Spirit Tavern was too mysterious. The first Hokage, the second Hokage, Uchiha Band, and Uchiha Chuanai were all here. And Zhang Yu treated her clearly differently from Asuma. Curiosity and uncertainty swirled within her. Zhang Yu dropped his playful tone and looked at her. Of course I do. I run my business with integrity. I won't hold back when someone deserves a rebuke, and I won't deceive a guest I truly welcome. With that, he turned and took out 4 exquisite little vouchers from the bar drawer, placing them before Shiri Hong. These are for you. Shiri Hong looked down. On them were the words Spirit Tavern Free Meal Voucher. She was stunned. 4. Zhang Yu nodded. Each one covers the entire bill for a single visit. With that, he turned and took out 4 exquisite little vouchers from the bar drawer, placing them before Shiri Hong. These are for you. The last line made Shiri Hong let out a soft involuntary laugh. Behind the bar, the expressions of the 4 onlookers subtly shifted. Hashima lowered his voice. That's it. Chuan and I glanced at the 4 vouchers. I thought the boss was about to say something more important. Ban snorted coldly, dallying. Feijian said flatly, your expectations are too high. Hashima wore a look of regret. I thought I was about to witness the birth of the Spirit Tavern's madam. Chuan and I reminded, the ingredients are ready. Hashima snapped back to reality. Right. He immediately turned to Zhang Yu. Boss, where's the secret ultra-spicy hot pot base? I've been waiting forever for this. Zhang Yu shot him an exasperated look. That's all you can think about. Hashima replied unabashedly, of course. A spice level that makes even Ban question his life. I have to try it. Ban gave him a cold glare. I won't. Zhang Yu chuckled and turned back to Shiri. Teacher Hong, since the ingredients are all ready, why not stay for a meal? The Spirit Tavern has a rule, first-time diners eat free. If you're worried, you can ask Hinata later. She's been here and tried our pastries. At the mention of Hinata's name, Shiri Hong's remaining reservations melted away. Hinata was introverted and not overly cautious, but the Hyuga clan wouldn't let her wander into dangerous places. Since Hinata had come, this tavern at least posed no harm to ordinary guests. Moreover, she was already intensely curious about Zhang Yu, this young man who had legendary undead powerhouses revolving around him. He had also preserved her dignity in her most embarrassing moment. She genuinely wanted to get closer. She also wanted to uncover how many secrets the Spirit Tavern. Shiri Hong nodded gently. Then it'll trouble you, Boss Zhang. Zhang Yu smiled. No trouble at all. Your staying today is an honor for our tavern. Hearing this, Hashima excitedly went to move a table. Feijian set out the bowls and chopsticks. Chuan and I brought out the prepared ingredients one by one. Ban stood with arms crossed, seemingly unmoving, until Hashima placed the table crookedly. Then he impatiently walked over and pushed it straight with one hand. Click. The table legs settled firmly. Hashima blinked. Ban, you're actually pretty good at setting tables. Ban said coldly, shut up. Before long, 2 tables were arranged in the center of the hall. One was absurdly large, piled high with sliced meat, vegetables, mushrooms, tofu, meatballs, lobster. Hashima, Feijian, Ban, and Chuan and I sat at that table, with a pot clearly prepared to be loaded with extreme spice. The other table was much smaller with just 2. The pot was different too. A dual flavor pot with one side of bubbling red chili oil and the other a clear fragrant broth. Shiri Hong's cheeks flushed again at the arrangement. It was far too obvious. Zhang Yu noticed it too. He looked at Hashima. Who arranged this? Hashima immediately raised his hand. Me. Boss, you and Teacher Hong definitely can't eat the ultra spicy with us. So I specially prepared a dual flavor pot for you. If Teacher Hong wants something mild, she can have the clear broth. If she wants to try spicy, she can sample the red side. Zhang Yu nodded with satisfaction. He opened the group chat and sent Hashima a red envelope. Zhang Yu, Hashima, well done. Reward: 2 bottles of ice-cold beer. Hashima's eyes lit up. Senju Hashima has received the boss red envelope, 2 bottles of ice-cold beer. Boss, you're generous. Ban snorted, pathetic. Hashima grinned, even wider. Ban, you're just jealous. Shiri Hong watched this scene, feeling increasingly absurd. The first Hokage was overjoyed over 2 bottles of beer. Uchiha Ban was quipping from the sidelines. The second Hokage was meticulously checking the placement of the chopsticks and bowls. If this scene were told outside, no one in the entire Leaf Village would believe it. She stood up and gave a slight bow to the group. First Hokagesima, second Hokagesima, I apologize for the intrusion today. Zhujian quickly waved his hand. Don't be so polite. Feijin nodded. Sit down. Shiri Hong hesitantly looked at Ban and Chuan'ai. Before she could speak, Zhang Yu smiled and said, Teacher Hong, your greeting is incomplete. You skipped Ban and Chuan'ai. Shiri Hong's face turned. I didn't mean to. Ban said coldly, boring formalities. Chuan'ai also looked at Zhang Yu. Boss, you're deliberately making her embarrassed. Zhang Yu said seriously, I'm helping everyone get acquainted. Shiri Hong quickly added, Lord Ban, Lord Chuan'ai. Chuan'ai nodded. Ban just gave a faint hum. Zhang Yu walked to the table, raised his hand, and turned it over. 2 packets of hot pot base material appeared in his hand out of thin air. One packet was terrifyingly red. The other had a refreshing fragrance. Shiri Hong's pupils contracted sharply. Is this a sealing technique? She hadn't seen Zhang Yu form any hand seals at all, nor had she seen a scroll. The items just appeared out of thin air. This was beyond the scope of ordinary ninja tools. Zhang Yu smiled. Just a small trick of the tavern owner. Zhujian was already used to it, and even leaned in to look at the base material. Boss, the red one is extreme spicy. Yes. Zhang Yu tore open the packaging. A domineering spicy aroma burst out instantly. Zhujian took a sniff, and his eyes lit up on the spot. So fragrant. Feijin frowned. The stimulation is strong. Chuan'ai said calmly, don't be stubborn when eating. Ban sneered. Who's being stubborn remains to be seen. Zhang Yu poured the red oil base into the pot. As the hot oil boiled, the spicy aroma exploded fully. On the other side, he added the clear broth base, and the aroma of mushrooms and bone broth slowly spread, forming a stark contrast with the red oil side. Shiri Hong watched Zhang Yu skillfully adjust the pot, and then looked at the legendary figures beside her, who seemed unfazed, her shock deepening. For her, this act of conjuring items out of thin air was already incredible enough. But for Zhujian and the others, whatever Zhang Yu did seemed perfectly natural. This meant that Zhang Yu had done even more outrageous things that they had already witnessed. The hot pot soon boiled. Chuan'ai brought up the meat slices. Feijin was in charge of distributing dipping sauce. Zhujian stared at the red pot, while couldn't help glancing at Zhang Yu and Shiri Hong's table. Ben also looked. Chuan'ai also looked. Even Feijin occasionally cast a glance. The 4 of them were sitting at another table, yet they seemed to have formed a gossip squad on the spot. Zhujian whispered, the boss is putting food in her bowl. Chuan'ai, and he's dipping it in the clear broth, afraid she can't handle spicy. Feijin, the dipping sauce is also adjusted to be milder, very Ben snorted, too slow in progress. Zhujian dissatisfied, this is called being steady. Ben glanced at him. What do you know? Zhujian was speechless. At the other table, Shiri Hong was already so embarrassed she could barely lift her head. Of course she could hear them. Ninja hearing was naturally sharp. Those few thought their voices were very low. Zhang Yu placed the freshly cooked beef slice into her bowl. This timing is just right, at any longer, and it would be tough. Shiri Hong said softly, thank you. Zhang Yu ladled a spoonful of clear broth for her. Drink some soup first to warm your stomach. The red pot is very spicy. If you want to try, you can take. Shiri Hong looked at the meat in her bowl, then at Zhang Yu's natural movements, her heart beating more and more erratically. He wasn't deliberately showing off, but the more so, the more irresistible it was. Asama had brought her here only caring about his own face. But Zhang Yu had taken care of everything. Whether she could eat spicy food, whether she would feel embarrassed, whether she needed to take it slow. The contrast was too obvious. So obvious that she couldn't ignore it even if she wanted to. Shiri Hong picked up the beef and took a bite. The meat was tender and the broth was rich and fragrant. Paired with Zhang Yu's dipping sauce, the taste was even better than she had imagined. Delicious. Her voice was soft, but sincere. Zhang Yu smiled. If you like it, eat more. The most important thing about hot pot is to not be polite. Over at Zhujian's table, the battle had already begun. He grabbed a big chopstick full of meat and tossed it into the extreme spicy pot. A few seconds later, he fished it out, dipped it in sauce, and stuffed it directly into his mouth. The next moment, his entire face turned red. This so spicy. Ban sneered, already can't take it. Zhujian sucked in air while stubbornly persisting. Who says I can't? I just didn't expect it to be this intense. Feijin took a sip of ice water and said calmly, brother, your forehead is sweating. Chuan'ai added, the tip of your nose is red too. Ban picked up a slice of beef and ate it with an unchanged expression. 2 seconds later, his movement paused. Zhujian immediately seized the opportunity. Ben, you find it spicy too, right? Ban said coldly, it's okay. Zhang Yu almost laughed out loud. For Uchiha Ban to say, okay, meant it was already very. Shiri Hong couldn't help but smile too. Her originally tense emotions gradually dissolved in this hot pot meal. The aromas of spice broth, alcohol, and laughter mingled together. The Spirit Tavern was not as gloomy as she had imagined. On the contrary, it was outrageously lively. Zhang Yu occasionally put food in her bowl, occasionally reminded her to drink some cola. When she wanted to try the red pot, he first helped her cook a slice of tofu to test the spiciness. Shiri Hong took a small bite, and the spiciness immediately surged. The Spirit Tavern was not as gloomy as she had imagined. On the contrary, it was outrageously lively. Zhang Yu occasionally put food in her bowl, occasionally reminded her to drink some cola, but her face became even redder. Whether it was from the spice, or because Zhang Yu was too close, she didn't know. At the bar counter, Zhu Jian watched with a face full of satisfaction. I think there's a good chance. Xuan I nodded. Teacher Hong has blushed many times. Fei Jian analyzed calmly. Compared to Isama, the boss has a huge advantage. Ban said flatly, nonsense. The meal lasted a long time. The four-person table got more and more excited. Zhu Jian was sweating all over from the spice, but still refused to stop. Ban stayed tough to the end, drinking one glass of ice beer after another. Xuan I was in charge of replenishing dishes, occasionally eating a few bites from the red pot. Fei Jian complained about the stimulation verbally, but silently took several more helpings. At Zhang Yu and Shiri Hong's table it was much quieter. The two ate and chatted about students about desserts. Zhang Yu spoke unhurriedly. There was no offense nor deliberate flattery. Shiri Hong grew more relaxed as they talked. She realized that Zhang Yu was not the type to intimidate others with mystery. On the contrary, he was very good at taking care of others' feelings. But the more so, the more flustered she became inside. Mysterious, gentle, powerful. He could also make desserts and prepare hot pot. Shiri Hong didn't even notice that she was looking at Zhang Yu more and more often. By the time the hot pot was finished, she no longer dared to. He could also make desserts and prepare hot pot. Shiri Hong didn't even notice that she was looking at Zhang Yu more and more often. By the time the hot pot was finished, thank you for your hospitality today. The hot pot was delicious. Zhang Yu smiled. If you like it, come often. Shiri Hong softly hummed in agreement and carefully put away the 4 free meal coupons. I will. Having said that, she almost fled quickly, leaving the Spirit Tavern. The moment the door closed, a system prompt sounded. Ding. Mission complete. Mission requirement: retained Shiri Hong to share a spicy hot pot, making her completely reluctant to leave the Spirit Tavern. Mission reward distribution in progress. Congratulations, host received a complete set of high-grade advanced illusion techniques. Reward description: no bloodline required, no complex hand seals, minimal flaws, extremely difficult to counter, and can be seamlessly integrated into the host's spiritual control system. In an instant, a vast amount of illusion knowledge flooded into Zhang Ye's mind. All kinds of sensory disruption, mental inducement, visual deception, and 5-sense blockade became crystal clear. He even had a feeling that if he wished, ordinary ninjas wouldn't even realize they had been ensnared. Zhang Yu was in high spirits. Before he could fully digest it, Hashirama, Madara, Tobarama, and Izuna had already gathered around him. Hashirama grinned slyly. Boss, how's the progress? Izuna said seriously. Teacher Red left with a very red face. Madara snorted coldly. Still haven't secured her. Tobarama calmly added a jab. Judging by tonight's performance, the candidate pool for the boss's wife is steadily expanding. Zhang Yu's mouth twitched. You've all eaten your fill of hot pot, and now you're using me as a side dish, huh? Hashirama immediately said, boss, aren't we just concerned about... Madara said coldly, too inefficient. Zhang Yu shot him a glance. Madara learned to talk to people normally first before judging my efficiency. Hashirama burst out laughing on the spot. Madara's face darkened. Izuna quickly pushed the sake over. Brother, have a drink. Tobarama picked up his bowl and returned to the table. The food isn't finished yet. Zhang Yu couldn't be bothered to keep bickering with them and sat back down. All right, let's keep eating. No one leaves until all these ingredients... Hashirama immediately grabbed a piece of meat. Then I won't hold back. Madara gave a cold snort and picked up his chopsticks again. The Spirit Tavern grew lively once more. Over the next 2 days, the tavern enjoyed rare peace. No new guests caused trouble. No new missions refreshed. Hashirama thought about hot pot every day. Madara occasionally went to the DJ booth to test the rhythm. Tobarama continued organizing the accounts. Izuna researched new pastries. Zhang Yu caught up on sleep in the office. One afternoon, sunlight streamed in through the window. Zhang Yu dozed off on the desk with half a glass of cola beside him. Suddenly, the system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding. Detected arrival of Pure Land souls. Target Momochi Zabuza. Target Haku. Both have met the summoning conditions for the Spirit Tavern. Proceed with summoning. Zhang Yu's eyes snapped open. Zabuza and Haku. So soon. Staring at the system panel, he immediately understood. The Wave Country mission had reached its end. Zabuza and Haku still couldn't escape their original fate. The two had signed a post-death pre-agreement, and now that their souls had entered the Pure Land, the Spirit Tavern could officially receive them. Zhang Yu leaned back in his chair, a slow smile spreading across his face. The demon of the hidden mist. The ice release youth. You two have finally arrived. He didn't rush to summon them directly. After all, they had just died, and their minds were surely unstable. Especially Zabuza. He'd definitely be stubborn the moment he came in. Haku, on the other hand, would be easier to deal with. But Zhang Yu wanted to tease them first. He raised his hand and opened the tavern's permission interface, watching the two gray names become operable, his grin widening. Before the official summoning, let them experience the specialty of the Spirit Tavern. Zhang Yu smirked, then opened the tavern chat group, planning to pull Zabuza and Haku in for a good ribbing. He clicked on the chat group permissions and directly dragged the two gray names inside. System notification: Momochi Zabuza has joined the Spirit Tavern workgroup. System notification: Haku has joined the Spirit Tavern workgroup. The next second, the group fell silent for a moment. Then a message popped up. Momochi Zabuza, what is this place? Every word was dripping with wariness. Soon a second message appeared. Haku Zabuzasan. Momochi Zabuza. Haku. Haku, I'm here. Momochi Zabuza, are you okay? Haku, I don't know. The two in the Pure Land had just regained consciousness, their minds still in chaos. Moments ago they had fallen on the bridge in the Land of Waves. Haku had stood in front of Zabuza, his chest pierced by lightning blade. Zabuza, dragging his broken body, charged at Gato and finally collapsed beside Haku. Cold, blood, mist, snow, death. Those images had not yet faded, yet they were suddenly pulled into this strange chat group. Zabuza's first reaction was not fear, but vigilance. He clearly remembered being dead. But after death, why could he still speak? Why could he still see Haku? Haku was equally bewildered. His last memory was of shielding Zabuza from a fatal strike. At that moment, he felt no regret. Dying as a tool for Zabuza, he believed that was his destiny. But now he was still alive. He could even clearly see the words in the group. Haku Zabuzasan, are we? Momochi Zabuza, don't panic. Zabuza sent that message quickly, but even he was uncertain inside. Just then Hashirama surfaced. Senju Hashirama, the newcomers are awake. Senju Hashirama, don't be nervous. You signed an agreement before. You'll come to work at the Spirit Tavern after death. Momochi Zabuza, after death. Haku, are we really dead? Senju Hashirama, yes. That single word plunged the group into silence again. Zabuza stared at that sentence, his fingers instinctively clenching. Though he had guessed as much, having it confirmed felt like a heavy blow to his chest. Haku fell silent too. Dead. So it wasn't an illusion. They had truly died in the Land of Waves. Just then Madara sent a message. Uchiha Madara, accept the fact. Uchiha Madara, you are dead, but because of the contract the boss will bring you into the Spirit Tavern. Momochi Zabuza, Uchiha Madara. Seeing that name, Zabuza's mind grew even more chaotic. That legendary Uchiha Madara. Why was he in this group too? Haku Madara-sama. Haku was also stunned. He had been suppressed by Madara in the forest before. That power, he remembered it all too clearly. But back then he only knew the opponent was strong without truly grasping the weight of that name. Now seeing that name after death, a wave of absurdity crashed over him. Momochi Zabuza, who exactly are you? Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Madara. Momochi Zabuza. That answer was as good as no answer. Hashirama quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Senju Hashirama, simply put, you died, but you haven't completely vanished. Senju Hashirama, because you previously signed the Spirit Tavern employee recruitment agreement, you'll come to the tavern after death. Haku, but work after death. Senju Hashirama, yes. Senju Hashirama, there's drinks, food, a place to stay, and a boss. Senju Hashirama, from now on we'll all be colleagues. I was even more bewildered. Death, tavern, colleagues, boss. These words pieced together were harder to comprehend than a ninja mission. Zabuza's expression grew increasingly strange. He had thought before dying that the agreement was merely a powerful person's twisted whim. But it actually worked. Real employment after death. As Hashirama's explanation grew more tangled, Madara cut in coldly. Madara, Hashirama, shut up. Hashirama, am I not explaining? Madara, the more you explain, the more confused they get. Hashirama, really? Izuna, yes. Tobirama, elder brother's explanation lacks focus and has chaotic logic. Hashirama, Tobirama, even you say that. Tobirama, fact. Zabuza and Bai watched the group chat, their shock growing. These names were more terrifying than the last. If they hadn't just experienced death, Zabuza would have definitely thought this was some kind of genjutsu. But the problem was that death had already happened. Even the most absurd things seemed acceptable. Zhang Yu, having enjoyed the spectacle long enough, finally chimed in. Zhang Yu, alright, let me explain. As soon as he appeared, the group fell silent, no one else speaking. Zabuza keenly noticed this. This Zhang Yu was the core of the group. Zhang Yu, Zabuza, Bai, you both signed the Undead Tavern employee recruitment agreement before. Zhang Yu, the content of that agreement is clear. It doesn't restrict your actions while alive. Zhang Yu, but after death your souls will be received by the tavern and become official employees. Why so? We are not in the Pure Land now. Zhang Yu, to be precise, you just arrived at the edge of the Pure Land and were locked by the tavern contract before fully entering. Zhang Yu, now you have two states. Zhang Yu, one is that your soul has just awakened. Zhang Yu, the other is waiting for me to summon you to the Undead Tavern. Zabuza read these words and finally made some sense of it. They were dead, but because of the agreement they hadn't completely dissipated. Zhang could bring them to that so-called undead tavern. This was much clearer than what Hashirama had said. Bai asked cautiously. By after arriving at the tavern, will we still have bodies? Zhang yes. Zhang the tavern will reconstruct active undead bodies for you. Zhang you can eat, drink, sleep, talk, and feel pain and temperature. Zhang except for your identity belonging to the undead staff, it's essentially the same as when you were alive. Bai's heart felt as if something gently bumped into it. He could still see Zabuzasan. He could still talk and move. For him that was enough. Zabuza was silent for a long time before finally saying, Momochi Zabuza, what's the price? Zhang smiled when he saw this. As expected of Zabuza, even at this moment he was thinking about conditions and costs. Zhang the price is to work for the tavern. Zhang serving drinks, attending guests, maintaining order, depending on the arrangement. Zhang don't worry, the undead tavern doesn't mistreat employees. Hashirama, that's right. The boss is a great person. Madara, the sake is good too. Tobarama, the treatment is acceptable, the accounts are clear. Izuna, the snacks and meals are also good. Zabuza watched these legendary figures earnestly vouch for Zhang, and that absurd feeling surged again. The prestigious first Hokage said the boss was a good person. Madara said the sake was good. The second Hokage said the accounts were clear. What was all this? Zhang didn't keep them in suspense. He raised his hand and opened the system summoning interface. Two names had lit up. Target Momochi Zabuza. Target by. Status contract employee summonable. Zhang confirmed directly. Summon. The next second in the undead tavern's main hall, two beams of white light fell simultaneously. Hashirama, Madara, Tobarama, and Izuna all looked up. Within the white light, two figures gradually solidified. One tall, exuding the fierce aura of the mist demon. The other slender with clean features and a gentle temperament. They were none other than Momochi Zabuza and Bai. The light faded. Zabuza suddenly opened his eyes and immediately reached behind his back. But the executioner's blade was not there. His hand stopped midair and his expression darkened. Bai also opened his eyes, his first look at Zabuza. Zabuzasan. Zabuza had turned to see by his pupils slightly contracting. Bai immediately walked to his side, his voice still trembling. Are you alright? Zabuza did not answer. He looked down at his hands. There was skin. Temperature. He could breathe. He could hear the faint sounds in the tavern. He could even smell the aroma of sake and the lingering spicy scent of hot pot. Bai also noticed his own state. He raised his hand, fingertips gently pressing against his chest. There was no longer the wound from the Chidori piercing through. His body was intact, his senses clear. It was as if he had truly been reborn. Zabuza looked at Zhang. Behind the counter, Zhang sat there with a relaxed expression. But in Zabuza's eyes, this young man had become to be able to pull people back from death. To have legendary figures like the first and second Hokage and Madara working here. This was almost the realm of gods. Bai also looked at Zhang. His eyes held no fear, only awe. Boss Zhang. Zhang nodded. Welcome to the undead tavern. You just died. Your soul and body need to adapt. No work today. First go to the backyard apartment to rest. There are empty rooms. Choose your own. Bai was stunned. He had thought they would be assigned tasks immediately upon. He didn't expect Zhang's first words to be telling them to rest. Zabuza was also surprised. Zhang waved his hand. Don't force yourselves. Just waking up from death, no matter how tough you talk, your mind won't be clear. First get some sleep. Whatever it is, talk about it tomorrow. Hashirama also smiled. Right, newcomers need time to adapt. The rooms in the backyard are clean and there are blankets. Izuna added. If you need hot water, you can use the bathroom in the backyard. Tobarama said calmly. Don't tamper with the tavern equipment. Izuna added. If you need hot water, you can use the bathroom in the backyard. Tobarama said calmly. Don't tamper with the tavern equipment. But Bai bowed seriously. Thank you, everyone. Zhang looked at Izuna. Izuna, take them over. Izuna nodded. Follow me. Bai supported Zabuza as they walked toward the backyard. Zabuza could actually walk on his own, but didn't push Bai away. He remained silent, his gaze sweeping across the hall. The more he saw, the more chaotic his thoughts became. When they reached the backyard apartment, Izuna pointed to two adjacent rooms. You can stay here first. Tomorrow morning the boss will make arrangements. Bai nodded gently. Thank you. After Kwanai left, Zabuza stood in the corridor hesitating to enter the room. Haku did not go in immediately either. The two remained silent for a long time. Zabuza finally spoke. Haku. We are truly dead. Haku murmured yes. Zabuza stared at the light at the end of the corridor, his voice. But we have come back. Haku looked up at him, his eyes full of sincerity. Being able to see Zabuzasan again is already more than enough for me. Zabuza's throat moved, but he said nothing more. After a long while he finally murmured, go to sleep. Tomorrow we'll find out what this place really is. Haku nodded. Yes. Meanwhile, the tavern's work group chat became lively again. Senju Hashirama, the newcomers have settled in. Senju Hashirama, should we hold a welcome ceremony tomorrow? Uchiha Madara, troublesome. Senju Hashirama Madara. Of course, we should welcome new members to the Uchiha Madara. Suit yourself. Senju Tobarama. A simple ceremony is fine. It helps foster a sense of belonging among staff. Uchiha Azuna. I can prepare some snacks. Zhang then, let's have it tomorrow morning. Senju Hashirama. Great. Senju Hashirama, I'll go inform them. Before long a message popped up simultaneously in Zabuza and Haku's group chat. Senju Hashirama, tomorrow morning the tavern will hold a welcome ceremony for you. Senju Hashirama, rest, well, don't be nervous. Zabuza lay on the bed staring at the message with an extremely complicated expression. A welcome ceremony. Employment after death. The first Hokage personally informing him of the welcome ceremony. No matter how he thought about it, it was absurd. He closed his eyes, but the names kept surfacing in his mind. Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobarama, Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Azuna, and that boss Zhang. Zabuza suddenly felt as if he had entered some strange illusion that only appears after death. If this was truly an illusion, it was far too realistic. Haku lay in the adjacent room, also unable to fall asleep immediately. He touched his chest, and then looked at his hands. Flesh and blood body. Clear perception. Nothing seemed false. But precisely because it was so real, it was even more shocking to him. What kind of existence was Boss Zhang Yu who could accomplish such a thing? The next morning, Zabuza was the first to wake. He sat up abruptly, his first reaction being to check his body. No wounds. No weakness. Senses normal. Though his chakra had a subtle difference from when he was alive, he could still feel it. He got out of bed, walked to the window, and reached out to touch the wooden frame. The texture was real. He could even feel the slight grain with his fingertips. Haku soon woke up as well. When he walked out of his room, Zabuza was already standing. Zabuza-san. Zabuza looked at him. How do you feel? Haku took a moment to sense carefully. It's very similar to when I was alive. No injuries on the body. Perception is also clear. Zabuza said in a deep voice, it seems Zhang Yu didn't deceive us. Haku nodded lightly. He looked toward the tavern hall, his voice carrying a newfound reverence from the depths of his heart. Boss Zhang Yu truly brought us back in another form. Zabuza did not refute. He had never been fond of admitting that someone was too powerful to comprehend. But at this moment he had to acknowledge it. Zhang Yu's methods had surpassed the scope of what a ninja could understand. Mysterious. Powerful. Nearly divine. After a quick tidy up, the two had on the other side. Zhang Yu had just woken up not long ago. The tavern was not yet officially open. Hashirama and the others were preparing the welcome ceremony, so Zhang Yu had some free time. He leaned against the back of the bar and casually opened the system shop. He still had a fair amount of gold coins. Earlier he had earned a good sum from Sarutobi Hiruzen, which made the tavern's finances much more comfortable. He leaned against the back of the bar and casually opened the system shop. He still had a fair amount of gold coins. Earlier he had earned a good sum from Sarutobi Hiruzen. The equipment had just been upgraded. The furniture was still usable. Finally his fingers stopped on the clothing section. Let's take a look at outfits. The category: men's clothing, women's clothing, professional uniforms, special themes, vintage classical costumes. Zhang Yu skipped the other categories directly and clicked into the women's clothing section. The next second, a dense array of clothing catalogs popped up. Maid dresses, school uniforms, kimono, cheongsam, formal gowns, waitress outfits, sportswear, all kinds of dazzling variety. Zhang Yu's eyes lit up. Wow, this system shop has quite a comprehensive selection. He clicked on the maid dress series and took a look. Black and white color scheme, lace trim, apron, hair accessories. Truly classic. But Zhang Yu quickly shook his head. Too flashy. Haku just arrived, putting him in a maid dress right away might scare him off. He then clicked on the kimono series. Pretty, yes, but not convenient for movement. For a server to carry drinks and dishes in this would be somewhat troublesome. Zhang Yu continued scrolling down until the school uniform section popped up. White shirt, dark blazer, pleated skirt, knee-high socks, leather shoes. Also a lighter summer version. Overall clean, refined, not too exaggerated. Zhang Yu looked at the shop display images, and almost instantly a picture of Haku wearing this outfit appeared in his mind. That face, that aura, that gentle voice, paired with this refreshing uniform. Zhang Yu stroked his chin. This one works. More understated than the maid dress, and more distinctive than ordinary server uniforms. The more he looked, the more he felt it was suitable. Haku was already ridiculously handsome, so refined that it was almost unreal. If he changed into a school uniform and served drinks in the Tavern of the Dead, he would definitely become a signature attraction. Thinking of this, Zhang Yu felt a bit of anticipation. Just then the system notification sound suddenly rang out. Ding. New mission triggered. Mission name: Tavern's signature server. Mission requirement: have Haku put on the school uniform and serve as a server in the Tavern of the Dead. Mission reward: 10000 gold coins. Zhang Yu instantly sat up straight. 10,000. He stared at the mission reward, a grin spreading across his face. Many previous daily missions had not given such high rewards. To have Haku wear a school uniform and serve the system was giving him 10,000 gold coins directly. The cost-performance ratio was too great. System, you really know what's up. Zhang Ye's mood instantly improved. He had already planned to buy the outfit. Now it also triggered a mission. After putting it on, he would still get 10,000 gold coins. How was this spending money? This was an investment. Just then footsteps came from the direction of the backyard. Zhang Yu looked up. Haku and Zabuza walked into the living room one after the other. Zabuza's expression remained cold and hard, but the confusion from last night had greatly diminished. Haku followed quietly beside him, his demeanor gentle and his expression earnest. Zhang Ye's gaze almost immediately fell on Haku. Haku was not wearing his mask today. That extremely delicate face was fully revealed. Fair skin, gentle brows, and eyes, clean features. Coupled with the recent experience of death and rebirth, there was an indescribable sense of tranquility. Zabuza furrowed his brow. Boss. Zhang Yu immediately composed himself, clearing his throat. He had almost exposed himself. He struggled to... Zabuza furrowed his brow. Boss. Zhang Yu immediately composed himself, clearing his throat. He had almost exposed himself. He struggled to... But, hearing Zhang Yu call his name, Bei's heart grew more uneasy. He glanced at Zabuza, and seeing no objection, cautiously stepped forward 2 paces. Boss Zhang Yu. His voice was very soft, gentle, and clear, carrying a hint of hesitation from just waking. Zhang Yu looked at that face, heard that voice, and couldn't help but complain inwardly. This was too absurd. How did the original work manage to draw such a character, and still insist it was male? Truly drawing a girl, and insisting it's a boy. Zhang Yu looked at Bai standing before him, forcing down the intensity in his gaze from moments ago. Bai felt constrained under his stare. He had just awakened from death, and was not yet fully accustomed to the Spirit Tavern. Moreover, Zhang Yu was the owner here. Legendary figures like the First Hokage, the Second Hokage, and Uchiha Madara all worked under his command. Naturally, reverence filled Bei's heart. He lowered his head slightly, his voice soft. Boss Zhang Yu, is there something wrong with me? Zhang Yu looked at the mist umbu uniform Bai wore. Although he wasn't wearing the mask, the outfit was too conspicuous. The arm guards, the ninja tool pouch, the form-fitting combat suit. Coupled with the cold, harsh style from the mist standing in the tavern hall, he hardly looked like a server. Zhang Yu immediately found a breakthrough. Indeed, it's not quite appropriate. Bei's body stiffened. Zabuza's brow also furrowed. Zhang Yu immediately found a breakthrough. Indeed, it's not quite appropriate. Bei's body stiffened. Zabuza's brow also furrowed. This is not a battlefield either. The Spirit Tavern is a place of business. If you walk around the hall in mist umbu attire, guests will think this is some secret base when they enter. Bai was stunned. He looked down at his clothes. He had never thought anything was wrong. But now that Zhang Yu mentioned it, he realized his identity had indeed changed. He was no longer a ninja on missions. He was a new employee of the Spirit Tavern. Bai pressed his lips together and immediately bowed his head. Apologies, boss. It was my oversight. Zhang Yu waved his hand. I'm not blaming you. It's normal for newcomers not to know the rules. Hearing this, Bai felt a slight relief. He had expected to be scolded. But Zhang Yu did not. He simply pointed out the problem naturally and gave him an easy way out. This feeling eased Bei's anxiety a little. Zhang Yu seized the moment, flipping his hand. A beautifully wrapped clothing gift box appeared directly in his hand. The box was light-colored with a delicate ribbon tied on the lid, looking clean and exquisite. Bai was stunned. Zabuza also looked over. This is a... Zhang Yu handed the box to Bai. Your employee uniform. I prepared it specially for you. Bai stared at the box, not reaching out for a moment. He hadn't expected that on his first day at the tavern Zhang Yu would already have clothes ready. The gift box clearly showed great care. Bei's heart suddenly felt a pang. He had rarely received such things in his life. For him in the past, clothes were just mission necessities. As long as they were wearable, convenient for movement, and not obstructive, that was enough. But this box was different. It was like a welcome prepared with sincerity. Bai took the box with both hands, his fingers instinctively tightening. Boss Zhang Yu. He looked up, his eyes sincere. Thank you. Zhang Yu smiled. No need to be so polite. Go change into it. Bai immediately nodded. Yes. Holding the box, he bowed earnestly to Zhang Yu. I will treasure it. Zhang Yu, seeing this bow, felt a bit embarrassed. He had done it for the mission. But Bai was so earnest he felt somewhat guilty. Yet, guilt aside, the mission must be completed. 10,000 gold coins after all. Holding the box, Bai turned and walked toward the apartment in the backyard. His figure was still somewhat restrained, but his steps were lighter than before. Zhang Yu watched him leave, a smile slowly forming on his lips. After Bei's figure disappeared at the end of the corridor, Zhang Yu stretched. He'll take a stroll. Hashirama, who had been nibbling on snacks at the bar, looked up at him. Boss, taking a stroll this early? Zhang Yu remained expressionless. Helping digestion. Hashirama glanced at the untouched breakfast on the table. Boss, you haven't eaten yet. Zhang Yu paused mid-step. Then he'll digest in advance. Hashirama blinked. Madara cast a cold glance at Zhang Yu, as if he had seen through everything. Izuna lowered his head while arranging dishes, the corner of his mouth twitching. Tobarama, holding a teacup, said calmly, Brother, don't ask. Hashirama grew more curious. Why, oi? Tobirama replied flatly. Ask too many questions, and the boss will deduct your beer. Hashirama immediately shut up. Zhang Yu nodded with satisfaction. As expected of Tobirama, he knew how to uphold the boss authority at critical moments. With his hands behind his back, he strolled leisurely toward the backyard. On the surface, it was a casual walk. In reality, he had already set his sights on Bei's room. Meanwhile, at the dining table, Zabuza sensed something was wrong. He was about to follow, but found several people suddenly in front of him. Hashirama and Tobirama sat on either side of him. Madara stood opposite, arms crossed. Izuna held a plate of snacks blocking the last direction. Zabuza's body stiffened. He looked around. This formation looked less like a casual breakfast and more like an interrogation. Zabuza's throat moved. What do you want? Hashirama smiled warmly. Don't be nervous. Newcomers, let's just chat. Zabuza looked at Hashirama's face, utterly unable to relax. These people were surrounding him for a chat. Cold sweat immediately broke out on Zabuza's. He struggled to maintain the aura of the demon of the mist. But it was useless. Madara merely glanced at him, and a chill ran down Zabuza's spine. Hashirama, however, spoke with a smile. Zabuza, I heard from the boss that you were quite formidable. Zabuza was taken aback. Me? Hashirama nodded. Yes. Top-tier villain. You could trade blows with Hatake Kakashi. And in the early growth stages of Asura and Indra's reincarnations, you caused them immense pressure. Quite the reputation. Zabuza was dumbfounded. He understood every word, but together they made no sense. Top-tier villain. Reincarnations of Asura and Indra. What were those? He looked at Hashirama, barely able to maintain his cold facade. What are you talking about? Hashirama replied earnestly, praising you. Izuna added, the boss mentioned you before. Said you were an enemy that left a deep impression on many. Tobirama also spoke calmly. It is indeed valuable to create life and death pressure for key figures in the early stages. Madara sneered. Although weak, Zabuza's mouth twitched. If anyone else had said that, he would have turned hostile long ago. But the speaker was Uchiha Madara. He dared not. Zabuza could only steel himself and ask, what do you mean by early stages? Hashirama thought for a moment. Simply put, you are the first formidable enemy that many ninjas encounter. The intensity is appropriate, the sense of pressure is sufficient. With a blade missed tragedy, and also Haku. That's why you are very popular. Zabuza fell completely silent. He now suspected that the place he entered after death was not a tavern, but some kind of illusion designed specifically to torment the spirit. These people spoke too strangely. Every sentence seemed to praise him, yet each one made his scalp tingle. Where was Haku? Where had Haku gone? Why was he sitting here alone enduring this interrogation? Zabuza picked up his water cup, intending to take a sip to calm his nerves. Just as his hand touched the cup, Madara suddenly spoke. You and Kakashi are evenly matched. Puffed. Zabuza nearly spat out the water. He forced himself to swallow, his face stiff. I have fought against Hatake Kakashi. Madara said coldly. Result. Zabuza was silent for half a second. The first time, each had their own wins and losses. Tobirama nodded as if taking notes. Matches the description of being evenly matched. Zabuza's eye. What kind of strange evaluation was this? Hashirama even looked impressed. Not bad. Kakashi is a very talented ninja of Konoha. You pushed him to that extent, truly impressive. Zabuza didn't feel pleased at all by the praise. Uchiha Madara stood nearby, as if examining some novelty. Izuna was listening while serving snacks. Zabuza felt like a dish laid out on the dining table. He wanted to escape, but couldn't. Zhang Yu was not there. Haku was not there. As a newly recruited undead newcomer facing for legends of the ninja world, his heart was utterly helpless. Zhang Yu was not there. Haku was not there. As a newly recruited undead newcomer facing for legends of the ninja world, his heart was utterly helpless. Zhang Yu silently cleared his throat in his mind. This is not selfishness. I am doing this for the mission. The mission reward is 10,000 gold coins. Failure has no penalty, but only a small consolation fee. Can this be tolerated? No. The gap between 10,000 gold coins and the consolation fee was too vast. The system had delivered the mission right to his mouth. Not accepting it would be foolish. Zhang Yu found another excuse for himself. Besides, the mist-hidden ANBU attire is indeed unsuitable for a tavern. This is for the sake of employee image. For the tavern's development. For mission completion. For Haku to better adapt to his new position in the future. After convincing himself, he became much more self-righteous. As the owner of the undead tavern, he held spare keys to all rooms in the backyard apartment. This was a management necessity. Very reasonable. Zhang Yu took out the key and gently unlocked the door. Click. The lock made a soft sound. He pushed the door open and entered. The room was empty. Slight sounds came from the bathroom direction. Zhang Yu immediately stopped in his tracks. Haku was changing clothes in the bathroom. He did not approach the bathroom, nor did he look inside. His goal for this trip was very clear. Zhang Yu's gaze swept and quickly spotted the mist-hidden ninja uniform folded on the chair. arm guard's outer coat, and ninja tool pouch were all neatly placed there. As expected of Haku, even the clothes he took off were arranged so orderly. Zhang Yu quietly walked over and picked up the mist-hidden attire. The moment his hand touched the clothes, a hint of guilt surfaced in his heart. But the next second the mission reward flashed in his mind, 10,000 gold coins. Zhang Yu's gaze instantly became resolute. Haku, don't blame the boss. Out with the old, in with the new. Employee image upgrade starts today. He scooped up the clothes, turned around, and exited the room. His movements were as light as a thief's. He relocked the door. Zhang Yu stood in the corridor and let out a long breath. Success. The old clothes were in. Next it was time to burn the bridges. Zhang Yu went to a corner of the backyard, and a flame ignited in his palm. The fire was not large, but its temperature was very. The mist-hidden ninja uniform fell into the flames, almost instantly curling and turning black. The fabric, the belts, the remnants of the old aura, all turned to ashes in the fire. Zhang Yu watched the firelight, unable to help feeling emotional. From today onward, Haku's cross-dressing journey officially begins. Cross-dressing is something that only happens 0 times or countless times. The first step is the hardest. Once you get past it, the rest follows smoothly. The more he thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed. This is not selfishness. This is a system mission. This is for the Undead Tavern's characteristic service. This is to enhance employee recognition. And even more, to help Haku break free from the shadow of his past as a missed ANBU. Zhang Yu nodded seriously. Very good. The logic was perfectly circular. No issues at all. The flame completely died out. Looking at the mist-hidden ninja uniform, even the ashes were barely left. Zhang Yu clapped his hands, turned around, and walked toward the front hall. Now Haku had no choice. Whether he liked it or not, he would have to wear the new clothes. In the front hall, Zabuza was still enduring the interrogation. Hashirama had moved from you were evenly matched with Kakashi back, then to the scene on the bridge before your death was very impactful. As Zabuza listened, his face grew stiffer. Hashirama spoke sincerely, but the more sincere he was, the more uncomfortable Zabuza felt. What did it mean to say the scene before death was very impactful? Who would enjoy hearing others analyze their own performance before death? Tobarama added another remark. From the perspective of emotional outburst, your final act of killing Gato does indeed enhance the completeness of the character. Zabuza felt numb all over. Character completeness. He was a person, not a case file. Izuna said calmly, but your attitude toward Haku changed significantly from before to after. You only spoke your true feelings before death. Too late. Zabuza's body stiffened. This sentence stung more than all the strange evaluations before. His hand holding the cup tightened, but he did not retort. The matter of Haku was the deepest thorn in his heart. He had always said Haku was a tool. But only at the very last moment did he admit that he had never truly thought that way. Hashirama saw his silence and did not continue to pierce his heart, quickly changing the subject. By the way, Zabuza, there's a question I've always been curious about. Zabuza's heart tightened. He was now most afraid of Hashirama's curiosity. Because every time the other was curious, the questions he asked were very strange. What question? Just as Hashirama was about to speak, Madara suddenly raised his hand. Let me ask. The hall instantly fell silent for a moment. Zabuza's back tensed. Uchiha Madara himself asking. The pressure was much greater than. Madara looked at Zabuza, his tone unusually solemn. Can you be 100% certain that Haku is male? As these words fell, several gazes simultaneously fell on Zabuza. Zabuza froze on the spot. He had never expected that after Madara held back for so long, the question he asked would be this one. Haku's gender. What kind of question was this? Zabuza opened his mouth ready to answer directly, but as the words reached his lips, he suddenly paused. Could he be 100% certain? When he first met Haku, Haku was still very young. Back then Haku was thin and frail with delicate features and a soft voice. Later Haku followed him constantly, training, carrying out missions, wearing a mask and ninja attire. Zabuza had never specifically verified such a thing. He had always regarded Haku as a boy, and Haku had never volunteered an explanation. But to be absolutely certain, Zabuza fell silent. Seeing his hesitation, Hashirama grew even more excited. See, you hesitated. Izuna also stared at him intently. In other words, it's not a definite certainty. Tobarama's tone was calm. Please answer based on facts. Madara's gaze turned colder. Think carefully before you speak. Cold sweat broke out on Zabuza's forehead again. What was wrong with these people? A moment ago they were interrogating him about his past glory. Now they were pressing him on Haku's gender. He, the infamous demon of the hidden mist, on his first day after death, had to face this kind of questioning. But the stares of the four were too oppressive. Especially Madara's. His eyes seemed to say that if Zabuza lied, he would be pinned into the ground on the spot. Zabuza took a deep breath. He wanted to say Haku was obviously male. But the more he thought, the more he realized he had no evidence. Haku had never undressed, nor did Haku's mission records come from official mist channels. In their fugitive state, who would bother to confirm gender? The more Zabuza thought, the stranger his expression became. Hashirama leaned forward. So, Izuna watched him too. Tobirama tapped his fingers lightly on the table. Madara didn't urge him, but his silence was more terrifying than any pressure. After a long deliberation, Zabuza finally admitted, I have never truly confirmed Haku's gender. The moment Zabuza uttered those words, the hall fell silent for 2 seconds. Hashirama stopped chewing his snack. Izuna's hand holding the plate paused. Tobirama looked up at Zabuza, his expression more serious than before. Madara crossed his arms and stared coldly. What did you say? Zabuza's face twitched. Even in death, he never imagined he would be surrounded by legendary shinobi and asked such a question. But the words were already out. Zabuza didn't care to pretend. He said in a low voice, I said I have never truly confirmed Haku's gender. But the words were already out. Zabuza didn't care to pretend. He said in a low voice, I said I have never truly... Haku never said otherwise. Izuna's expression changed. You two lived as fugitives for so long, trained together, carried out missions, and you never Zabuza's face darkened further. Why would I need to confirm that? Hashirama slammed the table. Because Haku is too beautiful. Zabuza had never cared before. As long as Haku was useful, that was enough. All he needed to know was that Haku was his tool of bloodline limit ninja. Zabuza had never cared before. As long as Haku was useful, that was enough. All he needed to know was that Haku was his tool of bloodline limit ninja who could use ice release. As for gender, he had never given it a thought. Tobirama looked at Zabuza, his tone cool. Didn't you check the birth records, hey? No medical examination. No. Tobirama paused. Then he gave his conclusion. In other words, you have zero evidence regarding Haku's gender. No medical examination. No. Tobirama paused. Then he gave his conclusion. In other words, you have zero evidence regarding Haku's gender. Zabuza. Hashirama's face lit up with excitement. Then it's possible, isn't it? Izuna nodded. Indeed, it's possible. Madara snorted. I felt something was off all along. Zabuza couldn't help but look at Madara. What makes you think so? Madara said flatly, instinct. Zabuza's mouth twitched. Instinct of Uchiha Madara. That sounded dangerous. Hashirama couldn't help stroking his chin. If Haku really is a girl, then Zabuza never noticed all these years. Izuna looked at Zabuza. That's not just oblivious. That's absurd. A vein bulged on Zabuza's forehead. Shut up. Madara sneered. You're rattled. Zabuza gripped his cup so hard it nearly shattered. He finally realized the Tavern of the Dead was far more troublesome than had imagined. Not only were these people terrifyingly powerful, but their tongues were also razor sharp. Especially when they gathered together. They didn't seem like legendary shinobi overlords, but a bunch of gossipy idle patrons. Hashirama continued analyzing. If Haku never said, and Zabuza never checked, it's hard to tell now. But judging by appearance. Before he finished his, too much like a girl. Tobirama added, voice is also soft. Madara said coldly, body structure doesn't match typical male ninja. Zabuza's face grew darker. Enough. But Hashirama couldn't stop. The real question is, what does Haku himself think? Izuna looked toward the backyard. He should be done changing soon. No sooner had he spoken than footsteps echoed from the entrance. Zhangyu returned. He had just come from the backyard in high spirits. As long as Haku came out in the student uniform, 10,000 gold coins would be his. But the moment he stepped into the hall, he saw Hashirama, Madara, Tobirama, and Izuna surrounding Zabuza, their expressions more vivid than the next. Zabuza sat in the middle, his face as dark as if had been interrogated for ages. Zhangyu raised an eyebrow. What are you all talking about? Hashirama immediately looked up. Boss, we just discovered a very serious problem. Zhangyu walked over to the table. What problem? Izuna glanced at Zabuza and said earnestly, Zabuza has never confirmed Haku's gender. Zhangyu paused mid-step, turning to Zabuza. Zabuza had turned away, his voice stiff. So what if I never confirmed? Zhangyu almost laughed. Originally, he just wanted Haku to change into a new uniform. But now they were already questioning Haku's true gender. Zhangyu suppressed his smile and sat in the main seat. All right, let's stop this topic. Breakfast is ready. It's a new employee's first day. Don't drag the conversation off track right away. Hashirama was still a bit reluctant. But boss, this question is really critical. Zhangyu glanced at him. Critical or not, eat first. When Haku comes out, we'll discuss work arrangements. Hashirama immediately shut up. Madara snorted but didn't press further. Tobirama straightened the bowls and chopsticks. Izuna went to the kitchen to bring out. Zabuza breathed a sigh of relief. Right now he would rather face a squad of umbu than continue discussing whether Haku was male or female. On the other side, in the back courtyard room, I stood before the mirror, his entire body frozen. He had just changed into the clothes from the gift box. He had thought it was an ordinary staff uniform, but once he actually put it on, he realized it was completely wrong. The white shirt hugged his shoulders, the dark coat was clean and crisp, and the hem fell into a light pleated skirt. Stockings covered his legs, and matching leather shoes sat beside his feet. The reflection in the mirror was so delicate, it was almost unreal. If Bai hadn't known who he was, he might have thought a strange young girl stood before him. Bai's ears flushed crimson. He instinctively tugged at the skirt hem. Too short. Though it wasn't indecent to buy this kind of clothing, was far too unfamiliar. Since childhood, he had followed Zabuza, always wearing practical ninja gear. Even when disguising, it was only for missions. But now this outfit seemed designed specifically to make him stand out and be stared at. Bai's heart fluttered in panic. Is this the staff uniform? He murmured, his voice so soft he could barely hear himself. There were no other clothes in the gift box. The room's wardrobe held no suitable old garments. Worse still, his original mist ninja gear which he had taken off was. Bai searched the chairs, the bedside, and even opened the wardrobe. Nothing. Not a single piece. His face grew even redder, and his heart pounded faster. Could Boss Zhang have made a mistake? But Boss Zhang had just said this was specially prepared for him. Specially prepared. Those 4 words left Bai even more at a loss. He stared at his reflection, fingers clenching the hem. If Mr. Zabuza saw him like this, what would he think? Would he think Bai was strange? Would he deem him unfit to stay by his side? The more Bai thought, the more tangled his mind became. And yet the outfit fit him perfectly. The waist, shoulder width, sleeve length, even the shoe size were all perfect. And precisely because it fit so well, he was even more unsure of what to do. Just then a knock came at the door. Knock, knock. Bai. It was Zhang Ye's voice. Bai stiffened, quickly turning around. Boss Zhang Yu. Outside, Zhang Ye's tone was casual. Breakfast is ready. Come out and eat once you're dressed. Bai stood still, his cheeks burning. He hesitated for a few seconds, then finally gathered his courage. Boss Zhang Yu. Did you grab the wrong clothes? There was a brief silence outside. Then Zhang Ye's voice came, sounding as if he had been expecting this. No mistake. Bai froze. But this looks like a girl's outfit. Zhang Yu didn't flinch. I know. Bai was completely dumbfounded. He opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Zhang Yu continued, the tavern currently has no men's clothes that fit your build. Hashirama, Tobarama, Madara, Izuna, Zabuza. You can't wear their clothes either. You've seen it yourself, your build is too different from theirs. Bai looked down at himself. This was undeniable. Hashirama and Madara went without saying. Even Zabuza was far taller and broader than him. Tobarama was tall and straight, and though Izuna was slender, he was still different from Bai. Zhang Yu added, the Spirit Tavern is currently all male. The staff uniform selection is severely lacking. This set is the temporary work outfit that best suits your build and the tavern's image for now. Bai murmured, but Zhang Yu immediately cut off his hesitation. Bai, you are now a formal employee of the Spirit Tavern. On the first day of employment, the most important thing is to follow work arrangements. The clothes are just for work, they don't mean anything else. You don't need to feel burdened. At the words formal employee, Bai's heart tightened. He had just arrived here. Boss Zhang Yu had saved him and Mr. Zabuza. He had given them a room to rest and new bodies. If he refused even the first work assignment, wouldn't that be too ungrateful? But this was still women's clothing. Bai gripped his fingers tighter. Then, what about my original clothes? Zhang Ye's tone was calm. Thrown away. Bai's head snapped up. Thrown away. Zhang Yu continued, that mist ninja outfit isn't suitable for the tavern. It carries your old identity and could easily cause misunderstandings among guests. I've disposed of it completely. Bai's mind went blank. In other words, there was no turning back. If he didn't wear this outfit, he had no other clothes to wear outside. Bai stood before the mirror, his face so red it seemed ready to— Zhang Ye's voice softened again. Don't worry. This is only a temporary arrangement. Once the tavern's clothing selection improves, it'll get you different style. For now, this is how it is. Bai was silent for a long time. He looked down at the clothes on his body, then finally took a soft breath. I understand. Boss Zhang Yu, I will follow the arrangement. Outside, Zhang Ye's lips curled up. Good. Don't be nervous. Everyone is waiting for you to have breakfast. Bai answered softly. Yes. He stood in front of the mirror for a few more seconds. Then he raised his hand to straighten his collar and smooth the hem of his coat. Even though his heart was pounding, he tried his best to appear composed. Since this was work, he had to do it well. For Mr. Zabuza, and to live up to the second chance Boss Zhang Yu had given them. Bai slowly pushed open the door. The light in the corridor fell upon him. He lowered his head and walked with small steps toward the front hall. In the hall, breakfast had already been laid out. Hashirama was holding a bowl about to pick up some food. Madara leaned back in his chair with an indifferent expression. Tobarama was flipping through account books. Izuna placed the last plate of pastries on the table. Zabuza sat in his seat, his expression still sour. The next moment, Bai stepped out from the back courtyard. Everyone's movements froze simultaneously. The chopsticks in Hashirama's hand clattered onto the table. This? His eyes widened, and he seemed as if someone had gripped his throat. Is this Bai? Izuna was also stunned. He had seen Bai's face before and knew he was delicate. But after changing into this outfit, that delicacy was magnified tenfold. The clean shirt, the well-fitted coat, the light skirt combined with Bai's soft, nearly flawless face. He looked like nothing less than a gentle maiden from some great clan. Madara's brow furrowed as well. He stared at Bai for several seconds before saying coldly, "Are you sure he's male?" Zabuza did not answer. He stared at Bai, his entire body stiff in the chair. Before, when Bai wore ninja gear and a mask and followed by his side, he still carried some of a ninja's composure. But now, Zabuza's long-held notion that Bai is a boy shattered completely. For the first time, he found himself fiercely doubting his own past judgment. Was Bai really male? Was he truly certain? No, he had never been certain. Tobirama was much calmer than the others. But even he studied Bai intently for a long time, from his build to his demeanor to the cautious, restrained way he walked. Finally, Feijian closed the ledger and delivered his assessment. Judging by appearance, the disguise of feminine features is exceptionally convincing. If not forewarned, ordinary customers would find it extremely difficult to discern. Zhujian finally found his voice. "Boss, this is too exaggerated. Bai in this outfit looks more like a girl than most girls." Ban snorted coldly. "It's impossible to tell apart at all." Zaibuzin's throat moved, his voice hoarse. "Bai." Hearing Zaibuzin call his name, Bai's face flushed even deeper. He lowered his head, not daring to meet anyone's eyes. "Mr. Zaibuzin." The moment he spoke, Zhujian was shaken once more. His voice remained as soft as ever. Paired with this attire, the impact was even greater. Zhang Yu stood nearby, appearing calm on the surface, but inwardly, he was overjoyed. It was truly perfect. Wasn't this the ideal template for a cross-dressing beauty? No need for deliberate acting. No need for forced posturing. Bai simply stood there, radiating purity, gentleness, restraint, and shyness. All so natural, it was unreal. Zhang Yu even had a strong premonition. If the Spirit Tavern ever had Bai greet guests at the door, the customer flow would definitely double. This system task, rewarding 10,000 gold coins, was truly not excessive. Bai, overwhelmed by the stares, could barely stand still. His fingers clutched the hem of his skirt, his shoulders slightly hunched. "Am I strange? Very suitable for the tavern." Feijian commented flatly. "From a business perspective, the effect is excellent." Zaibuzin's expression was complex, unable. "Very suitable for the tavern." Feijian commented flatly. "From a business perspective, the effect is excellent." Zaibuzin's expression was complex, unable to utter a single word. Hearing these evaluations, Bai grew even more flustered. He instinctively moved toward Zhang Yu, almost scurrying to his side, as if only standing by the boss could shield him from those gazes. Just as Zhang Yu was about to comfort him, a faint, clean scent reached his nose. It was a very pure, light fragrance, like the fresh smell of washed clothes blended with Bai's unique softness. Zhang Yu was momentarily startled. Good heavens! Did the system's outfit come with a built-in fragrance effect? Or was Bai simply this extraordinary? Bai noticed Zhang Yu's pause and looked up nervously. "Boss Zhang Yu." Zhang Yu snapped back to reality. "It's nothing. Sit down and eat." Bai nodded, gently sitting stiffly beside Zhang Yu. The others gradually calmed down. Although Zhujian couldn't help sneaking glances, a glare from Feijian made him obediently pick up his chopsticks. Ban took a sip of water, his gaze occasionally falling on Bai's brow, still slightly furrowed. Chuanai, on the other hand, pushed the pastries toward Bai. "Newcomers should eat more." Bai quickly lowered his head. "Thank you." Zaibuzin sat opposite in silence. He looked at Bai, then at Zhang Yu, and finally bowed his head to eat. This breakfast was even more awkward than yesterday's. Bai remained extremely reserved the entire time. Every time someone looked at him, he would instinctively lower it. Zhujian wanted to speak, but feared scaring him. Feijian was privately re-evaluating the tavern staff assignments. Chuanai quickly accepted the situation and even offered Bai pastries a few more times. Ban was the most direct. After watching for a long while, he finally said only one thing. Standing at the door, "He's more useful than Zhujian." Zhujian, "Ban, what do you mean by that?" Ban replied flatly, "Exactly what I said." Zhang Yu almost laughed. But Ban was right. With Bai's face and aura, not placing him at the entrance would be a waste. After breakfast, Zhang Yu put down his chopsticks and clapped his hands. "All right. First day for the new hires, let's formally assign tasks." Zaibuzin and Bai immediately sat up straight. Though still not fully accustomed to the tavern atmosphere, Zaibuzin understood his current situation. After death, he was taken in by Zhang Yu. The man gave him, and by new bodies. When it came to work, there was nothing to refuse. Zhang Yu first looked at Zaibuzin. Zaibuzin looked up. "Speak." Zhang Yu gazed at his fierce face, then at his undeniable aura of the demon of the hidden mist. "You're not suited for the front hall." Zaibuzin frowned. "Why, oi?" Zhujian whispered. "Because you look like you'd chop up the customers." Zaibuzin. Ban sneered. "He's not wrong." Feijian calmly added. "Your aura is fierce, oppressive, and your facial expression is unsuitable for greeting or taking orders. Ordinary customers seeing you would have their desire to spend decrease, and their probability of fleeing increase." Zaibuzin's face grew darker. He was, after all, the demon of the hidden mist. In the past, enemies trembled at the mere mention of his name. Now these people were saying he'd scare away customers. Zhang Yu nodded. So you'll go to the kitchen. Work with Chuan-ai. Do odd jobs, carry goods, wash vegetables, handle ingredients, fill in wherever needed. Chuan-ai looked at Zaibuzan, his tone calm. The kitchen has many rules. No messing with the seasonings. No using knife techniques as killing arts. No releasing killing intent on ingredients. Zaibuzan's mouth twitched. I'm not about to release killing intent on vegetables. Ban said flatly, hard to say. Zhujian burst out laughing on the spot. Zaibuzan took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his urge to snap. He told himself, endure. Losing his temper was pointless, because he couldn't win a fight. After arranging Zaibuzan, Zhang Yu turned to Bai. Bai immediately tensed up. Boss Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu's tone softened noticeably. Bai, your job is very important. Bai looked up somewhat uneasy. I will do my best. Zhang Yu pointed at the tavern entrance. You'll be responsible for greeting guests. Bai froze. Greeting guests. Yes. Zhang Yu nodded. Stand at the door and welcome the customers. When a customer walks in, just smile and say welcome. Bai's cheeks flushed again. I stand at the door. That's right. Zhang Yu looked at him, now growing more satisfied. You have a gentle demeanor, not intimidating. And you look good. Your voice is pleasant too. Compared to Zaibuzan, you're far more suitable. Zaibuzan's face darkened further. Why did that sound so cutting? But Bai was flustered. But I've never done this before. Zhang Yu smiled. You can learn. The Spirit Tavern isn't a battlefield. You don't need to risk your life. Just stand there and greet customers warmly. That's the job. Bai looked down at his clothes, then toward the entrance. He was still very shy, but Zhang Yu had made it clear. And since it was an official assignment, he couldn't refuse. Bai nodded gently. Yes. I will do my best. Zhang Yu smiled with satisfaction. He knew too well Bai's advantage. What the Spirit Tavern needed most was not combat strength. Combat power was already severely overflowing. The first Hokage, the second Hokage, Uchiha Ban, Uchiha Chuan-ai plus Zaibuzan. Any one of them was not someone ordinary customers could provoke. What the tavern truly lacked was someone who could make customers want to walk in at first glance.